I traveled through time, but others traveled through time as Long Aotian, but I was chased by goblins and had my toes bitten from the beginning. It all started with that damn church. When I woke up in the ruins, the system panel suddenly exploded in front of me. Name, Anno, race, a weakling, talent, spirit sacrifice. Killing monsters can summon them as minions? This setting is even more outrageous than Peppa Pig. Before I could figure out what was going on, 5 green-skinned goblins came charging out from all directions. They were drooling and shouting, "Extra meal tonight." The most exciting thing is that the system suddenly popped up a prompt. It has detected that the host has encountered a goblin for the first time, triggering the novice task, kill a goblin with a brick. Reward, X-ray eyes, only for goblin underwear. I was shocked. Did this broken system come from Animal World? Looking at the scimitar in the goblin's hand, I took out a brick decisively, not to fight, but to slap my hand that traveled through time and space to death. But the plot suddenly took a dramatic turn. When I was pinned to the ground by the goblin, the system suddenly upgraded to masochistic mode, host health detected to be less than 10%, activate hidden skill, double the pain. I was immediately torn apart. This wasn't a system, it was clearly an SM enthusiast. But at the critical moment of life and death, I suddenly awakened the talent of sacrificial spirit. The moment I picked up a stone and smashed the goblin to death, its soul actually entered my body. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a goblin soul X1. Now you can summon goblins as your minions. When I summoned the goblin I had smashed to death, it actually bowed to me and said, "Boss, what do you want me to do?" The goblin companions next to it were stunned and said, "Are you a traitor?" Now I am standing on the ruins of the goblin tribe, holding the goblin I just recruited in my left hand, holding the system panel in my right hand and laughing wildly. It turns out that my talent is not to summon monsters, but to turn monsters into masochists. System Dad, can you give me a more normal cheat code next time? For example, let the Goblin Queen pay for me. Oh, by the way, the whole other world is looking for me now. Because they say I'm violating the laws of nature, but who would have thought that I just taught the goblins to shout 666? Chapter 3, Sacrifice Spirit activated. I gritted my teeth to endure the pain and quickly scanned my panel. Name, manhwa. Race, human. Level, 1. Experience, 20/100. Occupation, none. Magic, 10 out of 10. Skill, Aotian. Gift, Sacrifice Spirit. Obtained Goblin Soul ×1. I just leveled up. Killing a goblin brought me from level 0 to level 1, and I also gained an extra 20 experience points. In other words, for killing a goblin, I got 70 experience points and a goblin soul. When I saw the goblin soul, I immediately remembered that the Sacrifice Spirit talent can summon goblins. However, when I was about to activate the Sacrifice Spirit, I found that summoning a goblin actually requires sacrificing its claws and left ear. I quickly picked up the goblin dagger next to me and cut off the claws and left ear from the dead goblin without hesitation. Although it was disgusting, I didn't have time to think too much. Be careful, a weak voice came from behind me. I turned around and saw another goblin rushing towards me, waving a wooden stick. Shit. I was so scared when I saw the goblin. I just killed one, and here comes another one. There's no way I can fight it. In a panic, I threw the claws and ears I had just cut off to the ground and quickly sacrificed the goblin soul. Sacrifice Spirit activate. I felt the magic power in my body was instantly consumed. I saw the goblin's claws and left ear on the ground instantly vanish into nothingness, and then a short green monster appeared in front of me. It had pointed ears and sharp teeth, and was extremely ugly. That was the goblin I summoned. If I wanted, I could even make it commit suicide. After successfully summoning it, I immediately threw the dagger to it, and asked it to resist the goblin with the stick. Woo! The summoned goblin held a dagger, opened his mouth and shouted, and then started fighting with the wooden stick goblin. At first, the stick goblin didn't react, thinking it was its companion, until it was stabbed by the dagger. It angrily swung the stick to fight back. Taking this opportunity, I took a look at the panel for summoning goblins. Name, none race. Goblin level, 1 HP, 100/100 occupation, none magic, none skills, none. The goblin I summoned was at the same level as me. The health value on the panel was its status, but there was no experience value. It seemed that once it was summoned, it could no longer be upgraded. I looked at my bloody left hand and couldn't help frowning. Then I took the cloth bag from the dead goblin, tore off the fangs on its neck, and threw them into the bag. I stood up with the bag in my hand and was shocked by what I saw. The goblin I summoned was being beaten back by the stick goblin, and his health had dropped to 60. So fierce. I was surprised. The stick goblin didn't seem to have any other injuries except for the scratches from the goblin's dagger. Is it level suppression? I began to speculate that the opponent's level was probably higher than the summoned goblin. It should be at least level 2, or even level 3. No, we have to run. I knew the summoned goblin couldn't hold out for too long. In just this short while, it was hit twice more and its health dropped below 50. I looked around hurriedly, trying to find a way to escape. The man with the arrow in his shoulder had fallen to the ground, his body covered with wounds, and a short sword goblin next to him was stabbing him repeatedly. The bald man was covered in blood and was running towards the forest, followed by 2 goblins. Over there, the girl in the dress was so frightened that she stood there in a daze, while the others had already fled into the church. Suddenly, I saw the topless woman struggling to get up. Her forehead was bleeding, and there were purple and blue marks on her back from being hit by a blunt object. I remember her. Among the 5 women just now, she was the only one wearing a bikini, and she was the only one who rushed towards the goblins with the men. And her fighting ability should be the strongest. Unconsciously, I glanced at her exposed upper body and was about to go over to help when I suddenly heard a scream. I turned around and saw that the man with the arrow in his shoulder had been hacked to death by the dagger goblin. The dagger goblin glanced at me and the bikini woman and actually rushed directly towards me. Fuck! I cursed in my heart and turned around and ran. I'll lead it away, you guys run. I shouted to the bikini woman and the dress girl. Although the dagger goblins were originally targeting me, there's no harm in giving them a hand first. I ran as fast as I could, and I was in good shape after all, because I had been exercising. But the short-legged goblin was not slow either, and it chased me closely, not until we were in the forest that it pulled away from me. Wow! The dagger goblin yelled angrily on the spot, and then turned back after a period of rage. I continued to run regardless, through the forest, gasping for breath, and finally escaped from the forest 10 minutes later. Hoo-hoo! I looked at the forest and gasped violently. Finally, I escaped. I raised my left hand, which had been bandaged with torn clothes, although the cloth was already stained red with blood. We need to find a place to get treated. I wiped the sweat off my face and looked around. The terrain was higher, and I could see the outline of a small town below, with smoke coming out of the chimney. Great, the direction is right. I was delighted and immediately ran towards the town. The goblin I summoned died before it could escape the forest. After all, it was almost exhausted. But at least it held back the stick goblin for a while, otherwise I would probably be killed by the goblin chasing behind. But now, the problem is not over yet. There are still a few kilometers to the town. I double-check the direction and run forward quickly. Chapter for the old pastor. Wake up! Wake up! I heard a disembodied cry and gradually regained consciousness, but it was dark all around and I couldn't see anything. Suddenly, I remembered that I seemed to be taking a nap and the takeaway milk tea should be arriving soon. However, the next second, a group of ugly goblins surrounded me and stabbed me with weapons. Ah! I opened my eyes suddenly, waking up from a nightmare in shock. There were no goblins or blood in front of me, only the blue sky and white clouds floating in the wind, and the sound of clear flowing water in my ears. The breeze blew across my cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. I rubbed my eyes, yawned, and covered my eyes with my hands to adjust to the light outside. My head hurt a little, and I couldn't help but close my eyes and shake my head. I got up from the tattered bed, sorted out my clothes, and walked to the nearby river to wash my face. Looking at the reflection on the water, I fell into deep thought. The goblin's pursuit, the summoning of the spirit sacrifice, and everything that happened yesterday were not like a dream. I finally escaped to a place called Grul, but was stopped by the guards at the town gate. After some explanation, the guards treated me as a suffering traveler and took me to the church in the center of the town. There is an old priest in the church who can use healing magic, but he needs to pay a silver coin. But I have no money, so I can only find a cloth bag from the goblins. When he opened the cloth bag, he saw that apart from 2 broken silver coins and an animal tooth, the rest were all useless debris. I was glad that I had picked up something, but when I took out the silver coin, the old pastor's words stunned me. This silver coin is too badly damaged. It's worth 30 copper coins. Normally, 1 silver coin is worth 100 copper coins. Although I'm not sure if the old pastor is fooling me, the silver coin is indeed a little damaged. When I took out the second silver coin, the old pastor still shook his head. The 2 coins together are only worth 80 copper coins. He sighed, but finally accepted the 2 damaged silver coins. However, he had a request, saying that when I have money, I must return the remaining 20 copper coins to him. Then, the old priest cast a healing spell with his staff. This was the first time I had seen magic. The staff emitted a soft light, and the arrow wounds and goblin bites on my arms began to heal, and the pain disappeared. Okay, this is all I can do. If you want your broken finger to recover as it was before, you have to go to Vacuum City and find a senior priest. I was stunned for a moment, and when I looked down I realized that although my wounds had healed, the thumb that was bitten off by the goblin had not yet recovered. Losing a thumb is not a small matter. It affects my ability to hold things. But at least I'm alive, and losing a finger is better than losing my life. I talked with the old priest for a long time before I understood some basic information about this world. I am now in the continent of Angormlos. There are many races here, including humans, demi-humans, dwarves, elves, and groups of monsters. Among them, the Kingdom of Nurgle, the Principality of Oribur, and the Roland Empire are 3 countries established by humans, and they are constantly resisting the invasion of monsters. The town of Grul is the territory of the Kingdom of Nurgle, and the city of Vaucom is located to the north of the town, about 30 kilometers away. Vaucom City is the largest city on the southern border of the Kingdom of Nurgle. It has not only senior priests, but also various professionals and mentors. In the continent of Angormlos, humans have 6 training routes: warrior, knight, magician, hunter, priest, thief, etc. To become stronger, humans must choose one of these professions. Then you can pay tuition to the instructor, acquire professional skills, and further improve your abilities. After having a profession, humans can choose to join the army, become a national soldier, and resist the invasion of monsters. You can also become a guard and work for your family or chamber of commerce, or join a mercenary group and take on missions to earn money, or even continue to practice and eventually obtain a mentor certificate to teach newcomers in the city. However, the town of Grul has a sparse population, scarce resources, low living standards, and basically no professional mentors. The old pastor once left the town, but chose to return when he was old. At the end of the conversation, my stomach started to growl. The old pastor gave me a piece of black bread and water and told me the location of the slum and asked me to leave. Slums, as the name suggests, are places where people who cannot afford food and clothing live. Most of the people here come from villages that have been invaded by monsters, have no homes to return to, or are disabled and can only barely survive in slums. At this time, the only 2 broken silver coins I had left had been used to pay for the treatment. I had nothing left, and the slums were the best place for me to go. At least there, finding a shabby house to sleep in for a night was better than sleeping on the streets, especially now that the nights were starting to get cold. When I walked into the slums, I saw many people like me, dressed in rags, crowded in dilapidated houses. When they saw me, they just glanced at me and found that I was not as good as they imagined, so they no longer paid attention to me. I found a place without a roof and lay down against the broken wall. I was so sleepy that I soon fell asleep. It's been a whole day. Is my takeaway still outside? I squatted by the river and remembered that I had ordered milk tea before I traveled through time. Oh, I really want to have another cup of Mishiwe Bingqing. After letting out a sigh, I walked towards the center of the town. The old pastor mentioned that I could exchange the tusks in my hand for some copper coins from the merchants. Now, I plan to go to the market to have a look. Chapter 5. There is no adventurer's guild in the other world. The town of Grul. The ground is paved with large stone bricks, and the surrounding buildings are full of European medieval style. I asked passers-by along the way and finally came to the market. The market was packed with stalls selling all kinds of things, including fruit stalls, daily necessities stalls, and hawkers pushing carts. Unlike the bustle I imagined, most of the stalls here are deserted, with only a few customers and stall owners chatting boredly. I walked around and found a merchant dozing on a cart. I woke him up softly and took out the fong I got from the goblin. The merchant, wearing glasses, picked up the tusk and looked at it for a while before saying, "Oh, this is a gray wolf's tooth. If you think 1 silver coin is a good price, I can buy it." Other merchants are willing to pay about the same, but I don't think anyone will offer more than 1 silver coin. 1 silver coin. I was stunned. A tooth is worth 1 silver coin? The merchant continued to explain. Gray wolf teeth are needed to make evil-repelling charms. I didn't quite understand what evil-repelling charms were, but since I could exchange them for money, I still sold the animal teeth. After getting a silver coin, I put it in my pocket, asked the merchant for the direction of the blacksmith shop, and walked towards it. Of course, I had to buy a weapon first before I could go out and hunt monsters to make money. Not only to accumulate monster souls, but also to collect enough money to heal his left hand. Moreover, becoming a professional and learning skills also requires money, and the cheapest one costs several silver coins. Without money, you can't move forward in this strange world. I arrived at the blacksmith shop, exhaled lightly, and walked in. Behind the bar of the shop, a sturdy figure was examining a dagger. Hearing my entrance, the man put down his dagger and walked out from the shadows. As I expected, the owner of the blacksmith shop was a huge and strong man. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, about 40 years old, with bulging muscles on his arms and so much fat on his face that I was stunned. He had a messy beard on his chin, a bald head and small eyes, which could scare a child to tears. "What do you want to buy?" His voice was as loud as a bronze bell, which scared me. Let me take a look first." I swallowed and answered carefully. Old John saw this and ignored me. I walked to the exhibition wall and saw that all the objects on it were farm tools, as well as a few daggers and short knives, mostly short weapons. The only long weapon was hung on the top, a fine steel sword, 1.2 meters long, with a hilt of about 20 centimeters. The sword flashed with a cold light, which was simply eye-catching. "How much is this sword?" I pointed at the long sword and asked. Old John glanced at me and saw that I was in a mess. My windbreaker was lost, my left hand was injured, and my short sleeves were torn. I looked very shabby. The fine steel long sword is priced at 15 silver coins. No bargaining. When I heard the price, the light in my eyes disappeared instantly. 15 silver coins, too expensive. Feeling a little embarrassed, I asked again, "Are there any weapons here that cost less than 1 silver coin?" Old John pointed to a few wooden sticks on the ground and said, "The lowest price for iron weapons is also a few silver coins. These mallets made of century-old would cost 50 copper coins each." I saw those big mallets, about a meter long, and grinned. "The prices here are too expensive. What can these big mallets do?" Old John seemed to see my doubts and started to explain. "Although it is useless when encountering some powerful monsters, it is enough to fight a slime." "Slime? Where are the slimes?" I immediately became excited when I heard the news about slimes. The goblins in the forest are too strong, and there are too many of them. Even with a fine steel sword, and Nuwa still felt that fighting them was still dangerous. Now that I heard about the slime, of course I went to find the slime to solve the problem. Old John saw my excitement and poured cold water on me. "There are a lot of slimes on the grassland outside the town, but they are not easy to deal with. If you are not careful, you will be seriously injured." Then, he began to explain the information about slimes. Slimes were common monsters on the grasslands, and they could be killed by hitting them hard with a stick. Their skins are collected, and merchants will buy them at the price of 1 copper coin each. But don't think that slimes are easy to deal with. If you are accidentally sprayed with acid by it, you will be seriously injured. If it sprays on your face, it may disfigure you. Moreover, slimes are social creatures. If you provoke one, you may attract a whole group of them. Ordinary people would never dare to provoke them without protective gear. Their attack range is less than 3 meters, so farmers can avoid being injured by being careful and staying away from them. Slimes generally only eat grass and soil and rarely attack humans. Only during the harvest season will the mayor hire a mercenary group to deal with the slimes that destroy the crops. After listening to Old John's explanation, I fell into deep thought and finally decided to go to the grassland to level up with the slime. After all, this is the weakest monster and can be dealt with a club. However, I heard the word mercenary group from Old John, and this word caught my attention. I asked, "Excuse me, does the mercenary group refer to the adventurers of the Adventure Guild?" Yesterday, the old priest mentioned that professionals can join the mercenary group, but Inuwa forgot to ask. The Adventurers Guild is the most unique existence in the otherworld. However, Old John's answer disappointed me. There is no Adventurers Guild in this world, nor is there a profession called adventurer. The only thing that can be mentioned is the mercenary group. He explained that the mercenary group was a group organization, and one had to become a professional first and pass the assessment before joining. The rewards for the mercenary group's missions were very high, and ordinary people generally would not post missions. Mercenaries will not come to the town of Grul because no one here will issue commissions and mercenaries cannot survive here. In contrast, adventurers are an independent profession. They travel alone and undertake tasks ranging from slaying dragons to clearing rats. But due to the existence of the mercenary group, there is no adventurers guild in this world, and there is no adventurers team to deal with things like slimes on the grassland and goblins in the forest. But then I thought, since there is no adventurers guild, I can open one myself. Although I have no money and not enough strength now, with the sacrificial spirit in hand, these problems can be solved. Once the Adventure Guild is open, I can make money without doing anything. I've decided. I'm going to open an Adventurers Guild in this other world. Chapter 6 Slime. I've decided it's you. On the grassland outside the town of Grul, I was wearing a ragged short-sleeved shirt, holding a 1-meter-long wooden mallet in my right hand, squatting behind a stone, nervously observing the surroundings. I checked my panel. Name, Anno race, human level, 1 experience, 20 out of 100 occupation, none magic, 10 out of 10 skills, none talent, sacrifice spirit. After a night's rest, my magic power has been fully restored. In front of me, several green jelly-like creatures are leisurely eating grass. Sometimes they roll, sometimes they jump up, as if they like to jump around. This is a slime. I stared at the ball in front of me for a while. It was similar to the slime I had heard of before. Unlike the goblin, I could see the slime's information. Race, slime level, 1 HP, 10 out of 10 magic, 60 out of 60 skills. Swallow, perception, acid spray. There are some slightly larger slimes in the distance, but I can't see their information. My guess is that I can only view the attributes of monsters that are lower than my level. After realizing this, I decided to start with the level 1 slimes. These novice monsters can also cause trouble for ordinary people. Thinking of what my boss reminded me yesterday, I will no longer underestimate these slimes. After all things called monsters can bring threats. I held the stick tightly, staring at the slime in front of me, waiting for it to get closer. However, slimes have no eyes. They rely on their magic to sense the creatures around them. When I was 3 meters away from them, the slime finally sensed me. Puff! Suddenly, a stream of water spurted out from the slime's body and quickly shot towards me. When the acid came into contact with the stone, a hissing, corrosive sound was made. Shit! I hid behind a rock, my heart racing. I never expected to be discovered. Fortunately, I was prepared and hid behind a rock. If I had just laid on the grass like a fool, I would have been sprayed with acid and wounded all over, and I might even have returned to the city. However, after a moment of hesitation, I immediately crawled out from behind the rock and rushed towards the slime, waving a wooden stick. The uncle at the weapon shop said that after a slime is sprayed once, it will take at least 10 seconds to use it again. I have to seize this opportunity. However, unexpectedly, after spraying the acid, the slime turned around and jumped away, running towards a group of slimes. No, I jumped up in a hurry and smashed the stick in my hand down. Huh. The stick hit the basket-sized slime hard, smashing it into pieces. An unknown liquid splashed all over the floor. Then, a mass of white substance floated up from the dead slime and gently merged into my body. Harvest Slime Soul X1. Looking at the experience bar on the panel, I found that I had gained 5 experience points. One slime only gives 5 experience points. I was a little disappointed. I got 70 experience points from defeating a goblin yesterday. However, thinking about how powerful goblins are, I still think it's safer to just kill slimes. Chirp, chirp. Other slimes nearby had noticed me and began to make warning sounds and jumped towards me. Slip, slip. Seeing them rushing towards me, I hurriedly rolled and crawled back behind the rocks. Unexpectedly, this group of slimes actually chased me, so I quickly retreated a few hundred meters. It wasn't until I escaped to the main road and leaned against a rock, panting, that I finally breathed a sigh of relief. They really hold a grudge. I sighed. I didn't expect these slimes to be so keen on chasing. But none of this matters anymore. I raised my right hand, looked at the broken slime skin in my hand, and couldn't help but chuckle. The moment I harvested the slime soul, a method to summon a slime suddenly appeared in my mind. I only needed to sacrifice a slime skin and a slime soul to summon a slime to fight for me. A slime skin sells for 1 copper coin. Despite this, I sacrificed it without hesitation and summoned a slime. After all, it's only 1 copper coin. And wouldn't it be easier to fight monsters with the summoned slime? After there was no one around, I quickly spread the slime skin on the ground and released the slime soul. The next moment, a slime of the same size as the previous one appeared in front of me. As soon as it appeared, it began to gnaw on the soil on the ground. After the dirt was gone, I could even see the particles of dirt breaking down. I know clearly that this is the passive skill of the slime swallow. It can digest soil, grass, and even stones. This is why the slime in the body of the slime is not corrosive. It also has a passive skill, perception. This skill is like its eyes, although it is not very useful. As for its active skill, acid spray, it can spray acid up to 3 meters away, recharge once every 10 seconds, and shoot up to 6 times in a row. But this skill doesn't last long at all. I couldn't help but complain. Although I said that, I was actually envious. Not to mention its skills, even the 60 points of mana made me jealous. I only have 10 mana points, which will be reduced to 0 after I summon the slime. Having less mana is really troublesome. I have to wait half an hour to get it back to full. But looking at the slime's soft body, it felt so comfortable to touch. I couldn't help but touch it, feeling proud. I put it down, stood up, bent down, pointed at the grassland in front of me, and shouted, "Slime, it's decided to be you." Chi-chi. The summoned slime immediately jumped into the air and sprayed a shot of acid forward. Fuck. I immediately yelled, "There are only 6 bullets in total, and you wasted 1. In order to prevent it from shooting randomly, I immediately controlled it with my willpower so that it would no longer use acid spray casually. Then, I brought the slime back to the grassland and started attacking the nearby wild slimes. Chapter 7 Level 2. It took me about 3 minutes to quietly return to the grassland with the summoned slime. The stone I used to hide was now surrounded by a group of slimes. Strange, has the stone become smaller? I looked at the stone from a distance and couldn't help grinning. These slimes really can't stop eating. Xiaomu, it's time to show your value. I patted the little slime beside me and whispered, "Go, Xiaomu." It called happily and ran towards the group of slimes. These low IQ slimes had no idea that Xiaomu was no longer their companion and were completely unprepared. Xiaomu easily came to a slime that was rolling on the grass. There were no other slimes around it, so he could kill it quietly. "Xiaomu, attack," I ordered from a distance. Bayu, the acid sprayed accurately onto the slime. Facing the same kind of acid attack, the slime's body was too fragile to resist at all, and a big hole was immediately corroded. Looking at its bleeding state, I found that it lost 2 drops of blood per second. However, due to the obstruction of the surrounding grass, my vision was not clear and I could not see its situation accurately. Just as I was about to go over to check, it suddenly occurred to me that if I could control the summoned creature, could I also see the surrounding vision through it? After I had this idea, I immediately tried it. When I connected with Xiaomu through my will, I suddenly felt dizzy. After about 2 or 3 seconds, the dizziness disappeared. However, I found that I seemed to have no eyes, as if I had completely taken over Xiaomu's body. I seemed to have taken over Xiaomu's body and could sense the surrounding terrain and creatures. I realized that I had entered a completely new perspective. From this perspective, everything around me was as clear as if it had been scanned by X-ray. The slime in front of me was shrinking rapidly, the one I had just attacked through Xiaomu. As its mucus drained away, only a layer of slime skin remained. Just then, I saw a ball of white substance floating out from above its body. Experience +5. I saw this prompt and smiled. Success. I quickly exited Xiaomu's body and returned to my own perspective. Obtain Slime Soul X1. The slime's fighting power is much weaker than that of the goblin, but it can help me deal with some things now. When I level up, I plan to clear out the goblins in the forest. After all, they dragged the woman away before. I didn't rush to collect the slime skins, but continued to command Xiaomu to attack the level 1 slimes around him. Obtain Slime Soul ×1, experience points +5. Obtain Slime Soul ×1, experience points +5. In less than 2 minutes, Xiaomu ran out of magic power, killed 5 slimes, and cleared a small area. I could have killed 6. I secretly collected the slime skins, and at the same time thought with some regret about the bullet I wasted before. The 5 slimes brought me 25 experience points. Together with the previous 25 points, I still need 10 slimes to reach the next level. I remember that Sacrificial Spirit can learn the skills of monsters by consuming their souls. I tried to check the skill of Acid Spray, but found that it needs to consume 100 slime souls. 100 slimes? I looked at the grassland in front of me and clenched the wooden stick in my hand. It's just 100. Can it be difficult for me? After saying that, I started to act and quietly approached a lone slime. In the next half hour, I killed 7 slimes carefully and without any injury. During this time, Xiaomu also recovered his magic power and shot 2 times, killing 2 slimes. Now, I only need 1 slime to level up. However, there are no lone slimes around, so I can only wait for Xiaomu to recover his magic power. When Xiaomu's magic power recovered to 1060, I immediately commanded it to rush into the slime group and used Acid Spray to kill a level 1 slime. Obtain Slime Soul X1, experience points +5. I couldn't wait to open my panel and check the changes. Name: Anno Race, Human Level, 2 Experience, 0/200 Occupation, None Magic, 10/20th Skills, None Talent, Sacrifice the Spirit. The magic power limit has finally increased. I was so excited that I almost jumped up. When I upgraded from level 0 to level 1, my magic point limit didn't increase, and I was worried that it wouldn't increase this time either. Fortunately, it increased by 10 points this time. Not only that, I could also feel a warm current running through my body, and it seemed to be a little stronger. Is this the effect of the upgrade? I gripped the stick, feeling the changes in my body. I turned my head and looked at the group of slimes in the distance. I saw a larger slime and immediately checked its information. Race, slime level, 2 HP, 20/20th magic, 100 out of 100 skills, swallow, perception, acid spray. Its health has doubled, and its mana has increased by 40 points, but it's still a squishy monster. I used the restored mana to summon a second slime, and found that its panel was the same as the level 2 slime. It seems that the level of the summoned creature is the same as my level, and is not affected by the soul material. I understood. So, I asked Xiaomu number 2 to kill a level 1 wild slime. As a result, the experience value dropped from 5 points to 2 points, and the benefits were greatly reduced. If I want to reach level 3, I have to kill 100 level 1 slimes. I thought and started planning the next battle. I asked Xiaomu number 2 to continue using acid spray to attack the level 2 slime. I saw that although the enemy's blood volume dropped very slowly, as its skin was burned by the acid, its blood volume began to disappear rapidly. Not long after, the health of the level 2 slime was completely reduced to 0. Obtain slime soul x1, experience points plus 5. It turns out that killing creatures of the same level also gives 5 experience points. I had an idea in mind and immediately ordered Xiao Mu to attack a slime that couldn't see any information. I thought, if the skin of a slime is burned by acid and it bleeds to death, then can I challenge a higher level slime? So, I let Xiaomu number 1 launch an acid spray at the unknown slime. I thought everything was going smoothly, but I didn't expect that the slime, which might be level 3, suddenly jumped up when the acid was about to hit it. As soon as it landed, it crushed Xiaomu number 1. What? I exclaimed, and hurriedly asked Xiaomu number 2 to stop and stay away from the suspected level 3 slime. I didn't expect it to attack its own kind. I looked at the body of Xiaomu number 1 and felt a little distressed. I didn't dare to provoke stronger slimes, so I only let Xiaomu number 2 continue to attack the level 2 slimes. I took the wooden stick and continued to kill the lone level 1 and level 2 slimes. Chapter 8 Giant Slime. After nearly 2 hours of slaying slimes, my level finally reached level 3 around noon. Name, Anno Race, Human Level, 3 Experience, 2/300 Occupation, None Magic, 9/30 Skills, None Talent, Sacrifice Spirit, Slime Soul, times 95. There are not many level 2 slimes. I only killed 10 in total, and the rest are all level 1 slimes. Now, I have 4 level 2 slimes around me, which I summoned. Little MEM number 2 is dead. When it was attacking wild slimes, it was besieged by other slimes and died just like little MEM number 1. If my magic power recovery wasn't so slow, I would at least have an army of slimes now. I sat behind a rock, counting my harvest, silently counting the slime skins. In fact, there is no need to count, because I already have 95 slime souls, which means 95 slime skins. Looking at these, I can't help but feel a sense of pleasure, as if I were counting money. A slime skin sells for 1 copper coin, which means I now have 95 copper coins. If my summons did not dissipate directly when they die, without leaving any skin, I could earn a few more copper coins. I stacked these 95 pieces of slime skins together, and they were about 20 centimeters high. I took off my worn-out short sleeves and used them to cover the skins so that no one could tell what I was holding. Picking up the wooden stick, I thought to myself, I should go back to the town to sell the slime skin, have lunch, and then continue working in the afternoon. Just as I was about to stand up, I suddenly noticed that the shadow under my feet was getting bigger and bigger. Oh no! I immediately rolled forward with vigilance. The next moment, a huge ball fell from the sky and hit the ground hard, directly creating a big hole in the ground. Xiaomu was number 3 to 6 and died instantly. Fuck, this is too big. I got up from the ground, looked back, and almost popped my eyes out. I saw a giant slime with a diameter of about 1 meter, with its upper part slightly tilted backwards, as if it was planning something. Looking at its size, I estimated that it was at least a level 5 slime. Damn it. Seeing the opponent's momentum, I decided to run in an instant. At this time, Xiaomu was about to spray acid, but it was obviously a step slower. Puff. The giant slime sprayed a large amount of acid at me. If Xiaomu's acid attack is like a water gun, then this giant slime's acid attack is like a high-pressure water hose. Even though I was 10 meters away from it, some acid still splashed on my arm. Hiss! I immediately grimaced in pain and quickly used my shirt to wipe off the acid. In just a moment, a large piece of skin on my arm was corroded and fell off, revealing bright red flesh. After the giant slime finished spraying acid, it began to gather strength and prepare to jump. How dare I stay where I was? I hugged the slime's skin tightly, held the stick, and ran away quickly. Although the giant slime was chasing me, after reaching level 3, my physical fitness improved and my speed became faster. Soon, I left it far behind and ran to the bridge in front of Grul town. It hurt so much. I felt the corrosive wound on my arm becoming more and more painful, and cold sweat began to appear on my forehead. I kept running all the way and finally reached the blacksmith shop. I sold the slime skin to old John, leaving 3 skins for backup. Then I ran all the way with the money from selling the skins to find the old priest for treatment. Fortunately, I sold the wolf's teeth before and earned 1 silver coin. After deducting the money for the stick and breakfast, I still have 48 copper coins left. Add the 92 copper coins from selling the slime skin this time, and I now have 140 copper coins. I handed the 120 copper coins to the priest, and after I owed him the 20 copper coins from yesterday, I shouted anxiously, "Quick, quick, give me treatment." The old priest waved his staff without further ado and began to chant a spell. The moment the light came on, I felt the pain gradually subside, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pain just now was really unbearable. Even the pain of having my finger bitten off by a goblin yesterday was not as intense as this. You encountered a slime? The old priest shook his head. You haven't even chosen a profession. Why would you mess with a slime? I really feel like crying, but I have no tears. Everything was fine, but who knew such a big slime would suddenly appear? I couldn't help but wonder, is there no one on the grassland outside the town to clean up those slimes? If this huge slime is not dealt with, it is really dangerous. Even I was forced into this situation. I believe that ordinary people would definitely not survive if they encountered such a monster. What I didn't realize was that this giant slime was actually the leader of the slimes on the grassland outside the town. Usually it stayed on the grassland to bask in the sun and chew mud. Today it sensed that many slimes had died nearby, so it came out to take a look, and ended up meeting me. What a huge loss. What a huge loss. I felt depressed. Not only did I not earn any copper coins, but I also lost 8 copper coins on the treatment of my wounds. I finally understood why ordinary people can kill slimes easily and why no one has cleaned up these slimes. If ordinary people encounter such a huge slime, they would probably just not come. Damn it. I became angrier and angrier, and I wanted to do something. After spending 4 copper coins to buy 2 pieces of black bread to fill my stomach, I set out again. I didn't go to the blacksmith shop to exchange equipment because a wooden shield cost 1 silver coin, which I couldn't afford. On the grassland outside the town of Grul, since I had killed nearly 100 slimes in the morning, there were almost no slimes within a few hundred meters. If I wanted to find slimes, I had to go deeper into the grassland. I only need 5 slime souls before I can learn slime skills. I looked around while thinking about my plan. I only need 100 slime souls to learn slime skills, and I am looking forward to it. After all, my combat power is still too weak now, and skills can help me improve my combat power. Just as I was thinking this, I spotted a lone level 2 slime with my sharp eyes. Summon. I immediately took out a slime skin, sacrificed my soul, and summoned a new slime. Shimu number 7, go. I whispered. Shimu. It responded happily, and immediately started to move, spraying a stream of acid. The target slime was killed without any reaction. I looked at the slimes that were gradually increasing in number and decided to summon 2 more. My magic power was consumed by 30 points at once. The 3 slimes jumped towards the target and began to collect slime souls for me. Get slime soul times 1, experience plus 2. Get slime soul times 1, experience plus 2. Get slime soul times 1, experience plus 5. This time I didn't attack it myself, deciding to conserve my strength and energy in case the giant slime showed up again. With my current strength, I'm definitely no match for the giant slime. But if I run away when we meet, it won't be able to catch up with me. Chapter 9 learns skills and the legend of the Slime King. In less than 5 minutes, 3 summoned slimes killed 8 wild slimes. Finally, 100 slime souls were collected. Consume slime soul times 100, learn devour. Consume slime soul times 100, learn low-level perception. Consume slime soul times 100, learn acid spray. Here it comes. I lay in the grass, my eyes lit up, and I chose to learn acid spray without hesitation. I thought about it, and 100 slime souls disappeared. Then I felt a tingling sensation like an electric current all over my body, just like having an extremely comfortable full-body massage. It was very comfortable. Although it didn't hurt, the feeling was really great. About 3 seconds later, the numbness disappeared. I opened my eyes and looked down at my right hand. As if it was in my DNA, I could now use acid spray. However, this skill consumes 10 mana points, and I only have 2 mana points restored, so I can't use it at all. So I patiently waited for my mana to recover. By the time my magic power recovered to 10 points, I couldn't wait to try out my new skills. That's you. I locked onto a level 2 slime. It was less than 5 meters away from me, and if I moved a few steps, I would be within 3 meters of my range. I found a place to stand, raised my right hand, aimed my palm at the target, raised it slightly, and whispered, acid spray. Hit me. With a low cry from me, a stream of acid spurted out from the palm of my right hand, hitting the target accurately and corroding a hole. As I watched the slime's body begin to deflate, I couldn't help but raise the corners of my mouth. Ahaha, I finally learned a skill. Although I have killed many slimes with a stick before, this is the first time I have used a monster's skill to kill an enemy. In terms of power, the acid spray I use is similar to the slimes. The only drawback is that it consumes too much mana. One skill consumes 10 mana, and if I summon a slime, it can provide more help. They have 30 health and 150 mana. The summoned slime can not only use acid spray, but also has a better effect. In comparison, it is really not worth it for me to use this skill. However, the skills I have learned can be used as long as I have magic power, unlike sacrificial spirit, which requires prerequisites. I thought to myself, it's still more cost-effective to summon a slime. From then on, I decided to reduce the frequency of personally killing enemies. After all, summoning slimes to fight is more effective. Every half an hour when I recover 10 points of magic power, I will summon a slime to assist in the battle. However, the number of slimes I can summon at a time is limited to 5. If all 5 slimes are present, I cannot summon any more. Even so, these 5 level 3 slimes are enough to easily deal with level 1 and 2 slimes. 150 points of magic power can support them to use acid spray 15 times in a row. In this way, it takes about 20 minutes each time to kill 60 wild slimes. However, the magic power of slimes only recovers by 1 point per minute, and it takes 2.5 hours to recover after the magic power is used up. During this time, in addition to waiting for the slime to recover its magic power, I basically stayed in the bushes and waited for an opportunity. After all, if I got hurt again, all my previous efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, the giant slime did not appear all afternoon. By the evening, I had collected 214 slime skins. The grassland was empty, and the slimes in many places had been almost wiped out by me. Chirp, chirp. The 5 summoned slimes had also exhausted their magic power and were standing in a circle around me. Good job. I smiled and picked up the slime skins on the ground, touched the summoned slimes one by one, and then took them back. This is an ability I just discovered this afternoon. As long as the summoned creatures are not dead, they can be taken back just like the summoned space. At this time, I was preparing to return to the town. It would be inconvenient to carry a bunch of slime skins back with me, so I simply put them away. 214 slime souls? Is that all I have? I glanced at my soul reserve. After consuming 100 slime souls, I also learned the skill low-level perception. My panel changed again. Name, Anno race, human level, 3 experience, 281/300 occupation, none magic, 30/30th skills, low-level perception, acid spray, talent, sacrificial spirit, slime soul x 114. Now, I only get 1 experience point for killing a level 1 slime, 2 points for a level 2, and although a level 3 slime can give 5 experience points, their number on the grassland is very small, and I hardly encountered any this afternoon. Although I killed a lot of slimes in the afternoon, I still couldn't reach level 4. I learned a new skill and was eager to try it out. Low-level perception, activate. I closed my eyes and felt the invisible magic power spreading from my body to the surroundings. Instantly, the surrounding environment appeared in my mind as if it had been scanned. The grass, stones, crawling insects, all appeared grayish-white, similar to the scene I saw when I controlled Xiaomu before. The only regret is that the perception range of this skill is only 3 meters. Damn, do I need to sense when the distance is so close? I was a little angry, but when I thought about it carefully, how powerful could the slime skills be? Fortunately, the cost of low-level perception is very low, consuming 1 drop of magic power each time, and it can last for 10 seconds. I still need 19 experience points to reach level 4 tomorrow morning. I thought to myself, holding a thick stack of slime skins, and started walking towards the town of Grul. Soon, I came to the blacksmith shop, kept the 5 slime skins, and sold the remaining 209 to Old John. Old John's eyes nearly popped out when he saw the skins I brought. He thought he had reached his limit this morning, but he didn't expect it to double in the afternoon. He noticed that my arm was obviously injured by the slime acid spray in the morning, but it was not injured again in the afternoon. What a little freak. Am I seeing things? Is this guy actually a professional? But why can't I see any signs of training on him? Old John muttered as he gave me 2 silver coins and 9 copper coins. Boy, I have to remind you. Just as I was about to leave, Old John suddenly said, "There is a slime king in the depths of the grassland. That guy is life-threatening even for low-level professionals. If you encounter it, you must run for your life." Slime king. I was stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat puzzled, and asked, "Has any professional ever fought against Slime King before?" Old John was silent for a while before he nodded slowly. 2 years ago, slimes were rampant and destroyed a lot of crops. Slimes could even be seen on the roads. The people in the town pooled money to let the mayor go to Vacuum to commission a mercenary group to clean up the slimes. The mercenary group felt that the slimes were not a threat, so they sent a level 5 warrior to deal with it. Everything went well in the first few days, but then since the Slime King appeared, the level 5 warrior was no match for it, and was eaten by the Slime King in the end. Chapter 10. Encounter. Eat him. I was stunned. Even a level 5 professional could be eaten. Obviously, the power of the Slime King was far beyond my imagination. What happened next? I continued to ask, feeling uneasy. What happened next? Old John shrugged and sighed. The mercenary group that the dead warrior belonged to came to the town of Grul. There were 9 people in total. I heard that the strongest leader was already level 10, a hunter. They killed slimes on the grassland for several days and almost wiped out all the slimes. But in the end, they still couldn't find any trace of the Slime King, so they had to let it go. I asked nervously, "Then what?" Old John continued. "The mayor warned everyone not to go deep into the grassland, saying that there were strong monsters there. The name of the Slime King also spread at that time. It seems that the Slime King is not dead, otherwise there wouldn't be so many slimes on the grassland. In less than 2 years, the slimes on the grassland are flooding again. Oh, it's time to discuss with the mayor about hiring a mercenary group. When I went to Vacum a few days ago, I was almost attacked by slimes along the way. What does the Slime King look like?" I asked eagerly. "I don't know." Old John shook his head and explained, "No one has ever seen the Slime King. However, there is a large pit with a diameter of several meters at the battle site, and there are also a lot of traces of acid corrosion. That level of damage is definitely not something that an ordinary slime can cause. In addition, there are the warrior's weapons and the broken arm holding the weapon. The cross-section of the broken arm has obvious signs of corrosion, and we guess he may have been swallowed." After listening to Old John's description, I frowned. A level 5 warrior was no match for the Slime King and was swallowed up directly. Then, I was obviously no match for it. Judging from the several-meter-long pit that Old John described, it was obvious that the giant slime I encountered in the morning was not the king slime. Its level should be lower. This means that the monsters on the grassland are much more powerful than I imagined. My heart suddenly lit up, and a picture emerged in my mind. After I killed the giant slime, I summoned it to fight the Slime King. Old John seemed to think I was scared, and he consoled me, "But don't worry too much. As long as you don't go too deep into the grassland, the probability of encountering the Slime King is not high. In a few days, the caravan in the town will go to Vacum, and the mayor should bring back mercenaries from Vacum to deal with the slimes on the grassland. If the legendary Slime King is still on the grassland, he will not be able to escape this time." What? Going to Vacum to hire mercenaries in a few days? I became anxious when I heard this. I'm still waiting to use slimes to gain experience and make money. If the mercenaries come and there are no slimes on the grassland, then I will get nothing. I can't even beat the goblins in the forest. What should I do? I'm stuck in the novice village. No. I became anxious. I looked at Old John and asked seriously, "When will the mayor leave? How long will he stay in Vacum?" Old John looked at me, seemed to understand my thoughts, and smiled and said, "Why? You also want to go to Vacum to have a look? The specific date is not clear, but it will not exceed 3 days. Everyone goes to Vacum, first to bring some agricultural and sideline products, and second to buy some goods. You can stay for 2 days at most, and including the time for round trip, you should be able to return in 4 days. So, I only have a week at most," I calculated quickly in my mind, with a hint of anxiety on my face. If I can't become stronger before the mercenaries come, at least be able to beat the goblins, then I will delay a lot of time, and the day of becoming a professional will be greatly delayed. After all, if the slimes are eliminated by the mercenaries, I will have no place to fight monsters in the future. I'll get up earlier tomorrow and work harder. I clenched my fists, feeling my increased strength, and said to myself, I can't just rely on summons. After upgrading, my body has also improved a lot. As long as I concentrate, the slime's acid won't easily hit me. Before, I relied on summons because I didn't want to get hurt and was afraid that a day's harvest would be wasted. But now, the upgrade has made me feel that my physical fitness has improved significantly. As long as I am not surrounded by a dozen slimes or encounter a strong enemy like a giant slime, I am capable of escaping. Just as I walked out of the blacksmith shop and past the tavern in the town, my stomach suddenly made a rumbling sound. The world is great, but eating is the most important thing. I was ecstatic. I worked hard on the grassland all day today and only had 2 hard and unpalatable pieces of black bread for lunch. As a foodie, I was already starving. After selling the slime skin, plus the remaining 16 copper coins, my wealth has risen to 2 silver coins and 25 copper coins. In the small town of Grul, the daily food expenses of ordinary people are about 10 copper coins. For a Nua, this amount of money is enough for an ordinary person to live for more than half a month, but for me, it is far from enough. After all, a fine steel sword in the blacksmith shop costs 15 silver coins. I walked into the Guangyue Tavern and ordered 2 meat dishes for 8 coppers, a vegetarian dish for 2 coppers, 2 pieces of black bread for 4 coppers, and a glass of some unknown drink for 1 copper, which cost me 15 coppers. Although the cost is not small, I don't feel sorry for it. Improving physical fitness is the key. If the nutrition is not enough, the consequences may be serious. All in all, the money is well spent. As for accommodation, although the accommodation fee at the Guangyue Tavern was only 20 copper coins, I had no intention of staying there. After all, I didn't have much luggage, and the people in the slums were not capable of stealing anything. I stuffed 5 slime skins into my trouser pockets and kept my money close to me. With my current strength, I am not afraid of people in the slums stealing from me. However, just as I was about to leave after eating and drinking, 2 women in waitress uniforms came down from the tavern. One of them was tall and curvy, wearing a knee-length skirt that showed off her long legs. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, she had a ponytail, delicate features, and looked like a great beauty. The other one looked a little frail, less than 1.6 meters tall, a head shorter, with black hair draped over her back, and the curves of her chest attracted the attention of many male diners. Although she was wearing simple clothes, it did not hide her brilliance at all. The tall woman looked unhappy and was obviously disgusted by the aggressive gazes around her, while the delicate woman lowered her head, not daring to look at the eyes around her, and rubbed the hem of her skirt nervously with her hands. As I walked to the door, I was stunned. Aren't these the bikini woman and the dress girl I met when I woke up in the church? How did they end up working as waitresses at the Long Aotian Tavern? Chapter 11 for the Great Lord Anno. Although I saw the 2 women, they didn't seem to notice me. They are still alive and have changed their careers to become waiters in a pub. They should be able to live better and better in the future. I thought to myself and turned around and left the pub. In fact, I am not familiar with them. Apart from the days of escape we have experienced together, we are basically strangers. Now, my main goal is to improve my level, earn money to heal my broken finger, go to Vacuum to become a professional, and have a bigger goal, to open my first adventurer's guild in this alien world. Maybe we will never meet again in the future. Lu Yin held Lu Rongrong's hand and seemed to feel something. She suddenly turned around and looked towards the door, and her ponytail behind her shook. Lu Rongrong asked in confusion, "Sister Yin, what's wrong?" Lu Yin waved her hand and smiled, "It's okay." When she turned around, I had already walked far away, so she didn't see me. Work hard. The boss was kind enough to take us in and provide us with food and lodging. We can't be lazy, Lu Yin encouraged. I understand, Sister Yin. Lu Rongrong nodded. Back in the slums, I found the place where I slept yesterday, and after confirming that it was not occupied, I leaned against the wall to rest. When I opened my eyes again, the white dawn had already appeared in the sky. I shivered, rubbed my shoulders, and cursed, "It's so cold in this weather." Although the short-sleeved shirt on my upper body has been washed, it is tattered and can't keep me warm at all. If only my windbreaker wasn't lost. I sneezed, then checked my body and made sure nothing was missing, then I left the slums. It's not that I don't want to buy clothes, but they are too expensive. A simple coarse cloth shirt costs 80 copper coins at the tailor shop. I don't have that much money at the moment, but it seems that I can only go buy some clothes in the afternoon today. Otherwise, if I really catch a cold, it will be more trouble than it is worth. The bakery was already open. I bought 3 loaves of brown bread and asked the owner for a bowl of water. After solving the breakfast problem, I set off for the grassland outside the town. As soon as I arrived at the destination, I immediately summoned the 5 level 3 summon slimes that I had collected yesterday. Sigh, for Lord Anno's promotion, summon the slimes and attack. I held the wooden stick in my right hand, my eyes flashing with anticipation. Chirp. The 5 summoned slimes quickly responded to my command and approached the surrounding wild slimes. I was not idle either, waving my stick and looking for targets everywhere. Now that I have reached level 3, my body's reaction speed has improved a lot. Even if the slime sprays acid at me, I can dodge it in time. I will smash any slime that can see the information panel to death without hesitation. As for those high-level slimes that can't see the information panel, I will avoid them and not disturb them. Haha. Anyway, I won't get close to them, so who can do anything to me? Oh, I'm still pretty awesome. I bent down to pick up the slime skin that I had smashed to death and smiled triumphantly. Perhaps because the giant slime gave me too much pressure, I let go this afternoon and rushed directly to the 3 slimes, smashing one to death instantly, killing another with acid spray, and then perfectly avoiding the acid spray of the last slime, turning around and smashing it to death with a stick. Although these are all level 1 slimes, each one can provide at least 1 experience point and 1 copper coin. In addition, the 5 summons work well together, and they also kill several slimes. Experience instantly increased by 8 points. I still need 11 experience points to reach level 4. I licked my lips, picked up the stick, transformed into a slime killer, and continued hunting. Get Slime Soul X1, experience points plus 1. Get Slime Soul X1, experience points plus 1. Get Slime Soul X1, experience points plus 2. In a few minutes, I reached level 4. Name, Anno. Race, human. Level, 4. Experience, 0 out of 400. Occupation, none. Magic, 12 of 40. Skills, low-level perception, acid spray. Talent, sacrifice spirit. The magic power limit has increased by another 10 points. However, looking at the attributes of the level 4 slime I just summoned, I feel a little complicated. Race, slime. Level, 4. Health, 40/40ths. Mana, 200/200. Skills, Swallow, Perception, Acid Spray. The level 4 slimes are obviously much bigger than before. Originally, they were as big as vegetable baskets, but now they are 50 centimeters long. It is difficult for manhwa to pick them up. But the reason why I couldn't laugh was that its magic power increase was too exaggerated. I know that slimes are monsters, so it's normal for them to have higher magic power. But why do my magic power only increase by 10 points when I level up, while its magic power increases by 50 points? Do they really want me to be a summoner who stays at home? Damn it, there is no summoner among the 6 major professions. I was both angry and happy about this. I was angry because I couldn't last long, but I was happy because the more magic power the slime had, the higher the frequency of acid shooting. I want to go into the city. I smashed a level 2 slime to death. I want to heal my left hand. I smashed another level 1 slime to death. I want to make money and become a professional. I then smashed a level 1 slime to death. So, slime, don't blame me. Your sacrifice is for the great Lord Anno. I spoke neurotically to the dead slime. Soon after, all the slimes on the grassland quickly turned into slime skins. Half an hour later, my mana was fully restored, and I replaced all my summons with level 4 slimes. Although level 1 and 2 slimes on the grassland still provide 1 and 2 experience points, level 3 slimes are becoming increasingly difficult to beat, and level 4 slimes are even rare. As a result, a lot of souls and skins were harvested, but the growth of experience points became abnormally slow. After more than 3 hours of hard work, I only gained 220 experience points, and I still need 180 experience points to reach the next level. After swinging the mallet for a long time, my arms felt a little sore and I was ready to take a break. Let the summoned slime continue to kill the wild slimes while I put the slime skins together. 201 more slime souls, a total of 310. 206 slime skins? Huh? Oh, I kept 5 as spares yesterday. Hee, I made 2 more silver coins this morning. I couldn't help but smirk, and suddenly realized a problem. One of my level 4 slimes had lost its signal. As a summoned creature, I can always sense their presence. There's only one possibility if the signal is lost. What is it that can kill my level 4 slime? I immediately looked in the direction of the slime that lost the signal. Although the summoned slimes are still fragile, they are much faster. Unless you are attacked in a group, it is difficult to be hit by low-level slimes. As I turned around, I saw a huge slime several dozen meters away, jumping straight towards me. Hiss, it's it. I grinned, immediately got up from the ground, and held the wooden stick tightly. Although the giant slime has no expression, I seemed to be able to feel its endless rage. But this time, I didn't run away. Instead, I immediately summoned back 4 level 4 slimes. I decided to give it a try and conquer this giant slime. Chapter 12. Fighting a Giant Slime. Bang. Bang. Every time the giant slime bounced and landed, it made a deafening noise. As it got closer and closer to me, I felt the ground shaking. When it came to about 10 meters in front of me, it stopped and confronted me. This time, I had enough time to carefully observe the giant slime opposite. Its appearance was no different from that of a low-level slime, except that its size was much larger, reaching a full meter in diameter. However, the last time I was hurt by it reminded me that this is not an easy opponent. It was too far away, so I didn't dare approach it rashly and could only wait patiently for it to attack first. Fortunately, after the previous rest, my 40 magic points have been fully restored. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. I tensed all my muscles, ready to react when the giant slime attacked. After a few seconds, the giant slime finally couldn't bear it anymore and sprayed acid at me. The acid rushed towards me 10 meters away like a high-pressure water gun. Flash! I quickly rolled sideways to avoid the acid, and then I rushed forward, swinging my club, ready to attack. 100%, full strength. I shouted loudly and smashed the slime hard with the stick in my hand. However, just as we were about to get close enough, the giant slime suddenly jumped up and hit me in the face. That huge body, with its huge weight, smashed over like a stone wall. Plop. I just felt that my head was hit like a stone wall, and I was knocked back 2 steps and fell to the ground. When I got up from the ground, I was dizzy, staggering, and feeling a little weak. Before I could stand firm, the giant slime aimed at my abdomen again and hit me with a violent impact. I didn't have time to react, and my body was bent into a bow shape and flew several meters away. Puff. I spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately became much more sober, but the pain in my body and the dizziness were still there. At this moment, the giant slime rushed towards me again, and I immediately ordered the summoned slimes next to me, the little slimes, to attack. Although the level 4 slim was only half a meter in size and sprayed less acid, they still successfully hit the giant slime. The acid corroded its skin, instantly leaving 5 small holes as thick as thumbs on its body. However, Just as I was about to laugh out loud, I saw that the little holes were healing quickly. In less than 5 seconds, the small hole was completely restored to its original state. No way, it can actually heal itself. My heart tightened and my face became serious. Seeing the giant slime jumping towards me again, I quickly dodged. Boom. It landed hard again with a loud thud, hitting the grass hard and just missing me. Taking this opportunity, I swung the stick and hit the giant slime hard. However, when the blow hit its skin, I only felt that the stick was hitting cotton and did not cause any harm to it at all. Damn it. If I had a sharp weapon in my hand, I should be able to cut its body open. I thought helplessly, holding the stick and looking at the skin of the giant slime. Based on the feeling just now, I knew that its skin was much tougher than that of low-level slimes, and this round stick was completely useless. At this time, the giant slime was about to spray acid again, and I immediately ran away. Who would have thought that when it saw me retreating, it actually turned its target to the slimes I summoned? I saw a little Moo jumping and trying to dodge, but was still hit by the acid sprayed by the giant slime. Xiaomu was instantly corroded into a spot of light and disappeared into the air. Zim, acid spray. Seeing this, I didn't dare to let the remaining Xiaomu stay away from the giant slime, so I commanded them to attack in a concentrated manner. The 4 little munchkins sprayed acid at the giant slime at the same time. The acid hit its body, quickly corroding 4 small holes, and more jelly-like substances began to flow out of the wounds. However, this time, I noticed something unusual. The wound healing slowed down. Last time it only took 5 seconds to heal, but now it's taking 8 seconds. Although it was only a short gap of 3 seconds, it gave me hope. There must be a limit to its self-healing ability. If I can create a big enough wound, it might not be able to heal. With this in mind, I kept adjusting my strategy. I walked to the front of the giant slime to attract its attention, and let the little slimes stand together, ready for the next wave of acid spray. Chirp. When the giant slime saw me approaching, it gave up its original target and rushed towards me again. I dodged immediately and continued to circle the grassland with it. It was not until the acid spray skills of the little mews had finished cooling down that I came to them with the giant slime. Injection. The 4 little mews aimed at the front of the giant slime and used acid spray. This time, the acid successfully corroded a fist-sized wound on the giant slime's body, and the jelly liquid in its body gushed out. Chee, chirp. The giant slime was obviously in great pain. It kept jumping on the spot and looked very painful. It works. I couldn't help but get excited when I saw this scene. After several rounds of precise attacks, the wound on the giant slime gradually deepened. However, it did not die, but instead attacked me angrily. But it doesn't know that every injury it suffers will cause it to lose more mucus. And this mucus is the basis of its survival. As time went on, the giant slime's reactions became slower and slower, and its movements became clumsy. It tried to run away, but it no longer had the strength to avoid the attacks of the little ones. Haha, come on if you have the guts. I sneered, giving up the attack and focusing on interfering. After several rounds of attacks and consumption, the giant slime finally felt the real threat. It gave up attacking me and turned to run away. But can it escape? It's time for revenge. I already remember that it once cost me 1 silver coin to heal my injured arm. Today, I will make it pay for it. Accept your death quickly, and then serve me. Chapter 13, Killing the Large Slime. The injured giant slime's jumping speed slowed down significantly, and the healing speed of the small holes on its body corroded by the little slime's acid spray was also greatly reduced. Within 100 meters, the giant slime's body was covered with holes, and the mucus in its body kept flowing, showing a gradually weakening appearance. When I saw this scene, my heart was filled with excitement. I can't let you get away. I was planning to summon the giant slime as my summoned creature, so how could I let it escape like this? Using my legs to exert force, I quickly overtook the giant slime in front of me and blocked its way. Chirp. The slime made a rapid cry. Seeing me standing in front of it, it sprayed acid and jumped hard, trying to jump behind me. I easily dodged its acid attack, looked up at the giant slime in midair, and summoned my minions to prepare for its next wave of attacks. The little ones approached the giant slime's body accurately in the air, and 4 streams of acid hit its body like precise arrows. As the giant slime landed on the ground, mucus spurted out from the wounds in its body like a fountain. It fell to the ground, paralyzed and motionless. However, just as I was about to attack, I noticed that the Xiaomu's magic power was exhausted, and my magic power was also used up long ago. Without magic, I could only walk towards the giant slime carefully, ready to give it a fatal blow. Just when I was about 2 meters away, suddenly, a huge slime jumped up. Its body full of wounds suddenly opened a crack, and it pounced towards me. Fuck. Although I was careful, I didn't expect it to suddenly attack in this way. In panic, I quickly summoned 4 little mews and quickly let them stand in front of me, while swinging the wooden stick and hitting them hard. Manhwa didn't stop, but turned around and kept his distance. The little mums managed to block the attack for me. They quickly blocked the giant slime's open mouth with their bodies, and when the mouth closed, I could feel that they were dead. I took a deep breath and watched the mucus sprayed by the giant slime slowly crawling into the depths of the grassland. I couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. My stick had just been eaten in half, and the beveled end was covered in corrosion. If I had reacted a little slower, it wouldn't have been Xiaomu who was swallowed, but me. It's quite thrilling. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead and swung the stick in my hand hard at the giant slime. Puff. The other end of the wooden stick accurately inserted into the body of the giant slime. Its body trembled, and then it stopped moving. I waited for less than a minute and saw a ball of green substance rising from the deflated giant slime and quickly merged into my body. The color changed. I looked at the green soul, my heart full of doubts. When I saw the panel display obtained 1 large slime soul, EXP plus 120, I almost jumped up with excitement. Apparently, the monster that had been called the giant slime is actually called the large slime, and its level is very high. I remember when I was level 0, I only got 70 experience points by killing a goblin, but this large slime gave me 120 experience points. The level of the large slime must be above level 5. The more I thought about it, the more certain I became, especially because of the different colors of the souls. Before, no matter whether it was a level 1 or level 4 slime, I would get an ordinary slime soul after killing it, but this time, large slime soul was listed separately. I picked up the large slime skin on the ground and couldn't wait to summon it, but my magic power was insufficient, so I had to retreat to his safe place and slowly recover my magic power. The battle with the giant slime lasted for about 10 minutes, and my physical strength and magic power were almost exhausted. 10 minutes later, I recovered some mana and prepared to summon a large slime. However, the panel showed that I could not sacrifice green souls of level 6 or above because my level was too low. Fuck. I was so angry that I almost cursed. Now I am still 60 experience points away from level 5, not to mention level 6. I reluctantly packed up my spoils, holding the slime skin and the damaged wooden stick, and prepared to return to the town of Grul. Judging from the position of the sun, it was noon. I saw smoke rising from the chimney in the distance and felt a sense of anticipation. Walking into the blacksmith shop, I put 200 slime skins on the counter and shouted, "I'm here to ship." Old John saw that I was covered in dust, obviously having just returned from the grassland, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching a few times. In the morning, several hundred slimes were killed. Is this guy an ordinary person? He took the slime skin with a smile, took out 2 silver coins and handed them to me. Here are 2 silver coins, keep them. I looked at the remaining 2 silver coins in my hand and felt a little satisfied. But then I took out the half-remaining stick and asked, "My weapon is broken. Do you have any weapons that can be sold for 1 or 2 silver coins?" It's not that I really don't want to buy a good weapon, but I have been eyeing that fine steel sword for a long time, but obviously I don't have enough money. Old John picked up my stick and looked at it for a while, smacked his lips, and then went to the weapon rack to pick a dagger. This dagger is 50 centimeters long, the hilt is 12 centimeters, and the blade is 38 centimeters. The price is 8 silver coins, but I can give you a discount and sell it to you for 5 silver coins. Old John smiled and handed me the dagger. However, you must sell the slime skins you get in the future to me first. I will still buy them at 1 copper coin. I understand that Old John wants to cooperate with me for a long time and prevent me from selling the slime skin to other merchants. But the problem is, I don't have that much money. I shook my head helplessly. Ha ha ha. With the speed at which you hunt slimes, you'll get one soon. Old John laughed loudly, not feeling embarrassed at all. You can pay a deposit of 3 silver coins first. As long as you can pay the remaining 2 silver coins within 2 days, I won't charge you any interest. He took out a piece of parchment, wrote down the acquisition terms that had just been negotiated, and handed me a pen. I took a look and saw no problem, so I signed my name. When I left the blacksmith shop, I had a dagger on my waist, and my only belongings were 1 silver coin and a few copper coins, and I still owed Old John 2 silver coins. It's just 2 silver coins. I can pay it back this afternoon. I touched the scabbard of the dagger and took a deep breath. With the new weapon, let's set the goal for this afternoon at 300. With my current strength, plus the newly acquired dagger, killing 300 slimes is no problem at all. Chapter 14 Bully Harry. Inua walked out of the blacksmith shop and headed straight for the Guangyue Tavern. The battle with the large slime in the morning had exhausted him, and he was already very hungry. Before he reached the pub, he saw a long line outside it, and the door was packed with people. What's going on? Inua was a little confused. The business of the Kazuki Tavern was usually good, but why was it so popular today? He looked around and found that almost all the people in the queue were young men. People outside looked in from time to time, looking like they were expecting something. "Brother, is there a discount at the Guangyue Tavern today?" Why are there so many people? Inua walked to the end of the line and patted the shoulder of a young man in front of him. The man turned around and saw a ragged man standing in front of him. He was stunned at first and then showed a look of disgust. But when he saw the dagger at Inua's waist, his eyes immediately became gentle. Brother, the people who came to Gwangyue Tavern today did not come for food, but for 2 beauties. Inua raised his eyebrows and repeated, 2 beauties. That's right. The young man pointed at the tavern, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I don't know where Uncle Lewin brought back these 2 women from. They are so beautiful, and they are exotic beauties with black hair and black eyes. I have never seen a woman with black hair and black eyes in my life, and I don't know which country they are from. Hey, why do you have black hair too? The young man suddenly stopped talking in the middle of his words. The man in front of him, who looked a bit difficult to deal with, also seemed to have black hair and black eyes, and was somewhat similar to the beauty he had just described. Inua listened and said speechlessly, just for this. He also has black hair. He has been in this small town for 2 days, but why doesn't he see anyone else looking at him? When it comes down to it, men are really LSPs. Inua shook his head and secretly decided to leave and buy some black bread. Judging from the situation, he would not be able to eat even if he waited another hour. However, just as Anno turned around and prepared to leave, a commotion suddenly broke out in the tavern. The diners stood up and rushed out of the pub, reminding others as they ran, Bully Harry is in there. The crowd queuing outside suddenly became chaotic, and after hearing the news, they all ran away. After a while, the Gwangyue Tavern, which was bustling just now, became deserted. Inua felt something was wrong. He was planning to leave when he suddenly remembered his 2 compatriots working in the tavern. Let's just count them as compatriots. Let's go and have a look. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and walked slowly towards the tavern. Ha ha ha, 2 beauties. As long as you follow me, Harry, I promise that you will have a worry-free life and you won't have to work as waitresses in this shabby tavern anymore. Stinky man, let me go, let me go. Woo-woo, Uncle Lun, save us. As soon as he entered the tavern, Anno heard a loud conversation. The already small space in the pub now looked even more messy, with overturned tables and chairs and spilled food and wine everywhere. The table in the middle of the tavern was the only one that had not been overturned, and 5 men with knives on their waists stood around it. One of them was less than 1.7 meters tall, with blonde hair and a sharp face. He looked extremely wretched and was grabbing 2 delicate arms. As expected, these 2 people were the exotic beauties who attracted the attention of men in the town, Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong. Lu Yin struggled desperately, but the wretched man was much stronger than her, and she couldn't break free at all. Lu Rongrong had a terrified look on her face, tears streaming down her face, and she turned her head to the tavern owner, Lewin, for help. Inua narrowed his eyes and recognized the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground and shivering. It was Lewin, the owner of the Gwangyue Tavern. The situation was clear at a glance. The 2 beauties had attracted the attention of people with bad intentions because of their extraordinary looks, and the bad guys this time were obviously not simple, so the diners in the tavern did not dare to intervene. An idea flashed through Inua's mind. Now that we have seen this situation, we cannot just stand by and watch. He took a deep breath and was about to take action when several armored men in the tavern looked at him. When Harry saw Anno, a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. He turned around and winked at one of them, who then kicked the stool at his feet and fiercely kicked it towards Inua, saying coldly, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Lord Harry say that the pub is closed? Get out of here." Inua looked at the man and saw the information on the panel at a glance. Name, Burton. Race, human. Level, 3. Occupation, trainee warrior. Skills, basic sword skills. Talent, none. Burton is 1.8 meters tall and has a strong build. He is obviously a warrior, and his only skill is basic sword skills. Looking at the other people, he found that their levels were not low. Except for Harry, the other 4 were level 3 apprentice warriors, and their skills were also basic sword skills. Harry's level is higher. So you know me. Harry laughed and looked at Inua. Since you know that it is Master Harry who is doing the work here, how dare you cause trouble here? Inua frowned, looking at this group of arrogant people, and had already made plans in his mind. At first, when Harry saw the dagger on Anno's waist, he was a little wary, thinking that Anno might be a professional. But then he noticed that Anno was in rags, like someone from the slums, and felt that Anno was not worth mentioning at all. Burton, cripple one of his hands, and see if he dares to meddle in other people's business again. Harry ordered dismissively. Yes, sir. Burton walked towards Anno with a smile. Boy, don't think you can be a hero and save the damsel in distress just by holding a weapon. Lord Harry is not someone a country bumpkin like you can offend. As he said this, he reached out to grab the dagger at Annuo's waist. Bang! There was a sharp light in Anno's eyes, and he raised his leg and kicked Burton in the chest. Oh, Burton was kicked out and fell heavily on several tables, holding his stomach and groaning. This kick silenced the entire audience, and everyone's eyes were focused on Anua. Anua breathed slightly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Who dares to do it again? Chapter 15, First Battle. Burton, what's going on? Harry never expected that Anno could actually knock Burton, a trainee fighter, away. Seeing Burton lying on the ground groaning in pain, unable to speak, Harry was furious. Waste. He thought that Burton was careless and was ambushed by Annual. Then, he turned to look at Anua and shouted angrily. You bastard, you dare to hit my people. All three of you, come at me together. As long as you don't kill me, I, Harry, will take care of it. Swish, swish, swish. 3 long swords were unsheathed and rushed towards Anno with great momentum. Anua was not panicked. He drew his dagger and retreated quickly. The space in the tavern was limited, and Annuo knew that he was not suitable for fighting here. The street outside was his advantage. Moreover, it is impossible for the guards to just ignore the armed fights on the streets. Even if he had underestimated the strength of Harry and his men and was at a disadvantage, once the guards arrived, the other side would not dare to continue fighting. Boy, you dare to resist? I'll break your legs. One of the lackeys angrily chased Anno out and raised his sword to chop at Anno. Like Harry, he saw that Anno was not wearing a professional seal and thought that Anno was just an ordinary person and not worth mentioning at all. And Nua had no idea what these people were thinking. This was his first time facing human professionals. Although he was just a trainee soldier, Annuo's spirit remained highly tense. Seeing the big knife chopping down, his eyes flashed, he dodged sideways, and quickly kicked the opponent on the shoulder. The person who was kicked staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. You have some skills. Tommy steadied himself, licked his lips, and his eyes flickered. Hey guys, this kid has some problems, be careful. 2 companions also came out and stood in a row with Tommy, obviously full of confidence. Hee, no matter how strong he is still an ordinary person, not to mention there are 3 of us. Stop talking nonsense, and come together. The 3 men brandished their swords, quickly surrounded Anua, and launched an attack. Upon seeing this, Anua immediately activated the low-level perception skill. A wave of magical power swept over, and the scene within a 3-meter range was quickly imprinted in his mind. Clang, clang, clang. Anua did not observe the movements of the 3 people, but concentrated his mind, and the dagger in his hand was able to accurately block their attacks every time. It looked a little flustered, but he wasn't hurt. Instead, Tommy was cut on the arm by Anno with a dagger. Everyone be careful. This kid has some problems. Tommy covered his bleeding right arm and took a few steps back, his face full of fear. 3 against 1, and he still got injured. Moreover, every time this kid attacks from behind, he can be accurately blocked. Is he really an ordinary person? He can't be a professional without a professional stamp. Tommy was becoming more and more confused. After Tommy withdrew from the battle, Anno's pressure suddenly eased. He used his short sword to block the broadsword of one of them, and at the same time swept the opponent's lower body with his leg. The man lost his balance and fell to the ground, hitting the stone floor hard. Hateful. The last man cursed angrily and raised his knife, ready to chop Anno from behind. But with the help of low-level perception, Annuo could accurately sense the opponent's movements. Before the opponent could exert any force, he turned around suddenly, rushed forward, and pointed the dagger at the opponent's throat. Dang! Balky stopped the long knife in his hand and suddenly knelt on the ground, with cold sweat on his forehead and a pale face. Mercy, mercy! He kept begging for mercy, fear in his eyes. He usually bullies ordinary people and rookie apprentices, but he didn't expect to meet a tough guy like Annuo today. Seeing this, Tommy turned around and ran back to the tavern, shouting at the top of his lungs, Sir, it's bad. It's bad. Harry, who was about to take the 2 girls upstairs to the room to do something bad, heard Tommy shout and angrily said, You son of a bitch! What are you yelling for? Tommy pointed outside the door breathlessly. That kid. Harry saw Tommy's left arm covered in blood and interrupted him directly. Did you beat him to death? If he's dead, go and turn yourself into the guards, and I'll get you out in 2 days. Now, get out and guard it, and don't let anyone disturb me. No, sir. Tommy was sweating anxiously. That kid is not dead. This blood is mine. The 3 of us can't beat him. What? Never fought? Harry froze, looked back at Tommy, and his face darkened when he noticed the wound on his arm. When Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong saw the blood on Tommy's body, they thought that Anua was injured and their hearts tightened. But then they saw Harry's arrogant words and realized that the situation had reversed. Harry let go of the 2 women and walked out of the pub in a rage. Seeing Balk kneeling on the ground with a look of fear on his face, Harry's anger erupted again. You are a bunch of rubbish. You can't even deal with one person. What's the point of having you? As he said this, he kicked Ford. Ford didn't dare to resist, so he quickly lowered his head and responded respectfully. Umph, you are really good. Harry drew out his long sword, pointed the tip of the sword at Anua, and said through gritted teeth, as a professional, even if no force is willing to accept you, you must wear the professional seal. When you became a professional, didn't your mentor even tell you this common sense? Harry is no fool. He noticed that the person who could not be defeated by 4 trainee fighters could not be an ordinary person. In his opinion, Anua was at least a level 3 or even level 4 professional. But unexpectedly, Anno did not bring his professional seal, which surprised Harry greatly. Professional seal? What is that? When Annuo heard what Harry said, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. He didn't know that it was common knowledge in Angromlos that no matter who they were, as long as they were a professional, they would wear a professional seal. Playing dumb. Harry snorted coldly, his eyes full of contempt. I don't care whether you are really stupid or pretending to be stupid. If you dare to delay my good deeds, I will kill you. When Anua heard this, he secretly judged in his heart that Harry was definitely an experienced professional, at least better than him. However, Anua did not want to back down. If you can beat me, then try it. Chapter 16 Sweep and Guards. The moment Harry rushed over, Anno did not panic at all and quickly prepared to fight. As a level 4 trainee soldier, his physical fitness should be not much different from mine. Through the fight with Tommy and others, Annuo gained a preliminary understanding of the trainee fighter's strength. Although Harry is 1 level stronger than Tommy and the others, he believes he can handle it. When the sound of swords clashing rang out violently, and sparks flew everywhere. Both of them exerted force at the same time, trying to push each other down. Logically speaking, a warrior should be stronger than those in other professions, but Harry is short and not strong enough, and he is still an apprentice warrior. And in this struggle, Annuo actually had a slight advantage. Bang! Annuo suddenly kicked Harry back, quickly grabbed the sword with his backhand, and stared at the other party vigilantly. Asshole! Harry looked down and saw the footprints on his clothes, and he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Go to hell, Sweep. Harry growled and rushed towards Anno, slashing horizontally with the sword in his hand at an extremely fast speed. After using Sweep, Harry's sword speed was so fast that it was almost invisible, and he approached Anno in an instant. Anua narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that the other party had used a skill, and retreated decisively. In the end, the tip of Harry's knife grazed Anno's chest, almost causing a fatal injury. Escaped. Anua breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he looked down, he found a wound over 20 centimeters long on his chest, and blood was flowing out quickly. What's going on? Anua frowned. He clearly dodged Harry's attack, so how did he get hurt? Is this a warrior's skill? Harry looked at Anno's chest bleeding, and a smug smile appeared on his face. You can't dodge, Sweep, just because you want to. The blade's energy can cut your skin, even from a distance. This is what happens when you anger me. Harry scoffed, clearly smug. Good fellow. Anua was a little surprised, thinking to himself. He actually explained it to the enemy. It's not easy to survive until now. Die. Harry rushed forward again with the knife in hand. Annuo immediately lowered his body and focused his eyes on Harry's hand holding the knife. Clang. The 2 men fought again. This time, Anno no longer competed with Harry in strength. Instead, he took the opportunity to stretch out his left hand and aimed at Harry's right hand holding the knife. Acid spray. Anno activated his skill without hesitation. Ah! Harry screamed. The long knife in his hand fell to the ground, and he looked at his bloody right hand in horror. He covered his right hand and screamed. Anno took the opportunity to put the dagger against Harry's neck. Harry's face turned pale, and his screams stopped immediately. He kept begging for mercy. Calm down, brother. Calm down. Burton and others were stunned when they saw this. Harry was actually injured, the dagger was at his neck, and the situation reversed in an instant. Asshole, let go of the master. Burton and his men hurried forward, pointed at Anno, and shouted, Do you know Lord Harry's identity? Sharp Carl, the captain of the Bloodscar mercenary group, the 3rd-ranked mercenary group in the Vaka mercenary group, is Lord Harry's brother. If you dare to hurt Lord Harry, Lord Sharp will not let you go. Harry nodded hurriedly. Yes, yes, yes. My brother is a level 10 knight. If you hurt me, my brother will not let you go. A level 10 knight really has a backer. And Anua sighed in his heart, and finally understood why Harry was so arrogant. Harry has a powerful brother behind him, Sharp Car, who is at level 10 and is someone he cannot afford to offend right now. However, Inuo did not intend to let Harry go. Given this man's character, there's a high possibility that he's doing something behind my back, and he might even ask his brother for help to deal with me. Just when Inuo was having a headache, a guard in the distance suddenly ran over and shouted from a distance, "What are you doing? Fighting is prohibited in this town." When Harry saw the guards, he felt like he had seen a savior. His face changed, and he shouted hurriedly, "Help! Someone is trying to kill me." When Inuo saw the guards coming, he also put away his dagger. Harry quickly stepped back and hid behind Burton and others. "What happened?" A middle-aged guard walked up to the group and asked with a frown, "Why is there a fight with weapons?" Harry immediately pointed at Anno and complained, "Guards, this pariah wants to kill me. He wants to kill people in town. Arrest him." Brooke glanced at the wounds on Harry's body. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. "It's you again. Harry, you're the one causing trouble in town. Why is it always like this?" Brooke showed surprise in his eyes, because in the small town of Grul, someone could actually hurt Harry. He looked at Inuo, who was dressed in rags, but did not jump to conclusions immediately and asked, "Is that the case?" Anno was relieved to see that Brooke was obviously unhappy with Harry, so he answered truthfully, "No. They are the ones who wanted to hurt me. I was just defending myself." "Nonsense." Harry jumped out and cursed, "It's you, the beast, who hurt me and bit me back. Guards, arrest him and hang him." Brooke sneered and asked, "Do you still want to deal with the person who reported the case? Do you want to take revenge privately?" Harry's tone weakened, realizing that this was not the town of Occam, and he dared not be arrogant anymore. "Damn it. Bad luck." Harry cursed under his breath and turned in the direction of the tavern. Brooke ordered another guard, "Owen, go get the priest to treat Harry." "Okay." Owen responded with a smile and walked towards the church. Harry cursed angrily, "These two bastards." Inuo smiled and said, "It seems that you are not welcome in this town." The two guards obviously had something against Harry and didn't give him any face at all. Harry was nearly exploding with rage, but knew he couldn't fight the guards, so he just stormed away. Chapter 17 Career Seal. The church was located in the center of Grul town, not far from the Light Moon Tavern. In less than a few minutes, Owen arrived with the old pastor. As soon as Harry saw the old priest, he quickly took out a silver coin from his pocket and handed it to the priest to heal himself. At this time, Brooke came out of the tavern with two women. "I have understood the matter clearly," Brooke said to Harry in a gloomy tone. "It all started because you wanted to do something rude to these two ladies and destroyed the tavern's facilities. Now you need to compensate the tavern 5 silver coins and apologize to the two ladies." As for Mr. Anno, he was judged to be acting in self-defense in this incident, so Mr. Anno is not responsible for the injuries of Harry and his group. Harry needs to pay for Mr. Anno's medical treatment. Harry was so angry that he almost exploded. "What? I have to compensate the pub and apologize to these two women, but I also have to pay for the treatment of this brat." Brooke chuckled and said, "Or you can choose to spend some time in jail." Harry was stunned for a moment. When he heard the word prison, his face changed and he clenched his fists. Okay, I'll remember you. Just wait for me." He poured out 6 silver coins from his purse, handed one to the old priest, and threw the rest to the tavern owner, Lon. Then he turned to Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong and said unwillingly, "I'm sorry." After saying that, he ignored them and left with his men. Brooke looked at Harry's back and said doubtfully, "I am honored to be remembered by Master Harry. But as a guard of Viscount Renault, I have the obligation to maintain order in the territory. I hope you can be more restrained in the future." At this moment, Harry suddenly stopped, turned around and walked back, pointing at Inuo and said, "Guard, I want to report. This person is not wearing a professional seal, which violates the kingdom's regulations. I hope you can enforce the law justly and put this person in jail." "What?" Brooke frowned, walked up to Inuo and examined him. "Please show me your professional seal." Inuo felt confused and thought to himself, "Professional seal? How do I know what that is?" He glanced at the gloating Harry and answered honestly, "Sorry, I don't have a professional stamp." "You don't have a professional seal?" Harry shouted immediately, "My hands were injured by your magic. Everyone has seen the injuries. How did you learn magic if you don't have a professional seal?" Brooke's face changed, and he stretched out his right hand to Anno, saying seriously, "The kingdom stipulates that all professionals must wear their professional seals when going out. In emergencies, professionals are obliged to assist the guards in handling matters. Otherwise, it will be regarded as evading professional obligations and will be severely punished. Mr. Anno, please take out your professional seal." Anno heard Brooke's increasingly serious tone and realized that the professional seal might be of great importance. If a professional seal is like an ID card, which every professional must have, then it would indeed be confusing if you don't have one. "I don't really have a career chops," Anno explained. "I've only been in this town for a few days. Although I've always wanted to go to Vockham to choose a career, I've never had the chance." Are you trying to tell us that you didn't learn from any mentor, but learned magic on your own and became an apprentice magician? Harry scoffed. Are you kidding me? Burton stepped forward, pointed at Anno, and said loudly, Guards, I suspect he is a spy sent by other countries. Catch him quickly. Spy. Brooke raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Anno. He was indeed a little confused. Inua had black hair and black eyes, and looked different from the locals. Anyone who becomes a professional must be guided by a mentor who will give them a professional stamp. It doesn't make sense that you don't have a professional stamp. Brooke looked at Anno again and didn't see any magic wand on him, which made him even more confused. How can you perform magic without a magic wand? The old priest suddenly spoke. He looked at the dagger in Anuo's hand and said with a smile, This is just an ordinary steel dagger, not a magic wand. How can you use magic? Oh, that's right. Tommy suddenly shouted, Why didn't this kid use a magic wand to guide the magic just now? Burton and Bulk said in unison, I didn't see it either. There are very few top magic geniuses who can use themselves as a medium to directly communicate with the elements of nature to release magic. Apart from these very few geniuses, magicians must use magic wands. The old priest continued, Anuo's magic fluctuations are only slightly more than those of an ordinary person, which is not enough to communicate with the elements of nature. How can he release magic without the help of a magic wand? Brooke was stunned for a moment, realizing that she had been misled by Harry and others. You said Anno cast magic? But he didn't even use a magic wand. And he doesn't look like someone who can cast magic directly. Brooke began to wonder if she had made a mistake in judgment. Harry looked embarrassed and felt trapped, with no reasonable rebuttal to offer. Anno had not worn a professional seal from the beginning, but now it seems that he is not a spy, but a young man who seems to have not yet chosen a career. The whole situation suddenly became awkward. Brooke took a deep breath, turned to the other guards and said, Wait a minute, I'll go check this out. At the same time, the look he gave Inua was no longer as suspicious as before, but contained a little more understanding. Chapter 18 The Old Pastor's Assist. Annual listened to the old pastor's explanation in silence, only to realize that he had unknowingly led the situation in a direction that was beneficial to him. The old priest looked at Harry and his accomplices and continued, In short, either Anno is a magical genius that only appears once in a century and can cast magic without using a wand, or he is not an apprentice magician at all, has no professional seal, and lacks qualifications. Brooke looked at Anno, felt the faint magic power in him, and shook his head. After becoming a professional, one will have at least 100 points of magic power, but Inua's magic power level is too low, only 40 to 50 points at most. This level of magic power does not meet the requirements of a professional at all. The old pastor glanced at Harry and continued, So, Anno should be the latter. Tommy couldn't help but retort, but he beat all of us by himself. Without even looking up, the old pastor said, Maybe you just haven't learned your skills well enough. Harry was furious when he heard this and shouted, Then how do you explain the wound on my hand? The old priest took a look at Harry's wound and continued, Your injury was caused by the acid corrosion of the slime. If it was magic, corrosion magic is not something an apprentice magician can master. He stroked his beard and further explained, Annuo has been hunting slimes on the grassland these days. He was injured by the slime's acid yesterday and came to me for treatment. Your injury should have been caused by him using the slime's acid on your hand when you were not paying attention. Harry and Anno were both stunned. It was clearly Anno who injured Harry with magic, so how come after the old pastor said that, it turned into slime acid? I didn't expect you to find out. Inua lowered his head guiltily, pretending to follow the old pastor's words and continued, As expected of a pastor, I can't hide these from you. But I'm sorry that I can't tell you about the method of collecting slime acid. After all, I plan to use it to hunt more slimes and save money to become a professional. Annuo's words cleverly guided the topic, and the old priest nodded. Sure enough, if you really hunt slimes on the grassland, it is not difficult to understand the slime skin on your body. Brooke also nodded in approval. At this moment, Harry seemed a little hesitant. He recalled the fight with Anno, and his heart began to waver. Did he really hurt himself with slime acid? Harry shook his head and stopped asking questions. Instead, he began to mutter in a low voice. Did you see clearly just now? Was Inua using magic? Tommy, Burton, and others shook their heads to indicate that they did not see it clearly. Harry cursed indignantly. Humph, it's my bad luck. He looked down at his wound and glared at Inua angrily. Just wait. I will never let anyone who offends me go easily. Harry endured the pain and left, while Annual watched him leave coldly. Anno thanked Brooke and Owen. Thank you for your help. Brooke smiled bitterly and said, Harry relies on his brother and bullies his way every time he comes to town. We can only turn a blind eye. Today he finally suffered a loss, but don't be happy too soon. Harry will definitely bear a grudge against you and find a chance to deal with you. He pointed at the wound on Inua's chest and said seriously, Although you have some strength, you still have to be careful. There is a big gap between professionals and ordinary people. Owen asked curiously, Annuo, are you really not a professional? This is the first time I've seen a non-professional fight off 5 professionals. Harry is a level 4 trainee fighter. Inua smiled bitterly and said, I haven't gone to Vocum to choose a career yet, nor have I learned professional skills. Although I want to become a professional, the current conditions do not allow it. He touched the dagger at his waist and continued, this sword was given to me on credit by Uncle John from the blacksmith shop. Otherwise, I couldn't afford it at all. Brooke and Owen nodded to each other. At this time, the tavern owner Lund finally interrupted. He looked at Anno and said excitedly, my benefactor, if you are short of silver coins, I can give it to you. He stretched out his hand and took out 5 silver coins. If you hadn't helped me today, my clerk would have been killed by Harry. These 5 silver coins are my thanks to you. Luinen's eyes flashed with apology as he looked at Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong. I took them in because I felt sorry for them, but I didn't expect something like this would happen. Fortunately, you showed up in time, otherwise they would be in real danger. Anno didn't expect Lund to be so generous, and he was very touched. Although I don't want to owe anyone a favor, I do need money in my current situation. Finally, Inua took the 5 silver coins and said he would pay it back as soon as possible. Thank you for your help. I will return the money to you. He thought to himself, but now I owe Uncle John 2 silver coins, which makes me 7 silver coins in debt. But at least I have hope of becoming a professional. Chapter 19 Forbidden Forest. In Guangyue Tavern, several people were cleaning up, and the atmosphere of the tavern was still full of busyness. Luin In served a few dishes and invited Inua to sit down for dinner. There were no other customers in the tavern except Inua and his friends. The old priest and the guard had already left, and Inua wanted to leave, but Luin In insisted on inviting him to dinner, and Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong also had something to say. After dinner, Lu Yin began to tell their story. After Inua led the goblins away, she and Lu Rongrong also began to flee in the direction of Grul town. Because they took many detours, it took them a long time to get out of the forest. Fortunately, they were in the right direction, otherwise they might have encountered goblins again. After arriving in Grul town, they were in the same predicament as Inua. They had no money. Lu Yin picked up the windbreaker that Inua had thrown away and put it on. Otherwise, she had no other clothes except the swimsuit. The two had been begging in the town and were found by Luin In. Seeing their pity, Luin In felt pity and let them work in the tavern. At least they could barely make a living. Inua also shared his own experiences, especially the story of how he hunted slimes with a stick. This surprised Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong. This is the first time I've heard of professionals today. It took Lu Yin a long time to digest what Inua said. There are so many monsters in this world. If humans didn't have professionals, they would have been destroyed long ago. Inua went on to say, I want to become stronger, on the one hand to protect myself, and on the other hand to open an adventurer's guild. You know, becoming the president of a guild, leading adventurers to fight monsters and save the world, that feeling is really exciting. He stood up excitedly. Lu Rongrong asked curiously, Adventurers Guild? What is that? Inua sat down and explained, the Adventurers Guild is a group of professionals who accept tasks and help others solve problems. Lund interrupted and asked, isn't that a mercenary group? Inua smiled and said, you can understand it that way. Lund nodded and continued, if you want to start a mercenary group, you have to go to Vocum and apply to the Viscount. You must be a professional. Inua smiled bitterly and said, I know this. I have been killing slimes to make money, just to go to Vocum and become a professional. However, the slime skin was too cheap, only 1 copper coin per piece. After several days of hard work, Anno had only accumulated some, which was not enough for him to become a professional. Hundreds. Oh my god. Luin was stunned. Did they kill all the slimes on the grassland? Inua shook his head. No, there are at least thousands of slimes on the grassland. It's far from enough. Lund sighed and said, 2 years ago, slimes were rampant. I saw slimes hurting people with my own eyes. People were sprayed with their acid, and their wounds rotted, and they were in excruciating pain. If it weren't for Pastor Henry's help, many people would have died at the hands of slimes. When Lu Yin heard this, he was a little shocked. It turned out that slime was so powerful that it could even kill people. Lund continued, how can ordinary humans like us fight against monsters? There used to be dozens of towns around Vocum, but now there are only about 30 left. The rest have been occupied by monsters. Willow Fluffy asked in surprise, how could this happen? Don't those towns have guards? Lund smiled bitterly and said, there are guards, but the monsters are also very powerful. In addition to the slimes, there are also those brutal goblins. Even the guards may not be able to resist the powerful goblins. Annuo thought of the goblins he had encountered. Although they were only level 5 goblins, he almost died in their hands. The combat power of goblins far exceeded that of slimes. At the same level, goblins posed a much greater threat. Lund continued, goblins usually kill human males for food, and keep females captive and rape them, forcing them to give birth to goblin offspring. The goblins in the forest are not just ordinary goblins. There are also some strong ones over level 10. When Anuo heard this, his heart trembled. He thought of the women in the church, especially those who might have been captured by the goblins. Beast. Lu Rongrong's face turned pale and she was trembling all over. Lu Yin also slammed the table and stood up, saying angrily, I'm going to find the guards to save those people. Inua asked hurriedly, what are you going to do? Lu Yin said without turning his head, of course I have to save them. The goblins will not let those women go. I have to save them. Luonin watched Lu Yin hurried out and asked in confusion, did I say something wrong? Ano explained, the goblins may have captured several women. We need to act quickly. Lun's face changed drastically. It's terrible. The goblins in the forest have always been a hidden danger for us. Last year, the mayor spent 2 gold coins to hire a mercenary group and took the guards to wipe them out, but only one mercenary escaped and the others were all dead. Lun continued, there are goblins in the forest that are over level 10. No one can deal with them unless they are mercenaries above level 10, or the Viscount sends troops. Our town simply can't raise that kind of money. He sighed. How can you get into that forbidden forest? Chapter 19 Forbidden Forest. In Guangyue Tavern, several people were cleaning up, and the atmosphere of the tavern was still full of busyness. Luan In served a few dishes and invited Inua to sit down for dinner. There were no other customers in the tavern except Inua and his friends. The old priest and the guard had already left, and Inua wanted to leave, but Luan In insisted on inviting him to dinner, and Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong also had something to say. After dinner, Lu Yin began to tell their story. After Inua led the goblins away, she and Lu Rongrong also began to flee in the direction of Grul town. Because they took many detours, it took them a long time to get out of the forest. Fortunately, they were in the right direction, otherwise they might have encountered goblins again. After arriving in Grul town, they were in the same predicament as Inua. They had no money. Lu Yin picked up the windbreaker that Inua had thrown away and put it on. Otherwise, she had no other clothes except the swimsuit. The two had been begging in the town and were found by Luanin. Seeing their pity, Luanin felt pity and let them work in the tavern. At least they could barely make a living. Inua also shared his own experiences, especially the story of how he hunted slimes with a stick. This surprised Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong. This is the first time I've heard of professionals today. It took Lu Yin a long time to digest what Inua said. There are so many monsters in this world. If humans didn't have professionals, they would have been destroyed long ago. Inua went on to say, I want to become stronger, on the one hand to protect myself, and on the other hand to open an adventurer's guild. You know, becoming the president of a guild, leading adventurers to fight monsters and save the world, that feeling is really exciting. He stood up excitedly. Lu Rongrong asked curiously, Adventurers Guild? What is that? Inua sat down and explained, the Adventurers Guild is a group of professionals who accept tasks and help others solve problems. Lun interrupted and asked, isn't that a mercenary group? Inua smiled and said, you can understand it that way. Lun nodded and continued, if you want to start a mercenary group, you have to go to Vocum and apply to the Viscount. You must be a professional. Inua smiled bitterly and said, I know this. I have been killing slimes to make money, just to go to Vocum and become a professional. However, the slime skin was too cheap, only 1 copper coin per piece. After several days of hard work, Eno had only accumulated some, which was not enough for him to become a professional. Hundreds. Oh my god. Luin was stunned. Did they kill all the slimes on the grassland? Inua shook his head. No, there are at least thousands of slimes on the grassland. It's far from enough. Lun sighed and said, 2 years ago, slimes were rampant. I saw slimes hurting people with my own eyes. People were sprayed with their acid, and their wounds rotted, and they were in excruciating pain. If it weren't for Pastor Henry's help, many people would have died at the hands of slimes. When Lu Yin heard this, he was a little shocked. It turned out that slime was so powerful that it could even kill people. Lun continued, how can ordinary humans like us fight against monsters? There used to be dozens of towns around Vocum, but now there are only about 30 left. The rest have been occupied by monsters. Willow Fluffy asked in surprise, how could this happen? Don't those towns have guards? Lun smiled bitterly and said, there are guards, but the monsters are also very powerful. In addition to the slimes, there are also those brutal goblins. Even the guards may not be able to resist the powerful goblins. Anua thought of the goblins he had encountered. Although they were only level 5 goblins, he almost died in their hands. The combat power of goblins far exceeded that of slimes. At the same level, goblins posed a much greater threat. Lun continued, goblins usually kill human males for food and keep females captive and rape them, forcing them to give birth to goblin offspring. The goblins in the forest are not just ordinary goblins. There are also some strong ones over level 10. When Anuo heard this, his heart trembled. He thought of the women in the church, especially those who might have been captured by the goblins. Beast. Lu Rongrong's face turned pale and she was trembling all over. Lu Yin also slammed the table and stood up, saying angrily, I'm going to find the guards to save those people. Inua asked hurriedly, what are you going to do? Lu Yin said without turning his head, of course I have to save them. The goblins will not let those women go. I have to save them. Luan and watched Lu Yin hurried out and asked in confusion, did I say something wrong? Ano explained, the goblins may have captured several women. We need to act quickly. Lun's face changed drastically. It's terrible. The goblins in the forest have always been a hidden danger for us. Last year, the mayor spent 2 gold coins to hire a mercenary group and took the guards to wipe them out, but only 1 mercenary escaped and the others were all dead. Lun continued, there are goblins in the forest that are over level 10. No one can deal with them unless they are mercenaries above level 10, or the Viscount sends troops. Our town simply can't raise that kind of money. He sighed. How can you get into that forbidden forest? Chapter 21 1v5. Boy, you're so brave. You offended me at noon, and you dare to leave town in the afternoon. Seeing that Ano did not run away, Harry surrounded Ano. Inua glanced at the men holding weapons and asked, Harry, are you going to deal with me? Aha, I'm going to deal with you? Harry and several of his men laughed as if they had heard a funny joke. You went out of town to hunt slimes, but ended up being surrounded by slimes. Isn't it normal for a non-professional to be surrounded and killed by slimes? What does it have to do with me, Harry? Hearing Harry's words, Inua sneered and said, you were at fault for what happened this morning. Do you want to kill me now? Perhaps because Ano's expression was too calm, Harry was annoyed and said viciously, even in Vacum, others have to give me some face. How dare you, a person with no background and no strength, challenge me? You were lucky this morning. You tricked me. Now that I've caught you, you can't escape even if you have wings. Come on, all of you. I'm going to break his legs first and make him kneel down and beg for mercy. Then throw him into the slime pile and let him slowly feel his body being swallowed by the slime bit by bit. After hearing what Harry said, Annuo put Harry on his kill list. Well, I was mentally prepared when I came to the other world. Especially when I saw those brothers die tragically at the hands of the goblins, I understood one thing. In another world, human life may not be valuable. There won't be the civilized laws and moral constraints like in the previous life. If you don't have enough strength to protect yourself, you might die in a corner someday. But I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing just a few days after arriving. In that case, don't blame me for being cruel. When the battle begins, everyone must be prepared to die. After yelling out the last words in his heart, Annuo grasped the dagger in reverse and rushed to Tommy in an instant. Tommy was startled and quickly slashed at Anno with the knife in his hand. But unexpectedly, Annuo was just bluffing. Before Tommy chopped down with his sword, Anno turned around and stabbed Balk next to him with the dagger in his hand. Balky was so frightened that he jumped aside. Die, you bastard. Harry and Burton's attacks arrived almost at the same time. Before the knife fell, Harry felt that the battle was over. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Inua was surrounded. Even if he could quickly knock down 1 or 2 people, there were still 3 people. All it takes is 1 blow from 1 person and Anno will be finished. But what Harry didn't expect was that Annuo seemed to have eyes on his back, and he dodged the attacks from him and Burton by turning his body to the side. Anno didn't even make any big movements. Bang! Annuo kicked Harry away and raised his sword to stab Burton. However, Ford rushed forward and blocked Anno's attack with a knife. Good job, Ford. Burton hurriedly thanked him. Ford grinned, but the next moment he saw Annuo, who was right in front of him, also had a smile on his face. A feeling of uneasiness rose in Ford's heart. Seeing Annuo raising his left hand, Ford wanted to turn around and run away, but it was too late. Acid spray. Annuo raised his left hand, pointed it at Ford's face, and sprayed a stream of acid all over Ford's face. Ah! Ford screamed and dropped the sword in his hand. He put his hands in front of his face, wanting to touch it but not daring to. The severe pain almost made him faint. But soon, he no longer had to endure the pain, because Anno's dagger cut his throat. Ford. Seeing Ford fall down with his hands covering his neck, Burton quickly slashed at Anno, but Anno dodged it with a nimble knife. Plop. Ford fell to the ground, his body twitching. The scene froze for a moment. Harry and the others couldn't believe it. It all happened almost in an instant. Our side has lost 1 member. Annuo lowered his body, holding the dagger horizontally in front of him, without saying a word. Although this is my first time killing someone, it feels no different from killing a goblin. Asshole. When Harry saw Ford's throat was slit, he knew he was going to die. He roared and rushed towards Anno, swinging the sword in his hand continuously. After all, Harry is a level 4 trainee warrior who has undergone systematic training and has the basic sword skills to rely on. Although Inua has reached level 5, his fighting skills are basically what his father, an inspector, taught him. Faced with Harry's fierce attack, Annuo could only defend himself. Harry is assisted by Burton and Tommy. As soon as they made contact, Annuo was stabbed twice on the back. Sweep. When Harry saw Anno was injured, he immediately used his warrior skills. Brush. The big knife swept past, leaving a shadow. But there was no joy on Harry's face. Because Anno seemed to have known that Harry was going to use a skill, and he predicted and dodged it in advance. My lord, it's slime acid. Balk's voice came, and next to him was Ford, who had become a corpse. Just now Balky went to check on Ford's injuries. When Balk saw Ford's corroded face, he immediately remembered Harry's hand being corroded by slime acid at noon. It's slime acid again. Harry was so angry that his teeth were almost broken, but he was much more cautious in the subsequent battles. At noon, he didn't see how Anno threw out the slime acid, and now Anno used the slime acid to kill one of his lackeys. If you get infected, you will most likely die. Burton, Tommy, Balky, all of you come on. I'll be behind you to support you. Harry didn't want to die, so he asked the three men to go forward and consume Anno. When they heard Harry's order, the three men's faces changed, but they still stepped forward and surrounded Anno. Annuo took advantage of this time to catch his breath. When he saw that no white soul rose from Ford's body, he realized that spirit sacrifice could only work on monsters. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Anno set his sights on Balky. From the fight in the morning, Annuo knew that Harry was the strongest, followed by Burton and Tommy, and Ford was the weakest. Ford has been dealt with, and next is Balky. When Anno looked at him, Balk's hair stood on end, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Where did Annuo hide the acid? There was obviously no place on his body to hide anything. The unknown is what makes people afraid. No one wants to be suddenly doused in the face with slime acid. Harry kicked Balk and said angrily, "What are you afraid of? He is alone. The three of you attack together and see who he will attack with acid. Come on." Ah. Burton gritted his teeth and attacked first, followed by Tommy and Balk, who had come to his senses. Harry was on the outer circle, looking for an opportunity. "If you use acid again, I'll finish you off." While Harry was looking for an opportunity, Anno sneered in his heart. "Just as expected, this guy doesn't even dare to take the risk of fighting me." Harry was originally the strongest one, but now he was staying outside for fear of being attacked by Annuo with acid, which greatly reduced Annuo's burden. Burton and his men were only level 3 trainee fighters, but Annuo was level 5. The gap between the two levels has already been reflected in strength and speed. 3 people attacked Annuo at the same time, and Annuo could barely resist. This surprised Burton and the other two, and they increased the intensity of their attack. Bang! He leaned over and kicked Burton down, then used his dagger to block Tommy's attack, and punched the opponent in the stomach with his left hand, knocking him back several steps. Seeing this, Harry hurried down the court to put pressure on. Unexpectedly, Anori ignored him and rushed towards Balky with a dagger in his hand. Good opportunity. Harry's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Anno to completely ignore the attack from behind. When he was about to raise his sword to sweep, for slimes with a diameter of half a meter suddenly appeared in the air. Puff. As soon as the slime was summoned, it sprayed all the acid at Harry. Hastily, Harry raised his arms to shield his face. The acid poured on his arms and scalp, and Harry immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Balk faced Annuo alone, and he was already afraid. Hearing Harry scream, his body trembled violently, and his movements revealed a flaw. Anno seized the opportunity and stabbed Balk's heart twice with his dagger, then turned around to face Burton and Tommy, who were standing there in a daze. Chapter 22. Murder and Arson Gold Belt. "Ah, my head. My head." Harry fell to the ground, rolling from side to side, screaming. A trainee warrior can easily deal with the slime, but that's by relying on agility to dodge the slime's acid and then kill it with a weapon. If you are hit by acid, even if you are a trainee soldier, you will still be injured. Just like Harry now. His arms and scalp had been corroded by the acid and turned into a bloody mess. The intense pain made his eyes roll up and his whole body twitch. "Burton, quick, take me to the priest. Quick." Burton did not move at all after hearing Harry's order. Are you kidding? If he turned around and left now, Tommy would not be able to hold on for long. Once Tommy dies, can Burton still escape? Moreover, the scene before him made Burton feel that the chances of him and Tommy surviving were very low. The two men's eyes were as big as bells, as if they had seen something incredible. Across from them, Enno assumed the same defensive stance as before. But beside him, there were 4 jumping slimes. Am I seeing things? The slime doesn't attack Anua. Tommy swallowed, wondering why slime would help Anno deal with Harry. Asshole, there were clearly no slimes around just now. He created these slimes. Burton pointed at Anno, his forehead covered with cold sweat, and said in a trembling voice, This guy can create monsters. Create monsters. Tommy froze, looked in the direction of Annuo, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He never knew that someone could create monsters. Anyone who can create monsters must also be a monster. Tommy said to Burton in a tearful voice, even Lord Harry has fallen. We are no match for him. Burton, let's run away. Burton was also scared, but he remembered what Annuo said before the fight. Once the battle begins, everyone must be prepared to die. Burton patted Tommy on the shoulder and repeated his words, saying, we want to kill him, and he will definitely not let us go now. We must fight him. But we can't beat him. Tommy saw Annuo making another move and couldn't stop stepping back. We have to fight even if we can't win. Burton roared and rushed towards Anno with a knife in hand. When the swords collided and sparks flew. The next second, the slimes whose skills had already cooled down aimed at Burton and sprayed acid. Burton rolled to the side in panic, but before he could get up, he was kicked down by Annuo again and fell face down on the grass. Phew. The dagger pierced Burton's back, and the latter's eyes widened and his hands tightly grasped the soil. After a while, the light in Burton's eyes gradually dimmed. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. On the other side, Tommy saw this scene and no longer had the will to fight with Annuo, so he turned around and ran away. Annuo naturally would not leave anyone alive. He endured the pain from the wounds on his body, asked the summoned slime to watch over Harry, and quickly chased after him. Don't chase me. Lord Annuo, I know I was wrong. Please, let me go. I will never tell anyone about what happened today. Tommy turned around and saw Anno approaching. He was so scared that he kept begging for mercy. But Annuo ignored him and just kept chasing. Plop. Tommy turned his head to look at Annuo's position and did not notice a protruding stone in front of him, so he tripped and fell to the ground. When he was about to get up and continue running, a foot suddenly stepped on his chest and pushed him back down. Lord Anno, please let me go. It was that bastard Harry who made me do all these bad things. He made me do them. I shouldn't have helped him tease your friends, and I shouldn't have had the intention of harming you. Please, let me go. I have a 10-year-old child at home. Woo-woo. If I die, she will be bullied. Will be bullied. My dear daughter, woo-woo, Daddy is sorry for you. Dad knows I am wrong. Anno pulled the dagger out of Tommy's heart and listened to his begging for mercy gradually turning into confession and finally into a corpse. Maybe you have reasons to want to live, but you don't understand life as well as Burton. Annuo looked at Tommy's body with a complicated expression. When Anno summoned the slime, Burton knew that he would never be able to return alive unless he killed Anno. So even though he knew he couldn't win, he still rushed towards Annuo, fighting for his last chance of survival. Maybe Tommy does have a 10-year-old daughter. But the same thing. Once the battle begins, everyone must be prepared to die. Anno grabbed Tommy's legs and pulled him to Harry's side. At this time, Harry was breathing in more than out. His golden hair was corroded to only clumps, and his red flesh was still bubbling. The acid had not been cleaned up yet and was still corroding. When Harry saw Anno coming over, he stretched out his arm and grabbed Anno's leg. You can't kill me. My brother Sharp Carl is a level 10 knight and the captain of the Bloodstained Mercenary Group, the third-ranked mercenary group in Vacum. If you kill me, he won't let you go. Take me to the priest and save me, and I will repay you well. Harry looked half dead and had difficulty speaking. Is it a reward or revenge? When you decided to kill me, I put you on the kill list. When Harry heard this, his eyes widened suddenly, and he suddenly picked up the big knife thrown aside with his injured right hand and slashed at Anno. Ding. Annuo easily blocked the weak sword with his dagger. You can't kill me. How dare you kill me? My brother will definitely avenge me. Before Harry could say anything, Anno slashed his throat with a dagger. As he waited for death, Harry's heart was filled with regret. Why did I have to mess with this monster? A breeze blew, and the grass on the grassland swayed in the wind. Annuo sat on the grass with a grin on his face. He had been stabbed several times in the previous fight, and his wounds were still bleeding. No, we still have to deal with the aftermath. Annuo glanced at the 5 corpses around him and fixed his eyes on the purses around their waists. It's time to touch the body. Annuo raised the corner of his mouth and pulled down the purses of the 5 people. 5, 10, 43 silver coins. There's even a gold coin. Annuo took out a shiny gold coin from his purse with some surprise. The purses of Burton and the other 3 contained only 20 silver coins and more than 100 copper coins. The rest were searched from Harry's purse. This guy Harry is so rich. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins. In other words, Anno killed 5 people and his wealth increased by 144 silver coins. It's worthy of the gold belt for murder and arson. Annuo smiled bitterly, and seeing the large group of wild slimes being attracted by the summoned slime not far away, he stood up, took his purse and dagger, and left. These slimes eat everything. With them around, the corpses would be devoured quickly. Chapter 23 Shield. Vacum. The headquarters of the Bloodstained Mercenary Group. A tall knight wearing plate armor and with a fierce face walked in from outside. Captain Sharp. When a member of the bloodstained mercenary group saw Sharp, he immediately stood at attention and greeted him. Sharp waved his hand and asked, "Who is the person who went to the surrounding towns to collect security money this quarter?" "Captain, it's your brother. He has been walking for several days. If everything goes well, he should have arrived at Grul today. In 2 days, he will come back with the caravan from Grul to Vakum." Harry. A rare hint of tenderness appeared in Sharp's ferocious eyes. Although he knew that his younger brother often used his name to do bad things. But he only has this one brother. As long as he is there, it doesn't matter if Harry gets into trouble. In Vakum, a level 10 knight is already a top-level warrior. Everyone knows the name of Furious Knight Sharp. It's already April, and some monsters are about to riot again. Sharp's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he ordered his subordinates, "Go and call the other captains over. I want to discuss with them how to fleece our Viscount this year." "Yes." Name, Anno. Race, human. Level, 5. Experience, 7 out of 500. Occupation, none. Magic, 21 out of 50. Skills, low-level perception, acid spray. Talent, sacrifice spirit. Anno's magic power has never been fully restored because when he left the town before, he summoned 4 slimes in the alley for battle. Experience increased by 6 points. Killing people also gives you experience points. Inua discovered this on the way back to town. However, compared to hunting slimes, the difficulty of killing people has increased by who knows how many times. It feels like getting half the result with twice the effort. Walking all the way to the church, Anno found the priest who was praying. "Pastor Henry, I want treatment." Annual walked to the old pastor, his voice a little weak. When old Henry saw Anno, there was something strange in his eyes. A few hours ago, this guy had a conflict with Harry and now he ran back injured. "Are you fighting with Harry and the others again?" Henry checked the knife wound on Anno's back, the magic wand in his hand emitting a soft light. The wounds on Inua's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After performing the healing spell several times in a row, old Henry finally healed all of Anno's wounds. Treatment fee, 2 silver coins. Annua stretched his body, took out 2 silver coins from his pocket, and handed them to Henry. "Inua, you better be quiet these 2 days. The Brook people in town are nice." With him around, no one dared to kill anyone in the town. Harry and his men just came to the town to collect security fees as usual, and they left after a few days. "Then, you can do whatever you want. Don't make yourself hurt all day long. If you are careless one day and lose your life, you will have nothing left," Henry said as he turned and left. He thought that Anno was surrounded and attacked by Harry and had managed to escape with great difficulty. Anua was silent for a while and finally said nothing. He left the church and walked along the town road to the blacksmith shop. Old John looked up and frowned when he saw the person coming. "I heard that you had a conflict with Harry this morning. That guy is not a good guy. You should be careful these days. There is no rush for the debt. After Harry leaves, it will be the same when you go out to hunt slimes." Hearing Old John's caring words, a smile appeared on Anuo's face. "I didn't expect that you already knew about what happened at noon." "Nonsense, Grul is a small town. If anything happens, it won't take long for everyone to know about it." After Old John finished speaking, he remembered to ask Anuo what he was doing here. "I want a shield." Anno pointed at the shield placed against the wall in the store. It was a small wooden round shield only 2 centimeters thick and about 40 centimeters in diameter. On the inside side, there is a handle in the center for easy grabbing. The outward position and edge areas are covered with a thin layer of iron sheet, which adds some defensive capabilities. "This one," Old John said. "Although the defensive power of this small shield is not very strong, it is enough. At least it can block the slime acid or the attack of the apprentice. And it is very light, just right for a little guy like you." When Inua heard Old John calling him little guy, a frown appeared on his forehead. He is about 1.78 meters tall. Although he is not strong, he is well proportioned and can be considered a little guy. But seeing the huge size of Old John, Anuo felt that there was nothing wrong in him calling himself a little guy. This shield cost 2 silver coins, and Old John sold it at cost price. However, Anuo still owes money on credit. Although Anno made a fortune after killing Harry, it was not something that could be made public. On the surface, he didn't have much silver coins. Lun, the owner of the Guanyua Tavern, also donated 5 silver coins to him. If Anuo casually took out a few silver coins now, when someone discovered Harry's death in the future, they would inevitably suspect Anuo. After picking up the shield and fiddling with it for a while, Anuo felt a lot more at ease. "My body is too fragile. If I don't have some defensive equipment, it's easy to capsize." Anno's mind flashed with the scene of Ford and Harry being hit by acid and their skin and flesh being corroded. If they had a shield, they would never have been injured so badly. the results are likely to change. However, there are no ifs. Ano learned from his enemy's lesson and bought a shield for self-defense. You look like a knight. Old John joked. I heard that Lun sponsored you and let you choose a career. I think you can choose the knight career. Ha ha ha. You know about Uncle Lewin's sponsorship of me? I told you, this town is so small. Something like that will spread quickly. And Nua curled his lips in disapproval and said, Pastor Henry won't tell anyone that Lewin needs to keep an eye on Lu Yen. The only people who know about this are Brooke and Owen. Ha ha ha. They're also frequent customers here. After all, the equipment needs regular maintenance. Old John laughed and said, after they solved the problem you had, they came straight here and just happened to tell me about it. Okay, uncle. I'm leaving now. I'll come back next time. Anuo was about to leave with his shield in hand, but was stopped by Old John. Take this. Old John took out a hollow backpack made of several leather belts and stuck the shield inside. When you don't need it, you can carry the shield on your back. Thanks, uncle. Anuo put the shield behind his back, waved his hand, and turned away. Boy, you owe me so much money. Please don't die. Hearing the voice coming from behind, Anua said without turning his head, Don't worry, uncle. I will definitely live longer than you. Asshole. Standing at the edge of the forest, Anua exhaled heavily. There are still 2 hours until dark, so go in and explore carefully first. Chapter 24, Seducing the Goblin. Edge of the Forbidden Forest. Ano summoned 5 level 5 slimes. After his magic power was fully restored, he walked in carefully with a shield in his left hand and a dagger in his right hand. Although the surrounding trees are very tall, the gaps between them are large and the light is sufficient, so it is not dark inside. While being alert to his surroundings, Anuo headed towards the direction of the church in his memory. Boom. Use a dagger to cut a mark on the tree trunk to prevent getting lost in the forest. A few days ago, Ano, who was being chased by goblins, ran wildly in the forest for 10 minutes and then ran away. This time, because of caution, it took Ano more than 20 minutes to see the dilapidated church. Ano immediately moved over and hid behind a big tree, sending a slime to observe the situation. After connecting his consciousness to a summoned slime, Ano's vision turned gray. Chirp. The summoned slime controlled by Ano jumped out of the forest. There were still traces of blood on the ground from the battle 3 days earlier. Judging from the amount of blood, it should be left by the brother who was shot in the arm. After Ano came to the conclusion in his mind, he continued to control the slime forward. Just as the summoned slime was about to approach the collapsed church wall, an arrow suddenly flew from above. The sharp arrow easily pierced the slime's skin and then completely penetrated. Anuo regained consciousness instantly, and his chest was gasping heavily. When he was hit by the arrow just now, Anuo thought he was going to die for a moment. Arrows shot down from above. The summoned slime sent over had its health decreasing continuously and died soon after. But Ano also got the information. He hid behind a giant tree, carefully poked his head out, and looked towards the top of the church. Although the distance was quite far, Anuo still found a goblin holding a bow, sitting on a tilted stone pillar, swinging his legs, and looking at the slime that was shot to death below with a smile. Race, Goblin. Level 5. Health, 500 out of 500. Magic, 100 out of 100. Skills, none. It's actually level 5. Anua was glad that he didn't go up there himself. The stone pillar is almost 7 meters high, commanding a wide view. If you approach from the edge of the forest, you will definitely be discovered by this goblin archer. If you are not prepared, you are at risk of being shot even if you are holding a shield. Moreover, once it discovers an intruder, it will definitely call other goblins. Each sentinel is at level 5, and the leader of the group is definitely above level 5. Ano noticed that the goblin archer shouted a few times below after shooting the slime. After a while, several goblins appeared in Anuo's sight. They were called over by the goblin archers and were ready to carry the slime's body. The mucus in the slime's body can also be used as food for goblins. The goblin archer said it killed a very large slime, enough for a dozen goblins to have a big meal. Slimes, which are at the bottom of the food chain, rarely grow to a diameter of 60 centimeters, especially in a forest full of monsters. But what puzzled them was that there was no slime corpse around except for an arrow. The goblin archer was also stunned when he heard the news. It doesn't know that the slime is a summoned creature, nor does it know that the slime will dissipate after death. The goblin left cursing after searching in vain. There are level 5 ones, and there are also level 3 and 4 ones. When the group of goblins appeared, Ano saw their information. It seems to be just as I imagined. These goblins have already developed intelligence, and there is a clear division of labor within the tribe. There are archers acting as sentinels, and a group of goblins capable of close combat. This is already a team. For Anno, it is not a good thing for goblins to be too strong, because this means that it would be difficult for Annuo to find out the location of the captured women from the goblins, let alone rescue them. However, Annuo didn't want to leave now. After thinking for a while, Anno controlled another slime out of the forest. This time, Annuo did not let it get close to the church ruins, but circled around the church. At the same time, Anno was also observing the movements of the goblin archers on the stone pillars. When the slime jumped out again, the goblin archer quickly found it and aimed his bow and arrow at it. However, it found that the slime did not approach, so it put down the bow again. The two were more than 100 meters apart, which was beyond the range of the goblin archers. Pooh! The goblin archer spat and ignored the slime that was running in circles. Instead, he continued to swing his short legs and play with the bow in his hand, wondering if he was dazzled just now. I clearly shot a slime to death. Call. And Nuwa breathed a sigh of relief and continued to control the slime to observe the surrounding situation. After a period of observation, Anno had some understanding of the terrain around the church and the distribution of goblins. It is surrounded by forests, with an empty area in the middle. In the center of the area is the location of the church. The church is not big, and the entire ruins are roughly a circle with a diameter of more than 30 meters. The place where Anno was staying was right at the back of the church. In front, Anno saw the church door. On both sides of the collapsed gate, there is a broken stone sculpture more than 3 meters high. Next to the stone sculpture, there were 5 short goblins sitting with weapons such as daggers, long swords, and spears beside them. Among them were a few goblins who were about to carry away the slime corpse. At this time, this group of goblins were gathered together chatting, and from time to time, they made unpleasant laughter. Are all those women locked up in the church? And Nuwa couldn't see what was going on inside the ruins. But he believed that the captured woman was most likely inside the ruins. There were even goblins watching them. We must find a way to lure out a goblin. This is the main purpose of Annuo's visit today. If you can hunt down a lone goblin, you can summon goblins to fight. Although both are monsters, a level 5 goblin is much stronger than a level 5 slime. Goblins are intelligent, know how to cooperate, and can use weapons. Even if you are a level 5 apprentice, you have to be extremely careful when facing a level 5 goblin. Otherwise, the one who might die might be the trainee. As soon as Anno arrived in the other world, he used his windbreaker to block the goblin's vision, then smashed the goblin's head with a sharp stone and successfully killed the goblin. This is partly due to courage and carefulness, but also partly due to luck. Goblins are not easy to kill. Otherwise, the former mayor of Grul would not have escaped with only one mercenary, while leading more than a dozen professionals above level 5. Gibberish. A goblin in front of the church gate finally noticed the slime jumping in the distance. It picked up a wooden stick from its side and walked towards the slime with a figure-8 step. It's very exciting. I was just fooled by my companions. I didn't expect that there would be such a big slime in front of me. I've been eating meat these days, so it's not bad to change the taste today. When the goblin approached within 30 meters, the slime seemed to sense danger and started running into the forest. The goblins had already come here, so they wouldn't let the slime get away, so they chased after it with sticks in hand. Chapter 25 Beheading. Seeing that the goblin had taken the bait successfully, and Ruaw couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. The goblin who was chasing the slime was completely unaware that he was getting closer to danger. Name: none. Race: Goblin. Level 5. Health: 800 out of 800. Magic: 100 out of 100. Skills: none. The panel displays the goblin's information. Although both are level 5 goblins, this goblin holding a wooden stick has 300 more health points than the goblin archer. That is to say, there are differences among individual monsters. Is this goblin more durable? Annuo recalled the first goblin he killed and decided to aim at the goblin's vital points when he took action later. With the experience of hunting slimes, Annuo has realized that monsters will not fall only when their health points are reduced to 0. Even if a slime is hit by acid, its health will not drop too much. But the subsequent bleeding is enough to kill the slime. Similarly, no matter how much blood the goblin in front of him has, he will die if Annuo cuts his neck with a dagger or stabs his heart or other vital parts. If a monster is hit in a vital spot, it will lose a lot of blood, but it can still continue to fight. This will not happen. Health is just a reflection of the monster's vitality. But in actual combat, there are many influencing factors. Just like the battle with Harry. Harry's strength is not weak. But after the slime acid sprayed on his head, Harry soon lost his fighting ability. After the goblin chased into the forest, he stopped the slime in a short while. It laughed happily, raised the stick in its hand, and smashed it towards the slime. Chirp. When the goblin approaches, The summoned slime sprays a stream of acid towards the goblin's face. The stick goblin has apparently fought against slimes in the forest. When it saw the acid, it quickly dodged to the side, then smashed the summoned slime with a stick. The goblin dropped his stick and was about to hug the slime's body to eat it, but he found that the slime's body was slowly dissipating in front of him. The goblin took 2 steps back in shock, chattering something. If it could speak human language, and Nuwa, who was hiding nearby, would definitely hear it say, "Where's my slime? Where's a slime this big?" Ano couldn't understand the goblin's language. He just wanted to kill this goblin. While the goblin was stunned, Anuo immediately ordered the 3 slimes in hiding to launch acid spray at the same time. By the time the goblin heard the noise and wanted to dodge the 3 jets of acid shot from behind, it was too late. The acid came into contact with the goblin's green skin, corroding it immediately. The stick goblin jumped up in pain. The 2 little eyes looked around, and after finding a piece of grass, they immediately ran over and lay on it. They endured the pain and rubbed it a few times, wiping off most of the acid. As soon as Nuwa saw this action, he knew that the goblin knew how to deal with the injuries caused by slime acid. It seems that it has fought against slimes a lot. With this in mind, Anuo rushed out from his hiding place with a shield in one hand and a dagger in the other. When the goblin who was cleaning the acid on his back saw Ano, he quickly climbed up from the grass and tried to bypass Ano and escape towards the church. "Don't even think about running away." Ano accelerated suddenly and quickly caught up with the goblin. The goblin stared at the human in front of him with bared teeth, but did not dare to move forward rashly. It never occurred to it that there were humans nearby. The stick was thrown far away and can't be retrieved now. In other words, it can only use its sharp teeth and claws to fight the humans in front of it. Anuo tightened his left hand. Because his thumb had not yet been treated, he could only hold the handle with 4 fingers. "Wow!" The goblin called out to Ano. Nua's eyes focused, and he rushed forward instantly. "Although I have never used a shield, even if I have not eaten pork, I have seen pigs run." When he was about to get close to the goblin, Anuo pressed down the shield in his hand to block the goblin's claw attack. Swish! The goblin's claws rubbed against the iron on the shield, making an unpleasant sound. Puff! The dagger cut a wound on the goblin's chest. The injured goblin retreated again and again, his eyes fierce. Bayu, bayu, bayu. 3 more streams of acid sprayed towards the goblin. The goblin's back was still burning with pain, and when he saw the slime acid, he dodged to the side without thinking. Of course, Anua wouldn't just stand by and watch. At the same moment he summoned the slime to attack, he also rushed forward. The dagger drew a crescent in the air, leaving another wound on the goblin. The goblin covered his wound with his hand, his eyes wandering between Ano and the slime. It couldn't understand why these slimes would help humans deal with themselves. But it knew that if it didn't find a solution, it would die at the hands of humans. The goblin raised his head and shouted, trying to attract the goblins in the church. When Anua saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat. Although this place is about 200 or 300 meters away from the church and is blocked by trees. But it would be bad if a goblin heard it and came to check it out. Without its own restraint, the slime is vulnerable to the goblin. If even one more goblin came, he would be in danger. Thinking of this, Anua licked his lips. Quick victory. The goblin saw Ano rushing towards him and turned and ran away. When Anua was about to catch up, it suddenly turned around and crashed into Anuo. Ano didn't expect this goblin to be so cunning and quickly blocked himself with the shield in his hand. Boom. A dull sound was heard, and the shield in Anuo's hand flew out of his hand after being hit by the goblin. Human-like mockery appeared in the goblin's eyes, and it waved its black claws and grabbed Anuo's neck. Bang! In the critical moment, Ano leaned back, dodged the attack, and kicked the goblin away. While the goblin was still trying to get up, Anuo rushed forward and stabbed it with his dagger. Every time the sword stabbed down, the goblin struggled madly and screamed in pain. Although the goblin is short in stature, his strength is no less than that of level 5 Aner. During the close combat, Anuo's arms, shoulders, and chest were scratched by the goblins with more than a dozen claw marks. Phew! When the dagger pierced the goblin's heart, the goblin under Anuo froze, and the strength of his struggle gradually decreased. On the panel, although the goblin's health points were still over 600 points, they were now dropping madly at a rate of dozens of points per second. When the goblin's health dropped to 0, a white soul rose from the corpse and merged into Ano's body. Get Goblin Soul X1, experience points plus 10. Goblin is so powerful, but he only has 10 experience points. Anua felt the pain from the wounds on his body and couldn't help but complain. But soon, he focused his attention on the goblin's soul. Finally, I can summon goblins. Chapter 26, The Imprisoned Woman. Although goblins had been summoned once, in order to assist Annuo in escaping, the goblins were summoned to stay behind to cover the retreat. Before Anno could enjoy the pleasure of summoning monsters, the goblin was killed. Looking at the goblin's corpse on the ground, Annuo picked up the dagger and skillfully cut off the claws and left ear. Placing these two things in front of him, Annuo activated Spirit Sacrifice. A white light flashed, and a goblin about 1 meter and 3 meters tall appeared in front of Annuo. As soon as the summoned goblin appeared, he looked around, then stayed in front of Annuo, quietly waiting for Annuo's orders. Very good. Annuo looked at the goblin in front of him and clapped his hands excitedly. With the first one, there will be a second one. It won't be long before we can hunt more goblins. All things are difficult at the beginning. For Anno, the first one to obtain a powerful summon is the most difficult. But once you have the first one, the rest will be easy. Under Annuo's instructions, the summoned goblin picked up the wooden stick that the goblin had dropped and staggered back to the church camp. In terms of appearance, there is no difference between the summoned goblin and the stick goblin. When the summoned goblin walked to the camp, the goblins around him did not notice anything unusual. Without any hindrance, the summoned goblin passed through the broken door and walked into the church. At this time, Anno focused his consciousness on the summoned goblin. What the summoned goblin sees will be shared with Anno in real time. This church, as the place where everyone traveled through, has now become the lair of this group of goblins. In addition to the few goblins outside the door, there are more than a dozen goblins inside the church. Some were lying on the ground sleeping, some were busy cooking in front of a big pot, and 2 goblins were squatting in the corner playing finger-guessing games. There were also some broken bones on the ground, among which several skulls were particularly conspicuous. When the goblin turned his gaze to a relatively flat area, Annuo's heart suddenly trembled. There were 4 women lying naked and huddled together on the thick straw. Their faces were haggard, their lips were chapped, and their bodies were covered with bruises from being beaten during the resistance. When Annuo came to the other world, he observed everyone. He immediately recognized that 3 of the 4 women were the ones who had traveled through time. The other woman had golden hair and a strange face, and looked like a native of another world. Unknown vines as thick as fingers were tied around the necks and arms of the women. The other end of the vine was tied to the hand of a sleeping goblin. Inside the goblin's lair, they no longer had any thoughts of escaping. Their eyes were empty and numb. When Annuo manipulated the goblins to move closer, there was a hint of fear in their empty eyes, and their trembling bodies kept squeezing back. Seeing this scene, Annuo felt very uncomfortable. We must find a way to rescue them. Aner let the summoned goblins move around and carefully observed each goblin. When Anno walked up to the headless statue in the church, he suddenly discovered that there was a goblin lying there. This goblin is stronger than the other goblins around it and is about 1.5 meters tall. Next to the thick arm, there was a hatchet. Can't see the information panel. Annuo secretly thought that this was not good. He can only not see the panel information of monsters whose levels are higher than Anno. The short-handled axe goblin in front of him was obviously a level 6 goblin, or even above level 6. The goblins around below level 5 don't have any professions, but they clearly belong to different types of soldiers. There are archer goblins responsible for vigilance, dagger goblins responsible for close combat, etc. But this doesn't mean that goblins don't have professions. The goblin in front of me is already above level 6, and it is very likely that he already has a profession. Intelligent monsters, like humans, have various professions. In other words, there is a high possibility that the hatchet goblin is a warrior. The more Annuo analyzed, the more he felt that he couldn't win. Goblins are different from slimes. They are very powerful in combat. Goblins with professions may even have professional skills. Even though Anno is already level 5, he is no match for the goblin in front of him. Let the summoned goblin retreat carefully and turn to walk towards the door. When passing by a large pot on a fire, Anno also saw a human torso soaked in water. As expected, these are humans hunted by goblins. Summoned goblin walked out of the church and came to the goblin who was leaning against the rubble in a daze at the door. Wow. When the dazed goblin heard the summoned goblin say he saw the slime, he immediately became alert, picked up the spear next to him, and walked into the forest with the summoned goblin. As soon as the spear goblin disappeared from the sight of the other goblins, Annuo immediately ordered the summoned goblins to attack it. The spear goblin was still searching for the slime when he was suddenly hit from behind by the summoned goblin and fell unconscious to the ground. Annuo took the opportunity to come out and killed him with a dagger. Everything went well. Anno summoned another goblin. After the second goblin came out, he picked up the spear on the ground and stood in front of Annuo with the senior. This method is feasible. If it goes well, we might be able to eliminate a large number of goblins in the base. Because of the existence of the short axe goblins, it is impossible for Annuo to annihilate all the goblins inside. Next, Annuo followed the same method and lured the other 5 goblins at the church door into the forest and killed them. 3 of them became Anno's summons, and the number of Anno's summoned goblins now reached 5. Annuo also cut off the claws and left ears of the other 2 goblin corpses and put them in the package around his waist for use. Not every one of the 7 goblins killed was level 5. In the personal panel information, the experience column has become 38 of 500. It's just that I haven't encountered any goblins with skills yet. There's an archer goblin up there, and there are 13 goblins in the church, one of which is a hatchet goblin. While the other goblins had not noticed anything yet, Annuo asked a summoned goblin holding a dagger to climb up the broken wall and slowly approach the archer goblin who was acting as a lookout. In the entire stronghold, only this goblin is equipped with a bow and arrow and has long-range attack capabilities, while the others are all melee fighters. As long as this is done, even if a battle breaks out later, Annuo won't have to worry about arrows shot from above. The archer goblin had noticed a compatriot climbing up behind him, and he asked the other party why he came up. The summoned goblin came closer while making up an excuse. The archer goblin was not aware of the danger at all. He muttered a few words and turned around to continue looking down. Swish! The dagger cut the archer goblin's throat, and blood dripped down uncontrollably. Chapter 27. You are free. The summoned goblin covers the archer goblin's mouth from behind and locks it tightly, preventing it from moving. After the archer goblin was completely silent, and a wisp of white soul floated from his body, Annuo controlled the summoned goblins to carefully place the archer goblin's body on the stone pillar to prevent it from falling and scaring other goblins. But Anno was a little careless. As the blood of the archer goblin dripped onto the ground below, a goblin with nothing to do happened to walk under the broken wall where the archer goblin was. Blood dripped from above onto its bald head. It touched it with its hand and found blood. It looked up and immediately started screaming. The goblins in the church became alert at the same time. The dozing short axe goblin also came to the bottom of the summoning goblin with an axe in hand, raised his head, and glared at the latter. Damn traitor, why did you kill our compatriots? The hatchet goblin yells at the summoned goblin and tells the other goblins to grab the summoned goblin from above. Explain. The hatchet goblin grabbed the head of the summoned goblin with his big hand and lifted it up, while holding the axe in his other hand. He placed it on the summoned goblin's neck. For some reason, although the goblin in front of him looked exactly like his younger brother, the short axe goblin felt a little unfamiliar. This feeling of strangeness, coupled with the fact that the other party had killed the archer goblin, made the short axe goblin eager to kill the other party. The goblin summoner naturally won't tell the reason. The hatchet goblin lost his patience within 3 seconds and chopped off the opponent's head with his axe. Just as he was about to throw the head in his hand into the boiling pot to add to his dinner, the short axe goblin suddenly found that the head in his hand had disappeared. The headless corpse also dissipated under its gaze. The hatchet goblin was startled and looked around quickly. At this time, it had already understood that the goblin it had just killed was not its subordinate, but something else. There are enemies around. This was the thought in the hatchet goblin's mind. The goblins in the church also understood this and looked at their companions around them vigilantly. The other 4 goblins summoned by Anno also mixed in at this time. When Anno saw the goblins begin to doubt their compatriots, he pondered for a while and came up with an idea. Although he can't defeat the axe goblin, he can lure it away. Use the goblin claw and left ear to summon another goblin. Send it to the front of the church, and then under the gaze of the hatchet goblin, start cursing and making provocative gestures. When the short axe goblin saw this scene, he immediately became furious. A level 5 goblin actually dared to provoke a level 6 one. You blind thing, be my dinner. The short axe goblin snorted angrily, and 2 streams of white air came out of its nostrils. It ran towards the goblin who provoked it with its short axe in hand. Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, Manhwa immediately ordered the summoned goblin to run desperately into the forest. Although the hatchet goblin is not a speed type, its level is higher than the goblins I summoned, so it won't take long for it to catch up. And this period of time is my chance. Seeing the short axe goblin chasing into the forest, Anno immediately came out from his hiding place, holding a wooden shield in his left hand and a short sword in his right hand, and ran towards the church. At this time in the ruins of the church, 4 of the 16 goblins were summoned by Anno. After the hatchet goblin left, the goblins looked left and right, not knowing what to do. The goblins around were all familiar faces, but the goblin who had betrayed them just now was also a familiar face. Therefore, no one can rule out the possibility that the goblins around them are enemies in disguise. However, when Anno appeared in a swagger, all the goblins focused their attention on Anno. All the goblins shouted with their teeth bared and rushed forward with their weapons in hand. The goblins around you may be enemies, but the humans in front of you are definitely enemies. And in the goblins' minds, goblins who don't kill humans must be enemies in disguise. However, all 16 goblins in the church rushed forward. A goblin holding a spear with a ferocious look on his face rushed to the front. But just when it was about to attack Anno, it suddenly turned the gun head and pierced the goblin not far behind it. The goblin didn't expect that the gun that was pointed at humans the moment before would stab itself the next moment. Fake. The goblin who was stabbed grabbed the gun with his hand and shouted loudly to the other goblins. Next to it, there is a goblin holding a dagger. The dagger goblin approached first, and in the desperate look of the stabbed goblin, he stabbed the knife into its heart. This is fake too. The real goblins around were stunned. Why are there so many fake compatriots around me? The dagger goblin and the spear goblin serve as summoned goblins number 3 and number 4, standing on the left and right to protect Annuo, facing 13 goblins. There shouldn't be any more, right? A goblin's eyes wandered between Anno and his compatriots beside him. Just these 3. Kill them before the boss comes back. Summoned goblin number 2, who was hiding among the goblins, roared and rushed forward, fighting with the dagger goblin, and every move drew blood. This one must be real. When the other real goblins saw this, they immediately identified summoned goblin number 2 as their companion. There were even 2 goblins running up to help summon goblin number 2 deal with goblin number 3. At the same time, other goblins swarmed over and surrounded Anno and goblin number 4. At this moment, summoned goblins number 2 and number 1, who had not been exposed yet, simultaneously aimed their weapons at the real goblins beside them and cooperated with Anno and number 3 and number 4 to kill 4 goblins in an instant. However, number 2 was also hacked to death by the angry real goblin. Annuo killed 5 of the 13 goblins, and he also lost a summoned goblin. But there is still a summoning material in Anno's backpack. The light came on, and another goblin appeared next to Anno. On the surface it is 5v8. But in fact, the real goblins no longer trust their own kind. Annuo's actions just now made them feel that the world was no longer safe. What's more, if you kill a fake one, a new one will appear. There's no way to fight. Woo. One goblin couldn't stand it anymore, so it turned around and ran away without looking back. With a goblin leading the way, the rest of the goblins also climbed over the low wall of the church and fled in all directions. When Annuo saw this scene, he was overjoyed. His main task today is not to hunt goblins, but to save people. The escape of these goblins was exactly what Annuo wanted. Having 4 summoned goblins on guard around him, Annuo quickly walked up to the 4 women who were stunned by the scene before them. Anno swung his dagger and cut the strong vines. You are free. Annuo's gentle voice rang in the ears of the girls. Chapter 28, Cutting Off. Free. The women stared at Annuo for a while, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Since being imprisoned by the goblins, they have been living a life of humiliation. At first, they also thought about resisting. But what they have to face are the ferocious goblins. Originally, there were 4 women imprisoned here. Except for the yellow-haired woman who was brought here yesterday, the other 3 were amnesiacs who were teleported here with Annuo. One of the women was shot in the chest by an arrow, the same woman who was shot next to Annuo when he climbed over the wall. Goblins don't know how to heal wounds, and the woman died soon after. Moreover, the goblins divided up the women's bodies and ate them in front of the women. That horrifying scene was deeply engraved in their minds. They have been suffering from severe mental torture all day. When the battle broke out just now, all the women hugged each other, closed their eyes tightly, and dared not look at the bloody scene. They didn't expect that this battle would be a battle launched by humans against goblins. And it's to save them. The moment the young man in front of them told them that they were free, the girls couldn't stop crying. Seeing the girls crying, Annuo wanted to comfort them. But the summoned creature that attracted the short axe goblin had already been caught up and chopped to death. Now the hatchet goblins are heading back. Every second you waste here will increase the danger. Everyone, the goblin leader is on his way back. I am no match for him. And Annuo said to everyone seriously, I know you are very sad, but now is not the time to be sad. We need to escape quickly. The girls had been staying in the church, so they naturally knew how powerful the goblin leader that Annuo mentioned was. Hearing that it was heading back, the girls no longer cared about being sad. They wiped away their tears, covered their bodies with the torn clothes, stood up, and followed Annuo. Before leaving the church, Annuo looted all the valuables in the church. The claws and left ear of the goblin corpse on the ground were also cut off and put into the backpack for use. When escaping, Annuo also summoned goblins to scatter around and keep watch. Anno did not allow the girls to come into contact with the summoned goblins. The matter of summoning monsters could not be explained, and Annuo did not want to create any more trouble. Things that should be concealed should still be concealed. Even if they noticed that Anno had several goblins helping him in the previous battle, they would not have thought that Anno could summon goblins. If they asked, Annuo could just make up an excuse to get away with it. Half a minute after Annuo and his men left, the short-axe goblin emerged from one direction of the woods. Seeing that there were only a few corpses left in the church, and all the captured human women had run away, the hatchet goblin roared angrily. At this moment, a short goblin emerged from the bushes not far from the church. It pointed in the direction where Nuwa left, gesticulating and saying something. After hearing this, the short-axe goblin chopped the goblin in front of him to death with one axe. When it saw that the corpse on the ground had not disappeared, it picked up the axe and chased in the direction where Annuo left. The four girls hadn't eaten anything in the past few days except for some water. The goblins did give them food, but it was human flesh. They were so weak that they couldn't walk fast in the forest. And Nuwa was anxious. A distance that used to take 10 minutes to run can now be covered in half an hour at the current speed. But he also knew that the women had done their best. After walking for another 2 minutes, a summoned goblin that was left behind discovered that the short-axe goblin was chasing after it, and it quickly caught up with the summoned goblin. And Nuwa didn't expect that the other party would actually catch up with him. A level 5 summoned goblin is no match for the hatchet goblin. It only lasted 10 seconds before the summoned goblin was chopped to death. Looking at the four girls who were pale and panting, and Nuwa gritted his teeth, pointed to the mark on the tree next to him, and said, "Pay attention to the mark on the tree, follow the mark, and you will be out of the forest soon." After leaving the forest, walk towards the direction where the sun sets, and there is a small town. Once you get to town, you'll be safe. The girls didn't know that the short-axe goblin had caught up with them, and they thought Anna wanted to abandon them. "Please, don't abandon me." The blonde woman grabbed Nuwa's arm and pleaded, "Sir, my town was attacked by monsters and many people died. I managed to escape, but was captured by goblins again. My lord, please don't abandon me. I don't want to be caught by goblins again." The other 3 women have been captured by goblins since they came to the other world. Until now, they who have lost their memories still don't understand what is going on. And Nuwa woke up in the same place as them, and he risked his life alone to save them. So the 3 girls became extremely dependent on Nuwa. When they heard Nuwa let them walk the rest of the way on their own, they felt abandoned again. However, before they could speak, they heard Annuo explain the reason. "The goblin leader is chasing us. I have to lead him away." "What?" The 4 girls were all shocked, and then their faces were filled with worry. They still remembered that Anno had said before that he was no match for the goblin leader. "We can run faster. Maybe it's chasing us in the wrong direction." A black-haired woman said weakly. "No, it's almost catching up." And Nuwa turned and left without waiting for her to finish her words. "Let's not talk about whether they can increase the speed. Even if they could, the hatchet goblin could easily catch up. You don't have to wait for me. Remember, when you get to Grul town, go to Guangyue Tavern to find Lu Yen. She is our companion." These words were addressed to the 3 black-haired women. The 3 women looked at each other and understood what Annuo meant. They watched Nuwa leave, bit their lips, and prayed silently for him. "You must come back." When Nuwa saw the 4 girls leave, he summoned 2 more goblins. Looking at the fallen spot on the grass, Annuo smiled bitterly. "Is this how you caught up with me? Be careful next time." And Nuwa was inexperienced and forgot to cover his tracks. The short-axe goblin caught up with Annuo and his companions based on the traces they left on the grass. After waiting there for a while, Annuo and the summoned goblins hiding somewhere else sensed the movement of the short-axe goblin. It's really fast. When Anno saw the short-axe goblin appear in his field of vision, he was glad that he did not rely on luck. If he didn't stay behind to cover their retreat, once the short-axe goblins caught up with him, he wouldn't be able to protect those women in the battle. Now, he stopped in advance to arrange the battlefield and still had room for maneuver. On the thick branch of a big tree, a summoned goblin was pulling a bow in his hand, aiming the arrow at the fast-moving short-axe goblin below. Chapter 29 Return to Town. After the hatchet goblin killed an imposter, he knew he was running in the right direction. It continued to track, following the traces in the grass. When it ran to a certain place, it suddenly felt something was wrong, and its steps slowed down involuntarily. 2 green bean-sized eyes kept turning, observing the surrounding situation. The short axe is held in front of the body, ready to attack at any time. This guy is so alert. And Nua, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. The short axe goblin probably didn't notice Anno's ambush, but he could sense the danger and went into alert, as expected of a goblin above level 5. And Nua admitted that he was under a lot of pressure. This is a feeling I have never experienced before when facing a large slime. Tightening the shield and dagger in his hands, Annuo waited quietly. When the short axe goblin walked to the center of the ambush circle, 3 summoned goblins hiding behind the trees rushed out at the same time, raised their weapons, and attacked the short axe goblin's head, heart, and other vital parts. Wha? The hatchet goblin yelled and advanced instead of retreating. With a slight flick of the short axe in his hand, the spear that was stabbing at him was blocked. Then the short axe drew a long horizontal line in the air, knocking away the weapons of the other 2 summoned goblins. Without Anno's control, the summoned goblin's fighting style was as crude as it was in life. One of the summoned goblins stood there in a daze for a while after its weapon was knocked away. Then it was caught by the hatchet goblin. Under the continuous heavy blows of the short axe, it turned into light and dissipated. In a 3-on-1 confrontation, Annuo's side actually lost a fighter. This is too strong. And Nua, who had been hiding in the dark, swallowed. He felt that even if he went up, he would not dare to take the attack from the short axe goblin. If you can't dodge this axe, you will be crippled if not killed. Originally, Annuo planned to use his numerical advantage to besiege the short axe goblins. Now it seems that this idea has failed. Anno took out the goblin claw and left ear from the package, and used the last 10 points of magic power to summon another goblin, which circled around and joined the battle. The reason for going around in circles was that they were worried that the short axe goblin would discover where Anno was hiding. However, even with the replenishment in numbers, the battle was still at the advantage of the short axe goblins. The level 5 summon goblins are no match for the short axe goblins, and their health is decreasing rapidly. Just 2 minutes into the battle, a summoned goblin fell. Fuck, the gap is too big. And Nua hid in his hiding spot, not daring to breathe. When summoning a monster, it can only appear about 10 meters away from Anno. He is far away from the battle site. If he recalls his summoned creature when it is attacked fatally, he will not be able to get close to the battlefield when he is summoned again. On the contrary, it may expose your position. Therefore, at this time, Annuo could not use the method of summoning monsters to launch instant attacks to deal with the short axe goblin like he did with the large slime. The short axe goblin looked at the goblin beneath his feet that turned into light and disappeared, and a grin appeared on his face, revealing his sharp teeth. Go to hell. The hatchet goblin yelled in the demon language. The skill, charged attack, split a summoned goblin in half without any surprise. At the same time, the summoned goblin, who had been hiding on the tree branches with his bow and arrow drawn, finally found an opportunity. After the short axe goblin finished using his skill, he quickly shot the first arrow. This summoned creature is controlled by Anno and is always looking for an opportunity. Now, the opportunity has arrived. The arrowhead made of fine steel tore through the air and shot towards the back of the hatchet goblin. The 2 sides were less than 20 meters apart in a straight line. The bow and arrow crossed the distance in the blink of an eye and hit the target. However, Anno aimed at the torso, where the chance of hitting the target was the highest, but he actually hit the short axe goblin's thigh. The arrow sank into the hatchet goblin's thigh, causing it to scream in pain. Although the first arrow did not achieve the desired effect, it finally hit the target. Seeing that the short axe goblin was injured, Annuo immediately controlled the summoned creature to shoot the second and third arrows. At the same time, let the remaining 2 summoned goblins next to the short axe goblin take the opportunity to launch an attack. I thought that after the short axe goblin was injured, its mobility would be reduced. But unexpectedly, the arrows behind did not cause any harm to the short axe goblin at all. It wasn't a miss. Instead, after the short axe goblin was hit by the first arrow, he noticed the location of the summoning goblin who shot the arrow. It used its axe to block all the arrows that were shot at it. As for the attacks of the other 2 summoned goblins, they were all dodged by the short axe goblin. GG. After the last arrow was shot, the short axe goblin did not suffer any more injuries, and Annuo was very disappointed. Without the bow and arrow to restrain it, the short axe goblin completely overwhelmed the 2 summoned goblins. Anno immediately manipulated the summoned goblin to jump off the tree and flee into the distance, deliberately leaving an obvious trail on the grass. He himself lay in the grass, motionless. The 2 summoned goblins dragged on for about a minute and a half before they turned into white light and dissipated. After the short axe goblin killed the last fake goblin, he saw that no new fake goblins appeared, so he prepared to pull out the arrow in his thigh. The arrow penetrated about 3 centimeters into the flesh. But the hatchet goblin's expression did not change after he pulled out the arrow. It tore off a piece of the rag it was wearing, covered the wound with it, and looked angry. He has been toyed with until now and hasn't even seen the real enemy. We must catch up with those human women. They are tributes to the king. The hatchet goblin picked up the weapon on the ground, searched around for a while, and then chased in the direction the archer goblin left. 5 minutes after it left, Anuo, who was controlling the archer goblin to escape, saw the short axe goblin about to catch up. At this time, Anuo immediately crawled out of the grass and ran in another direction with the package on his back. He didn't run far before the goblin he summoned to lure away the short axe goblin was hit by a flying axe thrown by the former and fell to the ground seriously injured. Seeing that the short axe goblin was about to step forward and kill the summoned goblin, Anuo quickly summoned back the summoned goblin who was only half dead. The short axe goblin looked at the goblin disappearing before his eyes. He was confused at first, and then his angry roar spread around. No way. Unable to defeat the opponent, Anuo could only use tactics to get rid of the opponent. The traces left by the women were destroyed by the archer goblin when the short axe goblin was dragged down. After the archer goblin shot its last arrow, Anuo gave it the task of seducing the short axe goblin. And the short axe goblin was fooled just as Anuo thought. Crisis resolved. Anuo looked at the seriously injured goblin who was recalled and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he moved quickly through the forest, following the marks he had left on the trees. Soon he caught up with the fleeing women. After running for about 10 minutes with the girls, Anuo and his companions finally left the forbidden forest. When the last ray of sunset fell, Brooke, who was guarding the gate of Grul town, saw several figures slowly approaching. Chapter 30 Gathering. Light Moon Tavern. In a private room, there were several young men and women sitting. And Nuo sat at the chief's seat, while Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong sat on his left. Among the 4 women rescued by Nuo, except for the native of the other world with golden hair, the other 3 women are also here. The woman who was as tall as Lu Yin was called Meng Xian, and the other 2 were called Ning Wen and Wang Zixuan. Even though their faces were haggard, one could tell that the 3 women were all very pretty. They followed Anuo into the town of Grul and all the way back to the Guangyue Tavern. After washing himself in the tavern, putting on the coarse cloth clothes bought by Lu Yin, and eating a little, Nuo called him to a private room. From them, Anuo was surprised to learn that although the 3 women suffered a lot of humiliation and fright and were beaten a lot, they were not violated by the goblins. The 3 girls were not clear about the specific reasons. According to Meng Xian, they could all feel the lust in the goblin's eyes. But not long after being captured, the hatchet goblin appeared. After the hatchet goblin appeared, the little goblins didn't dare to do anything to them. The hatchet goblins tore off their clothes and examined them before violating them. The 3 women naturally didn't know that the short axe goblin was going to offer them as tribute to the more powerful goblins deep in the forbidden forest. Anuo and others had no idea, but for the 3 of them, it couldn't have been a better thing. Besides them, there were 2 other men and 1 woman in the private room. A bald man, a sturdy young man, and a long-haired woman with a dirty face sitting next to them, hugging the sturdy young man's arm. The 3 men had messy hair and dried blood on their tattered clothes, looking like refugees fleeing from a disaster. And Nuo recognized them at a glance as his kind. The long-haired woman was the first woman to be dragged away by the goblins. When Nuo and others turned around to flee, the burly young man rushed forward to save the long-haired woman. As for the bald man, like Anuo, he was betrayed by the thin man and was finally chased by 2 goblins. And Nuo always thought that everyone was dead. Unexpectedly, when I returned to Guangyue Tavern just now, I found that 3 people were talking to Lu Yin. After talking for a while, Anuo also understood the experiences of the 3 people. The sturdy young man is named Xue Feibai, 25 years old and handsome. The long-haired woman was called Geng Qingxue, and her face was obscured by dust. She didn't say her age, but she should be no older than 30. The bald man is called Lu Zhishang, a middle-aged man in his 30s. Xue Feibai and Lu Zhi are able to survive, which shows that they both have real abilities. Both of them are over 1.8 meters tall, with huge bodies and bulging muscles. You can tell from their appearance alone that they are very good at fighting. In order to rescue Geng Qingxue from the 2 goblins, Xue Feibai went through a brutal battle and almost died at the hands of the 2 goblins. Fortunately, the thin man returned to the church and attracted the attention of 2 goblins. The thin man finally died under the attack of the goblin. Xue Feibai carried Geng Qingxue and fled into the forest. Originally, Xue Feibai blamed himself for the thin man's death. But after hearing from Lu Zhishang what the thin man had done, He became so angry that he started cursing. In order to survive, one person puts others in danger. Xue Feibai didn't expect that there was such a person among them. Lu Zhishang's experience was similar. The 3 scabbed claw marks on his head were enough to show that his escape was also thrilling. If he hadn't had martial arts experience and been able to maneuver around, he would have died long ago. The 3 escaped from the forest and entered the town at night. Lu Zhishang did not meet Xue Feibai and the others at first. It was not until the next day when the 3 of them met in the slums while looking for food. And Nuo was also resting in the slums at that time, but he did not meet the 3 people at that time. Xue Feibai drank some water to moisten his throat, and then continued. Today in the town, we heard the townspeople talking about a black-haired outsider who had offended a local tyrant named Harry. From my observation, no one in this town had black hair, and I immediately thought of our group. I was worried that our people would be bullied, so I called Brother Lu to come over and help. I didn't expect that you had already solved the problem when I came. Ha ha ha. Hearing Xue Feibai's hearty laughter, and Nuo couldn't help but feel a liking for the 3 people. If someone else said this, it would not be credible. It is easy to add icing on the cake, but difficult to provide timely assistance. Apart from having the same hair color and waking up in the same place, they didn't know each other at all. Especially Lu Zhishang, who was also tricked by his companion. In this situation, when you hear that someone has a conflict with the locals, the right thing to do is to protect yourself. But Xue Feibai said he was ready to help, and Nuo believed him. After all, this guy is a ruthless man who dares to rush up and fight with the goblins in order to save people. And Nuo looked around and said with a sigh, those present here should be the ones who survived. There were 15 people when we woke up, but now there are only 9 left. The remaining 6 have all been confirmed dead. Xue Feibai was stunned for a moment after hearing this. The smile on his face disappeared, and he banged his fist on the table and cursed. Damn monsters, sooner or later, I will clean them all up. In the past few days, he has already found out the basic situation of this world. If he could defeat the goblins, he would have rushed into the forest to fight them. Lu Zhishang put his hands together and chanted, Amit Ba? Xue Feibai frowned and asked, Brother Lu, what does Amit Ba mean? Lu Zhishang was also stunned for a moment. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I don't know either. I just said it out loud. And Nuo glanced at Lu Zhishang and thought to himself, could he have been a monk before? Don't mention it. I didn't notice it just now because of the claw marks. Now Nuo looked carefully and found that Lu Zhishang seemed to have a scar on his head. No wonder he was able to escape from the goblins. Thinking of this, Nuo specially checked the panels of Lu Zhishang and others. Unfortunately, everyone is like Lu Yan. Apart from the name, no other information can be seen. He looks no different from the ordinary residents in the town. But Nuo always felt that there must be some special features when everyone was teleported to another world. But he can't see it now. Hey, the food is here. Uncle Lun's voice came, and then he walked in with a plate. After walking back and forth several times, the table was filled with delicious food. When the last dish was served, Lun smiled at Nuo and said, Master Nuo, the food is ready. Enjoy. After Luan In left, Nuo said to Xue Feibai, who was drooling, don't just stand there, start eating. Oh, then I'm welcome. Xue Feibai hadn't had a full meal in the past few days, and when he saw the table full of dishes, he couldn't help himself. The others were in a similar situation. Meng Xian and the other 2 had only eaten a small amount of food and were not full at all. Their stomachs had already growled. After the storm, Nuo saw that Meng Xian and the other 2 looked tired, so he suggested that they take a rest first. Nuo wasn't short of 1 or 2 silver coins now, and the Guanyue Tavern provided accommodation, so everyone slept directly in the Guanyue Tavern. After getting up and washing, everyone's complexion improved a lot, and Nuo gathered everyone together again and asked, Everyone, what are you going to do next? Chapter 31. Work together and never abandon. Later, Xue Feibai glanced at Geng Qingxue who was clinging to him, smiled brightly, and said, Of course I will live well. Geng Qingxue hugged Xue Feibai's arm and said nothing. Everyone present felt that Geng Qingxue was very dependent on Xue Feibai, who saved her. She must be following Xue Feibai. Seeing Nuo looking at him, Lu Zhishang lowered his head and thought for a while, then slowly said, First find a job that can support your life, and then slowly think about the question of where do I come from and where do I want to go. Meng Xian and the other 2 looked at each other, then walked silently behind Nuo and said weakly, We don't know what we should do, but could you please not chase us away? We will go out and find jobs to support ourselves just like Lu Yin and the others, and we won't add any burden to you. They stayed in the same room with Lu Yin yesterday, not to save money, but just to make them sleep more peacefully. Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong told them a lot about this world. The three women were horrified when they heard that there were many monsters like goblins in this world and that humans were at a disadvantage. Also, they met in Nuo. When the three women were most desperate, it was Annuo who rescued them. Just as Gung Qingxue relied on Xue Feibai who saved her. And Nuo also holds a very high position in the hearts of the three women. The three girls' feelings were not admiration, but they simply regarded Nuo as their savior. And Nuo looked at the expectant eyes of the three girls, smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't get me wrong. I'm not chasing you away. Rather, I'm looking forward to you staying." Oh, everyone looked at each other in confusion. When Nuo spoke just now, they all thought that Nuo meant to send them away. All the expenses of the group were paid by Annuo. Meng Xian and the others might not have felt it yet, but Xue Feibai and the other two had lived in the slums for a few days and knew very well that money was hard to earn. Therefore, Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang both planned to leave so as not to add burden to Annuo. Unexpectedly, Annuo said he hoped they would stay. Seeing everyone's puzzled looks, Annuo began to explain. Ever since Anno learned that there were no adventurers on the continent of Angramlos, he has always wanted to establish an adventurers guild. Before, I had neither money nor strength. But now, he confiscated more than 100 silver coins from Harry. Various items were also found in the packages of the goblins we killed yesterday. I estimate that they can be sold for dozens of silver coins. It's a pity that those weapons were not brought back. Otherwise, we could have recovered a large sum of money. Now the total wealth on Anua is almost 2 gold coins. To establish an adventurers guild, you can first ask the Viscount for a license in the name of establishing a mercenary group. After asking around, Annual already knew that registering a mercenary group required a fee of 50 silver coins. However, only professionals can apply to establish a mercenary group, and the number of people must be more than 5. Now Annual has the money, but no professional seal and no people. Not to mention Meng Xin and others, Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang are ready-made fighting forces. He was able to escape from the goblins before becoming a professional. After becoming a professional, your strength will definitely be stronger. So, you mean to pay us to go to Vaucum City to find a mentor, become a professional, and then join your adventurers guild? Xue Feibai said excitedly, then you have to find me. Ever since I heard about the existence of professionals, there has been no moment when I didn't want to become a professional. Lu Zhishang was also somewhat tempted. Becoming an ordinary person is also a helpless act. It's hard to make money in the small town of Grul, but the outside world is unknown to them. Even if I can save up enough money to become a professional, I don't know when that will happen. Now that Annuo is willing to provide help and invites them to join the team, this is also good for Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang. As for Anno's character, the two of them knew the goblin's strength very well. Could someone who would risk his life to break into the goblin's lair and save Meng Xin and her 2 daughters be a bad person? When Lu Yin heard that Annuo was willing to provide funding, he immediately expressed his desire to join. She had previously asked Uncle Luan to sponsor her to become a professional, but the latter had always disagreed. Annuo's words were exactly what she wanted. Does becoming a professional mean fighting monsters? Ningwen, who had shoulder-length hair, asked weakly. Of course. Annuo nodded heavily. He now needs to get 5 people together. In addition to him, the current candidates include Xue Feibai, Lu Zhishang, and Lu Yin, but there is still one person missing. As the initial team, Annuo still hopes that it will be composed of his own people. Apart from them, one more of the remaining 5 women would meet the criteria for applying for the Adventurers Guild. But after all, this profession requires fighting monsters, which is very dangerous. Anno also hopes that those present can understand the meaning of being a professional. After hearing Annuo's affirmative answer, the faces of several girls who were persecuted by the goblins in the field turned pale. Wang Zixuan asked with trembling lips, "You finally managed to escape back. Why don't you choose to be an ordinary person?" Gung Qingxue was also glaring at Annuo at this time, as if blaming him for dragging Xue Feibai into the pit. Annuo looked at Wang Zixuan's thin body and said seriously, "Angamlos is not a world that will grant you an ordinary life just because you want to be an ordinary person." Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong just wanted to work normally in the pub, but they were harassed and bullied by evil people like Harry. Doesn't Tasha, who was captured by the goblins like you, want to live a normal life? But her village was attacked by monsters, and after escaping with great difficulty, she was captured by goblins again. Those people in the slums of Grul town don't want to live a normal life? When monsters destroyed their villages and towns, becoming refugees became the only option for ordinary people like them. In this world, monsters are powerful. Humans were just barely holding on under the monsters' attacks. Want to live a normal life in such an environment? This is an unusual idea. Wang Zixuan was speechless after hearing what Annuo said. Although she wanted to say that she was afraid and didn't want to fight. But when she looked up and saw in Nua's eyes, she was unable to speak. And Nua walked up to Mang Xian and the other two and continued, "Besides, don't you realize that it is also very unusual for a group of us who have lost our memories to appear in the church? And you are destined to be extraordinary. A person may not be strong physically, but he must be strong in his heart." This is what Nua's father told him. After being captured by the goblins, Mang Xian and her companions were frightened physically and mentally, so their current behavior is normal. But Anua didn't want them to be affected by this incident forever. Even if they don't become a member of the Adventurers Guild, Anno hopes that he can guide them out of the shadows. Just as he said, humans in this world have always been at a disadvantage. Even though he possessed the talent, sacrificial spirit, Annuo could not guarantee 100% that his future journey would be smooth. If he died someday, he hoped that others would be able to live well. Wang Zishuan pursed her lips and said aggrievedly, I know. You, don't be mean to me." After saying that, she and Ningwen hid behind Mang Xian. Mang Xian, who was pushed to the front, felt Annuo's scrutinizing gaze, and a thin layer of sweat broke out on her forehead. I am willing. In Nua, I am willing to become a professional. I have always wanted to seek revenge on those monsters." "Really?" And Nua looked at Mang Xian with some doubt. "Aren't you afraid of goblins?" Mang Xian said seriously, "Afraid? That's why I want to become stronger, so that I won't be afraid of them." After saying this, not only did Nua look at Mang Xian with admiration, but even Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang also cast admiring glances at her. "Well, even though 5 people meet the application criteria, I still want everyone to become a professional." And Nua glanced at Lu Rongrong, Ningwen, Wang Zishuan, and Gengqing Xue one by one. "Even if you don't plan to fight the monsters, you must be able to protect yourself." The 4 girls were silent for a while and finally nodded in agreement. "Very good." And Nuo raised the corner of his mouth, stretched out his right hand first, and said, "From today on, we are all brothers and sisters. Work together, never give up, and live well in this world." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then everyone showed a warm smile on their face, and the tense atmosphere just now disappeared. Xue Feibai took the lead and stepped forward, folding his right hand and saying, "Work together and never give up." Lu Zhishan, "Work together and never give up." The girls gathered around, put their hands on it, and said in unison, "Work together and never give up. In 2 days, we will go to Vaucom City with the caravan in town and establish our own Adventurers Guild." Chapter 32 Threesome on the Grassland. Anua took Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang to Old John's blacksmith shop. When Anua took out a cloth bag and poured out a bunch of things like wolf teeth and jewelry, Old John's eyes popped out. "Uncle John, I'm here to pay back the money," Anno shouted to Old John with a smile. Anno discovered that all goblins carried a cloth bag containing things they thought were treasures. These things in front of him are all the spoils he picked up from the goblins. "Are you going to rob someone?" John asked with his eyes wide open and a look of disbelief. John took a closer look and found that what Annuo had sent was worth 40 silver coins. "Anua boy, where did you get these things?" Anua smiled and didn't answer directly. "Uncle, I won't accept these things." Seeing that Annuo was evading the question, John stopped asking questions. He looked at Xue Feibai and the other man standing behind Anua and nodded. "Take it in. Why not?" Dividing the items on the table into 2 piles, John pointed to the animal teeth and bones, silver coins and jewelry on the left and said, "These are all valuable. You can sell them for about 30 silver coins at the market. I'll give you 40 silver coins. As for the pile on the right, they are all junk and worthless." 40 silver coins? Annuo nodded in approval. In addition to the 4 silver coins owed to Old John, Annuo received another 36 silver coins, plus the money I got from Harry. Annuo already had 180 silver coins in his piggy bank. Originally, it was 181, but one was spent on yesterday's food and lodging. Nua turned around and looked at Xue Feibai and said with a smile, "See if there are any suitable weapons in here. I will pay for them." "Really?" After Xue Feibai came in, his eyes never left the weapons hanging on the wall. Hearing Nua say that he could pick whatever he wanted, Xue Feibai couldn't wait to walk over and start picking them one by one. After coming out of the weapon shop, Xue Feibai had a dagger on his waist. As for Lu Zhishang, he only picked up a 2-meter-long wooden stick as thick as a baby's arm. When Anua saw Lu Zhishang holding a wooden stick, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. This person must have stayed in Shaolin Temple. The 2 weapons cost 7 silver coins, mainly because the short sword was expensive, and the wooden stick was only 50 copper coins. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Annuo and the other 2 headed towards the grassland outside the town. They have received news from Old John that the town's caravan will set off for Vaucom City tomorrow. There was still a whole day left, and Annuo didn't want to waste it. I took Xue Feibai and the other man to buy weapons in order to hunt slimes. Now, Anno will not be in any danger when facing goblins below level 5. He mainly wanted to see how well the two could fight against monsters. Name, Ano. Race, human. Level, 5. Experience, 45 out of 500. Occupation, none. Magic, 50-50. Skills, low-level perception, acid spray. Talent, sacrifice spirit. After the battle with the goblins yesterday, Ano's experience points only increased by 38 points. Moreover, the biggest gain yesterday was summoning goblins. Although there is only one left, it has greatly improved Anuo's combat power. If it weren't for Fei and the other two, Anuo would have summoned goblins and madly slaughtered most of the slimes, which were mostly level 1 and 2. As his level increased, Anuo's physical fitness also improved greatly. But there are also drawbacks. Ano no longer gains experience by killing slimes below level 3. Slimes above level 3 are extremely rare, and you may not encounter one even in half an hour. So, after killing for more than 10 minutes, Inua was too lazy to fight anymore and just watched the fight between Fei and Lu Zhishang from the side. The fighting ability of the two did not disappoint Anuo. Even though they have not become professionals yet and do not have professional skills, they are still more than capable of fighting against slimes. Level 2 slimes were no match for them at all. Only level 3 slimes could make the two of them take them seriously. This is certainly due to weapons and equipment, but their own strength is also a part of it. Eno also discovered something surprising. Even if the slime was killed by Fei and the others, Inua could collect the slime's soul. After testing, it was found that as long as the dead monster was within this range, its soul would be collected by Anuo. By the time it was almost noon, Anuo and his two companions had killed more than 600 slimes. It takes 3 people to carry the slime skin. Half of them were killed by Inua, and the other half were hunted by Fei and his companions. The only regret is that Fei and the others killed so many slimes, but there was no sign of upgrading. 1 copper coin per skin, so the 3 of us have earned more than 600 copper coins in just this morning. Hiss. Fei took a breath of cold air and said in surprise, "This money is too easy to earn." If he had known this, why would he have done the hard labor a few days ago? It's not that the slime is weak, it's that you are too strong. Inua explained, "Ordinary people in this town don't have such agile skills as you two. And don't underestimate the slime. If you were sprayed with the slime's acid, even a level 4 professional will be injured." Ha ha ha, the slime's acid spraying action is too obvious. There's no way it can hit me, Fei said with a smile. Lu Zhishang's face was also filled with smiles. Although the previous funding was provided by Anuo, from now on, they will also be able to earn money. After returning to the town, they exchanged the slime skin for silver coins, and then the 3 of them returned to the Guangyue Tavern to eat and rest. In the afternoon, the 3 of them went out of town again. Evening. The backs of the 3 people gradually disappeared on the grassland. Behind them is a silent prairie. In one day, the 3 of them cleared several square kilometers of slime. The number of slime souls that Ano harvested exceeded 3 digits. Name, Ano. Race, human. Level, 5. Experience, 63 out of 500. Occupation, none. Magic, 50-50. Talent, sacrifice spirit. Skills, low-level perception, plus, acid spray, plus. Consume 1,000 slime souls to upgrade skills. Slime soul, white, X1325, large slime soul, green, X1. Ano noticed that when the number of slime souls exceeded 1,000, a plus sign appeared after the 2 skills. This discovery made Ano ecstatic. There is no doubt that this means that the skills you have mastered can be upgraded. Low-level perception allows Anuo to grasp the movements of various objects within a 3-meter radius around him and can assist in close combat. For close combat, a range of 3 meters is enough. Anuo thought about it and decided to upgrade the skill Acid Spray first. The battle with Harry made Ano realize the importance of active skills. But in the battle with the short axe goblin, the effect of Acid Spray is much smaller. First of all, the attack distance is short, only 3 meters. Secondly, the amount is small. When the large slime used acid spray, Anuo still remembers the large area of acid sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun. After making the decision, Ano upgraded acid spray. Chapter 33 Departure to Vacuum. Inua felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, and he felt as if something had changed. Turning his attention to the information panel, Anuo saw the upgraded acid spray. High-pressure acid explosion instantly sprays a large amount of acid. Longer range. Faster speed. Wider range. Inua found an excuse to go to the bathroom and temporarily left Fei and Lu Zhishang and walked to a distance with his back to the 2 men. Inua stretched out his right hand towards a huge rock 10 meters away. High-pressure acid explosion. Activate. A ball of acid the size of a human head condensed in front of Anuo's right hand. and then shot out at an extremely fast speed. Bang! When the acid ball hit the boulder, it splashed over a large area. All the covered areas made a hissing sound, and a layer of the stone surface was immediately corroded away. This is not the end yet. Under Anuo's surprised gaze, 5 balls of acid the size of a human head flew over. The boulder, which was more than 1 meter high, was corroded into a bumpy appearance in just a few seconds. Awesome. Inua rubbed his hands excitedly. Not only has the power increased, but the number has also increased. Directly changed from single attack to group attack. With this, I can fight Harry and his 5 companions head-on without the help of summons. If it weren't for the skill consumption increasing to 20 mana points after upgrading, it would only be able to fire 2 shots at full strength. Anno even felt that he could go find the short axe goblin for a 1v1 duel between men. Unfortunately, mana is a big problem. Anno sighed. He still remembered that Pastor Henry once said that Anno's magic power was very low. Just slightly taller than an average person. I wonder if there is any way to increase mana. Otherwise, even if I have a bunch of powerful skills in the future, I can't use them because of lack of mana, which is no different from not learning any skills at all. While thinking, Inuo returned to Shuefeibai and the others. After dealing with the slime skin, Enno and the other 2 returned to the Guangyue Tavern, called the 6 girls, and went to the tailor shop to buy 2 sets of clothes for everyone. 9 people, 18 sets of clothes, and it cost a total of 18 silver coins. This is the price that the boss gave me at a discount because I purchased in bulk. What expensive clothes! When paying, Shuefeibai's hands were shaking. The 3 of them squandered a whole day of their youth on the grassland in exchange for 11 silver coins. This money-making efficiency is definitely the best in the small town of Grul. But I didn't expect that just to provide everyone with 2 sets of clothes would cost 18 silver coins. Inua was mentally prepared for this. After all, he had bought clothes before. He patted Shuefeibai on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't feel bad. These are all necessities. We can't let everyone wear the same ragged clothes, right?" A group of women immediately echoed, "That's right. Clothes are a necessity. It's not that they don't want to save money, it's just that the clothes they are wearing are no longer wearable." Except for Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong, everyone else was wearing ripped clothes. Moreover, Inua also bought clothes for Lu Yin and the other girl. Originally, Lu Yin was sulking because Inua didn't take her to hunt slimes. But when it came time to buy clothes, she immediately put all that behind her and started picking with everyone else. Everyone returned to the Kazuki Tavern and ordered food. "Okay, everyone, have dinner tonight and have a good rest. We'll go into the city tomorrow." Everyone, oh. As the sun rose from the horizon, the caravan of the town of Grul had already gathered in the center of the town, ready to set off at any time. Inua and others also arrived at the caravan early. In addition to the merchants in the town, there were also 2 unfamiliar guards traveling with them. Because it was far away from Vacum and it was early summer, the caravan had to set out at sunrise and could only reach Vacum when it was almost sunset. There are wild beasts and monsters roaming the wilderness at night, and even with the protection of professionals, it is easy to be in danger of life. Therefore, the caravans in the town of Grul will not camp in the wild. Usually they arrive in Vacum on the same day. However, a quarter of an hour had passed since sunrise and the caravan still hadn't set out. Some businessmen in the team were already getting anxious. Anuo and his companions had no idea what was going on, so they could only wait patiently by the side. After a while, Maria, who was pregnant with a big belly and a sad face, walked to the front of the caravan and gave the order to set off. Including Anno and his 9 companions, the caravan had more than 30 people in total. A group of people drove the carriage and slowly drove out of the town of Grul. Because the road was rugged and bumpy, the carriage was not moving very fast. Not long after he walked, Anno saw old John walking towards him. "What's wrong, Uncle John?" Anno jumped off the carriage and went over. Old John looked back at the mayor in the middle of the caravan and whispered to Anno, "Mayor Ria told me that he was supposed to go to Vacum with Harry today, but for some reason, Harry did not show up today, and he could not be contacted at all. You have made an enemy of Harry, and I am afraid he may want to take action against you. Be careful on the road and don't fall behind." When Inua heard old John's worry, he couldn't help but smile. When he went to the grassland yesterday, Annual made a special trip to the place where he fought with Harry. There were already piles of slimes gathered there. As for the bodies of Harry and his companions, not even a trace was left. "Okay, Uncle, I'll be careful." Although he knew that Harry could not pose any danger to him, Annuo still nodded with a sad face. "You have to look good. After all, Harry has a brother who is level 10. Inua didn't want the other party to find out about him. After Inua returned to the carriage everyone was riding in, Shuefeibai immediately asked, "What happened?" Inua said nonchalantly, "It seems that our caravan set out a little late because we couldn't get in touch with Harry and his men." Harry. When they heard this name, Except for Ming Xin and the other two, no expression changed, while everyone else was shocked. Harry had a conflict with Anno. He himself is a level 4 trainee fighter, and his brother is a level 10 captain of the Bloodstained mercenary group. Given the other party's temper, if we meet him on this trip to Vaucom, there will definitely be trouble. Lu Yin looked at Anua, bit her lip, and whispered, Anua, it's all my fault. And me, Lu Rongrong said with her head down. Anua waved his hand and told everyone, the purpose of our trip is, first, to become a professional, second, to establish an adventurer's guild, and third, to heal my broken finger. Don't worry about Harry, I will take care of it. Perhaps because of the confidence conveyed in Anuo's voice, everyone chose to believe Anuo and stopped discussing the matter. The journey was long and the carriage was too bumpy. After walking for a while, many people jumped off the carriages and chose to walk. After all, the carriages were not much faster than walking. Along the way, Anuo and his companions saw the prairie full of slimes and the endless forbidden forest. Even on the road where they were traveling, they encountered a few slimes that they didn't know whether they came from the grassland or the forest. However, these slimes were easily dealt with by the guards and did not cause any trouble to the convoy. No conversation along the way. Except for the time at noon when the caravan stopped and the merchants ate some dry food and let the horses rest, the caravan kept moving forward. Finally, at dusk, Anno looked ahead and saw the outline of Vaucom. Chapter 34 Career Choice. Vaucom, the largest city on the southern border of the Kingdom of Nurgle. 100 kilometers south of Vaucom is the Iron Mountains. Further south is the Storm Sea, a forbidden zone for humans. There are various monsters in the Ai Mountains, but they are not the main force of the Demon King's army, and most of them are below level 15. Of course, this is all speculation by the Vaucom people. As for whether there are monsters above level 15 in the Ai Mountains, no one knows. After all, no mercenary group was willing to risk destruction and go to the Ai Mountains to confirm the news. Since it is a truce period now, the monsters from the Ai Mountains have not invaded in large numbers. However, small frictions occur every day. From time to time, groups of monsters would attack the villages and towns around Vaucom. Viscount Renault, the ruler of Vaucom, will also offer rewards for some monsters that are more dangerous. In order to earn commissions, mercenaries would hunt down these bounty-bearing monsters. When Anno and his party approached Vaucom, they were all shocked by the tall city walls in front of them. As expected of Vaucom, Shue Feibai looked at the wooden bridge that was more than 10 meters long in front of him and said excitedly, the moat is more than 10 meters wide. Which monster can capture such a city? The others also looked as if they were saying, it must be safe to live here. Inua glanced at everyone and smiled bitterly. They have all lost their memories, and their understanding of monsters is limited to the goblins and slimes they have encountered so far, and everything else is just hearsay. The Vaucom in front of us is very magnificent, but there are also species of monsters that can fly. When encountering flying monsters, even city walls cannot stop them. Let's go into the city. Inua followed the caravan and called on others to catch up. When they arrived near the city gate, they saw a row of fully armed guards standing on each side. There were 5 people in each row, wearing full sets of plate armor, helmets, and holding spears in their hands. The guards' sharp eyes kept scanning the passers-by, looking very majestic. Their equipment and aura were much better than those of the Grul town guards who were protecting the caravan. Is this a regular military professional? Inua licked his lips, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. The equipment on these guards looked very luxurious, and Anua simply couldn't afford it. The manufacture of armor requires a large amount of materials such as steel. Some individual pieces, such as breastplates, are more expensive than weapons. Not to mention a full set of protective gear. The guards in the town of Grul only had a few pieces of armor on them, not a full set. Inua and Shue Feibai could only drool at the equipment on the guards. Led by Mayor Ria, Anuo and his party walked into Vaucom. Behind the thick city walls are a large number of medieval-style buildings and people of all kinds. Vaucom is known as the Southern Frontier Defense, so naturally there are a lot of professionals there. In the town of Grul, apart from the guards and priests, the only professionals Anuo saw were Harry and his group. But as soon as he entered Vaucom, several professionals wearing equipment walked by on the street in front of him. Because it was getting dark, Anuo led everyone to follow the caravan and went to a hotel to rest for the night. The hotel's prices are 20% higher than those of the Guangyue Tavern in the town of Grul, but the service and comfort are also much higher. After the 9 people finished their meal, they booked 3 rooms to rest. No words were spoken that night. By the time Anuo got up, it was already bright. After asking the waiter in the store, I learned that it was already past 7 o'clock. Old John and the other merchants were out on business. We only have one day. Tomorrow morning, the mayor will return with the caravan. If you miss it, you can either issue a mission and ask the mercenary group to escort you back. Otherwise, they could only wait for a month until the caravan in the town came again, and then return with them. As for returning alone, monsters love to attack humans who are alone. Annuo and others were not planning to return with the caravan. Becoming a professional requires practicing with a mentor for a period of time. Only when you have mastered the basic skills of a profession can you be considered a professional. After Anua and his group finished breakfast, they prepared to go look for their mentor. This was their primary mission when they came to Vakum. On the way here, we discussed the issue of career choices more than once. Finally, a plan was decided upon. The main force of the team includes Anua, Shuefeibai, Lu Zhushang, Lu Yin, and Meng Xian. The second echelon is Lu Rongrong, Gengqing Xue, Ningwen, and Wang Zixuan. As the main combat personnel, the first echelon must have reasonable occupational allocation. The 6 major human professions are warrior, knight, magician, hunter, priest, and thief. Warriors, with high attack and defense, as the vanguard of the team, Shuefeibai and Lu Zhushang, who have strong physiques, are the most suitable. Compared with warriors, knights are more mobile, and Lu Yin finally chose this profession. Meng Xian chose the thief profession, which has strong concealment, and can act as the eyes of the team together with the hunter profession. The hunter profession is quite special. You can use bows and arrows for long-range attacks, use daggers for close combat, tame combat pets to assist in combat, and set traps. All in all, this profession looks like an all-rounder. But it is also the most difficult, because there is so much to learn. If you can't master it well, it will become a useless job that knows a little bit of everything but is proficient in nothing. The reason why Annuo values this profession is because hunters can bring babies with them. The summoned creature cannot be hidden forever, it will eventually show up. The hunter profession allows you to bring a baby with you, which is just right for providing cover for Anno. 5 people chose 4 careers. As a qualified adventurer, the team must not have any shortcomings. The remaining 2 professions are held by the second echelon. As a profession that can heal teammates, the priest is definitely indispensable. Inua asked Lu Rongrong and Ningwen to choose this profession. The remaining Gengqing Xue and Wang Zixuan became magicians. As an output position, the magician should be played by people from the first echelon. But the 5 people's current choices are all careers that best suit their personalities. After final discussion, it was decided to assign occupations according to the above results. In this way, the team of 9 people became a configuration of 2 warriors, 2 magicians, 2 priests, 1 knight, 1 thief, and 1 hunter. According to the standard configuration of a 10-man mercenary team in this world, the team is still missing a knight. But that's enough. It is worth mentioning that just because a person chooses a certain profession does not mean he cannot choose other professions. However, practicing a profession requires exhausting all your energy. Very few people choose multiple careers. After finding out the location of every professional instructor in the city, Annuo went to the hunter profession headquarters alone. Of course, before he left, he gave each of the others 10 silver coins. Annuo specifically exchanged the gold coins for silver coins in the tavern where he was staying. Although the tuition fee for learning basic skills to become a professional is only 5 silver coins. However, as a team member, you can't go without any money on you. Vakum is huge. Anu set out from the tavern where he was staying and walked for nearly half an hour before he found the location of the hunter professional instructor. It was a manor covering an area of about 10 acres. There is a plaque above the gate of the manor. It says Hunter's House on it. Chapter 35 The Hunter God Didn't Protect You. At the gate of the manor, there were 2 wolfhounds, or should they be wolfhounds, squatting on the left and right, staring at the people passing by. Inua squatted at the door and observed for a while, and found that there were quite a few people coming in and out. There are many professionals among them. He should have come back to learn some skills. Annuo stood up and walked towards the hunter's house. When they were almost at the gate, the 2 wolfhounds that had been squatting at the gate suddenly stood up and barked at Anua. This situation not only frightened Annuo, but also stunned the professionals passing by. What happened to Shook and Beta? This is the first time I've seen this happen. A hunter with a bow and quiver on his back and a hatchet tied around his waist followed the 2 dogs' gaze and found the frightened Anua. Newcomer. When Anua saw someone asking him a question, he relaxed his guard and nodded at the other person. If the 2 dogs had not just been barking and not rushing forward, Anua would have been ready to launch that high-pressure acid blast. It's no wonder that Anua was so startled. It was mainly because he had observed before that the levels of these 2 dogs were not obvious at all. This means that their level is at least level 6. You are here to look for Minter Walton, right? Come on, I'll take you there. I'm on my way. The hunter walked up to Anua with a familiar look on his face, put his arm around Anua's shoulders, and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Mark Jason. You can call me Mark." Minter Walton is one of the mentors of the hunter profession in Vakum City. "Hello, Senior Mark. My name is Anua." Anua smiled awkwardly, pointed at the guard dogs that were baring their teeth at him and asked, "If I go in to find Teacher Walton now, Will they attack me? Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Everything will be fine with me here. Mark walked up to the two dogs and squatted down, constantly comforting them. After a while, the two dogs, whom Mark called Shook and Beta, calmed down. Inua was watching from the side and was very surprised. Communicating with animals is a hunter's skill. Mark explained to Inua, Shook and Beta are Minter Walden's pets. Don't underestimate them. These two guys have the strength of level 10. Level 10. Inua's heart skipped a beat. When faced with a level 6 short-axe goblin, Anno was helpless. If this level 10 combat pet in front of him really had ill intentions towards Annuo, I'm afraid it would be able to end the battle instantly. Of course, Anno was the one who was dealt with. Along the way, Mark enthusiastically told Anno a lot about the hunter's house and praised Anno for choosing to become a hunter. Mark led Inua to a hall in the center of the manor, pointed inside, and said, "At this time, Minter Walton should be inside. You can go in now. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." As he spoke, Mark walked into a building next to the main hall. Hunter Hall. After Inua thanked Mark, he looked up at the hall, then pushed the door and walked in. As soon as he opened the door, Inua saw a 5-meter-tall female statue placed in front of him. The statue is dressed like a hunter, carrying a longbow on his back and a short knife at his waist. In front of the statue, there are 3 people bending over in worship. Annuo glanced to the side and found a middle-aged hunter with a beard staring at him. "Close the door." Walton's heavy voice came, and Annuo hurried in, turned around, and closed the door. Then, Walton motioned for Annuo to wait for a while. Inua had no choice but to walk to Walton's side and quietly observe the 3 people who were paying homage. About 3 minutes later, Annuo saw a surprising scene. The 3 people who were paying homage suddenly emitted white light of varying degrees. The white light on the person in the middle was more dazzling, while the light on the other 2 was much weaker. Seeing this, Walton nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. The goddess of hunters Artemis has responded to you. You are qualified to become hunters." He pointed at the man who radiated the brightest light and said, "You have great talent. I hope you won't waste it. Practice diligently and become a formal hunter soon. Next, I will teach you basic skills. The day you learn it, I will give you the hunter's seal." The 3 of them showed joy on their faces, thanked him quickly, and then waited by the side. At this time, Walton looked at Anno and asked, "If you choose to become a hunter, you must worship the hunter god and respect Lady Artemis for the rest of your life. Are you ready?" Artemis, the goddess of hunters. Anno looked up at the statue and nodded. He had done his homework before coming. Each profession corresponds to a god. Only those who are recognized by the gods have the potential to learn skills. If someone is not recognized, it means that he or she has absolutely no potential to become a successful person in that profession and needs to try another career. There are 6 professions. Theoretically, anyone can choose one of them as a career. The final choice is mainly based on compatibility. If a person is physically strong but has little magic power, he can choose to become a magician, but his growth rate will definitely be very slow. If you choose a warrior, knight or something like that, your training speed will be much faster. On the contrary, if a thin person insists on becoming a warrior, he probably won't even be able to bear the weight of the armor. This is the nature of compatibility. "I'm ready," Annuo answered loudly. Walton nodded, led Anno to the statue, and said, "Silently recite the name of Artemis in your heart. Within 5 minutes, the hunter god will respond to you." After saying that, he stepped aside just like he did before. Annuo did not hesitate. He closed his eyes, worshipped the statue, and then silently chanted Artemis in his heart. Time passes by every second. Anno didn't know how many times he had repeated the name, but he didn't feel any changes in his body, nor did he hear Walton call to stop. He could only call the name of the hunter god over and over again. Beside, Walton looked at Anno's back with a frown on his face. The 3 people who had just received a response from Artemis walked up to Walton, and one of them asked carefully, "Teacher Walton, 10 minutes have passed, and the hunter god has not responded. It seems that this person cannot become a hunter." "Ah." Walton sighed and shouted to Anno, "It's ready." And Nual walked up to Walton in confusion and asked doubtfully, "Is this enough?" "Kid, you haven't received a response from the hunter god, so you can't be a hunter. You should choose another profession." "What?" And Nual didn't expect that the answer would be like this. "I had planned everything, but I didn't expect that I didn't have the talent to be a hunter. Although this situation is rare, you are definitely not the type of person who can become a hunter. The hunter god does not protect you." And Nual didn't know how he walked out of the hunter's house. According to Walton, in all his years as a mentor, he has seen gifted people who glow when they pay homage. I have also seen low-talent hunters with only faint fluorescence. But I have never seen a person who has no light at all. This is a person completely abandoned by the god of hunters. Poor child. And Nua recalled Walton's last words and the mockery in the eyes of the three people next to him, and smiled bitterly. Since you can't become a hunter, then try other professions. Anna was not discouraged. Anyway, the main reason for choosing a hunter is to conceal the summon. Since he couldn't become a hunter, Annuo set his sights on becoming a knight. Chapter 36 Special Talent. Before going to find the knight mentor, Annuo first returned to the tavern where he was staying. Everyone had already discussed it before leaving. After meeting with the instructor, don't rush to practice your skills, but come back to report the situation first. The main concern is the compatibility of professions. If someone in the team is not suitable for the current profession, he or she needs to change professions. When Anno returned to the tavern, he was surprised to find that he was not the first one. Wang Zixuan sat at the table in the room with a look of despair on her face, staring out the window in a daze. It wasn't until Anua came back that she came to her senses. After the conversation, Anua realized that Wang Zixuan came back so early because her magician mentor said, "Although you can become a magician, you don't have a talent for magic. You should choose another profession." Unlike Anuo's situation, Wang Zixuan is not unable to become a magician. It's just that her temperament is not compatible. But there were problems with two people in the team, which made Anuo a little worried. It's not possible that all 9 of us can't find a suitable job. Fortunately, Anuo's worries were unnecessary. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, everyone returned one after another, bringing back good news. Except for him, everyone else received a response from the god of occupation. After the worship, everyone was shining brightly. According to the mentors, they have never seen such a dazzling light in all the years since they came to Vacuum City. According to the level classification, they are all special talents. Once they get the professional seal, many forces will definitely compete for it. Fortunately, the mentors are only responsible for their own profession. They currently don't know that 7 exceptionally talented people appear in the city at the same time. Enno was very happy about this, but he still couldn't see other people's panels. Perhaps, I will be able to see it only when they become trainee professionals. Anua guessed in his heart. Then he briefly talked about his and Wang Zixuan's situation. After everyone was stunned for a moment, there was not much reaction. If this career doesn't work for you, then change it. There are 6 professions that are sure to suit you. This is what everyone thinks. So, while it was still early in the morning and the instructors hadn't gotten off work yet, Anua brought Wang Zixuan and everyone else to the hunter's house. Originally, Anua was the only one in the team who chose to be a hunter. Now that Anua cannot become a hunter, Wang Zixuan can only try first. Shuk and Beta, who were guarding the door of the hunter's house, barked again after seeing Anua. "Because I am not protected by the god of hunters, do you two hate me?" Anua smiled bitterly inwardly and waited outside for news from Wang Zixuan. Since the others had already chosen their professions, they could not enter the hunter's house without an introduction, so they waited outside with Annuo. Wang Zixuan didn't keep everyone waiting for long. She came out in less than 10 minutes. However, Wang Zixuan was accompanied by a tall and thin young man. Annuo recognized at a glance that this person was the 3 people he met in the hunter hall before. Hunter talent seems to be still top-notch. Hunters with superior talents are already in great demand in Vacuum. Whether it was the major mercenary groups, the Chamber of Commerce, or Viscount Renault, the ruler of Vacuum, they would all recruit him once he got the professional seal. If an ordinary professional wants to break through level 5 and become a formal professional, it will take at least 2 years. But people with superior talents have a much stronger understanding of skills than ordinary people. As long as you don't waste your talent, you can break through to level 5 in less than half a year. Who doesn't like such a delicious dish? So when the tall man Rhodes learned that he possessed superior hunter talent, his mentality changed. In the past, he just wanted to join a low-level mercenary group and live a miserable life. Now he wants to join the top 3 giant mercenary groups. He even took a classmate of his own as his younger brother. Just as he had been learning hunter skills for the whole morning and was about to say goodbye to Walton, he discovered that an extremely dazzling light suddenly burst out in the hunter hall. Then Teacher Walton's exclamation was heard from inside. "Special talent. God bless you. This kid is actually a special talent. Special class." Rhodes felt his heart skip a beat. With such talent, if nothing unexpected happens, he can even grow into a big man like level 20 or 30. Mentor Walton is only level 15. Then, under Rhodes' curious eyes, Wang Zixuan pushed open the door of the hunter's hall and trotted out with a happy expression on her face. Although she was wearing coarse clothes, Wang Zixuan was very beautiful, and with a smile on her face, she instantly captured Rhodes' heart. "She must be a gift from the hunter god to me. Praise Artemis." Rhodes' eyes were full of obsession. He didn't even notice that Wang Zixuan was the only one coming out of the Hunter Hall. Seeing that Wang Zixuan was about to run away, he hurriedly chased after her. Along the way, Rhodes kept talking to Wang Zixuan. In order to win Wang Zixuan's favor, he inadvertently revealed his superior hunting talent. Although Wang Zixuan was not very clear about the difference in talent levels, she knew that her special grade was better than the opponent's superior grade. Coupled with the previous experience of being captured by goblins, Wang Zixuan has always been afraid to interact with people around her. She only trusts her brothers and sisters. Seeing that Wang Zixuan's expression didn't change at all, Rhodes boasted that he had been selected by the top 3 mercenary groups in Vacum City. What he didn't know was that in Wang Zixuan's ears, all she heard was ABA. Finally, Wang Zixuan walked to the gate and saw Nuo and his group. A smile broke out on her face again, and she ran over faster. "Ano, everyone, I have the talent to be a hunter." As she spoke, she covered her mouth and whispered to everyone, "And it's a special prize. Call." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Nuo even felt that his decision to recruit them into the group was the right one. They are all exceptionally talented. There must be a reason why they were teleported to another world. The corners of Anuo's mouth curled up, and he became full of confidence in becoming a knight. If you can't become a hunter, it just means you're not compatible, which is no big deal. But just as everyone was about to leave, a figure appeared in front of them and stopped them. "Hey, kid, I know you." Rhodes pointed at Ano rudely and mocked him. "I remember that when you paid homage to Master Artemis this morning, you didn't get any response at all. Why do you, a person abandoned by the god of hunters, appear near the hunter's house?" Everyone. Nuo looked at Wang Zixuan and asked, "Who is this?" "I don't know either." Wang Zixuan hugged Meng Xian's arm and pouted. "After I came out of the Hunter Hall, he followed me here, chattering nonstop all the way. It was so annoying." "Oh, I remember he said he had a superior hunter talent." When Rod heard the first half of Wang Zixuan's words, his heart stopped. It turned out that the other party didn't hear a word of his self-introduction and conversation, which he thought was very humorous. When Wang Zixuan said that he had a top-notch hunter talent, Rod immediately straightened his chest and said proudly, "Yes, I have a top-notch hunter talent." He squinted at Nuo and sneered, "Those abandoned by the god of hunters will never understand the brilliance of the talent of a top hunter. I think you should find other mentors and see if you can make achievements in other professions." Then, he took a few steps towards the crowd, looked directly at Wang Zixuan, and said affectionately, "Beautiful lady, there is no future for you to follow them. You may not know me yet, so why don't we start as friends? I, Rod, swear that I will protect you with my life during the rest of your journey." Rhodes could see that the group of people in front of him was led by Anuo. Although Ano and the other 2 strong men were equipped with weapons, Rhodes had a preconceived notion that they were ordinary people. How capable can a team composed mainly of people like Nuo be? Once he becomes an apprentice hunter, defeating these ordinary people will be a piece of cake. Such a team is not worthy of the beauty of that girl. Only I, who possess the talent of a superior hunter, can be worthy of her. Rhodes thought so in his heart and glanced at the crowd. Then he saw the girls with disgusted expressions on their faces. Hiss. When Rhodes noticed that there were so many beauties behind Ano, his eyes widened. "Damn it, why does he have so many beautiful women around him, but I don't have any?" Rhodes gritted his teeth, turned his head and glared at Nuo, saying viciously, "You must have coerced these beautiful ladies. I, Rhodes, advise you to return the freedom of these ladies. You must be crazy." Nuo ignored the other party and turned around to leave with everyone, etc. When Rhodes saw his goddess turning and leaving, he became filled with evil and risked being detained by the guards to attack Anuel. Bang. With a loud bang, Rhodes' body fell heavily to the ground. Xue Feibai clapped his hands and said speechlessly, "You said it so powerfully, I thought you were so strong." These words deeply stimulated Rhodes, but the pain from his body also sobered him up. Although he has excellent talent as a hunter, he is just an ordinary person who has just learned for the whole morning. Xue Fei is a tall and strong white man. He is no match for him at all. Rhodes lay on the opposite side, looking at Nuo and the others who were moving away, clenched his teeth and said viciously, "Just wait. When I become an apprentice hunter, I will definitely make you pay." After saying that, he got up and quietly followed Nuo and the others. He wanted to find out where these black-haired people came from. On the other side, Lu Yin was warning the girls to be careful of professionals who suddenly approached them. She had experienced Harry's harassment and encountered what happened to Rhodes, so she was worried that the girls would be in danger. When passing by a tailor shop, Lu Yin specially bought 6 large hats for the girls. This was just a small episode among the crowd, and no one took Rhodes seriously in front of a group of special class people who would care about the top class person. Under the leadership of Lu Yin, everyone came to the location of the Knights Hall. Inua asked everyone to wait outside and walked in alone. Chapter 37, The Forsaken. Kid, the god of knights does not favor you. Perhaps you should try other professions. The warrior god has not responded. You are not suitable for the warrior profession. The path of magic is not suitable for you. Go back. The light of the god of light does not shine upon you. Lord Max, the god of thieves, doesn't seem to like you. Get out of here. After going through all the steps, there was no career that was suitable for Inua, so he just couldn't do it. When Inua came out of Thieves' Alley and said that he was rejected again, everyone was stunned. How could this happen? Lu Yin couldn't believe it. Anno was the one who defeated Harry and his group before he became a professional. How could such a powerful person not be favored by the god of profession? Did something go wrong? Shui Bai recalled the scene of hunting slimes with Inua. Inua's speed and strength are much higher than his. He also didn't believe that no professional god recognized Anno. According to the information gathered by everyone, no one has ever been abandoned by the gods of all professions. Inua was a little depressed at first, but after a while, he got over it. Because of the talent, sacrificial spirit, even if there is no career to choose, he can learn a variety of skills. This is no loss for Annuo. Before this, Inua felt that he had less magic power and thought it was because he had not become a professional. Now it seems that it has nothing to do with occupation. If I can't become a professional, then I can't. Anyway, I'm special. I can become stronger without a profession. After Inua figured it out, he smiled and said to everyone, but since you have already chosen a profession, you must put in the effort and become an apprentice as soon as possible. The Adventurers Guild's first appearance can only be in the form of a mercenary group, and only professionals can apply to form a mercenary group. As for Inua, he probably won't be able to get the professional seal. Inua said that he could become stronger even without a career. Although everyone didn't understand what he meant, they felt relieved. It seems that Inua does have a way to become stronger. Otherwise, how could he defeat Harry and rescue Meng Xian and the other two? Don't worry, the basic sword skills that my instructor taught me are very simple. I think I can master it in 3 days at most. Shui Bai patted his chest and said, I will be a trainee warrior by then, and it will be the same if I set up the guild. I just need to fill in your name as the president. Inua smiled and replied, it takes at least 5 professionals to form a guild. You alone are not enough. I should be able to help, Lu Zhishang said seriously. Although he is also a warrior, the basic skill he learned is basic stick techniques. Like Shui Bai, Lu Zhishang felt that basic stick techniques were simple and not difficult to learn. 3 days? Maybe it's too much. Just as everyone was discussing how long it would take to become an apprentice professional, loud laughter suddenly came from the side. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. A bunch of rubbish actually dared to say that they can become professionals in 3 days. This is really the biggest joke I have ever heard. Ah ha ha ha. The person who was speaking spoke very loudly, attracting many passersby to stop and look. Annuo and his companions also frowned and looked at the passerby who was laughing with his head raised. Who are you? Shui Bai stared at the other person for a while with a puzzled expression. The other party's laughter stopped abruptly, and his face turned red visibly. He shouted angrily, It's me, Rod, the top hunter talent. You fought. We met a few hours ago. I thought being beaten was humiliating enough, but I didn't expect that the other person didn't remember me at all after beating me. Rhodes felt the blood boiling in his body. If he could defeat Shui Bai, he would have rushed up to fight with him long ago. Inua glanced at Shui Bai beside him. He didn't expect that this guy had such a bad heart. Shui Bai definitely hadn't forgotten Rhodes. He said that just to piss him off. Who made this guy call everyone trash? Don't pay attention to him. Let's go. Inua didn't know why Rhodes appeared here, and he didn't want to waste time with Rhodes. However, Rhodes didn't think so. When he saw Inua turning around to leave and saw some people gathering around to watch the fun because of what he had just said, he immediately started shouting at the top of his voice. Don't think I don't know. I've been following you all morning. You are not blessed by the hunter god and cannot become a hunter. I, a hunter with superior talent, have seen this with my own eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd watching the excitement immediately started talking. There are a large number of professionals in Vaucom City, so there are no strangers to news related to professionals. When everyone heard Rhodes say that he was a hunter with superior talent, the way they looked at him changed. Most people have inferior talents. There are not many average ones, but there are quite a few too. Those with superior talents are good seedlings that all major forces need to compete for. As long as nothing unexpected happens, Rhodes's achievement will definitely not be low. The crowd then turned their attention to Inua and others. Superior talents are rare in Vaucom City, but it is extremely rare to find someone who has never been in a certain profession. As Rhodes saw more and more people gathering around him, he felt more confident. With so many people around, if Shui Bai dared to beat someone in public, the guards would definitely arrest him. Afterwards, Rhodes shared the information he had gathered along the way. Everyone, he was not only abandoned by the god of hunters, but also by the god of knights, the god of warriors, the god of magic, and the god of light. Note that it is not that his talent is low, but that none of these gods responded to him. Rod pointed at Anno and shouted, "Now, he just came out of Thieves' Alley. Although I haven't asked the thieves inside yet, I dare say that the god of thieves has also abandoned you. Don't you think so?" Anno did not deny it. There were several people who worshipped the god of thieves with Annuo. This kind of thing would be known if we checked. Moreover, there is no need to hide it. No way, how is it possible that someone can't choose a career? He was abandoned by 6 gods. What evil things did this guy do? A man forsaken by God. This man is a man forsaken by God. If the people around him used to look at Anua with curiosity, now they look at him as if he were a monkey in a zoo. In a sense, the Forsaken of God are rarer than other talents. Yes, he is the Forsaken one. A team led by a God-forsaken person actually made the outrageous statement that they would become trainee soldiers in 3 days. What do you think of the trainee soldier? What do you think of professionals? Chapter 38 Gambling. Rhodes became more and more excited as he spoke, and even drooled. There are many professionals among the people around. After hearing what Rhodes said, although he didn't say anything, his eyes were full of disgust when he looked at Anno and the others. Judging from the fluctuations of their auras, none of Annuo and his group are professionals. The weapons and shields he is equipped with are probably just for show, and his combat effectiveness cannot be compared with that of a professional. Perhaps it wasn't Annuo's fault that he was abandoned by God. But arrogance is not pleasing to others. Which professional doesn't go through hard training before getting the professional seal? If practicing is as simple as they say, then what is the point of everyone's efforts? A bunch of young boys, probably they have never experienced any hardship. They are just being clever here. That's right, becoming an apprentice professional in 3 days? If you don't know, you would think you have a special talent. He's just trying to attract attention, even if he becomes a professional. How can a Forsaken of God become a professional? Haha. Misleading by Rhodes, the crowd of onlookers unconsciously stood against Annuo and his group. You. Shuefeibai instantly got angry and was about to teach Rhodes a lesson, but was stopped by Annuo. Inua stared at Rhodes calmly and finally said, "I'm curious, why are you against us?" This was only the second time that everyone met Rhodes. But he had caused trouble for Inua twice in a row. This made Inua a little confused. He guessed in his heart that Rhodes did it for Wang Zishuan. But Rhodes is a person with top professional talent after all. Would he do such a stupid thing? It turns out that there are indeed people who are that stupid. Rhodes glanced at the women wearing wide hats hiding behind Anno and hesitantly said, "As a Forsaken one, you were able to win over so many people. You must have deceived everyone with sweet words. Now, I, Rod, a hunter with top talent, order you to liberate the women around you." After that, Rhodes smiled, which he thought was very handsome, and said softly to the women behind Anua, "Don't be afraid, everyone. I know that it was the Forsaken of God who coerced you. Don't be afraid. I and everyone else will take care of it for you. You are sick." Lu Yin and other girls were really speechless about Rhodes. There are actually people who are so narcissistic. Who do you think you are? You dare to make decisions for us? We are a family. Meng Xian took the opportunity to walk to Anua and hugged Anua's arm. That's right. Ningwen and Wang Zishuan echoed from the side. After hearing what Rhodes said, the people around thought that the women behind Annuo were coerced and were preparing to seek justice for the women. After hearing what the girls said, the onlookers cast doubtful glances at Rhodes again. Rhodes, who was self-righteous, did not expect the women to answer like this. He thought that the women did not believe in his ability. After all, he was knocked down by Shuefeibai in one move. Don't worry, I know the 3 of them are very capable, but that's only because I haven't become a professional yet. Now you have so many people around you to make decisions for you, including some professionals. As long as you say that it was this godforsaken person who coerced you, we will stand up for you. Quickly say that it was the Forsaken of God who coerced you. Speak quickly. Rod's tone was a little hurried, and he desperately wanted someone to say that he was coerced by Annuo. In this way, he could legitimately let the onlookers attack Anua, and then rescue the girls and become their savior. With his superior talent, he would be able to have a place in Vakam in a few years. Then you can live happily with all the beautiful ladies. But what answered him was a copper coin thrown by Annuo. The copper coin drew an arc in the air, fell on the stone floor in front of Rhodes in front of everyone's eyes, and rolled to his feet. Then, Anua's voice reached his ears. If you have a brain disease, you need treatment. If you can't afford it, I can help you with 1 copper coin. You're welcome. After saying that, Anua turned around and prepared to leave. The crowd looked at Rhodes strangely. This person kept saying that the Forsaken of God deceived women, but those women seemed to hate Rhodes. In this case, what Rhodes said before is questionable. Rhodes stared at the copper coins at his feet, his face turning blue and red. He raised his head and glared at Anua, shouting, "How dare you, a lowly godforsaken person, insult me? I, Rhodes, want to invite you to a fight. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" "What did you say?" When Shwefeibai heard Rhodes scolding Anua, he turned around and walked in front of Rhodes, staring at him and yelled, "Are you tired of living? What do you want to do?" Rhodes was frightened by Shwefeibai's momentum. He remembered the scene when he was knocked down by one move and swallowed unconsciously. Oh no, he forgot that although the companion of the Forsaken God was not a professional, he was still no match for him now. Rhodes thought about it and came up with an idea. "What? Are you scared?" "Hey, I have a bad temper." Shwefeibai rolled up his sleeves and was about to beat up Rhodes. "Fighting is prohibited in the city. If you hit me, the guards will arrest you." Rhodes shouted as he fled in panic. "There is a fighting arena in the city for people to compete with each other. If you're not afraid, 3 days later, we will have a 3-on-3 fight on the arena." "Didn't you say that you can become a trainee in 3 days?" "I'll give you 3 days. 3 days later, I will bring 2 apprentice professionals to fight with you. If you lose, I demand that you release those women and apologize to all professionals. Professionals are not someone you, a godforsaken person, can insult. Do you dare?" Anua looked at Rhodes with a hint of disgust. He walked forward under the gaze of everyone and said in a low voice, "Listen, I won't bet with my people. If I hear you speak rudely to the people around me again, you will pay the price." Gulp. When Rhodes looked at Anua's eyes, he felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious monster. He was so scared that he couldn't speak for a moment. Anua looked around and said loudly, "I know about the arena. It's not impossible for you to gamble. To be honest, I also want to see how strong you are. The problem is that both sides have to make equal bets." Rhodes didn't know why Anua, an ordinary person, felt so oppressed, but he was in a dilemma and could only bite the bullet and ask, What do you want to bet on?" "Well, we'll use 1 gold coin as the bet. Whoever loses has to pay the other 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin. This number is not small." Rhodes was just an ordinary person in Vaucom City before, and he only had 50 silver coins on him. But when he thought that Anua was a forsaken person by God, Rhodes became tempted. Although the 2 people around him are very powerful, they don't have professional seals. Ordinary people will definitely not be able to beat the apprentice professionals I invited. After Rhodes thought about it for a while, he nodded and agreed. "Okay, it's a deal. Of course, bets require witnesses. How about I, the hunter Mark Jason, act as the referee in 3 days?" A middle-aged man in his 30s walked out of the crowd and spoke to everyone with a smile. "It's him, Hawkeye Mark. He's a level 10 hunter. I heard that at least a dozen level 10 monsters have died from his arrows. This is a famous hunter in Vaucom City. He actually wants to be a witness to this farce. Interesting, it seems that the Forsaken of God are a little special." While everyone was discussing, Rhodes was also stunned. He didn't expect that his bet would attract the eagle-eye hunter Mark. "Why, any comments?" Mark looked at Rhodes and asked. "No." "No problem." Rhodes felt bitter. "I was thinking before that I wouldn't raise any money. Anyway, he will definitely win. Now that Mark is here as a witness, he will definitely need to collect the stakes during the competition." Mark turned to Anno again and asked with a smile, "What about you guys?" Anno didn't expect that Mark was famous in Vaucom. He saw a friendly message in Mark's smile and did not refuse. "I'm fine." "Okay." Mark raised his hands and said to the crowd, 3 days later, there will be a 3-on-3 fight on the arena. On one side were Mr. Rhodes, who had just been detected to have superior hunter talent today, and the 2 apprentice professionals he invited. On the other side is Mr. Anno, the Forsaken One of God, and his 2 ordinary companions. The bet is 1 gold coin. The gap in strength between the 2 sides is huge. Will Mr. Rhodes win easily, or will Mr. Anno surprise us? Let us look forward to the battle in 3 days. At that time, I hope both parties will come to the arena on time with their bets. Those who fail to arrive will be deemed to have forfeited their rights. As a witness, I will collect the bet for the winner. Never underestimate the hunter's tracking ability. Chapter 39 Intelligence. The news about the gambling fight quickly spread throughout the city of Vaucom. On one side was Rhodes, a top hunter with talent, and 2 apprentice professionals no higher than level 5. On the other side were 3 black-haired strangers, one of whom was a forsaken god, and the other 2 were not professionals either. The people in the city were just looking for fun to hear about this kind of gambling fight with such a huge gap, because the winner of the bet was undoubtedly Rhodes' side. Professionals have skills and a physique that can be upgraded and strengthened. How do non-professionals fight professionals? But because the notary was the level 10 hunter Eagle Eye Mark, everyone was concerned about this gambling fight whose outcome was already determined. Mark is also a famous hunter in Vaucom. He would not just sit there and work as a notary for others. Although the ending is certain, there may be other hidden secrets. This is what most people thought when they heard the news. As a result, More and more people paid attention to the gambling fight 3 days later, and many people decided to go to the arena to watch the fight. After the bet was made, Mark smiled, said hello to Anno, and left. Inua thought for a moment and looked back at Wang Zishuan. What happened? Seeing Inua's strange look, Wang Zishuan took a step back uncomfortably. Inua raised the corner of his mouth and said mysteriously, "Perhaps you have helped us a lot invisibly." Wang Zishuan was confused after hearing this. "Okay, now that the bet is made, you two need to work hard." Inua looked at Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang and said seriously, "Since you said that you can become apprentice professionals in 3 days, then during the competition, you need to play as apprentice professionals. We must win this battle, not only to teach Rhodes a lesson, but also to establish our reputation. This will have a very good publicity effect on the future development of the Adventurers Guild." Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang both met their instructors today, so they have only just started training their skills. If other people heard that Annuo asked the two of them to become apprentice professionals in 3 days, they would definitely think that Annuo was crazy. But Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang, the parties involved, nodded confidently. "Don't worry, I will definitely teach that brat a lesson in 3 days." Xue Feibai pinched his wrist joints, making a crackling sound. Lu Zhishang put one hand on his chest and said in a deep voice, "There is no problem on my side." Rod said it was arrogant for 2 people to become professionals in 3 days. But what he didn't know was that the 2 of them were extremely talented warriors, and it was no exaggeration to say that they learned basic skills in 3 days. Not only them, but the women in the team are also exceptionally talented. Although Inua did not set a requirement for them to get the professional seal within 3 days, after experiencing what happened with Rhodes, they did not want to be a burden on the team. After lunch, everyone went to their respective mentors to practice. Anno walked alone on the streets, feeling everything in Vacuum. If nothing unexpected happens, the first Adventurers Guild in the other world will take root in this city. This gambling fight will become the first battle that will make the Adventurers Guild famous. Since we have decided to start from Vacuum, it is necessary to do a basic research on this city. Let's start by investigating the number of professionals and mercenary groups. After Inua determined the target, he began to gather information purposefully. Soon, Annuo obtained a large amount of non-secret information from various people. Vacuum is a border city with a population of about 300,000. There are about 5,000 people of various professions in the city. Among them, there are about 3,000 apprentice professionals at levels 0 to 5. Becoming a professional is not easy, but it is not difficult either. There are no godforsaken people among the natives of the other world. As long as they are willing to pay a tuition fee of 5 silver coins and then practice for a long time and learn basic skills, they can become apprentice professionals. Therefore, there are a lot of apprentice professionals in the city. But after becoming an apprentice professional, it is not so easy to become stronger. At this time, hard work is important, and talent is equally important. At the same time, the cultivation of professionals also requires a lot of cultivation resources. Learning skills, purchasing weapons and armor, etc., all require a large amount of coins. Many people become apprentice professionals, but do not have the strength to join mercenary groups, merchant groups, or the military, and therefore do not have enough money to support the expenses of their training. Therefore, many people are unable to break through and remain stuck at the level of apprentice professionals. Currently, the 5-10th level professionals in Vacuum are basically in the top-ranked mercenary groups, merchant group guards, and viscount guards. Because of Harry, Annuo went to inquire about the information of the Bloodstained Mercenary Group. Harry was not bragging at the time. The Bloodstained Mercenary Group was indeed the 3rd largest mercenary group in Vacuum City. The Bloodstained Mercenary Group has more than 100 official members, all of whom are formal professionals of level 6 and above. Organized in teams of 10, there are 10 squad leaders, 2 team leaders, and 1 regiment leader. In addition, the Bloodstained Mercenary Group has about 200 reserve members. These people are all trainee professionals. If they perform well in the mission, they will receive resource support. After breaking through to level 6, it will be converted to regular. Harry's brother, Sharp Car, is one of the 2 captains. The strength is level 10, Professional Knight. He is called the Raging Knight by the professionals in the city. The leader of the Bloodstained Mercenary Group is a strong man over level 10. With such strength, it is only ranked 3rd among the mercenary groups in Vacuum City. According to the information that Annuo had found out, the professionals of the Fonglang Mercenary Group ranked 1st, the Black Widow Mercenary Group ranked 2nd, the Bloodstained Mercenary Group and other large and small mercenary groups combined number more than 2,500 people, and there are more than 800 formal professionals above level 6. There are also 1,000 professionals in the bodyguard groups of the major caravans in the city, of which more than 500 are formal professionals. The army under the command of Viscount Renault, the ruler of Vacum, has less than 700 people. Although these 700 people are all formal professionals, there are still more than 30 villages and towns under the jurisdiction of Vacum, and each village and town must send at least a 10-man guard to garrison. As a result, the city of Vacum, which has a population of 300,000, has only more than 300 soldiers. Moreover, Annuo also obtained some very interesting information. After winter every year, all things come back to life. Most of the monsters also began to become active. Every time at this time, Viscount Renault would post a notice offering a reward for monsters, encouraging mercenary groups in the city to go out and hunt monsters and ensure the safety of surrounding villages and towns. But for the same kind of monster, the bounty increases every year. This was not because of rising prices, but because several large mercenary groups in the city had communicated with each other. They would not take action unless Viscount Renault raised the bounty. Most of the small mercenary groups are also in collusion with the large mercenary groups. The remaining small mercenary groups that responded to Viscount Renault were not very strong. Hunting monsters for them is dangerous, difficult, and inefficient, and they will also be squeezed out by other mercenary groups. They are simply unable to cope with the large-scale monster activities in the spring. Viscount Renault himself loves the people very much, but he has few soldiers under his command and is unable to cope with all the tasks. Although he was angry about the actions of these mercenary groups, he was helpless and could only keep increasing the bounty. The current season is already the end of spring. According to past experience, in 10 days or half a month, the monsters will be active. Chapter 40. See the talent skill again. According to the analysis of the existing intelligence, the relationship between Viscount Renault and the mercenary groups headed by Garo and Bloodstained mercenaries should not be very harmonious. He was coerced by these mercenary groups every year in this border city. But because they were needed to deal with the monsters, they couldn't do anything to these people. The caravan was undoubtedly neutral. After a moment's thought, Annuo made a decision. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the agreed fight. After a few days of fermentation, this fight was not only known to everyone, but had spread to almost half of the city. Although most people were not interested in this, there were still quite a few people who came to watch the fight today. In the tavern where Anno and his group stayed, the merchants who came from the town of Grul had already gone back. Before leaving, Old John pulled Anno to a corner and said that when Anno left, the people from the Bloodstained mercenary group went to the mayor to ask about Harry's whereabouts. Sharp noticed that his brother had not returned yet and had already noticed something. But Annuo pretended that he knew nothing, and no one else suspected him. In front of the pub, Shui Feibai and Lu Zhishang are both ready. One of them had a short knife on his waist, and the other held a long stick. Around the necks of the two men were sword seals of the warrior profession. That's right, just yesterday, they learned their respective basic skills and received their professional seals. In addition to the two of them, Lu Yin and Meng Xian also got the knight's gun and shield seal and the thief's dagger seal. Although others have not yet received the seal, their progress is also very fast. According to them, they will be able to learn the basic skills in 2 days at the latest. What others need several months or even longer to accomplish, Shui Feibai and others accomplished in just 3 days. This is a special talent. Moreover, ever since Shui Feibai and the other 3 obtained their professional seals, Annuo discovered that he could see their panels. Name, Shui Feibai. Race, human. Level 0. Experience, 1 of 50. Occupation, trainee warrior. Magic, 100 out of 100. Talent, frenzy. Skills, basic sword skills. The 1 point of experience should have been gained by Shui Feibai through practice. What made Annuo excited was the word frenzy written in the talent column of Shui Feibai's panel. After staying in Vacum City for a few days, Annuo did not see much information about professionals. However, everyone's talent column is blank. This made Annuo understand that innate skills are extremely rare things that ordinary people cannot possess. Although we don't know the specific function of Shui Feibai's frenzy, it is definitely much stronger than those basic skills. Moreover, it's not just Shui Feibai, others also have innate skills. Name, Lu Zhishang. Race, human. Level 0. Experience, 1 of 50. Occupation, trainee warrior. Magic, 100 out of 100. Talent, avoid killing. Skills, basic stick techniques. Name, Lu Yan. Race, human. Level 0. Experience, 1 of 50. Occupation, apprentice knight. Magic, 100 out of 100. Talent, judgment. Skills, basic gunmanship. Name, Meng Xian. Race, Human. Level 0. Experience, 1 of 50. Occupation, apprentice thief. Magic, 100 out of 100. Talent, shadow. Skills, stealth. The three people's innate skills are avoid killing, judgment, and shadow, respectively. Enua was also unable to see the specific information, but they know it themselves. After the four people's explanation, Anuo also understood these talents. Frenzy. After being activated, your body strength will be greatly enhanced in a short period of time, and your power and speed will be greatly increased, but you will fall into an irrational state. Avoid killing. Every time you kill a living being, you can save the soul of that living being. Every time you save a soul, you will slightly strengthen your physical strength and defense. Judgment. You can accumulate some power into your spear every day, up to a maximum of 10 times your own strength. When you encounter a judgment target, you can use the power to strike at once, causing a devastating blow. Shadow. In the dark night, you can eliminate your own breath and blend into the surrounding environment. The four talents are all extremely powerful. Berserk is obviously a talent that allows you to fight back in adversity. Abstain from killing. Although the name is abstain from killing, as a growth-type talent, continuous killing will make you stronger. Judgment is even more of a magical skill. It can launch an attack with 10 times its own attack power in one strike. Who among people of the same level can resist it? Shadow, although it is not an offensive talent, it allows the thief to blend into the environment. Is there any chance for the enemy to survive? After learning about the functions of these talents, Anuo's saliva was almost all over the floor. But he also knew that his sacrificial spirit was equally good. Shui Bai and the others will need to practice on their own to learn the skills they will need in the future. But Anno only needs to keep collecting monster souls to learn skills in seconds. Moreover, summoning monsters to act as fighters is also Anuo's strong point. He can defeat the minority with the majority. Although it seems that his current talent is much inferior to Shui Bai and the other three, Anuo believes that spirit sacrifice will play a big role in the future. After constantly comforting himself in his heart, Anuo put away his envy and led everyone to the agreed location of the arena. To be honest, the strength of Shui Bai, Lu Zhishang and Anuo is not enough unless Rhodes finds 2 level 4 apprentice professionals. Rhodes is definitely unbeatable by anyone. Shui Bai and Lu Zhishang have very strong basic physiques, so they will have no problem beating a 2nd or 3rd level apprentice professional now. Although Enua cannot summon monsters to assist in combat in public, nor can he use active skills, he has already reached level 5 strength. Relying on low-level perception, even if Anuo only relies on melee ability, he has the strength to defeat a level 5 apprentice professional. When the group arrived at the fighting location, they found that there were hundreds of people watching. Fortunately, there are seats for spectators around the arena, otherwise it would be difficult to handle so many people. When Anuo and his men came over, the onlookers immediately recognized that they were one of the protagonists of today, the Forsaken of God. After all, the iconic black hair of Anno and the other two is particularly eye-catching among a group of colorful hair colors. As for the women, in order not to cause trouble to Enua and the other two, they all wore scarves and hats to cover their faces when they went out. Rhodes brought his men to the arena early. After seeing Enua leading the way, he glanced at all the girls. But because of the hat and face scarf, he couldn't recognize which one was Wang Zixuan. After a flash of disappointment in his eyes, Rhodes looked at Anno with hatred. Damned godforsaken. Wait until I step on you on the competition stage, and that beautiful lady will know that the person she should follow is me, Rhodes. Enua asked the 6 girls to sit in the audience seats nearby, and then took Shui Bai and Lu Zhishang to the competition stage. In front of them were Rhodes and 2 apprentice professionals wearing the same uniform. Rhodes is still the same as before and has not become a professional. But after looking at the panel information of the other 2 people, Anuo's face instantly turned gloomy. They actually invited 2 level 5 professionals. How shameless. Chapter 41. Wait a minute. Has this guy chosen to join the mercenary group? Enua stared at the 2 people beside Rhodes and frowned slightly. There are 3 bloodstain patterns on the uniform. It looks like he has joined the bloodstain mercenary group. As Enua walked onto the stage, he explained the intelligence of the 2 bloodstain mercenary group professionals to Shui Bai. These 2 professionals, one is a level 5 apprentice warrior, and the other is a level 5 apprentice magician. The apprentice warrior's skill is basic sword skills, while the apprentice magician's skill is arcane orb. Arcane orb is the basic skill for trainee magicians. After chanting the spell, a magic ball can be condensed at the front end of the magic wand. The magic ball can attack targets within a range of 10 meters in a straight line and will explode after touching the target. The power of the explosion is enough to seriously injure unprotected professionals. After listening to manhwa's story, Shui Feibai and Lu Zhishang both looked unhappy. Both of them are at level 0, and with their combat instincts and talents, their strength is at most equivalent to that of level 2 or 3 professionals. Facing a level 5 professional, there is no way he could be a match. The audience outside the stadium also noticed the strength comparison between the two sides. Although Rhodes has not yet become a professional, I know the two professionals around him. They are both level 5. Since that forsaken god dared to bet with Rhodes, the level of the two people around him should not be low, right? Those two people? I heard they weren't professionals 3 days ago. What? Not a professional? How can the Forsaken of God fight against 2 level 5 professionals? Who knows? I just came here to see it because I heard that Hawkeye Mark was going to be a witness to the game. I have some inside information. The Viscount seems to be paying close attention to this game as well. That's impossible. Shouldn't the Viscount be busy preparing to defend against monsters at this time? How could he possibly pay attention to such a farce? Hey, you still don't believe it. See the person sitting over there? That's the Viscount's butler. Really? I heard that Rhodes is a top-notch hunter. Could it be that the Viscount is planning to win over Rhodes? If that's the case, then Lord Viscount is a step too late. Since the Bloodstained Mercenary Group sent 2 professionals to help Rhodes, they must have already recruited Rhodes. Stop talking, Mark is here. The fight is probably about to start. When a hunter appeared on the fighting stage, the discussions in the audience gradually died down. Everyone focused their attention on the fighting stage below. Mark walked slowly to the center of the fighting stage and looked to both sides. When Mark saw the 2 level 5 professionals beside Rhodes, he was not surprised at all. As a hunter, his ability to collect intelligence is naturally not weak. He learned about Rhodes joining the Bloodstained Mercenaries 2 days ago. This made him feel regretful and at the same time worried about Annual. Those abandoned by God cannot become professionals, so naturally they will not have the opportunity to become stronger. If Annual wants to win, he must find 2 powerful helpers. But the people who walked onto the fighting stage today were still the familiar faces seen the day before yesterday. It looked like these 2 had just received their warrior seals yesterday. In this way, Annuo's strength is no match for Rhodes. It seems that I overestimated Annuo. Mark shook his head, a little disappointed with Anno. After the duel, I'd better discuss it with Wang Zixuan. It would be a waste if the special talent was delayed because of the God-forsaken. The reason why Mark was more concerned about the match between Anno and Rod was that he and Anno had met once and had a connection. Second, he learned from his hunter mentor Walton that there was a woman with exceptional hunting talent, and this woman was the one around Annuo. For the love of Artemis, that's a special talent. Mark himself is only moderately talented. As long as he doesn't take detours, his future achievements with special talents will be immeasurable, and he will definitely be a dazzling new star in the kingdom. Mark did not join any forces and only wanted to hunt monsters. But it is also because of this that he can see through the current situation in Vacuum. In Mark's eyes, it would also be a waste if Wang Zixuan ended up joining a mercenary group that only cared about profit. Originally, Mark had a good impression of Anno. But Annuo's identity as a person abandoned by God meant that he would not achieve great things in the future. The fight in front of us is the best proof. Facing 2 level 5s, there is no way that Annuo and his 2 companions could win. However, what Mark didn't expect was that in addition to himself, he actually saw many familiar faces in this game. Scott is here too. Is the Viscount also interested in this gambling fight? Mark was a little confused when he saw the Viscount's butler in the audience. Moreover, in addition to Scott, Mark also saw 6 mentor-level figures, including Walton, hiding in the crowd. There are mentors in every profession. In Vacuum City, there is something that can alarm 6 professional mentors at the same time. Mark didn't think they appeared at the same time because of the fight. Strange, strange. Mark lowered his head and thought for a while, but he couldn't figure out the reason. Since he couldn't figure it out, Mark stopped thinking about it. Anyway, he kept to himself and didn't care about the various fights in the city. Now that both parties are here, let's start the gambling fight we agreed on 3 days ago. After Mark made an opening statement, he signaled Annuo and Rod to bring their men forward. Rhodes, are the 2 people next to you the participants in this fight? That's right, Rhodes said confidently. Level 5 apprentice soldier Pete and level 5 apprentice magician Paul. He knew that he was no match for Shui Feibai, so when they made the bet, it was a 3v3 fight between professional apprentices. Even though he hadn't become a professional yet, with his superior talent, he easily became a reserve mercenary for the Bloodstained Mercenary Group. For this gambling fight, Captain Sharp specially sent 2 level 5 apprentice professionals to assist. Shui Feibai and Lu Zhishang were left to Pete, and the other 2 to deal with. Rhodes versus Anno, the Forsaken God of War. When the battle begins, he will trample Anua under his feet in front of everyone, in front of the woman who fascinates him. Your name is Anua, right? If you kneel down and beg me to let you go now, I might consider giving you some face when we fight later. Rhodes whispered to Anua in front of him. How about it? Do you want to consider it? Hearing Rhodes' request, the 2 professionals beside him laughed. Anua looked at Rhodes expressionlessly and said calmly, Are you ready for the 1 gold coin bet? The laughter of Rhodes and the other 2 paused. Snort. Rhodes took out a gold coin from his pocket and handed it to Mark, saying angrily, Forsaken by God, you have lost your last chance to beg for mercy. And Anua still replied in a calm tone. It's too early to tell who will win now. He threw the gold coin into the air and it landed in Mark's hand. Mark took over the bets from both sides, wondering why Annuo was so calm. Could it be that I have made a mistake again? There was a strange flash in Mark's eyes. He was about to ask about Annuo's team configuration, but was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice. Wait a minute, Anno's 2 teammates are here. Walton led 2 level 5 apprentice hunters to the fighting stage and shocked everyone as soon as he opened his mouth. Chapter 42I, The Apprentice Summoner. Walton walked to the fighting stage with 2 people and said to Mark, The 2 people next to me are Anubai's teammates. Behind Walton stood a man and a woman. They are both very young, less than 20 years old, but their strength is both level 5. As an old hunter, Mark often went in and out of the hunter's house, so he naturally knew that these 2 people were talented disciples recruited by Walton. Different from ordinary people who learn skills, these 2 are real disciples who receive careful teaching from Walton. Normally, Walton has always been proud of the 2 talented disciples he recruited, and now he would let these 2 people help Annuo. Mark thought for a while and suddenly understood what Walton meant. Helping Annuo was just to impress that extraordinarily talented woman. It seems that Walton is planning to recruit disciples again. Mark smiled and shook his head. Mark was not disgusted by Walton's approach, but rather agreed with it. After all, Rhodes had invited 2 level 5 professionals, so it was only fair for Annuo to send 2 level 5 hunters to help. Just as Mark was about to ask Anatong if he agreed to change teammates, a few more people came over from the audience. The leader was none other than the warrior mentor. Nonsense. Annuo's teammates are clearly the 2 outstanding trainee warriors beside me. What does that have to do with you hunters? Next, the knight professional instructor, magician professional instructor, and rogue professional instructor all came onto the stage with 2 level 5 professionals and started arguing over the 2 teammate spots for Annuo. Even the priest professional mentor came to Annuo and healed his broken finger for free. It cost 50 silver to heal the broken finger, and the bet required money, so Annuo did not heal the broken finger. Forsaken of God, we look forward to your performance. After the priest mentor healed Annuo's severed finger, he stepped aside with a smile. If Walton's help to Anno puzzled everyone, then the following scenes completely confused the onlookers. Mark looked at Anno in equal shock. At this moment, he even suspected that Annuo was a noble son of the kingdom. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why these level 15 professional mentors would quarrel on the fighting stage in order to help Annuo. Walton, why are you meddling in this matter? Anno needs warriors like us. The warrior instructor stood tall in front of Shui Feibai and Lu Zhishang, glaring at Walton. Nonsense, Annuo is a friend of our hunter house. We will definitely help in this fight. As he spoke, Walton glanced casually at Wang Zixuan below the arena. Let our knights come. We can make Anno win the game easily. The knight instructor, who was wearing armor and carrying a spear on his back, smiled at Lu Yin below. The assassin mentor and the magician mentor were not to be outdone and asked to substitute their own people. The onlookers were stunned, and many of them thought they were hallucinating. Can anyone tell me what's going on? What is the identity of that Forsaken one, and why are all the career mentors in the city helping him? I don't know. Could it be a noble of the kingdom? While everyone was talking about it, Annuo was confused for a moment. But when he saw the small actions of career mentors such as Walton, he realized that the other party was not here to help him, but to help Shui Feibai and others. In Annuo's team, except for himself, everyone else has special talents. This is glittering gold. There was no way the instructors could resist the opportunity to teach a special talent. Therefore, they came to help Annuo win the game at this time, and by the way, improve their favorability in front of these geniuses and make plans for recruiting disciples in the future. It's just that these mentors only know that there are exceptionally talented people in their own profession, but they don't know that there are also exceptionally talented people in other professions. As a result, The mentors had no idea why others came out to disrupt the situation. When Xue Feibai saw Nuo looking at him, he quickly shook his head to deny it. I didn't ask them to help. Lu Zhishang also nodded and said, me neither. And Nuo looked back at the instructors who were arguing heatedly and thought to himself, if you guys are allowed to perform in this show, how can we promote the name of the Adventurers Guild? Teachers, can you please listen to what I have to say first? And Nuo suddenly spoke, causing Walton and others to turn their attention over. Enuo, what else are you talking about? Just let the warriors around me go into battle. Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang are only level 0. There's no way they can beat those 2 level 5s. The warrior instructor said in a hoarse voice. As Anuo was a forsaken person of God, his warrior mentor still had some impression of him. At least I remember the name clearly. Seeing that the other instructors were about to argue again, and Nuo quickly said, Dear instructors, thank you for your willingness to help. However, for today's bet, we still plan to play on our own. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. Faced with a losing situation, someone came to offer help to increase the chances of winning, but Anuo actually refused. Did I hear correctly? He refused the help of his mentors. Isn't this Forsaken God a fool? Interesting. Now I hope Rhodes can teach the Forsaken a lesson and make him face the reality. The audience around began to accuse Nuo of being arrogant and ignorant of the consequences. But Nuo was not affected by them at all, and said calmly, we are not without a chance to win this competition. I hope the instructors can give us more confidence. Chance of winning? The warrior instructor laughed out of anger, and his favorability towards Nuo dropped significantly. He pointed at the people around Rhodes and said, those are 2 level 5s. You let Xue Feibai and the others fight 2 level 5s? Aren't you afraid that they will get hurt? Why did he send 2 level 5 fighters to help Anno? One reason was to gain favor in front of Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang, and the other was that he was worried that something might happen to the 2 of them during the battle. The special prize only indicates the potential of the 2 people and is not linked to their strength. Ha ha, it's a fight between 3 of us. I won't let only the 2 of them take action. And Nuo laughed. You? The warrior instructor glanced at Nuo and said contemptuously, you are a forsaken god. You can't interfere in the battle of professionals at all. That's right, Nuo, you have to face reality. Those abandoned by God cannot become professionals. Ordinary people are definitely no match for professionals. Walton also echoed. They were willing to help Nuo purely for the people around him. If Nuo wasn't the leader, the other mentors wouldn't even bother paying attention to a forsaken god. Oh, who said that those abandoned by God can't become strong? Nuo asked back, then smiled at the Viscount Butler Scott in the stands, turned to Mark, and said, the participants on our side are Level 0 trainee soldier Xue Feibai, Level 0 trainee soldier Lu Zhishang, and myself, whose profession is trainee summoner. Chapter 43, Stunning Skills. Summoner? What's that? Walton and others looked at each other. In addition to practicing the 6 major professions, do humans have other professions? Nuo did not explain, and continued to say to Mark, we are ready here, we can start the fight. Oh, okay. Mark reacted and turned to look at Rhodes and the other 2. When Rhodes saw so many mentors, especially the hunter mentor Walton, coming to help Anuo, he felt very disappointed. The mentors brought over strong level 5 professionals, and the helpers he invited were definitely no match for them. But what he didn't expect was that Anuo actually refused his mentor's help. Ha ha ha, we're ready too. Rhodes looked at the instructors around Anuo and spoke incoherently. Walton and others also looked unhappy. After being rejected by Anuo, they did not stay on the fighting stage and turned around and walked away. As they walked, they said, I want to see what the summoner is. When only Mark, Anno, and Rhodes were left on the fighting stage, Mark paused and shouted, the fight begins. Before he finished speaking, Mark disappeared from the stage. Rhodes exchanged a glance with the 2 men beside him, then walked towards Anuo and the other 2 with a sinister smile. Anuo, you had a chance to beat me, but you gave up your only chance. As he said that, he and the trainee warrior Pete rushed forward, and the trainee magician Paul also began to chant magic spells in the back. Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang looked at each other and rushed towards Pete at the same time. Court death. Pete didn't expect that 2 level 0 beginners would dare to rush up to him. I'll let you know the difference between level 0 and level 5. Pete roared, accelerated suddenly, and appeared in front of Xue Feibai in an instant. Bang! Before Xue Feibai could react, his body flew backwards and landed heavily on the fighting stage. After Pete threw a punch, he raised his arm to block the wooden stick swung by Lu Zhishang. Humph, this kind of strength is just tickling me. Pete kicked Lu Zhishang away and said disdainfully, Every time a professional levels up, it will bring positive feedback and strengthen the body. You guys who are just getting started, don't you know this yet? Ha ha ha. Shui Feibai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked to Lu Zhishang. This guy is pretty strong. Shui Feibai spat a mouthful of blood foam on the ground, then smiled, his eyes full of fighting spirit. But I'm still a little behind Anobi. After saying that, he drew out his dagger and rushed forward again with Lu Zhishang. On the other side, when Shui Feibai and the other two came into contact, Rhodes and Anua also came into contact. Rhodes held the hatchet in his hand with a victorious smile on his face. Anuo, in order to be able to personally crush you under my feet, I have been undergoing devilish training under Peter's hands for the past 3 days. As a Forsaken One, you simply cannot. Rhodes was speechless halfway through his speech. Because Anno took action. While Rhodes was talking nonsense, Anuo instantly came to Rhodes' side, grabbed Rhodes' neck, and lifted him up. A click. Rhodes' eyes suddenly widened, and he stared at Anno in disbelief. Anuo's strength was beyond Rhodes' imagination, and the latter felt like his neck was about to be broken. How is this possible? Rhodes looked at Anno's smiling face in front of him and felt extremely terrified. He raised the hatchet in his hand and chopped at Anua. Ding! Anua blocked the hatchet with his dagger and then sent the hatchet flying with a light jump. Your role is to provide us with a stage to perform. Now, you are no longer useful. Rhodes, who had already rolled his eyes, suddenly heard Anuo say something. But he no longer had the energy to think about the meaning of this sentence. The strong feeling of suffocation made Rhodes' face flush red, his eyes bulged, and his struggle gradually weakened. Anno did not kill Rhodes in front of hundreds of people. After all, it was just a gambling fight. With a slight force of his arms, Anuo threw Rhodes out. Plop! Rhodes' body fell heavily to the ground and then fainted. Rhodes rushed to Anuo with great momentum, but was locked in the vital points by Anuo at the first contact, and then thrown out of the fighting arena. At this time, Shui Feibai was just about to launch the second wave of attack, and Paul had just finished chanting his magic spell. When the people in the audience saw this scene, they immediately started talking. Rod was defeated instantly by the Forsaken One. How is this possible? Could it be that the Forsaken of God are born with divine powers? Since Anuo only used pure strength to clear Rhodes out of the field, the audience around him did not think about other things for the time being. But what happened next shocked almost everyone. Paul had finished chanting the spell, and an arcane orb was floating at the front of his staff. When he saw Rhodes flying out, he was also stunned. But the next moment, he aimed the arcane ball at Anno. A fist-sized arcane ball drew a trajectory in the air and headed straight for Anuo. If you are hit by my arcane orb, you will be seriously injured if not killed. Paul had a cruel smile on his face. He and Pete were sent by Sharp to help Rod win the game. But Paul felt a little embarrassed when Rod was thrown out of the competition venue by Anno. Anno looked at the arcane ball flying towards him, with no intention of dodging it. In fact, with his speed, he is fully capable of dodging the magic ball. However, since he finally had an opportunity to promote the Adventurers Guild, Anuo certainly had to show his powerful side. With his right hand raised, Anua whispered softly, "High-pressure acid burst." 5 balls of acid the size of a human head flew out from Anuo's hands. Under everyone's surprised gaze, the acid and the magic ball collided with each other. The arcane orb only neutralized the first ball of acid, and the rest flew towards Paul. Bang, 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 bang. 4 balls of acid hit Paul in front of him, and the stone slabs on the ground were immediately corroded, making a hissing sound that made Paul shudder. Gulp. Paul swallowed, with an expression of having survived a disaster on his face, and his back was wet with cold sweat. If these 4 balls of acid hit him, the consequences would be disastrous. Okay, you can leave now. Suddenly a voice came from his ear, and Paul thought to himself that something was wrong. The next moment, he felt a heavy blow to his abdomen, and the things in front of him were rapidly moving backwards. What kind of monster is this guy? Paul fell outside the fighting arena, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Silence. The entire fighting arena and the audience seats were in deathly silence. In less than 10 seconds, Anuo threw the 2 men out of the fighting stage one after another. One of them is a level 5 apprentice magician. If it was said that Anno had thrown Rod out of the competition arena before, it could be explained that Anno was very powerful. But right now, Anuo used magic to break Paul's magic in front of everyone. The Forsaken of God actually used magic. Chapter 44 Summoner's True Fighting Method. Hey, am I seeing things? The Forsaken One actually threw Paul out like garbage. Idiot, the point we should focus on now is how a Forsaken One can use magic. Yes, that's magic. The magician Minter excitedly sat up from his seat and said in disbelief, "But Annuo is a forsaken one. I witnessed the whole process when he came to the mage tower to worship the god of magic. He clearly has no ability to practice magic, so why did he use magic today?" The magician Minter's tone was full of confusion. He wanted to rush onto the arena right now and ask Annuo what was going on. It is impossible for a person abandoned by the god of magicians to learn magic. These are the rules. Otherwise, everyone would not have concluded that Annuo had no talent for cultivation after learning that he was a person abandoned by God. Annuo looked at the reactions of the people below the stage and knew that it was time for him to make his presence felt. This is not the power of a magician, but the power of a summoner. Moreover, this is only a part of the summoner's power. Summoner. The magician Minter pulled his long white beard and frowned. What exactly is a summoner? He had lived for 60 years and experienced a lot, but he had never seen or heard of a summoner. The audience around looked at Annuo differently at this time. Previously, everyone thought that he was forsaken by God, and that he was simply arrogant for rejecting the good intentions of his mentors and bringing 2 level 0 trainees to fight against Rhodes and the other 2. But Annuo proved with his strength that he really didn't need help from others. However, since Anno released magic, it means that the summoner he mentioned should be a fragile profession like the magician. As long as I can't let him release his magic, I have a chance to win. Pete blew Shwefei and the other man away and immediately rushed towards Annuo. The audience around ignored Shwefei, who kept coughing up blood, and all their eyes were focused on Annuo and Pete. Everyone's thoughts coincided with Pete's. A profession that can use magic is definitely not as good as a warrior in melee combat ability. This is why when the fight started, Rod and Pete rushed out, but Paul, an apprentice magician, stayed where he was and cast magic. If Anno was approached by Pete, a level 5 trainee fighter, the battle would most likely be over. Oh no, why isn't Annuo moving? As the referee, Mark saw Anno standing there motionless and couldn't help but worry about Anno. The others also looked at Annuo in confusion, not understanding why he didn't dodge. Haha, if I get close to you, you've already lost. Pete came to Anno and punched out with his left hand. Although Annuo had a nonchalant expression on his face, his attention was always on Pete, and his low-level perception was activated at the first opportunity. Although he is now level 5, the opponent is also a level 5 warrior. In terms of strength, his advantage is not that big. Bang. Fists collided with fists. They both took a step back at the same time. Is this the kind of power that a squishy profession can have? Pete felt the pain from his shaking fists and roared loudly in his heart. It's not like he hasn't fought with people from other professions before. Warriors and knights specialize in the physical body and are much stronger than the other 4 professions. But the guy in front of him who was casting magic was actually as powerful as him. What does this mean? Could it be that this so-called summoner is also very strong in close combat? Pete had a guess in his mind, but he didn't want to admit it. I just don't believe you can really beat me in close combat. Pete roared to cheer himself up and slashed at Anno with the dagger in his hand. Annuo reacted quickly as well. He dodged the opponent's attack by leaning sideways and then stabbed with his sword. Seeing this, Pete immediately blocked with his dagger. Clang. The swords collided, creating sparks. After the 2 men wrestled with each other, they kicked at the same time. Both sides took several steps back. But everyone saw that Pete took 2 steps back, but Anno took 4 steps back. Pete also noticed his opponent's situation, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. This guy is not as good as me in close combat. With confidence in his heart, Pete's subsequent attack became more fierce. For a moment, Annuo had to defend himself in panic. This is the situation after activating low-level perception. If he didn't activate the skill, Annuo felt that he might be even more embarrassed. As expected of a level 5 warrior class, very strong. When Annuo separated from Pete again, his breathing was a little disordered. Pete on the opposite side was not in much better condition. His constantly rising and falling chest showed that he had also consumed a lot of physical strength. But Pete felt that if he continued to fight, he would win. Just as he was about to attack again, Anno suddenly spoke. I originally thought that if I could defeat you in close combat, I would try not to reveal my trump card. But now it seems that I can no longer hide this trump card. Anno's words made Pete take back his foot. This guy actually has a trump card. This was not just Pete's idea, but also the doubt of everyone in the audience. It's not to delay time and release magic. Pete was careful and kept a 3-meter distance from Anno. As long as Annuo makes the move to release the magic he just cast, he will attack immediately. 3 meters. It was enough for him to rush in front of Anno before he could cast magic. When Anno saw Pete's actions, he knew what the other party was thinking. But he didn't care. Instead, he asked calmly, "Do you want to know what the summoner's real fighting method is? The real way to fight?" Pete was startled. After fighting for so long, is it possible that Annuo still hasn't used his true fighting method? Don't joke around. Peter smiled unnaturally and said, The fighting methods are nothing more than close combat and long-range combat. You have used both just now. Oh, really? Anno gave a smile that made Pete feel cold in his heart. Then, Pete heard Anno ask him, have you ever fought a slime? Slime? Of course I've fought this thing before. What about the goblins? Goblins are social monsters, and some of them are above level 6. Normal professionals won't easily provoke goblins. But not long ago, I had the honor of following my group members and hunting down a level 5 goblin. Pete's words were full of pride. Goblins are very common and ferocious monsters around. When ordinary apprentices encounter goblins living in groups, they are likely to lose their lives. Really? Then let me try and see if Mr. Pete is bragging. Try? How do you try? Peter's eyes flashed with doubt. The audience also looked puzzled. How do you try to hunt goblins? Should we go out of the city and look for the lone goblin in the forest now? Mark and a group of career mentors frowned. They had a hunch that what Annuo would do next would most likely be to demonstrate the true power of the summoner profession. And this kind of power is likely to subvert their understanding. My most loyal servants, your master is calling you. Seeing that he had laid enough groundwork, Annuo directly summoned 4 level 5 slimes on the competition stage. When 4 slimes with a diameter of half a meter appeared in front of Anno, everyone couldn't help but stand up from their seats. It's a slime. A slime appeared on the fighting stage. What's going on? Why are there monsters in the city? If it weren't for the fact that Anno summoned a weak slime, everyone would have drawn their weapons and prepared to fight. In order to avoid misunderstanding, after summoning the slimes, Annuo said loudly, "These slimes are all my summons. In layman's terms, they are pets." Seeing everyone's look of disbelief, Anno walked over to the slimes and stroked them. The slimes also stuck to Anno obediently, not looking like prairie monsters at all. Annuo looked at the stunned Peter and said with a smile, using summons to fight is the real way for summoners to fight. Summoner. Summon a creature. Several instructors kept repeating these 2 words, their tone full of surprise. Isn't this similar to a hunter's pet? Walden and Mark shook their heads at the same time. The former explained, hunters do not have the ability to tame monsters, nor can they summon pets out of thin air. So, does this mean there really is a 7th profession in this world that humans can practice, called summoner? Of course, no. Annuo complained in his heart. The summoner was just a lie he made up for his own sacrificial spirit. He turned his gaze to Pete, and in the latter's desperate eyes, he summoned the goblin. The battle has just begun. Chapter 45, Frenzy Battle and Performance. Hee. As soon as the goblin appeared, he couldn't wait to rush towards Pete with a spear in hand. Chirp. For streams of acid came first and shot towards the confused Pete. Oops. After coming to his senses, Pete threw himself to the side in a somewhat embarrassed manner, but his calf was still hit by a stream of acid, and his flesh was instantly corroded and bled. Hateful. Pete didn't forget there was a goblin. He endured the pain and got up, then saw a dark shadow coming towards him. When? The dagger in Pete's hand barely blocked the goblin's spear, but he was kicked away by the goblin the next moment. Plop. After landing, Pete rolled right next to Anno. But the flustered Pete didn't notice Anno behind him at all. All his attention was on the goblins summoned by Anno. Turning your back on the enemy is a stupid thing to do. What do you think? The low moan in his ear made Pete's pupils shrink, and the next moment he was kicked in the butt, and he lay on the fighting stage in a very embarrassed posture. Anno didn't give Pete a chance to breathe. Under his command, the summoned goblin kicked Pete, who had not yet gotten up, back to Anno's side. For a moment, the only sounds in the arena were the goblin's evil laughter, the slime's cheering, and the chee-chee sounds, and Pete's wailing. At this point, unless one was blind, everyone knew that Pete was no match for Annuo. Is this the summoner? The people in the audience couldn't help but shudder as they watched Pete being kicked around by Anno and the goblins. The strength shown by Annuo himself is among the top among level 5 professionals. Not to mention the goblins who are worth risking their lives for a level 5 professional. The battle on the arena was a complete one-sided crushing. Pete's body was flying in the air, and he kept coughing up blood. But he still relied on his strong willpower and opened his mouth and shouted, "I admit." The moment his lips were covered by the squatting goblin, Pete, who was ready to admit defeat, felt the hair on his body stand up, and he immediately struggled on the ground. He thought the goblins were going to kill him. "Don't move, I'm not going to kill you." Annuo kicked Peter's legs, and after he calmed down, he pointed to the other side of the arena and said, "Don't be so hasty to admit defeat. I'll give you a chance. If you defeat them, I'll count this fight as your victory. How about that?" Pete looked in the direction Anno pointed and saw Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang with blood on their chests. The 2 of them had just been seriously injured by Pete and had just recovered. Seeing the 2 people staggering at this time, Pete didn't understand what Annuo was up to. Even if Pete was seriously injured by Anno, he was still not someone that 2 level 0 trainee fighters could deal with. Not to mention that the injuries of these two people were also serious. Xuefei spat out mouthfuls of white blood several times. Well, if you lose this fight, you will have a hard time explaining yourself when you go back. Anyway, you have injured both of them, so it is not considered as bullying you. Anno's words made Pete fall into thought. This time, he was indeed ordered to win the competition. Peter, Rhodes is our man now. Go and teach the Forsaken a lesson. Fight beautifully and let everyone know that they can't mess with the Bloodscar mercenary group. If you lose Bloodscar's face, you won't have to return to the mercenary group. Pete remembered what Captain Sharp said to him and couldn't help swallowing. Everyone heard it. You said it. After saying that, he got up, picked up the knife on the ground, and faced Xuefei and the other man. This lunatic. The onlookers couldn't help but frown when they saw that a manhwa could win but didn't fight, and instead let the seriously injured Xuefei continue to fight. The warrior instructor was already heartbroken when he saw Xuefei's miserable appearance, and when he heard Annuo's request, he immediately became angry. Forsaken by God. Annuo, Xuefei cannot continue to fight. Haha, just what I want. When the warrior instructor wanted to ask Xuefei to leave the arena, Xuefei burst into laughter on the arena and walked towards Pete with excitement on his face. Anno and the goblin also stepped back a few steps and stood aside to watch the battle. Lao Lu, just watch from the sidelines and let me do it myself. Xuefei wiped the blood from his mouth and stared at Pete with his eyes gradually turning red. Frenzy fight. Xuefei shouted loudly in his heart, and his aura suddenly increased several times. If it was during his heyday, even if Xuefei's momentum increased, Pete would not take it seriously. But as he was seriously injured, he felt that Xuefei opposite him was like a peerless tiger. Xuefei, whose body has been greatly enhanced after activating his innate skills, doesn't care about so many things. There was only Pete in his eyes at this moment. Xuefei kept slashing at Pete with the dagger in his hand, and the speed was getting faster and faster. He didn't look like a seriously injured person at all. In Pete's opinion, the current Xuefei is more than 10 times stronger than the Xuefei who was not injured before. During the fight, he gradually couldn't keep up with Xuefei's rhythm. After a while, he was beaten by Xuefei until he vomited blood and fell to the ground unconscious. Before he fell into a coma, Pete had only one thought in his mind. They are all monsters. Xuefei seemed not to be satisfied yet and turned his gaze to a manhwa who was raiding the battlefield. However, although his sand value dropped a bit, Xuefei still recognized a manhwa and exited the frenzy state. It's indeed a natural skill. Annuo kept nodding beside him. Although lowering intelligence is not a good thing, the strengthening effect is too strong. You know, Xuefei is level 0. When the fight just started, he and Lu Zhishang were completely abused by Pete. The strength displayed by Xuefei even shocked the warrior instructor, but this also made the warrior instructor more determined to accept Xuefei as his apprentice. What a wonderful fight. Mark, can you announce the result now? When Pete fainted, Viscount Scott, the butler who was sitting in the audience, immediately stood up and applauded, with a smile on his old face. Mark's eyes wandered between Scott and Anno for a while, and he said, "Oh," in his heart. Then he jumped and landed on the competition stage. In this fight, manhwa wins. Of course, everyone knew the result without Mark announcing it. Rhodes and his two companions were all unconscious and had no strength to fight anymore. However, this ending was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Lord Anno, do you have time now? The Viscount wants to see you. Anno took back the summoning creature and just took the 2 gold coins as a bet from Mark, one of which was his own, when he heard Scott's invitation. It's my honor. And manhwa smiled, then pointed at Xuefei and Lu Zhishang and said, "But before that, please let me treat my brother's injury." Certainly. Scott looked at Xuefei with a smile on his face. Scott had never seen such a strong warrior at level 0 in his life. However, as a partner, the stronger Annuo's side is, the better it will be for the Viscount. That's right, Anno had already found Scott before this fight. In today's fight, Annuo can easily win. But in order to show the potential of Xuefei and others, Annuo treated this fight as a performance. Rhodes and the other 2 are just supporting roles. Now, having witnessed the strength of Annuo and his team with his own eyes, Scott believed that the cooperation proposed by Annuo before could go ahead. Chapter 46. I Can't Bear with A. In order to gain favor with Lu Rongrong and Ning Wan, the pastor mentor healed the injuries of Xuefei and Lu Zhishang. And manhwa asked Xuefei and others to have more contact with their respective mentors, while he followed Scott to find the Viscount. The two hadn't walked far when Lu Yin suddenly caught up with them from behind, biting her lip and saying, "Anuo, let me go with you." And Nuo was stunned for a moment and looked back at the knight mentor who was leaving. "I told my instructor that I had something to do and asked him to go back first." "Okay." And Nuo nodded and said, "I'll need your help in the future anyway. So come with me to meet the Viscount and get acquainted with him." And in Nuo's eyes, Lu Yin is not just a pretty vase. Her ability is definitely ranked first among the 6 girls. When Lu Yin saw that Nuo agreed, a happy smile appeared on her face, but she quickly hid it. Scott did not object to Lu Yin's joining. 2 days ago, when Anuo found him, he proposed to cooperate with the Viscount. Scott naturally wouldn't easily trust someone who didn't even have a professional stamp. However, when Anno summoned a slime in front of him and proved himself to be an ancient summoner, Scott was shaken. Then Anuo mentioned today's fight and invited Scott to come and watch, and make a conclusion after the fight. Today, Scott saw Anno's strength and potential. Moreover, not only Anno, but Anno's companions are also very strong. As Viscount Renault's butler, Scott is quite knowledgeable. But it was also the first time for him to see all the mentors in the city rushing over. These mentors are basically powerful people at level 15. They are transcendent existences in Vacum City, and no one would be stupid enough to mess with them. However, this group of people came together because of Anuo. Scott was not stupid. He saw that these mentors came for Anuo's companions. And Nuo's companions are very weak. There are only 4 of them with professional seals, including Xue Feibai. But those who can alarm all the mentors must be very talented. And according to the information collected, Lu Yin, like Xue Feibai, got the Night Seal within 3 days. It's limitless. After making an inner evaluation, Scott led Anno and the other man to the Viscount's castle. The castle was built in the northwest area of Vacum City. After riding in the butler's carriage for a while, Anuo saw a castle covering an area of more than 10 acres. There were 2 rows of majestic guards standing in front of the castle gate. Anuo could tell just from their aura that these guards who were protecting the safety of the Viscount's castle were elite. "Mr. and Nuo, Ms. Lu Yin, please follow me." After getting off the car, Scott led the way and took Anno and the other man to the room where Viscount Renault received guests. "Just a moment, please." After having 2 beautiful blonde maids bring snacks and fruits to Anno and his friend, Scott left. In the castle study, a blonde middle-aged man was looking at the report in his hand with a worried look on his face. The report shows the guards investigating the situation in the surrounding towns. Most of them are reports of the increasing number of monsters. Alas, I wonder how many more villages and towns will be destroyed this year. Viscount Renault sighed and looked out the window with cloudy eyes. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and Viscount Renault turned around and saw the butler Scott standing at the door. "My Lord Viscount, Mr. Anno, whom I mentioned earlier, is already waiting in the reception room." Viscount Renault's eyes narrowed after hearing this. What impressed Viscount Renault most about the young man who wanted to cooperate with him was his identity as a forsaken god. But since Scott brought him here, that says a lot. "How?" asked Viscount Renault. "Great potential available." After hearing Scott's comments, Viscount Renault stood up and prepared to go to the reception room. But when he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. "Let Laura go talk to them first." Anno sat on a chair in the reception room, eating an apple presented by the maid while stealing glances at, admiring the 2 blonde maids. Although the 2 maids looked average, they had extremely plump and attractive figures. Especially those 2 cantaloupe-sized peaks, the maid outfit could not hide their majesty at all. The dazzling white upper hemisphere was exposed to the air, grabbing Nuo's attention. Anno's eyes have never left the maid's upper body since Scott left. This scene was seen by Lu Yin, who was beside Nuo. Somehow, she felt as if her heart was blocked by a stone, and she felt very uncomfortable. She recalled the time when she woke up from the forest church in a bikini, had her bra torn off while fighting the goblins, and then had her upper body exposed by Anno. Although it was only a moment, the look in Anuo's eyes at that time was exactly the same as it is now. Thinking of this, a blush appeared on Lu Yan's wheat-colored skin. Bah, all men are pigs. And these maids are dressed so revealingly that Viscount must be no good either. Before Viscount Renault even showed up, he had already been labeled as a lustful person by Lu Yin. On the other side, while Nuo was eating, he suddenly felt a warm current flowing out of his nose. And Nuo wiped it quickly while no one was paying attention. "I always thought the nosebleed was an exaggeration, but I didn't expect it to be real." And Nuo held his forehead with his hand, a helpless smile on his lips. "After all, I am just a hot-blooded teenager." Fortunately, no one else discovered it. Seeing that Anuo had almost finished his fruit plate, the maid leaned over to add some more. When the wobbling cantaloupe stopped less than 20 centimeters away from Anuo's eyes, his eyes instantly widened to the widest they had ever been. If I have to describe it in one word, it would be eye-opening. Slurp. Thank you for the hospitality. When the maid left, Anuo reluctantly looked away. Seeing this, Lu Yen was about to say something, but he heard footsteps outside. Then, a young girl about 1.6 meters tall, wearing a gorgeous princess dress and with wavy blonde hair draped over her shoulders, walked into the reception room and came in front of Anua. The girl looks like a princess from a fairy tale. Just standing there, she can attract everyone's attention. Those tender red lips made one want to kiss them, and those star-like blue eyes were staring at Anua with an expression full of playfulness and curiosity. Her fair skin is as smooth as a baby's, her slender waist can be held in one hand, and her petite figure makes people want to hold her in their arms and protect her. Anyone who sees her can't help but sigh that this girl is God's creation. However, Anua only took a glance and then looked away. Yes, I'm sorry. Laura looked at Anua with some confusion, not understanding what the boy, who looked not much older than her, meant by the word A. But she knew how attractive her looks were to men. Seeing that Anua was not attracted to her, Laura became even more curious about Anua. I am the Viscount's daughter, Lola. Laura introduced herself. Anua was not surprised by Laura's identity. Scott is following behind Laura, so he must be related to the Viscount. Judging from her age, Anuo could easily deduce Laura's identity. However, Anua didn't understand why it wasn't the Viscount who came to see him. My name is Anua, and this is my companion, Lu Yen. After listening to Anuo's introduction, Laura sat in the main seat. Because the monsters are more active after winter, my father is very busy and asked me to discuss cooperation with you. Laura's voice is as clear as a lark. She looked at Anua and asked, So, Mr. Anua, the ancient summoner inheritor, what kind of cooperation do you want to discuss with us? When Anua saw Laura sitting down, he realized that Viscount Renault was not planning to come. But he wasn't angry either. Instead, she continued with Laura's words. Miss Laura, the matter I want to cooperate with the Viscount happens to be related to monsters. Chapter 47 Negotiation. Oh, Laura became interested after hearing this and motioned for Anuo to continue. Every spring, the activity of monsters increases significantly. They often attack the villages and towns around Vacum City. Anua's tone suddenly became serious. He looked at Laura and asked, Miss Laura, don't you think Vacum City is a bit crowded now? What do you mean? Laura frowned slightly. Vacum's development has always been smooth, and this is entirely due to her father, Viscount Renault. Now that Anno actually wanted to criticize Vacum, Laura was naturally unhappy. Anua knew that Laura had misunderstood him, and he quickly explained. Please don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. As far as I know, Vacum was originally a border city of only 200,000 people, but now it has 300,000 people living in it. The extra 100,000 people almost all escaped from the surrounding villages and towns that were attacked by monsters. Over the years, the number of towns and villages around Vacum has continued to decrease. There are less than 40 villages and towns left in the southern part of the kingdom now. What Anua said was the information he collected in the city in the past 2 days. On the surface, Vacum was prosperous, with streets filled with people. But the fact is, Vacum's population is about to exceed the threshold. The extra people should have lived in the surrounding villages and towns. However, due to the attacks of monsters, these villages and towns have now become ruins. The reason for this is that these tragedies continue to happen because the forces within Vacum are not enough to disperse and protect the surrounding towns. More and more villages and towns were destroyed, but the number of monsters seemed to have not decreased at all. So what? Laura frowned her pretty eyebrows, not understanding what Anuo meant. I think the reason why the monsters are so rampant is that we have always been on the passive defense and have basically never taken the initiative to attack. Anno's voice suddenly became louder. He stood up from his seat, pointed outside, and said, If we let the professionals in Vacum go out of the city and take the initiative to clear out the monsters, the safety of the surrounding villages and towns will naturally increase. Laura thought Anua could offer some unique insights, but she didn't expect that all he said was nonsense. If Vacum's professionals could take the initiative, would her father have waited until now? Mr. Anno, you came here to cooperate with my father just to say this? If Anuo nodded, it would mean that the other party was just SOSO. But Anno shook his head. No, Miss Lola. The Viscount is a man who can manage a city of 300,000 people in an orderly manner. He must have thought about such a question. However, for some reason, this method simply doesn't work. Anua squinted at Laura and whispered 3 words. Mercenary group. After Annuo's investigation, he found that except for a few mercenary groups that stood on the side of Viscount Renault, the rest of the mercenary groups in the city had already formed an alliance. In order to get a higher bounty, they deliberately refused to accept the monsters offered by the Viscount, which led to tragic events happening one after another. Every spring, they hope the monsters will cause more trouble so that they can get more bounty. It is impossible to expect such people to leave Vocum on their own initiative. Laura has been smart since she was a child. After she turned 15, she began to help Viscount Renault deal with affairs in the city. Viscount Renault also intends to train Laura, his only child. Now 18 years old, Laura has actually taken over many things in the city. Therefore, she was fully aware of the actions and thoughts of the mercenaries. When she heard Anua say the word mercenary group, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. The mercenaries are just professionals who work for bounties. Unless there are monsters attacking the city, they are not under my father's jurisdiction. There are relatively few guards in the city, and they also have to guard the safety of the city and villages, so it is impossible for them to go out of the city to hunt monsters. After Laura explained the reason, there was a questioning look in her eyes. What do you think should be done? I checked, and based on the seals issued by each profession, a rough calculation shows that the total number of professionals in the Vocum City Mercenary Group exceeds 2,500. Apart from the 1,000 Chamber of Commerce guards who traveled back and forth between the various cities, and the more than 700 guards stationed in the city and surrounding towns and villages, there were still nearly 1,000 professionals in the city. Among these thousands of people, although 90% are professionals at levels 0 to 5, there are also strong people like Mark. These people can be used to their full potential. Laura didn't expect that Annuo had such a clear understanding of the number of professionals in the city. But she still didn't know what role these second-rate professionals who were screened out by mercenary groups and chambers of commerce, or those who were eccentric and kept to themselves, could play. I know that these people are low-talented. After they were eliminated, they did not have enough resources and their possibility of further upgrading was basically cut off. However, although talent is important, hard work and sweat are equally important. Who can guarantee that there won't be a strong person among these thousands of people? But now, they cannot join mercenary groups and guilds, so they have no commissions or money to upgrade themselves, and can only do the same work as ordinary people in the city. This is a huge waste. Not only that, every resident in the city can choose to become a professional. But because of the existence of thousands of people, they feel that even if they work hard to become professionals, it is still possible to become an ordinary person in the end. By then, the 5 silver coins spent on learning basic skills will not be recovered. With this kind of thinking, the city's residents will be less willing to become professionals. I think this is also the reason why there are only 5,000 professionals among 300,000 people. Even if what you said is true, there are people among them who are buried. But we cannot and do not have the ability to train everyone just for a few people who may be buried. Laura felt that what Annuo said made sense, but it was basically impossible to change the current situation. There is no need to say much about the power of monsters. Most of the professionals who were left behind were only level 2 or 3. Without the leadership of senior professionals, they simply did not have the strength to go out and hunt monsters on their own. It is even more impossible for the Viscount to entrust the task to them. If he did so, he would be sending these people to their deaths. The corners of Anua's mouth curled up wildly. After saying so much and laying so much groundwork, I finally brought the topic to this point. I didn't ask the Viscount to train them, but I have a way to let them train themselves. When they grow up, they can completely relieve the Viscount's worries. Laura's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, "What's the solution? Tell me now." This method will take some time to see results, and it also requires the support of the Viscount. Anua chuckled and began to discuss with Laura. The natural solution is to establish an adventurers guild, let the professionals in the city register as adventurers, and then take on missions to make money. The missions here are different from the large-scale missions undertaken by the mercenary group. The Adventurers Guild starts with small quests to give low-level adventurers a chance to develop. And these tasks require the help of Viscount Renault. This is also what Anua calls the support of the Viscount. Chapter 48A is for rich. After coming out of the Viscount Castle, Anua and Lu Yen left in the carriage arranged by Lola. In the carriage, Lu Yen looked at the contract in Anua's hand and couldn't help asking, "Is the Viscount really willing to provide us with a house so that we can open an adventurers guild?" Anua smiled slightly, shook the thing in his hand, and said, "It's not free, it's rented. The contract is here, what's fake about it?" "But aren't the adventurers and adventurer guilds you mentioned similar to mercenary groups?" Luyan had been listening to the conversation between Anua and Laura, and she had wanted to ask this question just now. Clearly, Laura has always been restrained by the mercenary group, So why did she strongly support Anua when she heard that he was opening an adventurers guild? They all pay professionals to do things, so why doesn't Laura just entrust the mercenary group? Their strength is far stronger than the idle professionals in the city. Anua heard Lu Yan's question and explained, although the mercenary group is strong, it is now almost standing on the opposite side of the Viscount. Adventurers not only have cheap wages, but can also do many things that mercenary groups would not bother to do. Over time, it can also put pressure on the mercenary group. This is great for the Viscount. Lu Yan raised his head and thought for a while, then said faintly, I still can't figure out the difference between the two. Haha, you'll know after our Adventurers Guild officially opens. Viscount Castle. After Anno left, Laura immediately went to find Viscount Renault and repeated the conversation. Establish an organization and let us provide some less dangerous and more tedious tasks for a moderate reward. The sooner the better. After Viscount Renault learned about Anuo's thoughts from Laura, he lowered his head and thought for a while. Then he lowered his head and flipped through the documents piled on the table and said to Laura, it just so happens that I have some matters that need to be completed by professionals. Laura, did Anua say where he lives? Laura nodded and said, after he got the contract, he said he would go to the house I provided for him to check out the situation and he will stay there tonight. I'll sort out some information. You go with Scott this afternoon and hand the information to him. Ask him to set up the Adventurers Guild as soon as possible. Viscount Renault does have some work that is not dangerous, but very complicated. If these tasks were entrusted to a mercenary group, Viscount Renault would have to pay several times more. He originally planned to send the guards to deal with it. But if Anno's Adventurers Guild can handle it and the price is not expensive, Viscount Renault would be happy to do it. The manpower saved can be used to do more important things. Yes, father. Laura pointed her index finger at her chin and thought for a while, then continued. I remember Anua said that the task commission needs to write down the specific task objectives so that he can evaluate the difficulty of the task and then set the price. Oh, difficulty assessment. Viscount Renault smiled, then wrote it according to his request. If it can really improve the strength of Vacum professionals and help me fight against monsters, then he will have done a great job. On the contrary, if he is a swindler, no matter if he is a forsaken god or a summoner, he will be thrown into jail. The northern area of Vacum. Anua looked up at the three-story house in front of him that covered an area of nearly 500 square meters and nodded with satisfaction. It's worthy of being the former city hall. It's so big, it's totally enough for our initial use. The building in front of us was once the office of officials in the city. Later, for convenience, the town hall was moved to the center of the city, and this place has remained vacant ever since. From today on, this is the Adventurers Guild. Anua walked to the door excitedly and pushed open the wooden door. Because the door was pushed open, some dust fell on the edge of the door. Anua covered his nose as he walked in. Seeing the messy tables and chairs, thick dust, and cobwebs inside, he said to Lu Yan, go and notify the others to come back for a gathering at noon. It will take some time to clean this place. You just know how to order me around. Lu Yan muttered something, but still followed Anua's instructions and went to the locations of various professions to bring back the others. Anno began to look around the house. It just so happens that the first floor is a lobby, so I don't have to open it again. From now on, this will be used as a mission hall, and a mission bar will be placed in the center. Put a few tables on the right and hire a few female employees to serve the adventurers. The second floor is temporarily vacant and can be set up as a VIP card package, etc. in the future. There are quite a few rooms on the third floor, which can be used as our living quarters. Anua walked into a house on the third floor, opened the window, looked at the uneven houses outside and the pedestrians coming and going on the road, and felt extremely comfortable. Next, we just need to wait for Viscount Renault to send us tasks, recruit some people to become adventurers, and gradually build up the reputation of the Adventurers Guild. This is the first step, and it has been taken. In any case, Anua's idea of establishing an Adventurers Guild will finally be realized today. However, all this was not obtained for nothing. The house was rented to Anno by the Viscount. Although the first month is free, starting from the second month, you will need to pay a rent of 50 silver coins every month. Anua originally wanted to buy it, but the price of this house was 100 gold coins. Damn, I can't afford it. Secondly, if the Adventurers Guild fails to achieve the effect that Anua said, the Viscount will hold them accountable. Afternoon. Anua was leading Xuefei and others to clean up the Adventurers Guild when Scott's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Is Mr. Anno here? Miss Lola has some tasks to entrust to you. After hearing the sound, Anua opened the window from the second floor and jumped down. Laura, who had just stepped off the carriage, was startled when she saw someone suddenly jump out in front of her and fell backwards. Ah! Lola closed her eyes and screamed, but soon felt an arm wrap around her shoulders. The other arm was stroking her perky buttocks. Laura shuddered, slowly opened her eyes, and saw Inua's apologetic expression. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Inua didn't expect to scare Laura. He was just a little excited when he heard that the mission was delivered. As for the current posture, it is just to prevent the other person from falling. There is no other meaning. Laura was hugged by Inua, feeling the man sit so close to her, and her face turned red in an instant. How dare you disrespect the Viscount's daughter? You. Inua saw that Laura's face was red, steam was coming out of her head, and she was talking incoherently. Before she could finish, she straightened the other person's body, released his hands, and took a step back. Tisk, it's just an A. Laura's attention was instantly diverted. She looked at Inua's disgusted expression, stamped her feet and asked, So, what does it mean? Her intuition told her that A was definitely not a good word. What does A mean? Inua's eyes unconsciously glanced at Laura's chest and said with disappointment, A stands for rich. After all, not everyone can easily own an airport. Moreover, as the daughter of a viscount, Lola must be very rich. Is that so? Laura stared at Inua suspiciously, straightened her messy golden hair, and pouted. I always feel like you're thinking about something very rude. Let's get down to business. Aren't you here to deliver a commission? Anno turned around, opened the door of the Adventurers Guild, and made an invitation gesture. The first floor has been cleaned up. Let's go in and talk. So fast. Laura was surprised. Only a few hours had passed, and they had finished cleaning such a large area. Well, it's just some simple cleaning. It won't take much time. The subsequent decoration may take a little longer. Inua led Laura into the door somewhat awkwardly. Although the lobby on the first floor was clean tidy, it was empty except for a few tables and chairs. However, the mission has been delivered, and it won't be long before Annual makes money. After all, the Adventurers Guild charges 5% of the mission reward as a handling fee. By then, it won't be too late to buy some things for the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 49 Mission Evaluation. Patrol the grasslands around Mere Village and check for any signs of monsters. Mere Village is not far from Vakum, and half a day is enough to go back and forth. Inua looked at the commission in his hand and began to evaluate it. As for fighting, the monsters nearby are basically low-level slimes, so they're not dangerous. This patrol mission can be considered an entry-level mission, and professionals at levels 0 to 5 are fully capable of performing it. Considering that the mission itself does not require adventurers to fight, the reward is only 80 coppers a day. How about it? Enno had nothing to do these days, so he sorted out the information about Vakum and its surroundings. He was well aware of the situation in Mere Village. To put it simply, this mission is that the Viscount is worried that monsters may sneak up to the Mere Village, so he sent someone to keep an eye on it. Mere Village is only 5 kilometers away from Vakum. If the monsters attack Mere Village, then Vakum should enter a state of combat readiness. However, the Viscount himself felt that the possibility of monsters attacking Mere Village was very small, but this was something that someone had to do even if it meant wasting manpower. Otherwise, if the monsters really attack, it will likely cause a large number of unnecessary casualties. In the past, the Viscount would send guards to investigate. But this is a long-term mission, and the number of guards under the Viscount is somewhat stretched. The Viscount once commissioned a mercenary group. The mercenary group asked for 2 silver coins a day as a reward, citing the possibility of encountering monsters and the great danger. Moreover, it has now increased to 5 silver coins per day. The reason is that there is a team of 10 people going to do the mission, so the price must be increased. But this kind of commission does not require so many people. Finally, the Viscount withdrew the commission and asked the guards in each village and town to send people to patrol. There are basically only 10 guards in a small town, and they have to take turns on duty to maintain order, so the manpower is insufficient. Now there is an additional patrol mission, which not only increases the guards' workload but also reduces their training time. If Viscount Renault was not really a good lord who cared about the residents of the territory, the guards would have already expressed their opinions. 80 coppers a day? Laura covered her mouth in surprise, somewhat unable to believe it. She didn't think it was too much, but too little. With such a low price, will anyone do it? The lowest reward the mercenary group asked for is 2 silver coins. The highest reward was 5 silvers, which was more than 6 times higher than what Annuo asked for. Inua chuckled and said, the area surrounding Mere Village is all grassland. There is no terrain to hide. The possibility of monsters attacking from there is too small. If you just go for inspection for the first layer of insurance, the risk is extremely low. If the adventurer can resist attacking the slime, there is no danger at all. He only needs to walk around the grassland and observe for a day to complete the task. 80 coppers is enough for you. It is good enough for an ordinary person in Vakum to earn 30 coppers a day, and the profit of a small shop is only 50 coppers a day. 80 bronze. If the idle low-level professionals in the city knew about this, there would definitely be someone willing to take the task. But will the adventurers you mentioned carry out their missions seriously? This is what Lola and the Viscount are worried about. If the adventurers who accepted the commission were slacking off, Laura would rather let the guards patrol. After all, according to Annuo, anyone who is a professional can apply to become an adventurer. The Adventurers Guild and the adventurers are not in a subordinate relationship. If the adventurers are lazy, unpredictable consequences will occur. Annuo's sin is serious. Regarding this, we will make requirements to adventurers for certain commissions. Those who fail to meet the requirements are not qualified to accept the commission. For example, for the missions in Mere Village, unless the person is trustworthy, we will require the adventurer who accepts the commission to have 5 basic mission experiences and not receive any negative reviews from the employer. Malicious negative reviews will not be counted. And Nua took out a few commissions and explained to Laura, basic tasks are tasks without any danger, and your tasks are almost similar to the tasks in Mere Village. He sighed and continued, you still don't understand what I told you this morning. Don't limit your commissions to combat and patrols. You can issue commissions such as cleaning slimes and sewers, providing information on wanted criminals in the city, searching for ores or other materials. You can also issue tasks such as strengthening city walls, delivering letters, and finding lost cats and dogs. If the Viscount can pay, you can even issue an epic mission to assassinate the Demon King. Cleaning the slimes from the sewers was fine, but Laura never thought that she could also send out commissions to cats. Also, what did Anno say at the end? Assassinate the devil. Oh my god. That's the Demon King who led an army of monsters and suppressed the 3 major human countries. If it weren't for the elves, dwarves, and orcs of the Order Camp jointly resisting the Demon King, Angormlos would have been unified by the Demon King long ago. How could Anua have the confidence to say that he would assassinate the Demon King? Anua looked at Laura's words and smiled. I didn't say I could assassinate the Demon King. I said the mission was to assassinate the Demon King. As long as the Adventurers Guild continues to grow, there will be some extremely powerful adventurers. Maybe, after seeing the mission, some people will be satisfied with the reward and take it. Is there really anyone who can assassinate the devil? Laura lowered her head and thought for a while, then suddenly asked, who knows? But if an adventurer doesn't take risks, can he still be called an adventurer? And Nua sorted out the commissions in his hand, and then said, I just want Miss Laura not to be limited to her previous thinking. As long as it does not violate the law, the Adventurers Guild will accept any commission. It's just that the Adventurers Guild is still in its infancy. There aren't many adventurers, and there aren't any strong ones, so we can't complete commissions that are beyond our capabilities. Is this all just your imagination? Laura also came back to her senses and realized that the commission to assassinate the devil was too mysterious, but she still smiled and said, but this idea is still very beautiful. And Nuan knocked on the table and continued, let's continue discussing the commission fee. Afterwards, Annuo classified the 14 commissions that Laura brought over. Among them, there are 10 tasks that are similar to the tasks in Mere Village and are divided into entry-level tasks. The rewards fluctuate between 50 coppers and 1 silver, depending on the size of the village. 3 of them are about exploring the villages and towns that were attacked by monsters some time ago. This task is very dangerous and requires a professional of level 5 to 10 or a team of apprentice professionals of level 0 to 5 to take it. The task level is black iron and the reward is between 5 and 10 silver coins. After discussing all the remuneration with Anua, Laura was in a very good mood. The fee Anua asked for was much lower than expected, more than half cheaper. She is now looking forward to the growth of Annuo's Adventurers Guild, so that some tasks that can only be entrusted to the mercenary group at this stage can be handed over to the Adventurers Guild. Let's see how you raise the price in the future. After mentally cursing the mercenary group that often opposed the Viscount, Laura looked at Anua, who was writing and drawing on a piece of paper, and asked in confusion, Anua, what is your standard for rating missions? Chapter 50, The First Group of Adventurers. Anua raised his head and looked at the girl who was eager for an answer, and he did not hide anything. There was nothing to hide. If it's a task that a level 0 adventurer can complete, such as helping the owner find a pet, repairing the city wall, helping farmers harvest crops during the harvest season, etc., and there is no danger, I call it a basic level task. Everyone can take it, and the reward is the lowest. Going up, there are entry-level tasks, which require adventurers of level 0 to 5 to complete a certain number of basic level tasks before they can perform some low-risk tasks. For example, clearing slimes, tasks in Mere Village, etc. The reward depends on the situation, but it will not exceed 5 silver coins. Then there are the iron-level quests, which require adventurers to fight, and can only be accepted by adventurers of level 6 to 10. The reward is at least 5 silver coins. Bronze level quests are for adventurers at levels 11 to 15, and monster attacks on villages can be classified as such. They are extremely dangerous. The event that is enough to put Vocum in crisis is silver level. Silver level quests require a large number of adventurers above level 16 to complete. For example, thousands of monsters attacking a city. When the words "monsters attack the city" were uttered, Laura's breathing quickened. There are no level 16 professionals in Vocum. If tens of thousands of monsters attack the city, Vocum might fall. Is there any more silver above? Laura asked weakly. Of course. And Nuwa knew that the level of human cultivation in this world was not just level 20. Above silver, there are gold, platinum, mithril, heroic, epic, and legendary levels that are worthy of being recorded in history. Recorded in history and pass it down through the ages. Laura didn't know what she was thinking about. Her eyes were full of longing. Laura sat in the Adventurers Guild for a while and then left. Before leaving, she also promised Annuo that she would use the power of the Viscount to help Annuo publicize the existence of the Adventurers Guild. Annuo was very grateful for this. With the Viscount's reputation, the residents of the city will have a high degree of trust in the Adventurers Guild and will not regard Annuo as a liar. For the next 2 days, Annuo was busy with the affairs of the Adventurers Guild. 2 days later, passers-by discovered that the old town hall, which had been abandoned, had been renovated and looked brand new. There is a huge plaque hanging on the gate. There are 5 big words Adventurers Guild written on it. On the opening day, Laura personally arrived at the scene to cut the ribbon for the Adventurers Guild. Some onlookers who were not informed of the news saw Laura and Annuo walking into the guild together, so they asked the people next to them, "What kind of guild is the Adventurers Guild? Why is Miss Laura here? Don't you know?" The news about the Adventurers Guild has been spreading like wildfire among low-level professionals these past 2 days. Yes, I heard that as long as you are a professional, you can register your identity in the Adventurers Guild, become an adventurer, and then you can accept tasks in the Adventurers Guild. What? The Adventurers Guild is a newly formed mercenary group. No. I heard that adventurers are independent entities and are not under the jurisdiction of the Adventurers Guild. This is the biggest difference between it and the mercenary group. What I like most is that even level 2 professionals like us can take on quests as long as we register as adventurers. Really? We can accept missions without joining a mercenary group? But we are not that strong. Will it be dangerous? Of course you can accept the mission. This is written in the notice issued by the Viscount. The Viscount also called on those in need in the city to submit the commission to the Adventurers Guild. Any type of mission is acceptable. As for danger, if an adventurer doesn't take risks, can he still be called an adventurer? Besides, there are various levels of tasks to choose from in the Union. If you feel it's dangerous, you can choose some tasks that don't require fighting. This type of mission is not dangerous, but the reward is generally no more than 1 silver coin. High risk means high reward. But I heard that every adventurer must take on a few non-dangerous tasks before accepting a dangerous task. Brother, how do you know so much? Seeing someone asking, Shue Feibai pointed to his chest and said proudly, "Because I am an adventurer." On Shue Feibai's chest, there was a thumb-long and wide iron nameplate pinned to his clothes. If you look closely, you can see 2 crossed flags engraved on it, with the words Adventurers Guild written next to them. That's right, Shue Feibai was the person that Annuo arranged among the crowd. Because of Laura's arrival today, many people gathered around the Adventurers Guild. Although Annuo has been trying to find ways to promote it these past 2 days, the time is too tight, and many people still don't know what the Adventurers Guild does. Therefore, Annuo asked Shue Feibai and others to hide in the crowd as a backup in advance. As for the effect, Annuo looked at the line in front of the bar in the lobby, and a smile appeared on his face. These are all people who have registered to become adventurers. In order to attract more people to register, Annuo also held some special activities. For example, there is no charge for those who register as adventurers in the first 3 days. If you want to register again later, you will need to spend 10 copper coins. The first 10 people who register as adventurers will also be exempted from the handling fees for 3 basic level tasks and 1 entry-level task. On the first day of opening, 35 people were willing to register as adventurers. They registered their names at the bar with Ning 1, were given nameplates, and became the first group of adventurers on the continent of Angramlos. These people are all professionals below level 5. After they became adventurers, they were naturally interested in missions. However, when these adventurers saw the entry-level tasks and black iron level tasks posted on the task wall, they couldn't help but gasp. Fortunately, Annuo, who was standing nearby, promptly explained to everyone that these tasks could not be assigned to them now. Only after completing at least 3 basic level tasks can you access entry-level tasks and above. Among the 35 people, 5 took on basic level tasks. These include unloading tasks commissioned by merchants, moat cleaning tasks issued by viscounts, and delivery tasks issued by blacksmiths. These errands just take up some time and energy. For professionals, it is still very easy. As for the rewards, except for the task of cleaning up the debris in the moat, which has 60 coppers, the other 4 tasks only have 40 coppers each. Of course, there are more than 5 basic level tasks. In the past 2 days, Annuo has been running around various places in the city, persuading many people in need to post commissions in the Adventurers Guild. However, others are still waiting and watching. After registering the information of the 5 people who accepted the task and instructing them on some matters specifically instructed by the client, Annuo let them go to the task location to carry out the task. Annuo, only 5 missions have been taken today? Isn't that too few? After the adventurers left, Ningwen came over with the registration book and asked with a worried look on her face. Although the Adventurers Guild currently does not have many quests, there are still 40 or 50 basic level quests. The characteristic of this kind of task is that it has a time limit. If no one accepts the task within a few days, the client may no longer need it. It doesn't matter. Once someone completes the mission and takes the reward from us, there will definitely be more people willing to become adventurers. It just takes a little time. And Nuo said nonchalantly, if the mission is about to expire, it is the same if we complete the mission. And Nuo led Xue Feibai and others to the task wall. After looking at it for a while, he tore off an entry-level task and handed it to Xue Feibai. This is the mission of Mir Village, and it is given to you to do. I have investigated and found that there are slimes on the grasslands of Mir Village. You can go and hunt slimes to increase your level. Now, all members of Annuo's team have become professionals, and the others also have powerful talents and skills. It's just that in recent days, they have basically been relying on practice to accumulate experience. In Angormulos, professionals can gain experience through training and killing monsters. The experience gained from this method of practice is too little, only 10 points in a few days, which is far less fast than hunting monsters. But the latter is also more dangerous. However, with the strength of Xue Feibai and his companions, as long as they don't encounter large slimes, they will basically not be in danger. Okay, Xue Feibai responded and took the task list. As for the affairs of the Adventurers Guild, Ningwen will be in charge of the front desk for the time being, and I will be in charge of overall planning. After we recruit staff, Ningwen will accompany the others to level up. Now is the early stage, and there is a shortage of manpower. Letting the gentle Ningwen work in the Adventurers Guild first can help Annuo relieve some of the pressure. However, the levels after Ningwen still need to be made up. After all, it's a bit of a waste for someone with talent to just be a poster girl for the Adventurers Guild. Under the soft sunlight, in the middle of Vaucom's moat, a gray-haired boy sat on a wooden boat, using a bamboo pole to fish out aquatic plants from the river. The gray-haired boy is named Ragwell. He borrowed the wooden boat from the guards in exchange for the quest, cleaning up debris in the moat, he received from the Adventurers Guild that morning. The water in the moat is not very clear, and you can occasionally see fish jumping out of the water. There were a lot of aquatic plants on the river. After only half an hour of fishing, the small boat that Ragwell was riding was filled with aquatic plants. However, the task indicated that the area that needed to be cleaned was only a few hundred meters long. There were few aquatic plants in other places, and no cleaning was required. Such a workload is not easy for Ragwell, who is only level 1. But the reward of 60 copper coins made him very tempted, so he took on the task. Normally, I would earn about 20 copper coins a day doing odd jobs in the city. The current mission has a reward of 3 times. Finish the job as quickly as possible, and then go to the Adventurers Guild to collect your reward. Chapter 51, Preparing to Level Up. Ragwell pulled the boat to the shore, unloaded the water plants, and continued to clear them by rowing the boat. It was not until the sunset dyed the sky red that Ragwell dragged his tired body, found a guard, asked him to check his work results, and then came to the Adventurers Guild with a task order with satisfactory evaluation. At this time, the Adventurers Guild only had a Nuo, Ningwen, and 2 beautiful women. Ningwen was saying something to the 2 girls, and the 2 girls nodded from time to time. Annuo was thinking about the future development of the Adventurers Guild. When he saw the gray-haired boy outside the door walking into the Adventurers Guild, he immediately stood up to greet him. Adventurer, how can I help you? Anno saw the adventurer's nameplate on Ragwell's chest at a glance and asked with a smile. The number on the nameplate is 000010. The first 9 digits are the numbers of the 9 people in Anno. The gray-haired boy was the first person to become an adventurer in the morning. My mission is accomplished. Rajul took out a list from his pocket, which was the commission he had received earlier. And Nuwa took the commission and saw the guard seal and the comment satisfactory on it. Hello, adventurer. Congratulations on completing the mission. The mission bounty is 60 coppers. Since you are the first person to become an adventurer today, the 5% handling fee for this mission will be waived, and you will receive the full 60 copper bounty. And Nuwa handed the order form to Ningwen at the front desk through the window. The latter took the order, counted out 60 copper coins from the drawer, and handed them to Rajul with a smile. After receiving the copper coins, Ragier counted them carefully twice before excitedly bowing to Anno to express his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for entrusting me with the task. And Nuwa pulled up Rajul, who was about to bend over, and said sternly, You completed the commission, so the reward is naturally yours. This is all your own hard work. There is no need to thank me. I know, but without the Adventurers Guild, we are not qualified to accept missions. This is why Rajul is grateful to Anno. In the past, only by joining a mercenary group could you be assigned tasks. Although the mercenary groups always ask for very high rewards when accepting commissions. However, half of the mission rewards must be handed over to the mercenary group, and the members who go on the mission can only get half. People like Rajul can only do hard labor and are not qualified to take on any tasks. When Anno saw Rajul's performance, he immediately started brainwashing mode. The original intention of establishing the Adventurers Guild is to provide everyone with a platform for growth, so that everyone has the opportunity to become stronger. Does talent determine a professional's future? I think this denies a person's efforts. Being strong never relies solely on talent. Effort is also important. Adventurers are a group of people who rely entirely on themselves and work hard to become stronger. Keep taking on missions, earning rewards, strengthening yourself, and then taking on higher-level missions. All adventurers have the potential to achieve great things through continuous adventures. Young man, your adventure has just begun. After hearing what Anno said, Rajul looked longing. Excuse me, are there any more missions? I want to take another commission and do it tomorrow. And Nuwa smiled and pointed to the task list on the back wall of the hall, and said in a deep voice, Of course there is, but you can only accept basic tasks now. Only after completing 3 or more basic-level tasks and receiving 3 satisfactory evaluations can you access entry-level tasks. Entry-level missions are somewhat dangerous, but they are more challenging and the rewards are higher. I understand. I will definitely get the entry-level mission qualification as soon as possible. Rajul walked to the task wall with excitement on his face and started choosing tasks. Remember to check the mission requirements. Some missions have deadlines, and some can be done repeatedly. And Nuwa reminded from the side. No. After carefully selecting for a while, Rajul found someone who helped the pharmacist classify the herbs. Rajul didn't know anything about herbs, but the mission assignment said that there were a large number of herbs, and someone would teach him how to identify them. The mission time is tomorrow, and the reward is 50 coppers. After tearing off the task list, Rajul came to the counter and found Ningwen to register. Then he prepared to go home with the task list and the reward. My lord, see you tomorrow. And Nuwa smiled and waved his hand, saying, My name is Nuwa, and I'm the president of the Adventurers Guild. See you tomorrow, president. Yeah. Annuo nodded with satisfaction, then let him leave. Not long after Rajul left, the people who had received the tasks at noon came one after another to hand in their tasks. They are all basic tasks, not difficult. Everyone did a great job. In addition to Rajul, 2 other people received satisfactory reviews. Regarding the evaluation, Anno asked the clients to give scores. The evaluation levels from low to high are extremely poor, passing, good, satisfactory, and excellent. If the evaluation is passing, the adventurer will receive a warning from the guild. Bad reviews will lower the adventurer's credibility and have a great impact on receiving tasks. If the result is extremely bad, 75% of the bounty will be deducted and returned to the client. In this case, the Adventurers Guild will send someone to find out the details to prevent malicious bad reviews. After everyone received the bounty and left, Nuwa said to the 2 women beside Ningwen, Each adventurer has a number. When they receive the mission, ask them to show their nameplates, open their files, and record the mission number. When they come to hand in the task, you record their evaluation and then pay them the reward. Just like what Ningwen did just now. Can you do this kind of work? Both girls have pretty faces and devilish figures of queens, with curvy figure. One of them had long wavy golden hair draped over her shoulders, and her warm red lips were full of temptation. Hearing Nuwa's question, she winked at him and said in a charming tone, Don't worry, my president. Samantha and I were the teacher's most proud students when we were young. This is no problem at all. The woman called Samantha had a much colder expression. She tied her long red hair into a low ponytail that went from her neck to her chest. She was a little skeptical and asked, "Boss, for such an easy job, you're paying us 10 silver coins a month?" Although they can do arithmetic and write, they are not professionals. In the past, I only did odd jobs to supplement the family income and spent most of my time at home. It's pretty good to earn 1 or 2 silver coins a month. Monthly salary 10 silver coins. For them, this salary is something they cannot even imagine. Maggie, who was full of charm, was afraid that Samantha's words would anger the big boss in front of her, so she quickly hugged Anua's arm and apologized coquettishly. "Boss, don't bother with Samantha. Except for her blunt words, she is very capable." After saying that, she winked at Samantha. Samantha's family is short of money recently. If she misses such a good job, her life will be difficult in the future. And Nuon naturally wouldn't be angry because of what Samantha said. He asked Scott to help find 2 young and beautiful women who were good at writing and arithmetic to take over Ning Wen's job. Maggie and Samantha fit Anno's bill perfectly. They all have curvy figures and unique personalities. The charming Maggie and the cold Samantha. Even Annuo said in his heart, "I wish I could die." Just think about it. When an adventurer comes to take on a mission, he will definitely feel better when he sees 2 beautiful women sitting behind the counter serving him. Besides, an adventurer's guild without a pretty counter girl is not the guild that Annuo wants at all. Annuo reluctantly pulled his arm out of Maggie's arms and said to the 3 people seriously, "Starting tomorrow, you will officially start working, and Ningwen will supervise you." In the past 2 days, Annuo had already provided some training to Ningwen. Ningwen also performed very well this morning. Let her train Maggie and Samantha for another 2 days, and then she can go to level up with Shuefei. President, are you going out tomorrow? Ningwen had some guesses in her mind after hearing the tone of Annuo's instructions. Annuo responded, turned and looked outside the door, his eyes slightly narrowed. The Adventurers Guild has taken away some people's cake. If we don't quickly become stronger, we may not be able to deal with the situation in the future. Therefore, Annuo plans to continue leveling up tomorrow. Chapter 52, Iron Level Mission. With the help of the Viscount, some people in need in the city sent their commissions to the Adventurers Guild. When these people find the same mission, the Adventurers Guild charges a more reasonable reward. The originally unhappy mood immediately turned 180 degrees. Many people said that as long as these commissions were completed well, they would continue to issue commissions in the Adventurers Guild in the future. The consequence of doing so would be that the small mercenary groups that were supposed to receive these missions would no longer receive commissions. Those affected will naturally list the Adventurers Guild as their opponent. However, when the Adventurers Guild opened, Annuo invited Laura to cut the ribbon, which implicitly told everyone. The Adventurers Guild's backer is the Viscount. Some small mercenary groups are not very strong and may not even have many level 6 professionals. Naturally, they did not dare to openly oppose the Viscount. The Adventurers Guild has not yet touched the pie of large mercenary groups. Except for the Bloodstained Mercenaries, the Fongling Mercenaries, and the Black Widow Mercenaries did not take the Adventurers Guild seriously. The reason why the Bloodstained Mercenary group is hostile to the Adventurers Guild is because of the previous fight, in which Annuo made Bloodstain lose face. If Sharp hadn't been busy looking for his brother Harry these days, given his personality, he would probably have done it himself. Therefore, although the Adventurers Guild has the protection of the Viscount, Annuo, as the president, must also become stronger as soon as possible. The next day, Annuo asked Ningwen to manage the Adventurers Guild first, and told her to ask Laura for help if she encountered any problems. He himself left the city and headed towards Mir Village. The mission in Mir Village is a long-term mission. Shuefei has not returned since he left yesterday. Annuo was going there to meet up with everyone today. Name, Anno. Race, human. Level 5. Experience, 80 out of 500. Occupation, none. Magic, 50-50. Talent, sacrifice spirit. Skills, low-level perception, high-pressure acid explosion. Slime soul, white, x 325. Large slime soul, green, x1. Since entering Vacuum, Anno has not hunted any monsters, and his experience points have only increased by 12 points through training. There is also a summoned goblin and 4 summoned slimes in the summoned space. There are only a few slimes on the grasslands around Mir Village, but neither their quality nor their quantity can compare to the slimes on the grasslands of Grul Town. After all, it is the closest village to Vacuum. The ultimate destination of Annuo's trip was not Mir Village. Now, unless he encounters a slime above level 3, he has no experience in killing it. If you want to upgrade, You need to change the map. I came to Mir Village just to find someone to fight higher-level monsters. After walking for an hour and a half, Annuo finally arrived at Mir Village. After spending another 10 minutes, they finally found Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong who were hunting slimes 1 kilometer south of Mir Village. Lu Yin saw Inua from a distance, trotted over to Inua, and asked in surprise, Inua, why are you here? With her high ponytail and holding a spear, Lu Yin looks very much like a female general in ancient China. Inua stared at Lu Yin for a while and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. I reached level 2 in just one day. Lu Yin suddenly widened his eyes and asked in surprise, I haven't told you yet. How did you know? She and Lu Rongrong and others did not have the ability to see through other people's levels, and could only roughly judge the other party's strength based on the fluctuations of magic power in the other party. Only they can see the level situation. Annuo knew this when they became professionals. I accidentally let something slip today. I can see it. Inua simply stopped hiding it and said to Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong who were walking over, I can see professionals and monsters whose levels are not higher than mine. The two girls were not surprised at Annuo's situation. Instead, they had an expression of, so that's it on their faces. In their opinion, this must be Annuo's innate skill. After all, they came here together, so it doesn't make sense that Inua doesn't have any innate skills. Inua didn't tell anyone the information about sacrificial spirit. What about the others? The 7 of us were divided into 4 groups, and they were in other directions. Tell me where they are, and I'll go get them back. No, we just finished patrolling the area we are responsible for, and are now preparing to go back to gather and report the situation. The slime I just killed was purely a coincidence. After several people's carpet hunting yesterday, the slimes, which were already few in number on the grassland, were basically gone. Then let's go back first. Inua walked towards Mir Village while telling the 2 about what happened in the Adventurers Guild yesterday. 10 minutes later, everyone returned to the tavern in Mill Village one after another. When they saw Inua, everyone had an expression of surprise on their faces. It looks like everyone had a very fulfilling day yesterday. Inua glanced at everyone and found that everyone's level had been raised to level 2. Name, Willow. Race, human. Level, 2. Experience, 12 out of 200. Occupation, pastor. Mana, 180/200. Talent, rejuvenation, all treatment effects plus 10%. Skill, low-level healing technique. Name, Wang Zixuan. Race, human. Level, 2. Experience, 65 out of 200. Occupation, hunter. Mana, 200/200. Talent, beast affinity, can communicate with beasts mentally. Skills, basic archery, basic sword skills. Name, Gongqing Xue. Race, human. Level, 2. Experience, 64 out of 200. Occupation, mage. Mana, 312/400. Talent, magic amplification, all magic power plus 10%. Skills, mathematical Olympiad ball. After the 3 of them became professionals, their talents and skills were also very suitable for their professions. Ningwen, who is in charge of the Adventurers Guild and is the second priest of the team, has the talent of redemption, which increases the healing effect of severe injuries by 50%. Sometimes, Annuo would wonder whether there really was a summoner profession in this world. The talents of Lu Yin and others basically correspond to their own professions. The profession corresponding to spirit sacrifice is most likely summoner. Annuo thought in his heart that the reason why he had so little magic power was because he had not received any response from God. The other people around him were of lower levels than Annuo, but their magic power was much higher than Annuo. Especially Gongqing Xue, who is a magician. She has 400 points of magic power at level 2, which makes Inua, who has only 50 points of magic power at level 5, cry in his heart. How many slimes did you hunt? Resisting the urge to vomit blood, Anno changed the topic to slime. He had hardly seen any slimes along the way. Xuefei chuckled and said, not many, probably just over 1,000 in total. He and Gongqing Xue were responsible for one location and killed nearly 400 slimes. Lu Zhishang was responsible for a position alone. His talent was abstain from killing. For every life he killed, he could save the soul of the other person. Every time he saved a soul, his physical strength and defense would be slightly enhanced. In order to stack the avoid killing buff, Lu Zhishang saved 300 slimes. Because the salvation requires reciting a lengthy spell, after saving the souls of hundreds of slimes, Lu Zhishang's lips were almost worn out and he was depressed to death. But the effect has begun to show, and Lu Zhishang's body defense has been slightly enhanced. The wooden stick hit my body hard, but it didn't hurt at all. The benefit you get from saving a slime is still too small. When you reach a higher level, saving a level 10 or higher monster might make it invulnerable. Inua's words made everyone laugh. Level 10. For ordinary professionals in Vacum, it would take years, even decades, of hard work. But for a few people who leveled up 2 levels in one day, it was not a very distant thing. How was today's patrol mission? Seeing Inua talking about business, Shue Feibai's face straightened and he said, "We have already patrolled the area around Mir Village this morning and everything is normal. According to the procedure, we will patrol again in the afternoon and at night, and today's mission will be completed." Inua nodded, and then said, "It is unlikely that Mir Village will be attacked. Now the slimes on the grassland have been almost killed by you, and there will be no danger in patrolling. Brother Bai, you, Sister Shue, Rong, and Meng Xian follow me to do another mission. The rest of you continue to do the tasks in Mir Village." Inua took out a task list from the package around his waist. Black Iron Mission. Explore the surrounding area of Grand Village occupied by monsters and bring the information back to Vacum. Reward, 10 silver. Chapter 53 Brothers, let's build a career together. The mission in Mir Village didn't require so many people. Let them come, mainly to hunt slimes for upgrades. Now that the goal has been achieved, it is enough to leave Lu Zhishang, Lu Yin, and Wang Zixuan to continue cleaning up the scattered slimes. The location of the mission in Anno's hand, Grand Village, is located 10 kilometers southwest of Mir Village. It was attacked by monsters, mainly goblins, half a month ago. Because there is an iron mine in Grand Village, there are 20 guards guarding Grand Village. But according to the survivors' descriptions, there were hundreds of monsters. In order to cover the villagers' retreat, the guards were surrounded by monsters, and in the end no one escaped. It was precisely because of what happened in Grand Village that the Viscount would intensify patrols in the area surrounding Mill Village. If the monsters make any further moves, Mir Village will most likely become the target. The Viscount asked us to survey the intelligence around Grand Village. It is very likely that he is planning to bring people to take Grand Village back. On the way to Grand Village, Annuo and others introduced the mission. The main purpose of retaking Grand Village was also for the iron mine. Since there is an iron mine, why not send more guards to guard it? Lu Rongrong was a little confused. Inua explained, this year's monster attack occurred much earlier than in previous years, and the Viscount did not increase defenses in advance, which is one reason. Another reason is that there are 3 villages a few kilometers around Jelen Village. Originally, these 3 villages could have served as a warning for Jelen Village. But the monsters bypassed these villages and attacked Grand Village directly. Anno's analysis caused others to fall silent. These monsters are numerous, and they bypass non-key targets and attack the target specifically. Their combat power and IQ are not low. After Gongqing Xue finished speaking, Shue Feibai continued, "Nonsense, our instructors are all professionals at level 10. Aren't they powerful? But Vacum still doesn't dare to go out of the city to clear out the monsters. In this world, humans are the weak one, and monsters are the strong one. If all monsters were like slimes, how could the demons still dominate over humans and other races?" Brother Bai is right. Don't underestimate monsters. Inua nodded and said, "This time we will only hunt lone monsters at the outermost edge and carefully collect intelligence. Black Iron level missions require people above level 6 or several people below level 5 to take on. Now, apart from Annuo and his friends, no other adventurer in the Adventurers Guild can take on this task. But the mission only lasts 3 days. If Annuo cannot solve it, the Viscount will entrust the mission to the mercenary group. If I'm guessing correctly, there must be a ton of monsters in Grand Village right now. We need to find a way to raise our level a little bit more while we complete our mission." Everyone, understood. After running for several hours, Gongqing Xue, the magician, and Lu Rongrong, the priest, both began to breathe heavily and sweat profusely. Annuo found a hidden place for everyone to rest for a while. He took a look at the nearby terrain, compared it with the map in his hand, and said to the people around him, "Pay attention, we have reached the area of Grand Village. There are many small hills more than 10 meters high in front of us, and shrubs and weeds grow on the hills, which seriously obstructs the view. And the village of Gran is just in front of these hills. The straight line distance from where everyone is now is only over 1,000 meters. Base." Shue Feibai drew the long sword from his waist, and the others became more vigilant. Anno released the summoned goblin and let it climb up the hillside to observe the situation. "I'll go take a look ahead too." Meng Xian volunteered, activated the thief's initial skill, stealth, and her figure disappeared quietly. But if you look closely, you can still see the distortion of light around Meng Xian. With the vision shared, Anno saw what the summoned goblin saw. The place where everyone is now is just a small hillside on the outermost edge. There are undulating hills ahead, with only a winding path extending into them. As far as the eye can see, there are no monsters in sight. Not long after, Meng Xian also came back. No monsters were found, and there is only one way into Grand Village. Shue Feibai looked at Inua and suggested, "There will definitely be monsters guarding that road. Should we go through these hillsides? The only road is too dangerous to take. But this does not mean that walking on the hillside is not dangerous. I'll summon the goblins to lead the way, and everyone should follow behind and be careful of the movements around you. If you see any monsters, report to me immediately. As long as the monsters are not higher than level 5, I can see their information. If we can beat them, we will. If we can't win, we'll retreat. Clear. Everyone nodded and followed the summoned goblin 50 meters behind them, quietly climbing up the hillside. Anno also released 4 summoned slimes, which scattered around the crowd to check the situation. The mission requires you to explore the intelligence of Grand Village. Now that they hadn't even seen Grand Village, it was impossible for Annuo to just take a look nearby and then run back. Moreover, he was planning to use the outer monsters to break through to level 5. On a large rock in the woods, there was a small iron helmet, and next to it lay a goblin who was sleeping soundly. Next to it, there was a goblin wearing a helmet trimming his nails with a dagger. Suddenly, the dagger goblin saw movement on the opposite hillside and immediately stopped what he was doing and looked in the direction of the movement. The distance between the two slopes was only more than 30 meters, and the dagger goblin could clearly see a goblin holding a spear on the opposite side. The spear goblin climbed up the hillside and looked around. Soon, the spear goblin also discovered the 2 goblins next to the stone. The dagger goblin looked at the spear goblin across from him strangely, scratched his forehead, woke up the sleeping goblin, and asked, "Are there any goblins going out today?" The goblin that woke up was still a little confused. It looked in the direction the dagger goblin pointed and found a goblin holding a spear staring at them from a distance. "No way, aren't we just the outermost sentry?" As he said this, he yawned loudly. "This goblin looks unfamiliar. Did he come from somewhere else? Should we report to the boss? We are about to attack the next human stronghold. One more goblin means more strength." "I think so. It looks stronger than us." After making up their minds, the 2 goblins walked towards the spear goblin's position. Found the target, 2 goblins. One is level 3, the other is level 4. They are wearing armor and their weapons are daggers and long swords. Prepare for battle. Anno and the others who were following behind the summoned goblin were on the back of the hillside and could not be seen by the dagger goblin at all. After hearing Annuo's order, the others immediately entered combat status. When the 2 goblins walked down the hill where they were originally staying and came to the bottom of the hill where the summoning goblin was, Annuo immediately controlled the summoning goblin to turn around and leave. The 2 goblins looked at each other in confusion upon seeing this. "Brother, don't leave. Let's build a great career together." Chapter 54 Strategic Retreat. In order to win over the lone goblin, the 2 goblins quickly started to chase after him. When they ran up the hill, they found that the spear goblin had already run down, so they sped up and chased after it. Inua and Shuefeibai, who were lying in ambush, attacked at the same time when the 2 goblins ran down. Phew. Anno jumped out from behind the rock where he was hiding, pointing his dagger at the target's torso. The opponent was already speeding down, so it was impossible to stop him. The dagger pierced through his abdomen. Whoa. The dagger goblin whimpered in pain and stabbed Anno's heart with the dagger in his hand. However, Annuo had already let go and dodged, turning around and kicking the goblin in the neck. Plop. The goblin that was kicked away hit the tree and fell heavily to the ground, with his helmet falling to the side. Anno rushed to the goblin, pulled out the dagger from the struggling goblin, and stabbed it in the heart. The dagger goblin's eyes bulged out and he died instantly. On the other side, Shuefeibai used a knife to cut a 20-centimeter long wound on the goblin. The flesh and blood were turned out from the wound, revealing the bones inside. After the goblin was chopped off and fell to the ground, his face was distorted with pain. Meng Xian stepped forward, wanting to kill the goblin with a dagger. But after the injured goblin got up, he waved the long sword in his hand wildly. Meng Xian couldn't move forward at all, and the sword left a wound on her forearm. Even Shuefeibai, who caught up, was unable to contend with the goblins who were in desperate situations. "Do you want me to do it?" Gongxing Shui asked from the side, waving the magic wand in her hand, ready to condense a magic ball at any time. "No, the noise of the magic explosion will expose us." Inua, who had already dealt with the goblin, stopped Gongxing Shui and rushed behind the goblin. Woo! The goblin looked at the humans that surrounded it and growled lowly in its throat. Blood gushed out from the wound, soon dyeing its body red. "Solve it." After Inua finished speaking, he and Shuefeibai rushed towards the injured goblin at the same time. Ouch! The goblin wanted to shout to his companions, but his voice was too weak to be heard. It was only level 4 and was seriously injured. Facing Shuefeibai, it could still struggle for a while. After Anno joined the battlefield, it only held on for 10 seconds before its throat was cut. After the battle, Meng Xian squatted on the ground and gasped. This was her first time fighting a goblin. The battle with the slime is not on the same level at all. "Meng Xian, are you okay?" Lu Rongrong walked out from her hiding place, saw the wound on Meng Xian's arm, and quickly used low-level healing technique. Inua saw this scene nearby and couldn't help but frown. Lu Rongrong's 200 magic points instantly dropped by 20 points after she used the skill. Her mana recovery rate is only 1 point per minute. The wound on Ming Xian's arm was only a small wound of 3 centimeters long. Rongrong, we don't know how many battles will happen next. There's no need to treat minor injuries like the one just now. Save your magic power and use it when you need it. Lu Rongrong didn't have much combat experience and hadn't considered this at all. Hearing Anhua's somewhat blaming tone, Lu Rongrong immediately lowered her head and dared not speak. Ming Xian also pursed her lips and stood there without saying a word. Ming Xian, go observe the surrounding situation and report back immediately if there is any situation. Sister Shui and Rongrong, come and help us deal with the battlefield. Although everyone is very talented, they know nothing about combat. To become a qualified team, it will take a long time of experience and running in. This is also the reason why Anhua didn't let everyone come. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to take care of everyone once the battle started. Now, Anhua sent out goblins and Ming Xian to guard the surroundings, while directing everyone to dig holes and bury the bodies. Of course, before that, Anhua first took the parts that needed to be sacrificed from the 2 goblins, as well as the small package that each goblin had. After canceling the 2 summoned slimes, he used the new sacrifice to summon 2 level 5 goblins. The summoned goblins picked up the weapons and helmets on the ground and ran around to be on guard. With 3 level 5 summoned goblins, Anhua's sense of security has improved a lot. After killing 2 goblins, Anno only got 3 experience points. Shui Feibai, who participated in the battle, gained 70 experience points due to his low level and was directly promoted to level 3. Ming Xian also gained 50 experience points, less than 100 experience points away from level 3. Lu Rongrong and Gung Qingxue did not gain any experience. So, only by participating in battle can we gain experience points? Annual pondered for a while and decided to leave the enemy alive during the battle so that the 2 women could kill him. Keep exploring. Just after climbing over a few hills, we encountered 2 goblins. There must be a lot of monsters around. But Annuo summoned goblins to lead the way, so there was no danger along the way. In an hour, they advanced more than 500 meters and encountered more than 30 goblins. Goblins usually come in teams of 2. Such a concentrated density made everyone feel scared. If the goblins were not summoned to provide cover, it would be impossible for everyone to end the battle in a short period of time by sneak attack every time. If the goblins shouted during the battle, Annuo and the others would immediately be in danger. With danger comes great rewards. Anno's experience increased by another 50 points, and is now 133/500. All the summoned creatures were replaced with goblins, and there were more than 30 goblin left ears and claws in the package. During the battle, Annuo did not use any skills. In an hour, the magic power consumed by summoning goblins would be fully restored. The only pity is that among the dozens of goblins, none of them has any skills. Everyone else has also reached level 3. What's more important is that the combat coordination between Anhua, Shui Feibai, and Ming Xian is becoming more and more tacit. Be careful, there's something going on ahead. The people who were moving forward immediately hid in the bushes after hearing Anhua's reminder. After walking so far, there were basically few hillsides in front of them, and the outline of Grand Village could be seen. But from the vision shared by the summoned goblins, Anhuo saw a camp at the foot of the hillside. There are 3 level 5 goblins inside. If that were all, Anhuo was confident that he could kill them without making any noise. But the monsters around these 3 goblins made Anhuo hesitate. It has a huge nose, yellow fangs, an extremely ugly face, and green skin like a goblin. The arm was thicker than Anhuo's waist, and in his hand was a nearly 2-meter-long mallet. It was a huge creature that was 2.5 meters tall. Race, troll. Level, 5. Health, 1200/1200. Mana, 500/500. Skill, powerful blow. Hiss. After seeing the information on the panel, Anhua couldn't help but take a breath. Judging from the health points, this is definitely a tough guy. Goblins of the same level have a maximum of 700 to 800 health points. And this guy has skills. The short goblin was not even as tall as the troll's thigh. Even if we summon goblins to launch a sneak attack, the success rate is not high. They can't reach the vital points. If you met this guy alone on the grassland, Anno would have a 50% chance of killing it by using goblin finding and skills. But now there are goblins among the trolls. Once a fight breaks out, the crowd may not be a match. If you fail to do so, you might attract other monsters and end up dying. Mark the camp on the map. We will retreat first, then go in other directions and continue killing goblins. After much consideration, Annuo decided to make a strategic retreat. Chapter 55 Return with a full load. Anhua led everyone back more than 300 meters before stopping. Shui Feibai looked at Anhua and asked, "Where should we go next?" Anhua glanced around and said, "Don't explore further for now. Observe the situation outside first." Monsters like trolls have thick skin and flesh and are extremely powerful. There must be more than one here. The main task now is to kill as many monsters as possible before they discover that someone has infiltrated. In the following time, Annuo led everyone around the outer hillside to start clearing out the monsters. The monsters outside are not only goblins. Annuo also encounters kobolds, ratmen, and other orcs from the evil camp. These orcs also travel in pairs. Race, kobold. Level, 5. Health, 800/800. Mana, 300/300. Skills, none. The height of the kobolds is about the same as that of normal humans. Their weapons are mostly pickaxes and shovels, and their combat power is stronger than that of goblins. Race, ratman. Level, 5. Health, 400/400. Mana, 200/200. Skills, none. The size of ratmen is similar to that of goblins, about 1 meter tall. Their close combat ability is not as good as that of goblins, but their speed is much faster than that of goblins and kobolds. When we first fought against the kobolds and the skavens, things almost went wrong. When Anno encountered the kobold, he followed the old method and let the goblin seduce him. Unexpectedly, the kobold ignored the summoned goblin. When the summoned goblin approached the kobold, the latter picked up his weapon and glared at the goblin with bared teeth. Anno didn't know why the ogres hated the goblins, but as long as he could lure the ogres into the ambush circle, it would be fine. Anno summoned goblins to provoke the kobolds from a distance. The kobold picked up the pickaxe from the ground and walked towards the summoned goblin. After summoning goblins to lead the two ogres into the ambush circle, Annuo, with his summoned creatures, launched an attack at the same time as Shwef Feibai and Meng Xian. Faced with the sudden attack, the kobold had no time to react. One of the kobolds was hit in the vitals by several attacks and died on the spot. The other one was luckier. Shwef Feibai and Meng Xian slashed it with several wounds but still failed to kill it. Ouch. When it saw humans appear, it understood that the enemy was invading, and immediately raised its head and roared to convey the message. Fortunately, Annuo had previously hunted down an archer goblin and summoned it out. Just as the kobold screamed, an arrow with a cold light shot into his throat. The dog-headed man's barking stopped abruptly and he fell to the ground. Get kobold soul, white, X2. Sacrifice kobold teeth, kobold left paw, kobold soul to summon kobold. After Anno recovered the arrows, he replaced the two goblins without hesitation and summoned two ogres. So, Annuo started to summon the ogres to lure prey, and everyone hunted the ogres in this area. As for the ratman encountered later, it was Meng Xian who discovered it. At that time, everyone had just killed a pair of dog-headed men and were burying the bodies when Meng Xian, who was on alert for the surrounding situation, discovered two ratmen walking towards them. As the ratmen approached, they seemed to smell blood in the air and held their weapons in their hands. They were nearby just now and rushed over to check out the situation after hearing the unusual movement. The faint smell of blood in the air immediately made the rat people alert. Just as the timid ratmen were preparing to retreat and report the situation to their superiors, they saw the summoned ogres coming out. Annuo let the summoned creatures deal with the ratmen, and then attacked them when they were caught off guard. What Annuo didn't expect was that the ratman reacted extremely quickly. The attacks of both summoned kobolds missed their targets. After being attacked, the ratman questioned the kobold man about the reason while running away. In terms of hard power, the ratman was no match for the kobold man. Fortunately, while Annuo was delaying time by summoning the ogres, he let the other summoned creatures and Shwef Feibai and others surround the two ratmen. No matter how agile the ratman is, facing 6 level 5s, Anno, and 5 of his summons, plus Shwef Feibai and Meng Xian, he has no ability to resist. In less than 10 seconds, they were beaten to death. Get ratman's soul, white, X2. Sacrifice the ratman's tail and 2 of the ratman's front teeth, and the ratman's soul can summon the ratman. This time they were almost exposed, which made several people's heart beat faster. Shwef Feibai was just about to ask Annuo about his next plan when he suddenly felt his body getting hot and extremely comfortable. I've reached level 4. Shwef Feibai said excitedly as he felt the change in the strength in his body. Later, Meng Xian also said that she had reached level 4. Both of them were level 3 before, and like Annuo, they could only get 5 experience points for participating in killing monsters of the same level. But there will be experience bonus if you jump to a higher level. Killing a level 5 beast gives you 20 experience points. The 2 of them also killed a lot of level 5 goblins along the way, and with the 4 level 5 monsters they just killed, it was just the right time to level up. Lu Rongrong and Gung Qingshue's progress was a little slower. According to the panel information that Annuo saw, Lu Rongrong still needed 200 experience points to level up, and Gung Qingxue still needed 70 experience points. According to the current situation, both of them can reach level 4 in half an hour at most. As for Annuo, since his level was originally 5, he could only gain 5 experience points at most for each kill, so he only gained 100 experience points in such a short period of time. I still need more than 250 experience points to break through to level 6. However, although Annuo did not upgrade, his strength has improved. New monsters represent new summons. Based on the characteristics of the Rat Man, Annuo identified it as a thief. After replacing a goblin next to him, Annuo's 5 summons are now 2 kobolds, melee, 1 skaven, reconnaissance, and 2 goblins, 1 spear goblin and 1 archer goblin. It seems that a team has taken shape. Feibai, who was following Annuo, looked at the Rat Man summoned by Annuo with envy. He suddenly felt that his frenzy was no longer effective. Annuo is a team by himself. Moreover, as long as you have magic power, you can fight to support yourself and summon new creatures at any time. In comparison, my talent can only be used when I am injured, and my intelligence decreases every time I use it. The more serious the injury, the greater the increase in berserk combat. It makes me act like a masochist. Of course, Feibai was just complaining in his heart. At least he still has a talent. There are so many professionals in Vacuum, but Annuo has not seen a professional with talent yet. Annuo looked up at the position of the sun and judged that the time was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The danger will increase after dark. If we continue for another hour, we will retreat. No one opposed Annuo's opinion, so the group began to hunt monsters secretly in the periphery again. Originally, Annuo and his 4 companions had a simple team configuration, and now with the addition of the summon creature team, they could almost move sideways in the outer area where there were no high-level monsters. When everyone arrived at the outskirts of the mine west of Grand Village, they did not dare to go any deeper. Here, trolls and kobolds appear in large numbers. With the current strength of Annuo's team, once you get in, don't even think about getting out. After marking the key points guarded by monsters on the map, Annuo led his men to hunt monsters in other directions. An hour passed quickly, and without any hesitation, Annuo led everyone back home with a full load of spoils. As night fell, bonfires began to appear in the monster camps around Grand Village. Looking down from above, there were nearly 100 bonfires forming a circle, surrounding the village of Gran. At the mine west of Grand Village, the moving torches were like a long dragon, and a large number of monsters such as ogres and goblins were going in and out of the mine entrance. In Grand Village, there is still the continuous sound of blacksmithing. The former Grand Village Council Hall was now occupied by a group of monsters. Squeak. A goblin about 1.5 meters tall walked out of the council hall. Its left arm was wrapped in circles of bandages and was thicker than the right arm. When it was about to return to its nest, a goblin suddenly ran over in a panic from the distance. Sir, all our brothers outside are dead. The goblin called the Lord's narrow eyes flashed a gleam of light, and then he led hundreds of goblins to begin a thorough search of the surrounding hillsides. Chapter 56 Encountering the Wolf King. Annuo naturally didn't know that after they left, a large number of monsters from Grand Village came out and almost turned the outer hillside upside down. He is facing great danger now. Brother Bai, be careful behind you. Rong, stay beside Sister Shui and don't run around. Sister Shui, aim your magic carefully before casting it. Don't waste your magic power. Meng Xian, hide well for me, and strike at the critical moment. While Annuo kept dodging, he was also directing everyone. At this moment, Annuo looked extremely miserable, with 3 torn wounds on his chest, and blood was constantly oozing out of the wounds. In front of him was Feibai and his summoned creatures who were fighting with the wolves. That's right. Before they returned to Mir Village, it got dark and then they encountered a pack of wolves. Name, Windwolf. Race, Warcraft. Level, 5. Health, 700/700. Mana, 300/300. Skill, Bite. Annuo didn't expect to be so unlucky. There are 7 Windwolves in this group, and each one is level 5. Although their health is about the same as that of goblins. But as a magical beast, the Windwolf is as strong as a gnoll and faster than a rat man. As soon as the battle started, everyone felt tremendous pressure. Annuo's side, including 5 summons, has a total of 9 combat forces. The combat force of Lu Rong, a priest, can be ignored. On the Windwolf side, in addition to the 7 that came out, there was also a one-eyed Windwolf standing on a boulder in the distance, its scarlet eye staring at the battle situation. And Annuo couldn't see the information panel of the one-eyed Windwolf at all. This means that the level of the one-eyed Windwolf is higher than level 5. If Anno's level is higher, he will definitely see the following information panel. Name, Windwolf King. Race, Warcraft. Level, 6. Health, 1200/1500. Mana, 500/500. Skills, Violent Bite, Windblade. But Annuo, who is only level 5, just felt a chill on his back. Just 7 level 5 Windwolves have put us in a state of panic. The Wolf King next to us, who is level 6 or even higher, hasn't even made a move yet. Inua took a step back to avoid an attack from a windwolf, his brain working quickly to find a way to win. Ouch. Following a long howl from the one-eyed windwolf, the 7 windwolves launched another fierce attack. The current situation is that Feibai is dealing with 1, and Inua is dealing with 2. Except for the spear goblin, deal with one of the remaining 4 summons each. Meng Xian took advantage of the night, activated her talent Shadow, and blended into the night. Lu Rongrong and Gengxing Xue were in the protective circle of the crowd, and the latter used magic to support everyone from time to time. Annuo, come closer. I can't treat you if you're too far away. Low-level healing skills can only be used at close range and cannot be used for long-distance treatment. When Lu Rongrong saw the wounds on Inua's body, she wanted to go forward to treat Inua, but then she remembered Inua's order not to let her run around, so she could only stand there and worry. Inua didn't have time to respond to Lu Rongrong. Just now, the summoned Ratman was killed by the Windwolf. Without a target, the Windwolf immediately turned his target to Inua. Annuo was a little embarrassed when dealing with 2 level 5 Windwolves. Now facing the 3 Windwolves, Annuo's Adam's apple moved unconsciously. 3 Windwolves surrounded Anno, growling lowly from their throats. Whoosh! The Windwolf on the left pounced on Inua first, its sharp claws flashing in the moonlight as it grabbed towards Inua's neck. Swish! Sparks flew from the friction between the dagger and the wolf claws. The strong wind blew Annuo's hair. Inua growled in his heart, exerted force with his arms, pushed the Windwolf away, and then kicked the Windwolf in the air. The kick was so powerful that it directly kicked the Windwolf 5 meters away. But the next moment, another Windwolf attacked Annuo. High-pressure acid burst. 5 balls of acid collided with the Windwolf's head. After the Windwolf landed on the ground, it shook its head wildly and let out a series of miserable howls. In just a moment, its hair was corroded away, revealing its corroded and bloody flesh. Before Inua could be happy after landing, he heard a sound of breaking air behind him. Oops. Inua had just landed at this time, and had no time to dodge or block the attack. Seeing that Inua was about to have his head bitten by the Windwolf, Lu Rongrong let out a desperate scream. Puff. The spear goblin was suddenly summoned by Annuo behind him, with the spear in his hand pointing directly at the throat of the Windwolf. The Windwolf opened its mouth wide and performed the acrobatics of swallowing a spear alive in front of Annuo. As for the price, the tip of the spear pierced the Windwolf's throat, and the remaining 500 health points were directly cleared. Obtain Windwolf Soul times 1. Sacrifice Windwolf Fangs times 4, Windwolf Claws times 4, Windwolf Soul times 1 to summon a Windwolf. After obtaining the Windwolf Soul, Annuo immediately asked the spear goblin to stop the original Windwolf, while he used a dagger to take out the materials needed for summoning from the Windwolf's body. Whoosh! 2 arcane orbs passed by Annuo and hit the Windwolf whose head was corroded. Boom! A flame rose from the body of the seriously injured Windwolf. Inua looked up and found that the Windwolf's health was constantly decreasing in the flames and soon returned to 0. Obtain Windwolf Soul times 1. Very good. A smile appeared on Inua's face. He didn't care about the blood on his hands and sacrificed the materials he had just unloaded. At the same place, a level 5 Windwolf appeared. As soon as the summoned Windwolf appeared, it pounced on the Windwolf fighting the spear goblin and started biting it madly. The dying spear goblin, at the last moment of his life, stabbed his spear into the neck of the magical Windwolf that was being pressed down by the summoned Windwolf. The Windwolf struggled for a few times and then died. Inua, who was taking materials from the second dead Windwolf, found that he had obtained another Windwolf soul. Sacrifice. The second summoned Windwolf appeared, replacing the spear goblin. Anno had 50 magic points, and he shot an acid shot, which consumed 20 points. He summoned 2 Windwolves, which consumed another 20 points. The last 10 points left at this time are just enough to summon the last Windwolf. Anno, be careful. As Inua ran to the body of the third Windwolf, he heard Lu Rongrong screaming beside him. Inua looked up and suddenly found that the one-eyed Windwolf had rushed towards him at some point. At this moment, he was less than 50 meters away. In fact, the one-eyed Windwolf noticed this side when the first Windwolf died. But the next 2 Windwolves died so quickly that the one-eyed Wolf King died before they could even run over. Seeing his 3 subordinates being killed by humans, the one-eyed Windwolf was extremely angry. But when the summoned Windwolf appeared, the one-eyed Windwolf was stunned for a moment. But when these summoned Windwolves assisted humans in biting other Windwolves, the Wolf King knew that these were no longer his subordinates. Roar. When it was still 20 meters away from Inua, the lone wolf Foglang opened his mouth and spit out a green wind blade. The wind blade was extremely fast and arrived in front of Annuo in the blink of an eye. I can't hide anymore. Inua's breathing hitched. The next second, he was hit by the wind blade. Chapter 57, Bloody Battle with One-Eyed Windwolf. Blood formed an arc in the air. Inua's body was like a kite with a broken string. It drew a curve in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Puff. As soon as Inua got up, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The wind blade spit out by the one-eyed wind wolf easily cut through Anno's flesh. There was a wound on his left shoulder so deep that the bone was visible. Anno. The place where Inua fell was not far from Lu Rongrong. The latter ran to Inua with a panicked look on his face and continuously used low-level healing technique on Inua. Although Lu Rongrong's talent, Rejuvenation, has a 10% healing bonus, Anua's shoulder wound is too serious. Even after using the healing spell twice, the bleeding was barely stopped. The granulation tissue at the wound is constantly wriggling and growing. To cure it, it will take at least half an hour of recovery time. However, the one-eyed wind wolf would not give Anua time to recover safely. When Lu Rongrong was about to use low-level healing technique, for the third time, the one-eyed wind wolf had already rushed in front of the two of them. Get out of the way. Inua, who had just woken up, pushed Lu Rongrong away and blocked the Wolf King's open mouth with the dagger in his hand. Hiss. Under the tremendous force of the one-eyed wind wolf, Anua's body kept sliding backwards, and his feet plowed 2 grooves in the ground. Facing the one-eyed wind wolf at close range, Anua was almost fainted by the stench exhaled from the other party's mouth. Drink it. Inua clenched his teeth, the wound on his left arm reopened, and blood flowed down his abdomen. When Anua caught a glimpse of the one-eyed wind wolf's raised right paw, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. His strength is now suppressed, and he can't dodge at all. 3 wind wolf summons are rushing here, but it is too late. Just as Anua was preparing to withstand the attack, an arcane orb suddenly appeared from the side. Boom. The Wolf King's body was blown away by the power of the explosion of the magic ball. Inua took the opportunity to retreat a few steps, and the 3 summoned wind wolves took the opportunity to approach the one-eyed Wolf King. Although the one-eyed wind wolf was hit by the arcane orb, it only lost 100 points of health, except for a patch of fur burnt where it was hit. For the one-eyed wind wolf with 1200 HP left, 100 HP is nothing. Roar. When the summoned wind wolves approached the one-eyed Wolf King, the one-eyed wind wolf growled and opened its mouth to bite the 3 summoned wind wolves without hesitation. Although the intelligence of Warcraft is not high, they also know how to seek good fortune and avoid danger. The one-eyed wind wolf just witnessed the death of 3 of his subordinates. The 3 wind wolves now are not its subordinates, but enemies. Hoo-hoo. The one-eyed wind wolf was entangled, and Anua finally had a chance to catch his breath. However, now is not the time to relax. The 3 summoned wind wolves are no match for the one-eyed wind wolf, and they can't hold out for long. The battle situation around is not optimistic. Xue Feibai, covered in blood, hacked a wind wolf to death, but the remaining 2 summoned gnolls by Anua were killed by the wind wolves. The archer goblin was bitten to death by the wind wolf not long after the summoned rat man died. Now, there are 3 wind wolves besieging Xue Feibai. Brother Bai. Gongqing Xue has always had special feelings for Xue Feibai, who saved her from the clutches of the goblins. Seeing that he was surrounded and in danger, Gongqing Xue became anxious instantly. With a wave of the staff in his hand, an arcane orb took shape. Just when Gongqing Xue was about to support Xue Feibai, she heard a loud roar from the ladder. Qing Xue, don't worry about me. Help Inua deal with the one-eyed guy first. As he said this, Xue Feibai was just knocked away from behind by a wind wolf. Xue Feibai quickly got up from the ground, never letting go of the dagger in his hand. Although the blood blurred his vision, Xue Feibai was very clear in his mind. Although the 3 wind wolves are powerful, he can still hold them off. If Anua loses, no one will survive. That one-eyed wind wolf is more powerful than ordinary wind wolves and must be a level 6 monster. When Xue Feibai saw 2 of the 3 wind wolves were about to turn around and look for Lu Rongrong and Gongqing Xue, he immediately blocked the way in front of the wind wolves, his eyes red as he said, "You beasts, I haven't had enough fun yet. Where are you running to? Fight like crazy." After the injured Xue Feibai started a frantic fight, his momentum changed drastically. The 3 wind wolves clearly felt that the humans in front of them had become stronger. However, the one-eyed wind wolf's order was to kill all the humans here. Ouch. The 3 wind wolves howled and pounced on Xue Feibai at the same time. Let's fight. In the frenzy fight state, Xue Feibai did not retreat but advanced instead, fighting with the wind wolf. On the other side, Gongqing Xue bit her lip when she heard Xue Feibai's words. The arcane orb condensed in front of the wand finally flew towards the one-eyed wind wolf. Roar. The one-eyed wind wolf, which had been hit by the arcane orb and had a bald patch on its fur, quickly jumped to the side. Its scarlet eyes stared at Gongqing Xue in the distance, and it opened its mouth and spit out a wind blade. Gongqing Xue was unable to dodge and was hit in the thigh by the wind blade. The blood instantly dyed Gongqing Xue's pants red. Hateful. When Inua saw Gongqing Xue fall to the ground, he cursed softly and took the initiative to rush towards the one-eyed wind wolf that broke through the siege of 3 summoned wind wolves. Annuo's own attack did not cause much damage to the one-eyed windwolf. Gung Qingshue's magic could cause injuries to the one-eyed windwolf, which was definitely greater than her own damage. Manhwa took the risk to stop the Wolf King, just to prevent the one-eyed windwolf from getting close to Gung Qingxue. While Manhwa was using 3 summoned windwolves to fight the one-eyed windwolf, Lu Rongrong ran to Gung Qingxue and wanted to treat the latter. Wait a moment. Gung Qingxue glanced at Xue Feibai and Manhwa, who were struggling, and said with pain, "The injury on your leg won't affect my use of magic, so save some magic power to save people." With tears in her eyes, Lu Rongrong nodded heavily. Arcane Orb. Gung Qingxue noticed that Manhwa was knocked away by the one-eyed wind wolf again and took the opportunity to aim at the one-eyed wind wolf. Boom! The one-eyed wind wolf, who didn't notice it, was knocked down by the magic ball, and a patch of hair on his body became bald again. The one-eyed wind wolf's red eyes flashed, and he opened his mouth to spit out a wind blade. Bang! And Manhwa cut in from the side, jumped into the air, and kicked the one-eyed wind wolf on the head. Whoosh! The wind blade passed by Lu Rongrong and the other person, and the strong wind blew up their hair. Damn it! Start biting. The moment Anno landed, 3 summoned wind wolves jumped up from behind him and pounced on the one-eyed wind wolf with their mouths wide open. The one-eyed wind wolf was kicked, and before he could stand firmly, he felt severe pain in his left front leg, neck, and abdomen. Ouch! The one-eyed wind wolf felt pain and rolled over, opening its big mouth full of fangs and biting a summoned wind wolf in front of it. The violent bite of the one-eyed wind wolf is several times more powerful than the bite of an ordinary wind wolf. The summoned wind wolf that was biting the one-eyed wind wolf's thigh had its neck bitten off. In Annuo's vision, the health of one of his summoned creatures was reduced to 0. The other 2 were thrown away by the one-eyed wind wolf. However, the one-eyed wind wolf was not feeling well either. The 3 bitten places were bleeding, and the health points were dropping rapidly. Chapter 58. Obtain Windwolf Soul, Green. X1. Snap! Blood dripped down the one-eyed wolf king's hair onto the ground, breaking into blood flowers. Manhwa stood between the 2 summoned windwolves, his chest heaving violently with his breathing. There was the sound of hand-to-hand combat between Xue Feibai, whose sanity had dropped and who was almost covered in blood, and 3 windwolves. Gung Qingxue and Lu Rongrong were not far behind Manhwa. The former must ensure that the one-eyed windwolf is within the range of his magic. After nearly 10 minutes of high-intensity fighting, Manhwa already felt tired. When taking a break during the battle, Manhwa not only did not feel his strength restored, but he wanted to lie down and rest more and more. Bang! Manhwa punched himself to keep himself awake, then rushed towards the one-eyed wind wolf with the summoned wind wolf who had only half health left. The one-eyed wind wolf didn't expect that this time the bone would be so hard to chew. If it were given another chance, it would never attack Manhwa and others. Not only did he lose 3 of his subordinates, but his own injuries became even more serious. Even if Manhwa and others were killed now, the loss of the one-eyed wind wolf could not be compensated. Their power has been reduced by half, and not only will their hunting range be reduced, they may also become food for other monsters. And it all started because of a goblin. If the goblin hadn't shot its eyes blind, its strength would never have dropped so much. If it hadn't been blind in one eye, these humans would have become its food long ago. Now, its field of view is cut in half. The weak human in front of it has also discovered this and is attacking from its blind spot. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been kicked in the head just now. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The angrier I get, the more I think about it. The one-eyed wind wolf howled towards the sky. It swore that it would be ready to break through after completing this task. Sooner or later, I will seek revenge on the goblin with a bandage on his left arm. Roar. The one-eyed wind wolf roared, exerted force on its hind legs, rushed forward, and knocked a summoned wind wolf away. The other summoned wind wolf took the opportunity to pounce on the one-eyed wind wolf and started biting it, tearing off a large piece of flesh from the back of the one-eyed wind wolf. Bite is a close-range skill with great power, requiring 50 magic points each time it is activated. The summoned wind wolf only has 300 magic points in full state. This summoned wind wolf has been used several times when it had the chance just now. Although it consumes a lot of magic power, it is worth it as long as it can cause damage to the one-eyed wind wolf. The one-eyed wind wolf howled in pain. It turned its head and released a wind blade towards the summoned wind wolf. If the condition is good, the speed of summoning wind wolf makes it impossible for wind blade to hit. But now the summoned wind wolf status has declined, and the wind blade hits its lower left abdomen. Coincidentally, the place where the wind wolf was summoned had been deeply wounded by the claws of the one-eyed wind wolf before. At this time, the wind blade deepened the wound and penetrated the abdomen. The intestines and other organs inside flowed out through the wound. Oops. The summoned wind wolf's health began to drop rapidly in an instant. Even if Manhwa wanted to use the last bit of light and heat from the summoned wind wolf, it couldn't move at all with its seriously injured body. It didn't move more than 2 meters before it turned into white light and disappeared. Shoo! The one-eyed wind wolf exhaled a breath of hot air, turned his head and stared at Anua with his one eye. Ouch! The summoned wind wolf that was knocked away returned to Anuo and glared at the one-eyed wind wolf with bare teeth. Anuo's magic power had recovered to 9 points at this time. 1 point of magic power was recovered every minute. He wanted to hold on for a while longer so that he could summon another wind wolf. But now it seems that this minute can't be delayed any longer. Huh, let's fight. I want to see how long you can hold on after being injured like this. Anua let out a long breath, held the dagger in his right hand, and leaned forward. Base. Anua rushed out suddenly. The summoned wind wolf also rushed towards the one-eyed wind wolf at the same time. 1 man and 1 beast, one on the left and one on the right. The one-eyed wind wolf kept shaking its head, and the one-eyed one wandered between Anno and the summoned wind wolf. Suddenly, the one-eyed wind wolf discovered that the summoned wind wolf disappeared out of thin air. This startled it, and it quickly looked around, looking for the movement of the summoned wind wolf. Whoosh! At this moment, a magic ball came from behind but arrived first, heading straight towards the one-eyed wind wolf from a distance. The one-eyed wind wolf's hair stood up all over its body, and its sharp claws extended from its paw pads. Boom! The arcane orb hit the ground and exploded. But the one-eyed wind wolf had already dodged and appeared in front of Anyo. Whoa! The one-eyed wind wolf opened its mouth wide and bit Anua. Since we can't find the wind wolf to summon, let's kill this human first. Once bitten by it, it will launch violent bite, and the human will not survive. But it failed. Anua turned and dodged in time, avoiding the bite of the one-eyed wind wolf. Bang! The one-eyed wind wolf missed its bite and turned around to whip Anno with its tail like a steel whip. Gone. Even though the speed is a little slower than before, the reaction speed hasn't decreased much. There was a red mark on Anua's chest, and blood was oozing out. When? The dagger and claw collided briefly before moving away from each other. Then the man and the beast began to fight again and again. With almost every collision, Anua would have a new scar on his body, and blood would spurt out of his mouth like crazy. On the other hand, the one-eyed wind wolf, without the restraint of the summoned wind wolf, suffered almost no damage. Sister Shui, please help Anua. Help him. I want to, but they are stuck together and I'm afraid the magic might accidentally hurt Anua. Another disadvantage of not summoning the wind wolf to distract the enemy is that Gongxing Shui couldn't find the right time to cast the spell. Now the two women can only stand by and worry. Plop. Anua was knocked away by the one-eyed wind wolf, and his broken body slid a distance on the ground, leaving a bloody ditch several meters long. Boom. The one-eyed wind wolf stepped on Anuo's chest with its front hoof, and its sharp claws hooked the flesh on Anuo's chest, causing the latter to let out a series of screams. The one-eyed wind wolf opened its mouth wide, ready to bite off the neck of the human in front of it. It all happened so fast that Gongxing Shui was unable to react. Given the current situation, even if the arcane orb is cast now, it will not be able to prevent Anua's death. Anua, who was pinned down by the one-eyed wind wolf, watched the wolf's head gradually lower and shouted in his heart, "Wind wolf, bite it." Ah. The summoned wind wolf that had suddenly disappeared before suddenly appeared next to the one-eyed wind wolf and bit the latter's neck. Swish. The one-eyed wind wolf couldn't help but pull with its claws in pain, directly pulling out several pieces of flesh and blood from Anuo's chest. But Anua seemed to feel no pain. He looked at the one-eyed wind wolf that was frantically slapping the summoned wind wolf with its claws, and shouted to the empty surroundings with his last bit of strength, Meng Xin. A figure appeared silently above the one-eyed wind wolf, the dagger in his hand flashing coldly in the moonlight. Go to hell. Meng Xin, who had been hiding until now under Anua's orders, concentrated her mind and stabbed the dagger into the only remaining eye of the one-eyed wind wolf. The 15-centimeter-long dagger penetrated completely and even turned a bit. The one-eyed wind wolf, who had just broken free from the summoned wind wolf, suddenly froze and fell to the ground. Obtain wind wolf soul, green, ×1. When Anua saw a green soul rising from the one-eyed wind wolf and merging into his own body, he finally let go of his worries. Chapter 59, The Gift of the Summoning God. Ouch. Anua, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, heard the wolf howl and instantly remembered that there were 3 wind wolves beside Shui Feibai. But when Anua propped himself up and turned around, he found that there was only an injured wind wolf left beside Shui Feibai. The broken bodies of several wind wolves lay nearby. Now, the only remaining wind wolf is preparing to escape. As for Shui Feibai, the wounds on his body were no less than Anuo's. The whole face was covered with blood. Although he was at the end of his strength at this moment, Frenzy War had also reached its maximum bonus. Shui Feibai exhaled a breath of hot air, raised the dagger in his hand, and threw it fiercely at the fleeing wind wolf. Boom. Sonic booms were heard in the air, and the dagger, which had been broken into several pieces, instantly crossed the distance and stabbed into the waist of the fleeing windwolf. The windwolf howled miserably and fell and rolled more than 10 meters away. Plop. Xue Feibai, who had reached his limit, could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Xue Feibai, don't scare me. Dongxing Xue dropped her wand and limped over to Xue Feibai. When she saw that he had lost consciousness, she couldn't help crying. Enua didn't care about his own injuries and quickly asked Lu Rongrong to treat Xue Feibai. Lu Rongrong had no choice but to squat beside Enua, cast a low-level healing technique on him, and then ran to heal Xue Feibai. Low-level healing technique is quite effective in healing skin and flesh wounds. After several healing spells, the skin and flesh that were torn outward on Xue Feibai's body continued to grow granulations and healed slowly. Seeing that Xue Feibai's chest was still rising and falling, Gongqing Xue felt a little relieved. At this moment, Lu Rongrong was glad that she had listened to Enua and Gongqing Xue and retained her magic power. Otherwise, she would probably be helpless facing two seriously injured people. After temporarily stabilizing Xue Feibai's injuries, she ran back to Enua. Meng Xian was kneeling beside Enua with a distressed expression on her face. She tore her clothes into strips and carefully bandaged Enua's wound. In order to create an opportunity, Enua finally confronted the one-eyed windwolf alone, and most of the injuries on his body were caused at that time. However, compared to Xue Feibai, Enua can still remain sober now. After Lu Rongrong treated several serious injuries, she lost her magic power. Ouch. The only remaining summoned windwolf kept moving around Anno. Anno glanced at its panel and found that it only had more than 300 health points left. Go and get me the heart and 4 claws of the one-eyed windwolf. Enua said weakly. After hearing this, Meng Xian ran over with a dagger in hand. After a while, she came to Enua holding the wolf heart and claws still dripping with blood in her hands. Enua told Meng Xian to put the things on the ground, and then sacrificed Windwolf Soul Green, X1. That's right. After killing the one-eyed windwolf with great difficulty, Annuo gained more than 250 experience points and directly reached level 6. Now he can sacrifice green-level souls and summon level 6 monsters. The heart and claws he asked Meng Xian to bring were the sacrifices to summon a level 6 windwolf. Not only Enua was upgraded, but Gongqing Xue and Meng Xian, who participated in the battle, were also upgraded to level 5.5. Although both are monsters above level 6, the experience gained from killing the one-eyed windwolf is several times more than that of the large slime. You know, when Anno killed the large slime, his level was only 4, but in the end he only got 120 experience points. From this we can see the difference between the large slime and the one-eyed windwolf. The former is just an ordinary monster, but the latter is definitely a boss-level monster. After Anno found himself at level 6, he wanted to summon the one-eyed windwolf, and then use another summoned windwolf to carry him and Xue Feibai, who had temporarily recovered from his injuries, back to Vacuum to seek treatment from a senior priest. But what Enua didn't expect was that when he sacrificed the windwolf soul Green, he suddenly felt a palpitation. In an instant, his consciousness was pulled into a dark and empty place. The strange thing in front of him made Enua feel a little uneasy. The next moment, he raised his head with a sense of realization. Above this piece of nothingness, a very tiny crack suddenly appeared. Although it was small, the colorful light emanating from it made Annuo notice it immediately. What is happening? Enua looked at the colorful cracks above in confusion. A ray of colorful light floated out from the crack like a flying ribbon and merged into the body of Enua, who was unable to move. Then, the crack disappeared. Enua's consciousness returned to his body. At this moment, Enua seemed to have encountered something incredible and kept muttering to himself. So there really is a summoning god. It turns out that the souls I sacrificed were all sacrificed to the sleeping summoning god. Just now, when the colorful light merged into Annua's body, he suddenly realized that he had received a gift from the god of summoning. It was like Xue Feibai went to worship the warrior god, and light emanated from his body, which meant that the warrior god had responded. After sacrificing a green-level windwolf soul, Anno awakened a trace of divinity from the sleeping god of summoning and received a gift from the god of summoning. When reaching level 6, Anno's original information panel looked like this. Name, Anno. Race, human. Level, 6. Experience, 0 out of 1000. Occupation, none. Mana, 0 out of 60. Talent, sacrifice spirit. Skills, low-level perception, high-pressure acid explosion. After accepting the gift, Annuo's panel changed instantly. Name, Anno. Race, human. Level, 6. Experience, 0 out of 1000. Occupation, summoner. Mana, 0/600. Talent, sacrifice spirit, green level. 5 visions universal, green level, previously a hidden talent. Skills, low-level perception, high-pressure acid blast, divine inspiration. The first thing that changes is the magic column. Before, manhwa had too little magic power and was afraid to use his skills carelessly. In his opinion, the cost-effectiveness of using skills is not as high as summoning a creature. The reason for the low magic power is that the god of summoning has fallen into a deep sleep, so Anno, as a summoner, has very little magic power. Now Anno sacrificed a green-level soul and awakened a trace of divinity in the god of summoning. His magic power instantly increased tenfold to 600 points. Although his magic power cannot be compared with that of a magician of the same level, it is still average compared with other professions. In future battles, you no longer have to be so hesitant, and you can use your skills at will. The increase in the magic power limit has a huge impact on Annuo's strength. But other changes surprised Annuo even more. The first is the talent, Sacrifice Spirit, which has now been upgraded to green quality. The number of summons has increased from 5 to 10. What shocked Annuo was that the current, Sacrificial Spirit, had another ability. It could use a magic circle to forcibly sign a monster whose level was not higher than Annuo's to become a summoned creature. Signing a contract for a living creature to become a summoned creature is of great significance to Annuo. Previously, Anno could only kill monsters and use sacrifices and souls to summon creatures of the same level as Anno. When they are summoned, the template has already been determined and there will be no further improvement. And now, if he encounters a monster with extremely high potential, as long as its level does not exceed Annuo, he can activate this spirit sacrifice, array, and force the other party to become a summoned creature. In this way, Anno can get a summon with extremely high potential. As for the new talent, 5 Visions All-Powerful, it was an ability that Annuo had previously ignored. Chapter 60, 5 Visions and Universal Powers and World-Devouring Reincarnation. Annuo can see the information panels of professionals and monsters. He previously thought that this was his unique ability. In fact, this is indeed Annuo's unique ability. But it was different from what Annuo thought. All this was thanks to 5 Visions All-Powerful. This is a passive skill, and its function is to be able to view the target's information panel. Now that it has been upgraded to green quality, it has changed from only being able to view targets that are not higher than Anno level to being able to view targets that are not higher than Anno level 5. In addition, if you continue to upgrade 5 Visions Universal, you can unlock another 5 abilities. In the skill column, in addition to the low-level Perception and high-pressure Acid Burst that Anno learned by sacrificing the slime soul, there is now another, Divine Inspirer. Divine Enlightener, the one who awakens the gods and obtains a trace of the god's divinity. You can strengthen a skill and achieve a qualitative change. A hint of divinity? After a little thought, Annuo immediately thought of the colorful light. Afterwards, he was surprised to find that he could actually feel this trace of divinity running around in his body. What made Annuo feel bad was that this trace of divinity was actually shrinking. It will probably disappear in less than a minute. Shit, which skill should I strengthen? Annuo reacted and quickly checked his skills. I don't have enough Windwolf souls right now to learn the Windwolf's Bite and Windblade. Other than that, I only have low-level Perception and high-pressure Acid Blast. Do I have to choose between the two? Annuo frowned, feeling that it was inappropriate to use Divine Enlightenment on these two skills. The former is a perception skill, and the latter is a long-range attack skill. Don't underestimate Annuo. He is now a genuine summoner and can even summon a whole team. But the existence of Sacrificial Spirit can allow Annuo to develop in all aspects. So it's okay to strengthen these two skills. But Annuo subconsciously felt that these two skills should not be strengthened. Oh, how could I have forgotten this? Suddenly, Annuo remembered a skill that he had never learned. If the strengthening is what Annuo thought, he can use it right now. Having made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. Annuo immediately learned the skill and used Divine Inspirer to strengthen it. After the Divine Inspirer was activated, the colorful divinity turned into starlight and merged into Annuo's body. In Anno's skill column, the Swallow skill that he had just learned by consuming 100 slime souls was changed to World-Devouring Reincarnation. Swallow is one of Slime's 3 skills. Its only function is to eat grass, soil, and rocks, and after decomposing them, it can restore very little magic power. Annuo originally wanted to strengthen it so that it could devour grass and soil and greatly restore its own skills. Now that the skill, World-Devouring Reincarnation, has been strengthened, its ability is somewhat abnormal. World-Devouring Reincarnation, 7 color level, 0/600. According to Annuo's own understanding, its ability is to form a devouring world for a short period of time without any consumption. The devouring world can devour the magic power from the outside world and slowly transform it into its own magic power. It can also transform it into vitality to heal injuries. For example, if someone casts a spell at Annuo, Annuo can use world-devouring reincarnation, to devour the opponent's magic and convert it into magic power or vitality. The limitation is that the upper limit of the magic power consumed is linked to Anuo's strength. He only has 600 points of magic power now, and can only absorb 600 points of magic power at most. If the magic power devoured by the devourer reaches the upper limit, Anuo will not be able to continue devouring the world reincarnation. Mage Nemesis. Mage Nemesis. Inua opened his eyes and said something that puzzled Meng Xian and Lu Rongrong beside him. At the same time, he shouted to Gongqing Xue, who was squatting next to Xue Feibai, "Sister Xue, throw a magic ball at me." When Gongqing Xue heard Anuo's request, she couldn't hold back her tears. Feibai has fallen into a coma, and Inua's brain has been beaten to a state of disorder again. Lu Rongrong hugged Inua's head to her chest and cried, "Inua, how could you let Sister Xue use magic to hit you? Magic will kill you." Woo, 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 woo. Inua was trapped between two huge mountains and almost couldn't breathe. With great effort, he climbed up a mountain with his right hand and pushed it away with all his strength. "No, I learned a new skill that allows me to convert magic power into useful ones." Lu Rongrong was stunned. "How can you learn skills outside?" But then I thought, Inua was different from them. The previous skills and summons were not learned from the Minder. After figuring it out, Lu Rongrong noticed something strange on her chest. However, Inua just put his hands down at this time and asked Gongqing Xue to shoot the magic ball at him again. "First, you shoot the magic ball at me, then ride the wind wolf and take brother by the Vakum for treatment." Anuo stood up with great effort and asked Lu Rongrong, Meng Xian, and the two summoned creatures to make way. Gongqing Xue thought about it for a moment and then stopped hesitating. Arcane Sphere is activated, and a sphere formed by magic power flies towards Anno. World-devouring reincarnation. Anno also used his skills. Under the surprised gazes of several people, a dark vortex the size of a human head appeared in front of Anuo. When the magic ball approached Anno, it was instantly sucked into the center of the vortex and then swallowed up. World-devouring reincarnation, 5600. This magic ball has 50 points of magic power. Before this, Inua had never felt anything. But after the magic ball was swallowed and began to transform, Anuo immediately felt the comfort from the inside out. Lu Rongrong's low-level healing technique treats external flesh wounds, while the healing effect brought by world-devouring reincarnation starts from the inside. Even the broken bones are slowly recovering. The conversion rate was neither fast nor slow, and it could convert approximately 100 points of magic power, or equivalent vitality, every minute. Anuo could not see his own health data and could only guess based on the feedback from his body. After experimenting with his skills, Anno didn't waste any time. Let the level 6 summon Wind Wolf carry Gongqing Xue and Xue Feibai and run to Vakum first. Ordinary summoned wind wolves are small and cannot accommodate 2 people. After they left, Inua asked Meng Xian to help collect the fangs and claws of the remaining 4 ordinary wind wolves. Although his magic power limit has reached 600, his current magic power has not increased. After summoning a level 6 wind wolf, my magic power ran out again, and I couldn't summon a new wind wolf, so I could only pack up the materials. Although world-devouring reincarnation can transform the transforming magic ball into magic power, what Anuo needs now is treatment. Especially now that Lu Rongrong's magic power has been exhausted, a little treatment is also very important for Inua. The battle site with the wind wolf was about 5 kilometers away from Mir village. With the help of Lu Rongrong and Meng Xian, Inua rode on the level 5 summoned wind wolf. We should hurry back too. Under the moonlight, Inua rode the injured wind wolf, with Lu Rongrong and Meng Xian following behind. There is no way, after all, Inua is a wounded soldier. Anuo did not waste the corpses of several wind wolves. In addition to the materials needed for summoning, he also cut off the heads of all the wind wolves, tied them together with the body of the one-eyed wind wolf with a rope, and dragged them back to Mir village. After the internal organs of the one-eyed wind wolf were removed, the body became much lighter, and the injured summoned wind wolf could barely run. Perhaps because the nearby area was the territory of the one-eyed wind wolf, Anuo and his companions did not encounter any other magical beasts on their subsequent return journey. 2 kilometers away from Mir village, Anuo also found Lu Yin and others who had left the village to look for them. Chapter 61 Guild Subjugation Mission. Vakum. As soon as a white line appeared on the horizon, Rajal went to the Adventurers Guild to accept the quest. As long as I complete one more basic level task with satisfactory evaluation today, I can access entry-level tasks. On the way to the Adventurers Guild, Rajal felt both anticipation and worry. He hoped that he could take on entry-level missions and become what Maggie called an entry-level adventurer. After becoming an entry-level adventurer, you can not only hone yourself in real battles, but also get more rewards. At the same time, he was worried about the number of basic level quests in the Adventurers Guild. Ever since the news spread that he and 4 other adventurers who had accepted the mission the day before yesterday had completed the commission and received the bounty, all the idle low-level professionals in Vacum were excited. Due to various reasons, they all grow slowly and earn little money, which leads to a lack of resources for cultivation. The lack of cultivation resources, in turn, leads to slow progress in cultivation. Vicious cycle. Some people break this cycle through their own hard work and become strong, such as Hunter Mark. But many more people are defeated by life and struggle to survive in this difficult world. It's not that the latter don't want to work hard, but most people's families are not wealthy and they have to work hard for 3 meals a day, so they have very little time and resources to practice. The existence of the Adventurers Guild gives new hope to these professionals who have been eliminated by the mercenary groups. Professionals of any level can receive corresponding tasks and receive corresponding remuneration. This news was confirmed by Rajal and the other 5. Afterwards, more people who signed up to become adventurers on the first day began to take on missions. Those who had not yet become adventurers also came to the Adventurers Guild to register. Yesterday alone, Maggie and Samantha sent out more than 100 adventurer nameplates. There are many level 4 and 5 adventurers among them. Due to the sharp increase in the number of adventurers, the basic level commissions in the guild were quickly snapped up. In today's Adventurers Guild, for adventurers who are not yet qualified to take on entry-level quests, basic level quests are absolutely in high demand. Although Lady Ningwen said yesterday that she would find Miss Laura to find more basic level tasks for everyone. But to be on the safe side, it is better to go in advance. Rajal thought so in his heart. But when he got there, he just froze in place. There were more than a dozen figures in different attire standing in front of the Adventurers Guild, which had not yet opened. A nameplate with a number engraved on it was sewn on everyone's chest. Oh no, so many people have already come. Rajal's heart tightened. He was a little worried whether there were enough tasks for the adventurers to share today. As time passed, more and more people gathered in front of the Adventurers Guild. When the nearby townspeople started their day's work, they suddenly discovered that there were nearly 200 people gathered in front of the newly renovated old town hall next door. Among them, some had become adventurers in the past 2 days, and the rest were professionals who were preparing to register as adventurers. In the meeting room on the 2nd floor of the Adventurers Guild, Anua walked to the window, gently opened a crack, glanced at the noisy crowd below, and smiled. "My Lord President, what's so funny at this moment?" Ningwen's face showed anxiety. "The number of adventurers is increasing too fast. We don't have enough tasks." "Don't worry." Anua rubbed his bloodshot eyes, walked calmly to the conference table, looked at the people in front of him and said, "After I came back yesterday to heal my wounds, I went to Butler Scott overnight to report the situation in Grand Village, and got the opportunity to meet the Viscount. He gave me a commission, which can be completed by the adventurers." "Oh, what mission?" Meng Xian looked up and asked doubtfully. After the battle with the one-eyed wind wolf yesterday, Gongqing Shui took Xue Feibai back to Vacum for treatment. Anua, whose injuries were slightly lighter than Xue Feibai's, took Meng Xian and Lu Rongrong with him, and after meeting up with Lu Yin and others whom they met in Mir Village, they rushed to Vacum overnight. They had just experienced a battle with the wind wolves. If it weren't for the fact that Mir Village was only 5 kilometers away from Vacum and Anno's injuries urgently needed treatment from a senior priest, they would never have traveled at night. Fortunately, the effect of world-devouring reincarnation temporarily stabilized Anno's injuries. After everyone arrived at Vacum, they hurried to find a priest to treat Anno's injuries. After recovering from his injuries, Anno went to see Viscount Butler Scott overnight. The reason why he was so anxious was that on the way back to the city, Annual recalled what happened in Grand Village and felt more and more that there was something wrong with the latter. Most of the monster camps marked on the map are concentrated around the iron mine. Whether it's goblins, gnolls, or ratmen encountered during the exploration, they all wear iron helmets and other protective gear to a greater or lesser extent. This gave Annual a very bad guess. He couldn't even wait until the next day and went to see Scott overnight. When Scott saw Anno, there was no sign of unhappiness on his face about being disturbed from rest. After briefly explaining what happened in Grand Village, Anno suggested that the monsters in Grand Village might be using the mines to forge weapons. Looking at the map where Anno marked the monster camp, Scott frowned and thought for a while, then took Anno to find Viscount Renault who was resting. After being awakened, Viscount Renault had a meeting with Anno. This was the first time Anno met Viscount Renault. After the interview, Viscount Renault sent a master of the guard to Grand Village overnight to confirm the news. Viscount Renault praised Anno. Viscount Renault was surprised to learn that Anno had killed the one-eyed wind wolf near Mir Village. Although the one-eyed wind wolf is only level 6, it has a group of younger wind wolves, and its overall combat power is not weak. The one-eyed wind wolf's range of activity is between Mir Village and Grand Village. Kill the one-eyed wind wolf. This was a mission he had entrusted to the Bloodstained mercenary group a long time ago. The latter took nearly a month, and the entire Grand Village was occupied by monsters, and they did not complete the commission. Unexpectedly, he was hunted by Annuo and others. The body of the one-eyed Windwolf was right outside the Viscount's mansion, proving that Annuo was not lying. After Viscount Renault gained a new understanding of Anno's strength, he decided to give Anno a new commission. And for this commission, Annuo plans to let the adventurers downstairs complete it with him. We are very familiar with the client of this mission. Seeing everyone's puzzled looks, Annuo didn't keep them in suspense and said, Mayor Lia of Grul Town. Mayor Ria? Hearing this name, everyone couldn't help but recall the days when they lived in the small town of Grul, and familiar faces emerged in their memories. Although only a few days had passed since everyone left the town of Grul, it felt like a long time had passed. Yes, Mayor Lia sent a pigeon letter to Viscount Renault yesterday. The letter said that there was a riot among the slimes on the grassland outside the town of Grul. A large number of slimes poured out of the grassland, destroying the fields and attacking passers-by. Many people also witnessed several goblins appearing on the edge of the forbidden forest. The Viscount decided to send out guards today to assist the guards in the town of Grul in dealing with the goblin problem and patrol the edge of the forbidden forest. As for the task of clearing the slimes, he gave it to our guild. Are you going to let these adventurers go? Ningwen asked doubtfully, but this level of mission can already be classified as an entry-level mission. Today's adventurers are not qualified to accept it. That's right. Didn't you also say that there are a lot of slimes, and they will hurt people if they riot? We only have 146 adventurers registered. Will there be a lot of casualties if we let them go? Shui Feibai also didn't quite understand what Annuo meant. Inua chuckled, stood up from the table, and led everyone downstairs. There are too many targets in this mission, and I suspect that the riot may be related to the legendary Slime King. This mission is not something that can be handled by one person or a team of adventurers. I define it as a guild crusade mission. Including the 9 of us, all members of the Adventurers Guild will participate in this mission. After saying that, Inua walked to the door and opened the door of the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 62 Preparation. Rajal was getting more and more anxious as he waited outside the Adventurers Guild. There are so many people in front of me. If I fail to grab the mission, the time for me to become an entry-level adventurer will be delayed again. There were many people around who shared the same idea as Rajal, and some even had arguments with their colleagues next to them. Just when everyone was scratching their heads in anxiety, the door of the Adventurers Guild opened. The noisy sound outside disappeared instantly, and everyone turned their eyes to the dignified young man at the door. A tall and straight figure, a handsome face, and a pair of sharp eyes that contained majesty. This person was the summoner who was called Forsaken by God because he couldn't find a job in the city, but he easily defeated 2 level 5 professionals. His other identity is the president of the Adventurers Guild. Anno. 2 days was enough time for people to find out about Annuo's deeds. Both the Forsaken of God and the summoner made a big fuss. In the eyes of many level 2 and 3 professionals, Anno, as a summoner, is inherently very powerful. A level 5 summoned goblin is enough to make a level 5 professional alert. Not to mention that behind Annuo stands Miss Lola, or the Viscount. Moreover, the adventurers who had come into contact with Annuo in the past few days clearly felt that Annuo's momentum had increased. As expected of you, President. Rajiel looked at Annuo in front of him with admiration, thinking to himself, I want to be like the president in the future, standing in front of hundreds of people, and everyone will be quiet and wait for me to speak. Annuo stepped over the threshold and glanced at the crowd below. 5U Universal displays everyone's panel information without reservation. Except for 1 level 5 and 3 level 4, the others are levels 1 to 3. As for their ages, judging from their looks, they are mostly around 20 years old, with only a few professionals at level 4 and above looking middle-aged. Professionals begin training at different ages, so talent cannot be judged by age. For example, Lu Zhishang looks to be in his 30s, but he has only been practicing for a few days. But these professionals are most likely the kind that have practiced for 10 years but still haven't broken through to level 6. But in Annuo's opinion, as long as they become adventurers, they can find corresponding tasks, have the opportunity to become stronger, and nourish the Adventurers Guild at the same time. He looked at everyone and said loudly, Everyone, welcome to today's Adventurers Guild. I am the Guild Master Inua. I know you are here today to accept the commission. I'm happy for you, because every bit of your effort will turn into nutrients for growth. Now, for you, me, and the Adventurers Guild, this is just a starting point. In the various missions that follow, we may encounter strong enemies, get hurt, lose, and cry. But as an adventurer, it is normal to encounter hardships during your adventure. No one's life is smooth sailing. And whatever doesn't defeat us makes us stronger. We will gradually become a strong nation through continuous adventures. Pa pa pa. As soon as Anno finished speaking, the excited Rajal clapped wildly below. The crowd, already moved by Annuo's last 2 sentences, began to applaud. Anno glanced at Ragel in the crowd and nodded with satisfaction. He had an impression of this guy. He was quite knowledgeable. Although the strength of level 1 is indeed a bit low, it can still be cultivated. Inua pressed his right hand in the air, and the applause gradually faded away. An adventurer is a person who continuously makes breakthroughs through adventures. Basic level tasks are just a test for adventurers, mainly used to observe their sense of responsibility. Everyone who has received a commission in the guild knows that entry-level tasks involve real battles and can truly hone us. Now, you have a chance to skip the basic level prerequisite and directly access the entry-level commission. Anua's words made some adventurers' eyes light up. These people have long wanted to take on entry-level tasks. However, the current regulations state that one must complete 3 basic level tasks with satisfactory evaluations before being able to access entry-level tasks. Now that Inua, as the president, said there was a chance to skip this step, it really interested them. Especially those middle-aged uncles at level 4 or 5. President, what exactly is the mission? Raziel asked, raising his hand. Inua paused deliberately before saying to everyone, Guild Crusade mission. Then Anno recounted the mission, Grul Town Grassland Slime Riot, and asked, I will lead this mission and call on everyone to participate. There may still be some of you who have no experience fighting slimes. This is the chance. Going to fight slimes with everyone not only sharpens your fighting skills, but also ensures your safety. As he spoke, Anno waved his left hand in the air, and 4 summoned windwolves and a large slime with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared beside Anno. Ouch. 3 level 5 windwolves, led by a level 6 windwolf, howled in unison towards the sky as soon as they appeared. The large slime rolled to Anua's feet, chirping. The level 6 windwolf is naturally summoned by sacrificing the soul of the one-eyed windwolf. The remaining 3 windwolves were summoned by sacrificing the windwolf soul, White, one of which was a level 5 windwolf that survived the battle. It was after Inua's magic power was restored last night that he discovered that a white level soul could not summon a level 6 creature when he summoned the windwolf. So he only summoned 2 level 5 windwolves, plus the level 5 windwolf that survived the battle last night, a total of 3 level 5s. There is one last windwolf soul, White, left, which is kept as a backup for the time being. As for the large slime, it was hunted by Anua before. Before Anno reaches level 6, it is impossible to sacrifice a large slime soul. After returning to the guild yesterday, Anno found the large slime skin, sacrificed the large slime soul, Green, and summoned the large slime. It was the first time for the adventurers around to see Anno summon a monster. Some people were so frightened when they saw the windwolf suddenly appear that they screamed and turned to flee. Only when they had run for a distance did they realize that the monster had not caught up with them at all and was squatting obediently at Anua's feet. Only then did everyone react. Oh my god, are these monsters the president's summons? Of course it is. Don't you see that these summons are all behaving themselves? I thought the rumors about the president were fake, but I didn't expect there really are summoners and summon beasts. Except for Anno and his 9 companions, the only level 5 professional in the field saw the windwolf squatting beside Anno's legs, his eyes filled with horror. This magical fluctuation, can't it be from a level 6 magical beast? After Anno summoned the windwolf and the large slime, he ignored everyone's reactions. While stroking the hair of the summoned windwolf, he watched the people who had fled around him gather together again. After everyone gathered together again, Inua said slowly, Now, if anyone is willing to accept the guild's crusade mission and fight with us, you can come to us and sign up with the adventurer nameplate. After Inua finished speaking, Shue Feibai and others walked out of the guild in unison and stood behind Inua. The people nowadays are no longer at level 0 as they were back then. Gongxing Xue and Ming Xian are already level 5. They stood behind Anno, along with a nearly 2-meter-long and over a meter-tall level 6 windwolf and other summons. There was only one word in everyone's mind. Powerful. I do. Ragel was the most positive one. The president has already gone, so what are we worried about? I'm going too. I want to go too, but I don't even have a decent weapon. Slime can be killed with a mallet, as long as you don't get sprayed with its acid. Slime skin can still be sold for 1 copper coin. Take me with you. I must go on the guild's subjugation mission. And me. When I think about so many people fighting together, my blood is boiling. Among the more than 200 people, except for a few, all the others were willing to follow Annuo to carry out the mission. In their opinion, with Annuo in charge, this task would not be a problem at all. No matter how powerful the slime is, can it be stronger than the president who uses slime and the Warcraft Windwolf as summons? Annuo asked Maggie and Samantha, who came to work, to register those who were going to register as adventurers, and then counted the number of people participating in the guild's crusade mission. There are 216 people in total. I'll give you 1 day to prepare. Tomorrow morning, everyone will gather at the guild and prepare to defeat the rioting slimes. Chapter 63 Arrival. Guild Crusade Mission, A large number of slimes have appeared on the grassland outside the town of Grul. All members of the Adventurers Guild are now responsible for the crusade. Quest level, Special Guild Quest. Recommended adventurer level is 0 to 5. Mission objective, clear out the slimes and resolve the crisis in Grul town. Task reward, 2 gold. Guild Crusade benefit. If you are hit by slime acid, you can ask guild members Lu Rong Rong and Ningwen for free treatment. The reward of 2 gold coins seems to be quite a lot, but converted into copper coins, it is a full 20,000 copper coins. But if it was divided among more than 200 people, each person wouldn't even get 100 coppers. But it was because Annuo wanted to take the opportunity to improve the overall strength of the adventurers that he let everyone participate. As the number of people increases, the reward will naturally be less. In fact, Annuo can complete this task with Shuefeibai and others. It's just that there are a lot of slimes, so it takes longer to clean them up. The adventurers who participated in this mission were excited when they saw the guild mission benefits. As a healing profession, priests are quite special and are generally absorbed by major forces. There is not a single priest among the adventurers before him. Some people used to worry that the cost of treatment would be too high if they were accidentally injured. Now that this worry is gone, all the adventurers participating in the mission rushed back to prepare. Those who have not become adventurers also quickly find Maggie and the others to register. The day goes by quickly. Annuo handed the Adventurers Guild headquarters to Maggie for guarding, and then led the gathered adventurers to the town of Grul. Early in the morning, the people of Vaucom saw a group of people walking out of the city gate in a mighty procession. People who didn't know the situation thought that it was a medium-sized mercenary group going out in groups. Some people who were more informed, seeing Anno at the front of the team and the nameplates worn by everyone, realized that the Adventurers Guild was causing trouble. Has Lord Viscount made any moves recently? I saw 2 teams of fully armed guards leaving the city yesterday, and today the Adventurers Guild also left the city. Could it be that the monsters are attacking the surrounding villages and towns again? No way. It's only been a short time since the winter this year, and Grand Village and Lado Town fell. Now another village or town is being attacked by monsters. Well, it's better to stay in Vaucom. Although the pressure of survival is getting greater and greater, at least life can be guaranteed. Compared to this, don't you think the Adventurers Guild has grown too fast? Wasn't it just established a few days ago? How come there are already hundreds of people now? Hey, you don't know this. Although the Adventurers Guild was founded by a man named Anno with the support of the Viscount. But in fact, anyone who is a professional can register as an adventurer. Looking at so many people, they are actually a group of low-level professionals. Look at what equipment they are holding. A random stick picked up from the roadside? Are you carrying the wooden basin as a shield? These people are simply hilarious. In my opinion, the Adventurers Guild is just a gathering place for a bunch of rabble, and it cannot be compared with a mercenary group at all. It won't be long before they disband. I heard that as long as you register as an adventurer, you can accept commissions and get paid without fighting. And the guild only charges a 5% handling fee, which is equivalent to getting the full reward. What's the use of that? All the commissions we accept are rubbish, and the rewards are just that little. The rewards for the missions issued to the mercenary group are at least in silver coins. Moreover, some mercenary groups in the city are already dissatisfied with the actions of the Adventurers Guild. Although they have to give face to the Viscount on the surface, the Adventurers Guild will definitely not have an easy time in private. Yes, there is such a thing? Of course, I am a reserve member of the Mainhound mercenary group. The leader gave the order yesterday that if we meet people from the Adventurers Guild outside, we should teach them a lesson. It's a pity that they all left today. Otherwise, I, Carol, a level 5 apprentice knight, would definitely teach these adventurers a lesson. Anno rode a level 6 Windwolf at the front of the team, followed by the adventurers who were marching quickly. Following Anua were Shuefeibai and others. Several people were discussing how to lead this group of rookie adventurers into battle. Meng Xin led the adventurers with the thief profession to explore the way ahead. The journey to the small town of Grul is long. A journey of 40 kilometers would still take 7 or 8 hours, even if the professionals brought dry food and traveled light and marched quickly. Anno, these adventurers don't even have a decent weapon. Can they really fight against the slime? The person who spoke was Ningwen. Among the 9 people now, she is the only one still at level 0. She said this because the equipment of the adventurers following behind her was so poor. Except for a few adventurers above level 3 who had iron weapons, the rest of the people were holding hammers, long sticks, and the like. Anyone who can come out with a shovel is already considered good. There were even some people who came out empty-handed, carrying only a wooden basin. Inua smiled nonchalantly while riding on the Windwolf, and said, "Slimes aren't very strong to begin with, minus the acid. I also went to the grasslands to fight with just a club. Conquer, all directions." Ningwen's mouth twitched unconsciously, but they are different from you. Don't worry, don't think they are that weak. These people are professionals who joined the Adventurers Guild 3 days before it opened. Ningwen didn't quite understand what a manhwa meant, so she asked, "Is there anything special about this?" Haha, this shows that their hearts have not been smoothed out until now, and they still have a desire to become stronger. Shui Feibai, who was standing beside him, smiled and explained for a manhwa. If it were an ordinary person, they would just wait and see, and would not make such a quick decision. Yes, whether they valued the bounty of the mission or felt that we had the Viscount standing behind us and wanted to take advantage of the situation, at least they made the decision in a short time. In terms of actionability, it has surpassed most people. And the purpose, of course, is to become stronger. Among them, there may be some people who want to take advantage of the situation, but it has no impact on us. As a guild, our main task is to provide them with task commissions. The adventurers' affairs have nothing to do with us. It's just that it's still in the early stages, and we need to find some potential talents to train and expand the reputation of the guild. Rutherby, when you lead the team, pay attention to whether there are any potential talents. No problem. The rest of the journey was a bit boring. I encountered no monsters or beasts. Therefore, everyone moved very quickly. We left Vacum at 8 in the morning and saw the outline of the town of Grul around 3 in the afternoon. The adventurers looked at the grassland and the town from a distance. When I saw the slimes everywhere, I couldn't help swallowing. Only a few people had fighting spirit in their eyes. By God Artemis, there are too many slimes. There's one almost every 3 to 5 meters. At a glance, there are at least 1,000 of them. There must be even more in the grassland. What are you afraid of? We have hundreds of people too. The president is here too. The crops in the west are almost all destroyed. The town of Grul is going to have a hard time this year. My sword is thirsty. Listening to the discussions of the adventurers around him, Annual rode the wind wolf to the front of the team and observed for a while. There are indeed a lot of slimes, but they are basically below level 3. The problem now is that the road leading to the town of Grul is already filled with slimes. If you want to enter the town, you must first clear a path out. Anawa looked back at the adventurers with different expressions and shouted, "Everyone, rest here for half an hour. After half an hour, rush into the town of Grul with me." Chapter 64. You were called in Nua. Everyone, divide into teams according to the teams I arranged for you on the way. Nua rode on the wind wolf and instructed the adventurers around him. After the division, everyone must obey the captain's orders and remember not to act rashly. Although we have priests, their magic power is limited, so everyone should try to protect themselves. Following Anua's order, 216 adventurers were divided into 6 teams. Except for Nua, Lu Rongrong and Ningwen, Shui Feibai, and the other 6 people each led a team. 36 people in each team. Each team has a warrior, knight, rogue, hunter, and magician. Under Anua's command, the 6 teams formed a goose formation and began to advance towards the town of Grul. Chirp, chirp. The slimes that were jumping around on the grassland to release their energy, when they sensed a large group of people coming, instead of running away as usual, they rushed forward. Bayu. A stream of acid was sprayed out by the slime. Shui Feibai turned his body slightly to avoid the acid, then raised the hammer in his hand and smashed it hard at the slime in the air. The slime was smashed directly in the air, and the mucus inside splashed all over the ground. Shui Feibai picked up the slime skin on the ground and threw the club to the adventurer behind him, saying lightly, "See, slimes are easy to kill, so don't mind that your weapon is just a club." When the president was young, he also used a club to hunt slimes on this grassland. You just need to be careful of the slime's acid. Afterwards, Shui Feibai also told some people holding wooden basins that they could use the wooden basins to block the acid at critical moments. Most of the adventurers had no experience fighting slimes, so they were a little cautious at first. Fortunately, the number of slimes encountered at the beginning is limited, so it is relatively easy to deal with them. Everyone has the opportunity to have a fair 1v1 battle with the slime under the cover of others. Once a problem occurs, Shui Feibai, as the team leader, will come to the rescue immediately. Young adventurers who are only level 1 or may 2nd not feel anything. But several level 4 and 5 adventurers in the team couldn't help but feel sad when they saw the scene before them. If I had been treated like this when I was fighting before, I wouldn't have failed the assessment due to injuries and ended up doing nothing. Xiao, the only level 5 knight professional adventurer, couldn't help but sigh when he saw Shui Feibai rescue an adventurer who was about to be hit by slime acid. For someone of his level, hunting slimes is a piece of cake. So Nua found him on the road and gave him the position of deputy captain. The person who is mainly responsible for helping to guide the team when the captain is too busy. The 6 teams advanced steadily forward. Many new adventurers were very excited after completing their first kill. Seeing the slime rushing over, they all rushed forward. However, as they went deeper, more and more slimes noticed the movements of the group and began to gather towards the 6 teams. Adventurers don't need to fight for a slime. At the beginning, each team was only besieged by a few slimes. Later on, each team had to face dozens of slimes. Faced with the acid spraying all over the sky, the 6 teams split into more small teams under Annuo's instructions to deal with the slimes separately. When approaching the town of Grul, the team led by Gung Qingxue was directly surrounded by more than 50 slimes. The adventurers fought the slime in a panic with the simple weapons in their hands. In the end, it was Gung Qingxue who asked everyone to lure the slimes together and launch several arcane orbs, instantly killing more than 20 slimes and greatly reducing the pressure on the adventurers. The only pity is that the skin of the slime bombarded by magic was completely destroyed. Annuo, who kept moving between the teams, nodded with satisfaction as he watched the teams approach the town of Grul in an orderly manner. Sure enough, it's perfect to have them come here and train their troops with slimes. Annuo looked at the white souls flying towards him, and the corners of his mouth curled up wildly. Good slime soul times 1. Good slime soul times 1. More than 200 people can hunt slimes much faster than Annuo alone. Although it can only be collected within a range of 50 meters, for Annuo, it is just a matter of running a few more steps. At Anno's current level, hunting this kind of low-level slime will not gain any experience at all. Now he just wanted to collect more slime souls and upgrade his low-level perception. After more than an hour and walking nearly 1,000 meters, more than 200 people finally arrived in front of the town of Grul. And Anno directly harvested more than 1,200 slime souls. After consuming 1,000 slime souls, low-level perception was upgraded to intermediate perception. The perception distance became 10 meters in radius. The consumption also becomes 2 magic points per second. This consumption rate can only be turned on during combat. Although Anno now has 600 points of magic power, he can only last for 5 minutes. More than 200 adventurers arrived at the town of Grul, and only a few were injured, who had already been healed by Lu Rongrong's magic. This was thanks to the rescue capabilities of Annuo's Feng Lang, Shui Feibai, and others. The guards of the town of Grul had already seen this group of people. When Annuo and his group approached, a guard quickly lowered the wooden bridge that was raised over the moat. Annuo left a group of magicians behind and let the others cross the river first. When most people had left, a group of slimes also gathered together. Everyone, use up your magic power as much as you can. Oh. Led by Gung Qingxue, nearly 20 magicians simultaneously released arcane orbs towards the approaching slime. Dozens of magic balls shot towards the group of slimes like exploding fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded. Dozens of slimes turned to ashes in the flames. The mages, who had used up all their magic power, ran onto the bridge and caught up with the crowd in front. Someone was running and yelling to the others, "Damn exciting. I'm going to kill 7 people with 1 shot." 7. Anno was the last one to cross the bridge, and when he came back, the wooden bridge was lifted up again by ropes. Although slimes can swim, they may sink to the bottom of the water and suffocate to death, so they don't like jumping into the river. After the wooden bridge was raised, a large number of slimes that had lost their target stayed and wandered around. "Annuo, why are you here?" Hearing the voice, Annuo turned around and found that it was an acquaintance. "Mr. Brook." Annuo walked through the crowd and towards the person who was speaking. "We are entrusted by the Viscount to clean up the rioting slimes." After hearing this, Brook looked at the adventurers around him in surprise. He could sense the aura of these people, and most of them were below level 3. There are only a few people above level 4. They are so weak. Why would the Viscount entrust these people to do this task? "Mr. Brook, have you solved the problem of the goblins in the Forbidden Forest? Do you even know this?" Seeing Anno asking this question, Brook sighed. "Originally, we only found a small group of goblins, and with the 10 guards of Grul Town, we are fully capable of dealing with them. But when we found the goblin camp outside the Forbidden Forest, we discovered that there were more than 50 goblins gathered there. There are quite a few goblins above level 6 among them. That's why we asked the Viscount for help. Yesterday, the Viscount sent 2 teams of guards and commissioned 2 mercenary groups. But according to the intelligence obtained by the thieves we sent out, the number of goblins in the stronghold has doubled. There are 30 goblins above level 6 just for exploration. Fortunately, the number of goblins did not increase subsequently. Otherwise, I would have thought that these goblins were preparing to attack the town of Grul. In fact, if his Lord Viscount had not observed their movements in advance, he would not have sent so many people to assist. 100 goblins are already capable of attacking the town of Grul." Brook's partner Owen walked over to Anno from a distance. He smiled and greeted Annuo. "Long time no see. Annuo, you seem to have become stronger again." Behind him, there is a man and a woman. The man was over 1.9 meters tall, with a broad back and strong arms. He wore plate armor and carried a small shield and a spear on his back. The woman had an enchanting figure, purple hair and purple eyes, a curvy body, and a slender waist that twisted like a water snake when she walked, giving people an impression of being very charming. When Annuo saw the strong man's information panel, his eyes narrowed immediately. The strong man also noticed Anno. He walked up to Anua, stared at Anua with his triangular eyes for a while, and said in a bad tone, "Your name is Anua. The disappearance of my brother Harry must have something to do with you." Chapter 65, Exploding Flares. Name, Sharp Car. Race, Human. Level, 10. Mana, 1000/1000. Occupation, Knight. Talent, None. Skills, Basic Spear Skills, Shield Attack, Holy Shield, Furious Spear, Speed Movement. The burly man with triangular eyes in front of him was Harry's brother who was killed by Anno, the Furious Knight, Sharp Carl. Facing Sharp's question, Annuo remained calm and said, "Who is your brother?" "Play dumb with me, huh?" Sharp snorted coldly and reached out to grab Anno's collar. Annuo frowned and quickly stepped back. A hint of contempt flashed across Sharp's eyes, and he took a step forward to follow Anno's movements. With his level 10 strength, it was easy for him to capture Annuo. But when he was about to approach Annuo, an enchanting figure flashed between the two of them. "Hey, what do you want to do to this handsome boy?" Mavis stood in front of Anno, licking her lips painted with purple lipstick with her rosy tongue, with a smiling face. Sharp didn't expect Mavis to suddenly intervene. When his hand was about to touch Mavis, he suddenly stopped and quickly retracted it. "Mavis, you have nothing to do here." Sharp frowned and shouted. But there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Mavis covered her mouth and chuckled. "They brought the Adventurers Guild to support me. I waited for them with great difficulty. You are hostile to their leader now. What if so many people turn around and leave?" Annuo looked at the woman who was speaking for him, and thought to himself, "I didn't expect that the higher-ups of the Black Widow mercenary group knew that the people following me were from the guild. It seems that they care a lot about the Adventurers Guild." Name, Mavis Flynn. Race, Human. Level, 10. Mana, 1200/1200. Occupation, Thief. Talent, None. Skills, Stealth Sprint, Backstab, Venom, Snake Kiss. When he saw poison, Annuo unconsciously moved away from Mavis. Generally speaking, people who play with drugs are more dangerous. The reason why Sharp was afraid of Mavis was because the latter knew how to use poison. Anno determined that Mavis was a member of the Black Widow mercenary group, mainly because of the spider tattoo on her neck. The Black Widow mercenary group is the second-ranked mercenary group in Vacom. Its members are mainly women, and they have spider tattoos on their bodies. After hearing what Mavis said, Sharp pointed at the adventurers around him and sneered, "Support? What do you expect these rubbish to support us for? Are you going to starve those ugly goblins to death? Are you worried about your brother's disappearance and your brain is going crazy?" Mavis rolled her eyes and said, "With them here, the slime problem can be solved temporarily, and the freed-up guards can also join our mission to clear out the goblins. You should know what it means to have a few more level 6 guards once you start fighting the goblins." When Sharp heard Mavis mention his brother, he immediately became angry and pulled out a spear pointing at Mavis' head. There was no change in Mavis's expression, but a dagger glowing green appeared in her hand at some point. Annuo looked at this scene with a strange expression. He was sure that he had never come into contact with Mavis or other members of the Black Widow mercenaries before. But Mavis actually spoke for Sharp in front of him. Although I announced the Guild Crusade mission yesterday, Sharp and Mavis were supposed to set out with the Viscount's guards to the town of Grul early in the morning, which coincided with the time of my guild mission. Sharp obviously didn't know why I brought people here, but Mavis said she had been waiting for me for a long time and knew the purpose of my visit. Annuo stared at the two people confronting each other, with a smile on his face. From the information in front of him, and considering that the Black Widow mercenary group is the only large mercenary group among the 3 major mercenary groups in Vacom that actively assists the Viscount, it is not difficult to guess that the Black Widow mercenary group is related to Viscount Renault. Then Mavis's behavior was obvious. This is a hint to Annuo that they are in the same group. At least they are allies now. "Captain Sharp, Captain Mavis, what are you doing?" Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, Brooke and Irving hurried out to smooth things over. Snort. Sharp retracted his spear. He knew that this was a special period and not the time to take action. He stared at Annuo and said viciously, "Annuo, when was the last time you saw my brother Harry?" Although he won't take action for the time being, Sharp still wants to inquire about the information about his brother. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Annuo held his chin with his hand and pretended to think. "Harry? Harry. Oh, there was such a person. When I was in Grul town, I saw him bullying my companions, so I taught him a lesson. I don't know what happened after that." Sharp learned this information when he arrived in the town of Grul. Not long after that, Harry disappeared from the public eye. So Sharp seriously suspected that his brother's disappearance was related to Anno. He also knew Anno's identity as a summoner and that he could summon goblins to fight. Although I don't want to admit it, if Harry and Anno had a conflict, Harry would most likely be the one to die. "Boy, You'd better not let me find out anything, otherwise, I will make you regret coming into this world. Although he said this, Sharp would not investigate anything further. Any suspicious person related to his brother's disappearance will have only one fate, regardless of whether there is evidence or not. Catch him, torture, then kill. At the moment, due to the threat from the goblins in the presence of Mavis and the guards, Sharp is unable to take action. He planned to wait until Annuo was alone before taking action. Anyway, it's almost 5 o'clock now, and it will be dark in an hour or two. At that time, it would be easy for him to take action personally and kidnap someone under the cover of night. Sharp turned and left, and Brooke and Owen breathed a sigh of relief. They were both only level 6, and the captain of the guard was still in town making plans. Once the furious knight gets angry and wants to attack Annuo, the two of them will be completely helpless. At that time, we can only rely on Poison Spider Mavis for help. Little brother, it's getting late. You and your sister should go into town and let your people find a place to rest. Chupa. Mavis was halfway through her words when she heard a series of noises coming from afar. Her expression changed and she turned to look in the direction where the sound came from. Not only Mavis, but also Brooke, Owen, and Sharp, who had not walked far, all turned and looked in the same direction. Inua also noticed this and looked back. In the distant sky, a conspicuous red flare exploded. That direction is the Forbidden Forest. Inua didn't understand what the flare meant, but from the expressions of Mavis and others, he could tell that it was definitely not a good thing. Owen, hurry up and tell the captain that the goblins outside the Forbidden Forest are making a move. Brooke spoke very quickly to Owen beside him. When Owen saw the flare rising, he had already run towards the town. Inua looked at the people leaving in a hurry and realized that the situation might be serious. All adventurers, quickly go into town to eat and rest. Be ready for battle at any time. The adventurers around him all responded in unison. Yes. Edge of Forbidden Forest. A goblin walked up to the body of a human thief and pulled the weapon, an axe, from the body. Behind it, there are several goblins and other monsters. They are all above level 6. In the center of the monsters, there was a human-shaped figure covered in a black robe. Looking at the rising flare, the black-robed figure trembled. Useless piece of shit, he didn't even notice the human thief so close. The language of the monsters came from under the black robes. The monsters around, including a level 10 goblin priest, all lowered their heads and dared not make a sound. Let the troops speed up and reach the designated location. We must capture this town tonight. Chapter 66 Emergency Mission, Bronze Level. Night falls. The thieves and mercenaries scattered around the town did not find anything unusual for the time being. But the mercenaries and guards in the town did not relax at all. The flare was fired, but the person who fired it has not returned yet. I'm afraid Sam and Vanessa are in great danger. Inside the town meeting hall, Guard Captain Rodney sighed. Sharp and Mavis both looked unhappy. The two thieves sent out were their subordinates. With Vanessa's ability, if we want to keep her, we'll need at least several level 8 monsters or above. Mavis' tone was a little heavy as she lost a sister. Rodney nodded and said, according to the previous arrangement, the flares can only be released when the monsters are seen moving towards the town. Judging from the situation, the monsters are planning to take action tonight. Everyone, please stay alert tonight and be vigilant against monsters approaching the town. The number of monsters discovered exceeds 100, and there are 30 level 6 monsters. As for the Grul town side, the 30 guards and 18 mercenaries are all level 6 and above, and the rest are the more than 200 adventurers brought by Annual. The two sides fought, and it seemed that humans had some advantages. But the monsters are in the dark, and they are in the light. It's hard to say who will win. Now that the monsters' whereabouts have been exposed, will they delay their attack? Sharp made a suggestion to Rodney. If they give up attacking tonight, then all of us just standing there defending, wouldn't that be a waste of energy? If the monsters went to rest, they would foolishly stay on guard all night. When the monsters attack again the next day, the tired people will probably suffer. Don't rule out this possibility. Rodney frowned and said, but we can't gamble. We need to be responsible for the lives of more than 2,000 townspeople. Mayor Lia, who was listening in, nodded repeatedly and said, yes, we can't gamble. He had just sent a pigeon message to Viscount Renault about the situation in Grul town. The earliest support from Vaucom would arrive was tomorrow morning. As long as we can hold on tonight, the situation will get better tomorrow when support arrives. After hearing that Mayor Ria had asked for help and Rodney said that he had already passed the message to the Viscount, Sharp's worry faded a little. But he still insisted, brothers don't rest during the day. It's impossible for us to guard all night. What exactly do you want to say? Mavis already knew it in her mind, but she was still prepared to listen to Sharp say it. I have a suggestion. Sharp didn't care about Mavis' attitude and said to Rodney, didn't a group of professionals just come here? There are 200 of them. We can ask them to be on guard at the periphery and report any situation in a timely manner. Brothers, you can rest first. If the monsters really attack tonight, we won't have to fight with our tired bodies. How do you think? Mavis said quietly. The adventurers in Nua brought are all low-level professionals. What's the difference between asking them to guard the perimeter and sending them to their deaths? That's not the case. As long as they are smart enough to notice the monster's whereabouts and issue a warning in advance, it would be a great achievement. Even Vanessa, who was at level 8, couldn't escape. Do you expect a group of people at levels 2 or 3 to give you a warning? That in Nua seems very powerful, and he's also a summoner, so we can let him go too. Captain Rodney, it would be a real loss if we don't make good use of so many low-level professionals. And if they are not allowed to be on guard, are they supposed to hide in the town and be protected like the villagers? What Sharp said makes a lot of sense. Rodney frowned, thought for a moment, and nodded. The kingdom stipulates that all professionals can be called up to fight in times of emergency. At times like this, everyone needs to contribute. Tonight, the adventurers brought by Annuo are mainly scattered around the town to keep watch. At the same time, each of the three of us will send 2 more people to guard the area. Mavis shrugged and said nothing more. A hint of success appeared on Sharp's face. When the guards found Anno in the private room of the Guangyua Tavern and told him about Rodney's decision, Anno was immediately angry. The mission we accepted is to clear out the slimes. Fighting against the monster army is completely beyond the mission level we can accept. In Annuo's task level classification, this kind of monster attacking the village is at least a bronze level task, which requires professionals of level 11 to 15 to accept. Even if it is a group, it requires a large number of professionals at levels 5 to 10 to be eligible to participate. Although there are many people in the Adventurers Guild, they are all low-level professionals. Participating in bronze-level missions is simply a suicide mission. This is just a warning. The main battle will still be carried out by us guards and mercenaries. Owen said somewhat unnaturally. Besides, this is an emergency. According to the laws of the kingdom, all professionals are obliged to assist the guards in handling emergencies. You can't refuse this mission. You have half an hour to prepare, and then you need to take your people to set off. If a professional refuses to fulfill his obligations, the guards have the right to execute the deserter. Looking at Owen's leaving back, Annuo's face darkened, and he lowered his head in thought. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly widened. I see. And Nual murmured in a low voice. Is this why you asked me to come to Grul Town? Are you planning to test me? Or do you have other purposes? Before, Anno thought that Viscount Renault's decision to assign him the task of clearing up the slime riot was a recognition of Anno's strength. Now it seems that Viscount Renault had completely plotted against Anno. Upon learning that there were dozens of goblins outside the Forbidden Forest, among which only a few were level 6 monsters, Viscount Renault not only sent out 20 guards, but also hired 2 mercenary groups of 10. If we just want to encircle and suppress these goblins, why would we need so many professionals above level 6? With these people around, the problem of slime riot was easily solved. There is no need to issue another task to entrust Annuo. It now seems that Viscount Renault may have anticipated that the monsters from the Forbidden Forest would attack the town of Grul. The facts were exactly as he expected. When Rodney and his men arrived, the number of monsters in the monster camp doubled. They used me as a hidden force, and on the surface they wanted me to fight the slimes. But in reality, when there is an emergency with monsters attacking, I will be forcibly called up. I have the ability to hunt level 6 wind wolves, so I can definitely help the guards solve some problems. Anno exhaled heavily, looked in the direction of Vaucom, and said to himself, You think so? I underestimated you, a man who managed a city of 300,000 people in an orderly manner and had an unclear relationship with the second-ranked mercenary group in Vaucom. Anno relived the scene of his meeting with Viscount Renault. He even tried to recall his first encounter with Mavis to see if there was anything he had missed. 2 minutes later, and Nuwa sighed and murmured in a low voice, It seems that I have to accept this mission even if I don't want to. After leaving the private room, Annuo called the captains and deputy captains of the 6 teams and explained the current situation to them. Let us act as a cordon, but these people can really think of any way. Middle-aged Uncle Xiao, a level 5 knight and deputy captain of Xue Feibai's team, couldn't help but curse after hearing this. The other adventurers also looked worried. They also know the laws of the kingdom. They knew that if they disobeyed orders now, they would be regarded as deserters. It is not impossible that he was beheaded by the guards before the battle. Accept the mission. It would be fine if the monsters don't attack. If the monsters really attack tonight, the alert adventurers will definitely be the first to die. Anno knew that these adventurers were dragged into this because of him. Originally, this task should have been completed by Anua and Shue Feibai and others. As a result, Annuo treated this mission as a guild mission and brought these 200 people here. But now that things have come to this, Annuo will not think about apologizing to the adventurers. What he is thinking about now is how to deal with it. Under the current situation, unless we are willing to be deserters, we need to accept the mission honestly. Of course, in the dark night, facing the slimes all over the mountains and the monster troops whose hiding places are unknown, I don't think running away is a good option. In that case, issue an urgent task now. Mission level. Bronze level. With just one sentence from Annuo, everyone understood that they had no choice but to accept the task. Next, the captains followed Annuo's instructions, gathered people, prepared torches, and assigned warning areas. He also asked Shue Feibai to find Old John and rent all the weapons in the blacksmith shop. Old John was sensible. He didn't even frown when he saw the weapons being carried away by Annuo's men. Half an hour later, the 6 teams were evenly dispersed around the town. The residents of the town were now gathered around the square in the center of the town. Some young and strong people even held farm tools and surrounded the old, young, sick and disabled. And Nua was not idle either. He took out 4 goblin left ears and claws from the package and summoned 4 level 5 goblins. Watching the 4 goblins swim across the 10-meter wide moat and disappear into the night, Annuo rode the wind wolf back to the town. On the grassland outside the town, the night wind blew and the grass made a rustling sound. Suddenly, there was a series of vibrations from the ground. The slimes that were sleeping soundly on the ground were startled and turned in one direction. Boom, boom, boom. A spherical black shadow that was 3 meters high jumped towards the town of Grul from a distance. Each leap can cover a distance of more than 10 meters. After landing, a big hole was smashed into the ground. All the slimes that couldn't dodge in time were crushed into pieces. In the dark night sky, a white dove was flapping its wings. There is a small bamboo tube tied to its calf. Suddenly, a loud and strange cry was heard nearby. The next moment, a huge shadow quickly passed by the white dove. A few white feathers mixed with blood fell from the sky. Welcome, Viscount Castle. Laura pushed open the door of the Viscount's study and brought Viscount Renaud a pot of tea. Father, it's getting late. You should rest. Viscount Renaud took a sip of tea, rubbed his red eyes, and asked tiredly, "Did you receive any news from outside today? You have reviewed the news from Grand Village this morning, and there is nothing else. Is there no news from the town of Grul?" "No. I've told Rodney and Mavis to report back if anything happens." "It seems that they didn't meet." "I hope so." Viscount Renaud took another sip of tea and whispered, "If something unexpected really happens, Anno's Adventurers Guild should be able to help." Speaking of this, Viscount Renaud couldn't help but laugh. He just wanted Anua to go over, but he didn't expect Anua to directly bring more than 200 people with him. Although they are just low-level adventurers, with Annuo around, they are also a considerable force. With the addition of guards and mercenaries, we are not afraid even if dozens of monsters attack the city. When Anua was mentioned, Laura immediately became excited, and she said excitedly, "Yes, this Anua is really amazing. In just a few days, he has recruited more than 200 adventurers. His own strength is also growing rapidly. I heard that professional mentors are also interested in several people around Annuo and want to take them as disciples. If this continues, it won't be long before the Adventurers Guild becomes the 4th largest mercenary group in Vacum." No, Anno said the Adventurers Guild is not a mercenary group, but his Adventurers Guild is definitely no worse than the mercenary group. Seeing Laura talking nonstop, Viscount Renaud chuckled and said, "He has grown so fast because he took advantage of you. He invited you to the opening day just to make some people feel afraid. When he returns from this mission, I need to have a good talk with him." At this time, Viscount Renaud did not know that the number of monsters outside the town of Grul was not more than 50, but more than 100. Chapter 67, Vanguard, Slime. Attention all captains. Once the areas to be guarded are assigned, you must be fully alert. Each team is at least several hundred meters apart. This means you need to be divided into several small teams and keep patrolling the areas you are responsible for. At the same time, this also means that once a monster launches an attack from a certain direction, the team responsible for this area will have to fight alone before others arrive. Therefore, the captain must release a signal flare as soon as he discovers a monster. Adventurers, do you understand? The 12 captains and vice-captains standing in front of Anua said solemnly, "Understood." Anua glanced at everyone and said in a low voice, "Tell all the adventurers that as long as they survive tonight, everyone will be a hero." "Ha ha, I thought only the strong could be heroes, but I didn't expect that I, a level 4, would have a chance. Khan, the deputy captain of Gung Qingshue's team, laughed and said, President, although I have just arrived at the Adventurers Guild, when everyone was killing slimes, they helped each other and felt relieved to leave their backs to their teammates. The sense of trust is really good. When the meeting is over tomorrow, I will definitely treat the president to a glass of buckwheat wine. It can only be cheap buckwheat wine. After all, I don't have much money. Ha ha ha. I saw you carrying a knife and thought you were rich, but I didn't expect you were also poor. Another level 4 hunter adventurer said, I'm different. I'll buy the president a couple of drinks tomorrow. And Nuwa looked at their smiling faces and said with some emotion, in that case, when the end comes tomorrow, I will treat everyone to a glass of buckwheat wine. Then it's settled. Xiao turned around and shouted to the many adventurers behind him. The president will treat us to drinks tomorrow. Did you all hear that? I heard it. Everyone shouted in unison. The sound even alarmed the townspeople and mercenaries not far away. And Nuwa looked at the many adventurers holding torches and shouted, Everyone, in this defensive battle, although we are on guard, we don't need to fight high-level monsters. The guards and mercenaries will deal with them, but we are still needed to fight low-level monsters. But this is also an opportunity for us to become stronger. The combat experience will become our nourishment. This afternoon, many people leveled up by hunting slimes. If the monsters do attack, then we will kill them and increase our level. In this operation, the guards and mercenaries will add a level 6 professional to each team. After discovering the monster, they will also rush there as soon as possible. So, don't be afraid. Our strength is also very strong. Many adventurers were recruited by force of law. Many people still had some fear in their hearts. After all, this isn't the first time a monster has attacked. Some of them even experienced their villages being attacked by monsters. At this time, he was comforted by Nuwa. Although the fear in his heart had not completely dissipated, it was much better than before. And Nuwa and the other captains looked at each other, then shouted, Let's go. 6 teams, each with 36 people, led by their captains, rushed to the designated location carrying all kinds of supplies that might be used. Behind Annuo, there are 6 professionals. The 2 were wearing standard uniforms, holding swords in their hands, and wearing armor. These were Anno's acquaintances, guards Brooke and Owen, who took the initiative to ask Rodney for the task of assisting the adventurers. Of the remaining 4, 2 are from the Bloodstained Mercenary Group and 2 are from the Black Widow Mercenary Group. All 6 of them are warriors or knights. And Nuwa assigned both members of the Bloodstained Mercenary Group to Xue Feibai's team, and the other 4 were assigned to 4 teams according to needs. To be honest, Nuwa did not trust the people from the Bloodstained Mercenary Group. The purpose of being assigned to Xue Feibai's team is to prevent accidents. Because Xue Feibai's team has to guard the main gate, which is also the place that everyone pays most attention to. Even if other guards and mercenary groups do not participate in the battle in the early stages, they will draw attention to this direction. The people from the Bloodstained Mercenary Group dare not make any small moves here. And Nuwa himself came to the right side of Xue Feibai's team. The captain of this team is Lu Zhishang, whose strength is currently only level 3. The deputy captain is also level 3, and the rest are mainly level 2. The overall strength is a bit poor, which is why Annuo came here. Another team with weaker strength is Lu Yen. He and Lu Zhishang did not participate in the mission in Grand Village, and their current level is also level 3. However, Brooke is in their team, and they are on the right side of Lu Zhishang's team, so if anything happens, Annuo can rush over quickly. Moreover, Annuo also gave Lu Yen a level 5 Wind Wolf as a mount, turning Lu Yen into a real knight. After arriving at the designated location, Annuo asked the adventurers to light a fire and set up straw men nearby. This was an order Annuo had given in advance in order to confuse the monsters. Other teams also got a lot of straw men from the townspeople before leaving. In addition, Annuo also asked everyone to dig the soil quickly and pile it into long earth walls and trenches. This way, if you encounter a monster with long-range attack capabilities, you can hide behind cover. Anno himself also participated in the construction of the earth wall. As time passed, everyone became more and more nervous. In the darkness, the only sound was the crackling of the burning fire. Although there is a 10-meter-wide moat separating the town from the grassland, and there are only 2 wooden bridges, one in the south of the town and the other in the north. Xue Feibai was guarding the main gate due north. The south gate was guarded by Gung Qingshue's team. Although both bridges have been raised, who knows if the monsters have other ways to cross the river. The villages and towns that were destroyed before were not without protective rivers. I heard that when the battle was being discussed, someone suggested destroying the wooden bridge to prevent monsters from sneaking over, and then lowering the wooden bridge to allow the monster troops to rush in quickly. But this was unanimously rejected by the three captains. The reason is that if both bridges are destroyed, the town of Grul will be separated from the outside world by a 10-meter wide moat. By then, if the battle is lost, the townspeople will not even have a way to retreat. It is not easy to swim across a 10-meter deep river, not to mention that there are many old, weak, young, and large townspeople. While all the adventurer teams were waiting quietly, on the grassland not far away, a cloaked figure walked out of the darkness in front of a super large slime that was protected by many large slimes in the center. The night wind blew up the cloak, revealing the two horns on the cloaked man's head that curved backwards. Sensing the cloaked man's approach, the giant slime rolled its round body. Judging from the movements, it looks like he is bowing down to the man in the cloak. Slime King. The cloaked man touched the giant slime and spoke the language of the demons. Begin the attack. Although King Slime is the king, his IQ is still not high. However, it could still understand the simple attacking orders from the upper demons. Roar. A mouth opened in the middle of King Slime's body, and he let out a roar. The slimes that were all over the surrounding mountains and plains immediately began to jump and rush towards the town of Grul. Chirp. At first, Enno only heard a few sporadic cries of slimes. But soon, the sounds became one and the volume became louder. Just from the sound, one could tell that there were definitely hundreds or even thousands of slimes rushing over. Here we go, get ready to fight. And Nuwa poked his head out from behind the earth wall and looked at the other side of the river in the dim moonlight. Through the summoned goblins scattered around, Annuo learned that currently only the main gate and the nearby directions were attacked by slimes. The only ones affected were Shue Feibai's team, and Nua's team to Shue Feibai's right, and Meng Xian's team to Shue Feibai's left. There is no movement in other directions for the time being. Moreover, there was no sign of the monster goblin. Therefore, Annuo did not release the flare immediately. The other teams probably didn't see the goblins either, so Annuo didn't see the flare go off. Chapter 68, The Tactical Slime. When the first jumping black shadow appeared, Annuo's entire vision was gradually filled with slimes. Chirp. Normally, slimes don't like river water, but at this moment they jumped into the river one after another and swam hard towards the adventurers on the other side. Soon, the entire river surface was covered with a dense layer of slimes, at least hundreds of slimes. There are more slimes coming from the grassland opposite. Fortunately, the adventurers encountered more slimes on their way here, so the fear in their hearts did not increase. Pay attention to the slimes' acid attack. When they come up, clear out some of them first, and then light the straw on fire when their numbers increase. During the preparation just now, Annuo asked the adventurers to lay a layer of dry straw along the river bank. When ignited, it can form a flame barrier. It was originally used to fight against goblins. But now the first wave of attack is led by slimes, and there are so many of them, we can only use them to deal with the slimes later. That's right, when the slimes started attacking, Anno and the others no longer had any hope of survival. The slime riot indicates that the probability of the goblin army attacking tonight is too high. After many slimes were drowned, the first batch of slimes finally came ashore. Be careful to avoid the acid and clean up some of it quickly. And Nuo roared, and Lu Zhishang immediately led a group of people to kill the slime. After the slimes came ashore, some of them were killed before they started spraying acid, and slime flowed all over the ground. Ouch! The level 6 summoned wind wolf roared towards the sky and suddenly rushed out. Where the wind wolf passed, the slime's broken body flew in the air, leaving a cleared path. However, among the more than 30 adventurers, excluding those with ranged professions, only about 20 were able to launch an attack. The area that these 20-odd people can protect is too short. Even though Annuo and the wind wolf were constantly hunting slimes, more and more slimes were coming ashore. When everyone was surrounded by hundreds of slimes, Annuo immediately ordered the straw to be set on fire. Boom! As the torch was thrown onto the straw, a flame as high as a person suddenly rose up, blocking the subsequent slimes from landing. Taking advantage of this gap, the adventurers quickly cleared out the slimes around them. There were so many slimes, and the acid they shot out was intertwined like a rain curtain. Fortunately, slimes have no intelligence and don't know how to cooperate in batches. Otherwise, they could easily overwhelm the adventurers before their magic power ran out. Even so, more than a dozen people were hit by acid. Annuo immediately asked these people to go to the rear, where there were water bags prepared in advance. Rinse the area hit by the acid with water to prevent further injury. Boom! Just when Anno had just cleared out the last few slimes, a dozen large slimes suddenly fell from the sky and landed neatly in Anno's camp. These slimes are all over 1 meter in size. After they landed, they immediately chased after the nearby adventurers. What a huge slime. It was the first time for some people to see such a big slime. They screamed and dodged the impact of the slime behind them. Race, slime. Level, 7. Health, 700 out of 700. Mana, 1000 of 1000. Skills, devouring. Perception, high-pressure acid spray. Impact, low-level healing. Race, slime. Level, 6. Health, 600 out of 600. Mana, 800 of 800. Skills, devouring. Perception, acid gun. Impact, low-level healing. These big slimes were exactly the same large slimes that Annuo had hunted on the grassland before. Anno now has a summoned large slime of his own. That devouring skill should be an advanced skill of devouring. Anno encountered this skill when he was fighting a large slime. A big mouth opened directly from the middle of the body. If Anno hadn't summoned a slime to block in front of him, he would have been swallowed. Low-level healing is exactly the method for large slimes to recover. Although the effect is not strong, when Anno summoned a large slime and learned about this skill, he always wanted to learn it. It's just that large slimes are not common and their souls are not easy to collect. But now, there are 13 large slimes in front of us. Anno looked at the adventurer being chased and couldn't help but draw his dagger and rush over. Get out of the way first, I'll deal with it. Anno called for a level 6 summoned wind wolf and found a large slime. Thank you, President. Rajal, who was being chased, got up from the ground, feeling a little scared. The large slime looked at the man and the beast standing in front of it, shrank its body, and was about to launch acid. Although you are all level 6, you are too weak compared to other monsters. Anno jumped a few times and easily avoided the acid from the large slime. The next moment, he and Wind Wolf rushed forward together. Puff! The large slime had several wounds on both sides of its body from the dagger and wolf claws, and its health points dropped by 200 points. At the same time, the mucus flowing out of the wound caused the large slime's blood volume to continue to decrease. However, under the effect of low-level healing, the wound is healing continuously. Chirp! The injured large slime turned towards Anno and charged forward with all its might. Boom! The large slime hit nothing and knocked down a section of the earth wall. At the same level, it's much easier to fight against slimes. After reaching level 6, Annuo's strength and speed have greatly improved compared to before. In terms of melee ability alone, he can beat 3 or 4 level 5 versions of himself. Therefore, facing the large slime, Annuo felt very relaxed. Rub! Anno rushed to the side of the large slime again and stabbed continuously with the dagger in his hand. When the large slime saw Anno approaching, it split its body in the middle and tried to swallow Anno. Upon seeing this, Annuo calmly shot a high-pressure acid explosion into it. Bang! 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 5 consecutive shots of acid not only forced the large slime to close its mouth again, but also penetrated its body. Soon, the large slime's health was reduced to 0 under the double attack of Anno and Wind Wolf. Get large slime soul, green, X1. The whole process takes less than 10 seconds. Anno now has used 9 of his 10 summoning slots. 1 level 6 Wind Wolf, 3 level 5 Wind Wolves, one of which went to assist Lu Yen, and the other 2 were hunting slimes around Anno, 1 large slime in the summoning space, and 4 level 5 goblins, searching for monster troops on the grassland on the other side of the river. The battle is rather chaotic right now, and Annuo doesn't plan to summon large slimes to fight in order to avoid accidental injuries. It's a good opportunity to collect some souls and learn low-level healing. Learning low-level healing requires large slime souls green X50. Anno's eyes changed when he looked at the large slimes around him. Next, Annuo set his sights on the large slime. With the killing of Anno and Wind Wolf, a lot of slimes were cleared out. Half an hour later, the slime's attack slowed down. 1/3 of the adventurers were also injured. Some of the more seriously injured were sent to the town to be treated by the old priest, Lu Rongrong and Ningwen, and then returned to the battlefield. Before everyone had time to rest, the second wave of slime attacks began. Do these brainless guys understand tactics? And Nua was shocked, but he could only lead everyone to hunt slimes again. After more than 3 hours, the adventurers were somewhat exhausted. The riverbank is littered with broken slime skins. Some people used to collect them and exchange them for money later. But now, everyone feels disgusted when they see slime. In the past few hours, Annuo's team alone has hunted nearly 5,000 slimes. Many people's levels have been upgraded. However, the consumption of physical strength and magic power cannot be replenished. Many mage professions have long been empty. And as more and more people were injured and could not get treatment, the priest had no magic power left, and the defense line could only retreat continuously. There is nothing we can do about this. There were too many slimes, and they were attacking a concentrated area. Teams from other places did not dare to move until the monster troops came out. Even if we asked the guards and mercenaries who were resting in the town to guard the place, they would not be able to kill them all in a short time. The consequence of the retreat of the defense line was that Annuo completely lost the vision on both sides of the moat. Among the advancing slime army, several gnolls were mixed in, carrying a log that was more than 10 meters long. They carried logs across the river and then stacked the logs on both sides to form a passage. Although the gnolls are intelligent, they are by no means good at tactics. Everything they are doing now is directed by the cloaked demon. In other words, the monster's plan to attack the village tonight, including the slime riot, was all planned by that unknown demon. After the logs were piled up, dozens of goblins wearing helmets and light armor stood up from the grass with a sly grin and stepped on the logs to cross the river. Anno, who was searching for a large slime, suddenly saw something strange on the river. He immediately rode over on the wind wolf, ready to attack the black shadow on the log. However, the goblin used his claws to hold on to the wood to stabilize his body and easily ran to the other side of the river. Except for the two goblins that were hit by high-pressure acid blast and fell into the river howling, the other goblins crossed the river safely. Anno was very surprised when he saw that these monsters were goblins. The summoned goblins I deployed around the area clearly didn't find any traces. How did they sneak in? After a rough count, Annuo found that there were about 30 goblins in this group, all of which were below level 5, but they were well equipped. Far better than adventurers. So he really used the slime as a cover and sneaked over during the chaos. Now that they have seen the goblins, Annuo and others' mission has been completed. Take the flare out of the package and light the fuse. Snap, snap, snap. 3 red flares exploded in the air almost at the same time. Judging from their directions, the other 2 shots belonged to Shui Feibai and Meng Xion's teams respectively. In front of the town meeting hall, Rodney looked at the flares in the sky and immediately woke up the resting guards and mercenaries and got ready to go. Chapter 69. The main force of monsters appears. Race, Goblin. Level, 7. Occupation, Warrior. Health, 1,500 of 1,500. Mana, 800 of 800. Skills, Chop, Bite, Vertical Slash. When the last goblin crossing the bridge came into Annuo's sight, he knew he could not stay any longer. Everyone, quickly retreat to the north gate and take them all to the north gate. 6 kobolds, more than 30 goblins, and a level 7 goblin with a job. This kind of strength can easily wipe out Lu Zhishang's team. The adventurers, who were already a little scared, heard Annuo's order to retreat and hurriedly ran towards the north gate. According to Rodney's previous discussion, it would be best to gather the goblins together to prevent them from scattering in the town. Chirp. Several level 4 slimes jumped in front of Anno and were killed with 2 hits by the wind wolf Anno was riding. Behind him was a group of goblins laughing strangely. The fastest one among them was the level 7 warrior goblin. The town is surrounded by a wall more than 5 meters high. Although goblins and other monsters can use tools to climb up, the orders they received were to hunt down humans. Just when the warrior goblin was about to catch up with the slowest human, a figure suddenly jumped out from the side and knocked it away. The wind wolf shook its head, then continued to run away carrying Annuo. If he were to face this goblin alone, Annuo would be confident that he could defeat it thanks to his many summons. But behind it, there are more than 30 goblins. Annuo didn't want to be surrounded by them. Wind wolf, activate, wind blade. The running wind wolf spit out a wind blade at a goblin behind it who was raising a bow to shoot. The latter was so scared that he quickly dodged to the side, but his arm was still cut off by the wind blade. The level 7 goblin got up from the ground and rushed forward again. However, due to the delay of Annuo, the adventurer had already run some distance. Moreover, Annuo kept asking the wind wolf to use wind blade to interfere with it. The goblin could only watch as the distance between the 2 sides grew farther and farther. During the retreat, Annuo looked at his panel. Name, Anno. Race, human. Level, 6. Experience, 677/1000. Occupation, summoner. Mana, 432 of 600. Talents, sacrifice spirit, green level. 5 visions universal, green level. Skills, world devouring reincarnation, low level healing. Intermediate perception, plus. High pressure acid explosion, plus. At present, Annuo's soul reserves are also very rich. Large slime soul, green, x33. Slime soul, white, times 5,200. Windwolf soul, white x2. Goblin soul, white, times 45. Kobold soul, white, x 26. Ratman soul, white, x 24. After more than 3 hours of fighting, Anno harvested more than 5,000 slime souls and collected 83 large slime souls. Among the more than 5,000 slimes, at least 1,000 were killed by Annuo. Anno basically killed all the large slimes alone. However, monsters that are 2 levels lower than Annuo will not provide experience to Annuo. Therefore, the experience provided by slimes to Anno is not much, and it is mainly the experience provided by large slimes. Low-level healing also consumes 50 large slime souls to learn. However, intermediate perception and high-pressure acid burst can consume 5,000 slime souls for upgrading. Considering that they were fighting at night, Annuo upgraded his intermediate perception to advanced perception. The perception range increased from 10 meters to 20 meters, and it consumed 5 points of magic power per second after being turned on. Good, and Nuon nodded with satisfaction. Now, in addition to world-devouring reincarnation, he also has low-level healing, which further improves his survivability. As long as he is not besieged by too many monsters, he should be able to handle it. After running for a few minutes, Annuo and others finally arrived near the main entrance of the town, the North Gate. The battle situation here is also very tense. More than 30 monsters were fighting with adventurers at the North Gate. Currently, there is no adventurer whose level is lower than level 2. But they were no match for the well-equipped goblins. When Annuo and his men arrived, they had already been beaten back into the gate by the monsters. Fortunately, there are 2 level 6 mercenaries from the Bloodstained mercenary group here. Otherwise, the monsters would have probably already attacked by now. The monsters that were attacking the gate suddenly saw a group of humans coming from the side. A level 6 kobold immediately rushed towards Lu Zhishang and others wielding a pickaxe. At this moment, a series of war roars suddenly rang out from the main gate. Then the dog-headed man discovered that his compatriots in front of the door were actually retreating. They were beaten back. Boom. A figure rushed out from the monsters, and all the surrounding monsters were repelled. Adventurers, your mission is complete. The next step is up to us. Rodney swung the spear in his hand and rushed straight towards a level 6 goblin. As soon as the goblin raised the weapon in his hand, he was knocked away by the spear. The next moment, its throat, which was not protected by plate armor, was pierced by a spear, and its body was lifted into the air by Rodney. Plop. The goblin's body fell to the ground and struggled for a while before it died. The next moment, all the guards and mercenaries, led by Rodney, Mavis, and Sharp, began to attack the monster troops. Get Goblin Soul green. X1. Inua, who picked up a green level soul for nothing, was stunned. Rodney actually dealt with a level 6 goblin so easily. Is a level 10 knight so strong? However, he quickly came to his senses. Under the cover of Rodney and others, he led the adventurers to retreat into the gate. At the same time, Meng Xian also ran back from the other side with the adventurers. Inua took a glance and found that the number of people in Meng Xian's team had decreased a lot. After Meng Xian, who was covering her arm, came back, she also saw Inua's figure. I'm sorry I couldn't bring everyone back. Meng Xian looked a little depressed. Inua patted her shoulder and comforted her. You have done a good job. Leave the rest to them. More than 120 monsters have gathered in front of the main gate. However, there are only a few monsters above level 6. Although they were well-equipped, they were no match for Rodney and the others. In a short while, half of the monster army was gone. Inua, who was watching the battle from behind, frowned slightly as he watched the rising souls of the monsters merge into their bodies. That's not right. Why are there only monsters below level 5? Aren't there dozens of monsters above level 6? Just as he thought of this, a summoned goblin scattered around the periphery suddenly saw a group of dark monsters running towards the south gate. Transferring his consciousness to the body of the summoned goblin lying in the bushes not far from the south gate, Annuo saw hundreds of goblins, half of which were monsters above level 6. There are even a few level 10 monsters. Not good. Inua's face changed, and he immediately rushed towards the gate, shouting to Rodney and others who were fighting the monsters. Captain Rodney, my summons have detected that the main force of monsters is at the south gate. Hundreds of monsters have rushed over now, and some of them are level 10. What? Rodney, who was also wondering why there were no high-level monsters in the monster army, was stunned, then suddenly woke up and ran towards the south gate with his men. Annuo, take your men to guard the north gate. The rest of you, follow me to the south gate. There are still more than 100 monsters at the south gate? Sharp kicked a monster away and yelled at Rodney, the number of monsters doesn't match. Damn it, where do all these monsters come from? Mavis slashed a goblin's throat with her dagger and cursed, they're trying to transfer us away. These monsters are getting more and more cunning. There are more than 2,000 townspeople in the town center. They must rush back in time to stop the main force of the monsters. Anyway, they have just cleared out a lot of monsters here. Among the less than 50 monsters left, all are below level 6. Inua looked at the injured adventurers and cursed in his heart. We have been fighting for 3 hours. How can we stop them now? But he also knew in his heart that even if Rodney took everyone away, he might not be a match for the main force of the monsters. President, we are here. At this moment, Lu Yin, Wang Zixuan, and Geng Qingshui rushed over with hundreds of people. The monster army that almost rushed into the gate was blocked again. Chapter 70 Succubus. Hoo-hoo. A harpy flapped its wings, slowly landed on a small hill, and walked to the side of the cloaked man. Next to the cloaked man stood a goblin guard with a bandage on his left hand and a large bow and quiver on his back. The cloaked man frowned slightly after hearing the report from the Shadow Banshee. Weren't they led to the North Gate? Why did they return? How did the humans discover the team I sent to the South Gate? This situation was somewhat unexpected for the cloaked man. But since it has already happened, the cloaked man no longer dwells on it. Humph. I originally wanted to have the main force sneak into the town from the South Gate and hide under the cover of night. Wait until humans think they have won, and then launch a sneak attack when they are sleeping and resting. But since we have been discovered, let's just have a head-on confrontation. Although the more than 200 human professionals who came during the day disrupted my plan, in addition to the slimes, I also have more than 100 demon warriors on my side. If I can kill so many human professionals head-on, how dare those guys laugh at the succubus for having no fighting ability? The strong wind blew up the cloaked man's cloak, revealing the magic horns on his head, his towering chest, his slender waist, and the long tail behind his butt. Take the Slime King and attack the North Gate. After issuing an order, the succubus leaped up from the hillside, grabbed the flying harpy's claws in midair, and flew towards the South Gate. That was the main battlefield. Although there were many human professionals on the North Gate side, they were not strong and were consumed by the slime for half the night. Now all the guards and human mercenaries have rushed to the South Gate, and at the North Gate we only need to deal with the 50 monsters and the Slime King. Roar. After the succubus left, the hillside, under her feet shook a little, and then she carried the goblin archer and a group of large slimes and jumped towards the nearby North Gate. On Anno's side, the pressure doubled after Rodney led his men to withdraw. But the timely arrival of Geng Qingshui and others saved the situation a little. However, although more than 50 monsters were surrounded by nearly 200 people and were outnumbered by 1, they were not at a disadvantage for the time being. On the one hand, half of the more than 200 adventurers had been fighting for several hours, and their physical and magical energy had been greatly consumed, and many of them were injured. Although the more than 100 people who had just arrived were not injured, their levels were generally lower than those of the adventurers who had fought before. Moreover, they had never fought monsters before and lacked combat experience. On the other hand, because monsters are inherently strong, and they are wearing protective gear, their combat power is much stronger than adventurers of the same level. A level 3 goblin was evenly matched against 4 adventurers of the same level. However, these problems are for ordinary adventurers. Annuo and others are not among them. Shuefei Bai, Meng Xian, and Geng Qingshui reached level 5 after fighting the one-eyed windwolf. After the battle with the slime just now, Lu Zhishang has also been upgraded from level 3 to level 4. Unfortunately, he was too busy fighting and had no time to use abstain from killing to save the soul. However, with Anno around, these souls were not wasted. Lu Yin and Wang Zixuan are only level 3, which is slightly lower. But the two of them working together can barely fight against a level 4 goblin. As for Anno, now he is the only level 6 player in the field. If you ask Inua to deal with more than 50 monsters alone, he will definitely not do it. However, with so many friendly forces supporting him, he just killed indiscriminately on the field. Under Annuo's control, several summoned wind wolves can kill a level 5 goblin in 10 seconds. In less than 2 minutes, Anno killed 8 goblins, a troll, and a kobold. They are all level 4 or 5 monsters. Greatly reduced the pressure on adventurers. Shuefei Bai and Meng Xian also killed a level 4 target. A level 5 troll swung a giant stick and smashed it hard at a level 3 adventurer. Xiao cut in from the side, knocked the frightened adventurer away, and then raised his knife to block the club. Bang! Zhao's body was knocked 5 meters away, and he spurted out a large amount of blood. Uncle Xiao, be careful. Rajal, who was rescued by Xiao, saw Xiao fall next to a goblin and shouted to warn him. The goblin next to Xiao saw the former and chopped down with the dagger in his hand without hesitation. But before its knife fell, a wind wolf pounced from the side and started fighting with the goblin. Thank you, President. A hint of ecstasy flashed in Zhao's eyes. He just thought he was finished. On the other side, after Anno had just dealt with the kobold and had his level 5 summoned wind wolf rescue Xiao, he rode his level 6 wind wolf towards the troll that had knocked Xiao away. Annuo's main goal now is to deal with the troublemakers. The 2-meter-tall troll saw Anno riding on the wind wolf and rushed over and smashed the wind wolf's head with his big stick. Swoosh. The wind wolf jumped into the air to avoid it and opened its mouth to spit out a wind blade. The wind blade hit the troll's chest, leaving a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. Anno was not idle either and fired high-pressure acid burst towards the troll's head. Although some of the bullets missed the target, one of them hit the troll's ugly left face. The troll, corroded by acid, covered his face with one hand and waved a huge stick forward with the other. Advanced perception, on. He jumped off the wind wolf, holding the spear he had just picked up in the battle, and attacked the injured troll at the same time as the wind wolf. The wounded troll swung his club rapidly. But Anno was agile, and after his perception skill was activated, the troll couldn't touch him at all, and several holes were soon poked in his body. Ouch. The wind wolf seized the opportunity, pounced on the troll, exhausted the last bit of magic power, and launched a violent bite at the troll's throat. Bang. Before the troll died, he hit the wind wolf on the head with a stick, knocking off nearly 100 drops of its blood. At this point in the battle, the level 6 summoned wind wolf had also taken a lot of attacks and only had less than 800 health points left. Get troll soul, white, X1. Sacrifice troll fangs X2, troll hands, and troll souls to summon trolls to fight. This is the second troll soul that Anno obtained. Because the troll's fighting power is indeed good, Annuo now plans to summon one out. Picking up an axe that had been dropped from the ground nearby, Annuo walked to the troll's corpse, knocked off 2 fangs, and chopped off 2 palms. Just as Anno was about to summon the troll, he suddenly sensed a dark shadow coming towards him. The range of advanced perception is 20 meters in radius. But the black shadow was extremely fast and hit Anno the next moment he sensed it. Puff. His flesh and blood were torn apart, and Annuo's body was carried away. The level 6 wind wolf next to him immediately protected Anno. 3 level 5 wind wolves that were hunting monsters nearby also rushed to Anno at the same time and surrounded him. Inua, hiding behind the wind wolf, reluctantly pulled out the arrow from his shoulder, feeling a sense of fear in his heart. If I hadn't used my perception just now and moved my body a little, the arrow would have hit my head. Low-level healing was activated, and the bleeding at the wound stopped immediately, and it is still healing. We have to run. Facing an archer, staying where you are is not a wise option. Inua turned over and rode on the wind wolf, and rushed out in an instant. The second arrow shot from the dark flew past the back of Annuo's head. So accurate. Inua looked in the direction where the arrow came from, but saw only darkness. Even though there is moonlight, I can't see it, so how can it see me? While Annuo was thinking about these questions, he had sent out 3 other level 5 wind wolves to look for the archer. After dodging an arrow again with the help of the wind wolf's speed, Annuo simply blended into the crowd of people fighting. The goblin on the other side of the river who was drawing his bow had a dark light in his eyes. After using his skill, night vision, to see Anno hiding in the crowd, he cursed softly and shifted his target to other humans. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 consecutive arrows killed 2 humans. But when it took out another arrow from the quiver, it suddenly heard a noise nearby. Ah. The 2 wind wolves swam to the other side of the river, found their target, and pounced on it immediately. At the same time, Anno also learned that the enemy was on the other side of the river. His consciousness was diverted to one of the wind wolves, and under the observation of the passive 5 Visions Universal, Annuo learned the information about this goblin. Race, Goblin. Level, 8. Occupation, Archer, Monster, and Human occupations are not exactly the same. Health, 1600/1600. Mana, 700/700. Skills, Night Vision, Eagle Eye Precision. Chapter 71, Summoning Level 6 Goblin Warrior. The Goblin Archer was originally in Grand Village. The reason we are here today is to send the equipment made in Grand Village back to the Forbidden Forest. This is also the reason why all the goblins who attacked the town of Grul wore helmets and armor. Now, it obeys the orders of the Succubus leader and prepares to break through the North Gate together with the Slime King. As soon as it arrived at the river, it used its passive night vision to see a strong human riding a wind wolf killing many monsters. Seeing several wind wolves shuttling back and forth on the battlefield, the Goblin Archer remembered the wind wolves outside Grand Village a few days ago. I wanted to take the wolf by surprise and shoot the leader. Unexpectedly, it finally ran away. The Goblin Archer naturally didn't know that the wind wolf that Annuo was riding was the one that was blinded by it. It's just a little strange that a human can tame a wind wolf. Anno couldn't help but frown when he saw the Goblin Archer who was 2 levels higher than him. Goblins and slimes are different. They are difficult to deal with at the same level, let alone those who are higher than him. Try its bottom first. Anno ordered the 2 level 5 wind wolves that had already crossed the river to attack the Goblin Archers. Seeing this, the Goblin Archer retreated while drawing his bow and drawing his arrow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 consecutive arrows were aimed at the same wind wolf. Thanks to its speed, the wind wolf dodged the first arrow. But the second and third arrows that followed hit its waist and lower neck respectively. Plop. The injured wind wolf fell to the ground and flew more than 10 meters away due to inertia, then turned into starlight and dissipated. Although the other one took the opportunity to pounce, the goblin archer was also quite agile. It dodged the wind wolf's attack with a flash of its body. Then, he shot the wind wolf to death with 2 arrows at close range. The level difference is too big. Inua sensed the death of the 2 wind wolves and became nervous again. Without the wind wolf to provide vision, he could no longer see the goblin archer. Inua was worried that the enemy would continue to attack others, so he quickly shouted to the adventurers around him, "There are goblin archers on the other side. Everyone retreat behind the door first." As long as the battlefield is moved to the rear, the goblin archers will not be able to shoot adventurers across the river. When the adventurers heard Anua's reminder, they quickly retreated. The remaining 30 or so monsters looked at each other, and some were hesitant to continue attacking. In the battle just now, in addition to Anua killing a dozen or so, he was also besieged and killed by other adventurers. Although several adventurers died at their hands within a few minutes, there were still more than 180 people inside. The monsters now have too few troops. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dull sounds came from a distance, attracting the attention of the monsters and Anuo and others. Something big is coming. Although Anua couldn't see, he could tell from the sound that the person coming was definitely a heavyweight. The goblin archer looked back at the belated Slime King and couldn't help but curse. Although King Slime is at a high level, his speed is not as fast as the goblin archer himself. So it just took a ride for a while and then got off and ran away on its own. The 3-meter diameter Slime King jumped all the way in front of the goblin archer. On its side, there are 2 slightly smaller slimes and several large slimes. These 2 slimes are slightly larger than the large slime. One is red and one is green. Seeing that King Slime was about to jump, the goblin archer quickly jumped on top of King Slime. Whoosh! King Slime jumped high and jumped to the other side easily. After landing, the goblin archer looked at the arcane orb, flying in front of him and quickly jumped to the side. Boom! The Slime King, who had just landed, was hit by several magic balls, and a big hole was blown out of his body. Roar! The Slime King roared in pain, and the mucus on the wound kept wriggling and expanding, and it returned to normal in a few seconds. Then, it jumped from the gate into the town together with the red and green slimes that also jumped over. Boom! King Slime's body weighing several tons fell to the ground, immediately stirring up a circle of smoke and dust. Some adventurers who were unable to dodge were directly pressed down. Roar! A crack appeared in the middle of the Slime King's body, and the abyss-like crack swallowed the 2 adventurers around it. The red slime next to it kept spraying fireballs around. The green slime was spitting venom. The goblin archer took advantage of the chaos caused by the Slime King and rushed into the door with the remaining 30 or so monsters. Name: Slime King. Race: Slime. Level: 10. Occupation: None. Life: 1950/2000. Mana: 950/1000. Skills: Devouring, Perception, Advanced Healing, Acid Gun, Acid Rain, Power of the King. Name: Flame Slime. Race: Slime. Level: 8. Occupation: None. Health: 1800/1800. Mana: 860/900. Skills: Devouring, Perception, Intermediate Healing, Flame Spray. Name: Toxic Slime. Race: Slime. Level: 8. Occupation: None. Health: 1780/1800. Mana: 850/900. Skills: Devouring, Perception, Intermediate Healing, Venom Spray. The panel information of the 3 slimes made Anno gasp. The 2 new types of slimes that constantly spewed fire and venom, and the huge Slime King immediately threw the surrounding adventurers into chaos. It's the Slime King. Everyone calm down, lead the slime away, and use ranged attacks to contain it. Fuefei Bai, Gengqing Xue, Meng Xin. Take your men to hold back these 3 slimes. Remember, the red and green slimes are both level 8. One attacks with fire, the other with venom. The Slime King is level 10, and mainly relies on maneuvering. You can't beat him. I'll deal with the Slime King after I take care of the goblin archer. Lu Zhishang, Shao, Khan, organized people to fight against the monster army. Under Anuo's command, except for a small number of people who panicked and fled towards the town, everyone else picked up their weapons and began to do as Anuo instructed. Gengqing Xue didn't care about saving magic power at this time, and blasted a series of arcane orbs at the Slime King. The Slime King was enraged and immediately jumped towards Gengqing Xue. A group of hunter adventurers no longer have to worry about not being able to shoot accurately in the dark. The diameter of the fire slime and the poisonous slime are both about 2 meters and 5. Anyone who still had arrows in their quivers shot at the two large slimes. Geng Xingxue and others who were attracting hatred hid and wandered around in nearby residential houses. Boom. House after house was knocked down by the Slime King. Although Geng Xingxue and others were in danger, the three slimes were at least dispersed. The injured Xiao and Khan led a group of people to fight with the monster army again, and many people fell in the battle. Eno kept his eyes fixed on the goblin archer behind the monster. Although King Slime is powerful, his intelligence is still low. Although Geng Xingxue and the others couldn't defeat them, they could still hold them off. Although the goblin archer is of low level, he can take the life of an adventurer almost every time he draws the bow. Just now you were on the other side of the river, and I couldn't touch you. Now that you've come over here, I want to compete with you. And Nuwa took out the summoning materials he had just collected. When Rodney rushed to the north gate before, he killed 3 level 6 goblins and 1 level 6 kobold. The soul was naturally absorbed by Nuwa. But to summon a level 6 monster, you need materials from monsters at least level 6 or above. In the battle just now, Eno only had time to collect 1 set of goblin materials. Different from level 6 wind wolf and level 6 large slime. Goblins, humanoid monsters, have professions after reaching level 6. The profession of the summoned goblin depends on the previous profession of the goblin soul sacrificed by Eno. Level 6 goblin claw, left ear, soul. After everything was ready, a figure appeared in front of Nuwa. Race, goblin. Level, 6. Occupation, warrior. Health, 1400/1400. Mana, 600/600. Skills, chop, bite, vertical slash. The summoned goblin warrior picked up a dagger from the adventurer's body on the ground and silently rushed towards the goblin archer who was drawing his bow and drawing an arrow towards Anno. Chapter 72, Fighting to Support War. It only took Anno a moment to summon the goblin warrior. The goblin archer not far away happened to see this scene and was so shocked that he blinked several times. What it saw? A goblin appeared out of nowhere in front of the human and rushed towards him. Whoosh. The goblin archer was also decisive. He aimed an arrow at the rushing goblin warrior and shot it. Phew. The summoned goblin warrior who was hit by an arrow in the shoulder paused for a moment, then sped up and rushed towards the goblin archer. The latter drew his bow and shot arrows while keeping some distance behind him. While the goblin archer was entangled, Anno rode the wind wolf out of the door and came to the previous battlefield to look for the corpse of the level 6 monster. Before leaving, he summoned a level 6 large slime to help block arrows. Arriving at the place where Rodney had fought, Annuo asked the level 6 wind wolf to deal with the goblin archer. Here. Annuo soon found several corpses nearby that were larger than ordinary monsters. Among Annuo's summons, the 4 level 5 goblins sent outside have already mixed into the monster army attacking the south gate and cannot be recalled or cancelled for the time being. The only ones left were the goblin warrior, the level 6 wind wolf, and the large slime. The summoned wind wolves all died in the previous battle. It just so happens that Annuo still has 3 level 6 souls. After summoning 2 level 6 goblin warriors and a level 6 kobold warrior again, Annuo asked them to pick up weapons from the surroundings and rushed back. The level 6 wind wolf received the order to withdraw from the battlefield to pick up Annuo. When Eno returned to the battlefield, the goblin warrior he summoned initially had 4 arrows stuck in his body, and blood had dyed its body red. Although he was not dead, only a trace of blood was left. As for the summoned large slime, its body was riddled with holes, and it lay limp in a corner, waiting to die. When the goblin archer saw Nuwa go out and appear with a few level 6 monsters within half a minute, his eyes fluctuated violently. Although it was fast, accurate, and had high attack power, it only had less than 10 arrows left. The goblin archer originally wanted to kill the goblin controlled by humans and then retrieve the arrows. But unexpectedly, the escaped human actually came back. It thought Annuo was about to escape. The surrounding houses caught fire at some point. With the help of the flickering flames, Annuo stared at the goblin archer several dozen meters away. Let's go together. Anno didn't know how many arrows were in the goblin archer's quiver, but he thought it was right to use the advantage of numbers to defeat the minority. 3 goblin warriors immediately rushed in front of Annuo. The goblin archer raised his hand and shot the seriously injured goblin warrior to death. He jumped back, jumped onto a roof, and shot arrows at the other 2 goblin warriors from above. Ouch! The wind wolf raised its head and howled, and its body suddenly accelerated. When it was about to get close to the goblin archer, the wind wolf suddenly jumped more than 3 meters high and pounced on the goblin archer on the roof. The goblin archer looked at wind wolf and Anno in midair with a sneer on his face. With his left hand, he quickly pulled out an arrow from the quiver behind his back and put it on the bow. He pulled it hard and aimed at Nuwa on the wind wolf. Stupid human, jumping into the air is your biggest mistake. The arrow accurately locked onto Anno's head and flew out. The 2 sides are currently on the same level, with a straight line distance of no more than 10 meters. The goblin archer seemed to have seen the scene of the human's head being shot apart. Puff. Under the goblin archer's shocked gaze, a kobold warrior appeared out of nowhere in front of Annuo and blocked the arrow. When the kobold warrior was shot by an arrow, he swung the pickaxe in his hand towards the goblin archer in front of him. The goblin archer quickly jumped off the roof to avoid it, but as soon as he landed, he was sprayed with acid shot by Anno. The goblin archer's leather armor was corroded and hissing. The areas not protected by the leather armor were corroded and a layer of skin was lost. The right hand holding the bow was also splashed with acid, and it almost dropped the bow due to the pain. Annuo would not give the other party a chance to breathe and rushed forward riding on the Windwolf. You're a ranged player. I don't believe you're that good in close combat. As Annuo was thinking this, his body flew backwards and crashed into a wooden house. Fuck, what kind of power is this? Annuo spat out blood from his throat and was unable to get up for a long time. Just now, the goblin archer punched Anno in the chest, knocking him away and breaking 2 ribs. However, although the goblin archer knocked Anno away, he was knocked down by the Windwolf that Anno was riding. The Windwolf is only level 6, but as a magical beast, strength is its natural strong point. The goblin archer who was pinned down was sweating profusely. It used its strong left hand to grab the Windwolf's throat and pushed its open mouth open little by little. Just as his right hand, corroded by acid, was about to reach for the dagger from his waist, a dark shadow suddenly appeared beside him. Puff. The goblin warrior who had just arrived stabbed the goblin archer in the waist with the dagger in his hand. The goblin archer trembled after being hit, and his left hand lost all strength. Crack. The Windwolf closed its big mouth and bit off the goblin archer's head. The goblin archer did not expect to encounter such a strange human today. Not only can he dodge its arrows in advance, he can also tame monsters, conjure up monsters out of thin air to help him fight, and he even knows magic. If it had known that this human was so evil, it would not have jumped over with the Slime King. Get Goblin Soul Green. X1. Experience plus 100. I actually gave you 100 experience points. Taking into account the experience gained from hunting level 5 goblins and trolls, Annuo's experience value reached 805/1000. I am only less than 200 points away from reaching level 7. The injured Annuo walked out of the house, holding his chest. After working around the goblin archer's corpse for a while, a level 6 summoned goblin archer appeared beside Annuo. Race, Goblin. Level, 6. Occupation, Archer. Health, 1200/1200. Mana, 600/600. Skills, Night Vision, Eagle Eye Precision. Ahem. Annuo covered his mouth and coughed twice, wiped the blood with his hand, and left with several level 6 summons. When they arrived at the door, Lu Zhishang was still leading his men to fight against the monster troops. Less than a few minutes had passed, and the battle on their side was still intense. However, Lu Zhishang only had more than 60 people around him, and he was somewhat no match for the 30 or so monsters. But after Anno's summons joined the battle, the situation began to reverse. In particular, he summoned a goblin archer and used the only 6 remaining arrows to kill 6 monsters. Extremely efficient. The monsters didn't know why such powerful monsters would attack them. After persisting for a while, they couldn't help but run out the door. But in the end, he was caught up by the summoned creatures and killed one by one. Only one rat man jumped into the moat and swam to the other side. But he didn't swim far before he was shot dead in the river by goblin archers who had recovered the arrows. Night vision is really useful. Anno glanced at the summoned goblin archer and murmured in a low voice. Learning night vision consumes 50 goblin souls, green, so Annuo can only put his little thoughts aside now. The only ones left are King Slime and the 2 special slimes. Annuo ordered the injured people to bandage their wounds first and then search and rescue nearby adventurers. He himself followed the traces of destruction left by the Slime King. Wherever the Slime King passed, either the houses collapsed or there was nothingness. It was swallowed up. Anno rode the Windwolf for more than a minute before he found the Slime King near the slums. Along the way, Annuo saw many adventurers who were injured or burned and lying on the ground groaning. Annuo's low-level healing only works on himself and can't help them at all. Boom. Magic was thrown at King Slime intermittently from all sides, but King Slime's health was still more than 1,500. Roar. The Slime King in front was enraged by the magic, and a large amount of acid suddenly spewed out of his body. Dense acid fell all around like a rain curtain. In the darkness, many people did not see the acid clearly and were hit and screamed. Annuo became anxious and immediately ordered his summoned creature to rush forward. The summoned goblin archer also jumped onto the house, shot all the arrows in the quiver, and then acted as eyes for Anno. Annuo used the night vision of the goblin archer to find Xue Feibai and Gung Qingxue. Xue Feibai's body was covered with wounds corroded by acid rain, but Gung Qingxue behind him was well protected. Brother Bai, how are you? Bai had just washed off the acid on his body with the water in the water bag when he heard a familiar voice and turned around in surprise. Annuo. Inua got off the Windwolf and said to Bai and Gung Xingxue, the monsters at the door have been dealt with, but Brother Liu and the others can't continue fighting. I asked them to look for the injured and help bandage them. Save as many as you can. Have the monsters been dealt with? Bai was stunned for a moment after hearing this. It had only been less than 10 minutes, how could it be so fast? Then he reacted and said to Inua, we have also dealt with the poisonous slime and the fire slime. Now only the Slime King is left. In the battle just now, after observing for a period of time, Wang Zishuan found that as long as she avoided the slimes when they were swallowing people, it would be easier to cause damage to them with close combat. So Bai asked others to cover him and rushed towards the fire slime alone. The battle was certainly thrilling, but Bai eventually killed the fire slime. As for the poisonous slime, because it was emitting paralyzing poison gas all around, everyone asked the mages to concentrate their fire and bomb it. Finally, Lu Yin shot him to death with judgment. But Bai and others were really helpless in facing the Slime King in front of them. There's still a chance. Inua looked at the 100+ points of magic power he had left, then looked at Bai and asked, where are the bodies of the two special slimes? Chapter 73, Defeat. On the other side, Rodney led a team of 30 guards and 18 mercenaries and rushed all the way to the south gate of the town. When everyone arrived, more than 100 monsters had already rushed into the south gate. When the two sides met, they immediately rushed forward shouting, Lightning Ball, Flame Bomb, Water Blade. The wizard among the mercenaries raised his wand and chanted a spell, and magic balls flew towards the monster team. At the same time, the goblin priest walking behind the monster also raised the gem-studded wooden staff in his hand. A fireball with a diameter of 1 meter condensed above the goblin priest. The formed fireball flew towards the center of the guards. Boom, boom. Magic from both sides landed at the same time, causing immediate casualties on the field. Rodney and several level 9 guards rushed the fastest, avoiding the damage of the goblin's sacrificial magic and colliding with several goblin warriors. Kill. After the two sides came into contact, fighting began immediately. Among the more than 100 monsters, half of them are above level 6, and the rest are level 4 or 5 goblins and ogres. These are the elite troops of the monsters. On Rodney's side, there are 3 teams of guards, 1 team in the town of Grul itself, and 2 teams of mercenaries, all of which are above level 6. Moreover, there are more high-level fighters above level 8 than monsters. Rodney, who was at level 10, waved the spear in his hand, and all the low-level monsters that stood in front of him were thrown into the air, and after landing on the ground, they were killed by the guards around Rodney. A level 9 kobold killed a level 6 mercenary with his machete and turned his attention to Rodney. Rodney sensed something and turned to look at the kobold. Die. Rodney flipped his hands, and several phantoms of the gun tip appeared in the air. The kobold roared and rushed forward with a machete. After killing several goblins, Sharp was also attacked by a level 9 goblin warrior. As for Mavis, her figure flickered on the battlefield like a ghost. Every time it stops and appears, the dagger in its hand will take the life of a monster. Boom, boom, boom. Another huge fireball fell, and several guards and mercenaries who were unable to dodge were reduced to ashes in the flames. Mavis's snake pupils looked towards the position of the goblin priest behind the monster, and she jumped a few times and disappeared into the darkness. The monsters were also bombarded by mage mercenaries. 3 magicians, 1 at the lightning level, 1 at the fire level, and 1 at the water level, killed more than a dozen monsters in a short while. But then they were targeted by a group of rat men. On the battlefield, magic and arrows were flying everywhere, and blood was flying along with roars. In less than 10 minutes, more than 20 people on the human side fell. There are only about 40 monsters left. Most of these 40 monsters are above level 6. Rodney gasped and pulled the spear out of the kobold's body. There were cracks on his armor, and the blood from the wounds dyed the armor red. Boom. The body of a goblin flew in front of Rodney, who immediately shot it in the heart. Sharp, covered in blood, ran over from the direction where the goblin flew out. He yelled at Rodney, Captain Luo, these missions are not as agreed. Half of my men are dead by now. Rodney found a monster to fight and replied, perhaps we have fallen into their trap since we entered the town of Grul. There is no point in talking about this now. Let's find a way to repel them. Repel. Sharp dodged the arrows shot from the side, pointed at the back of the monster and shouted, there is a goblin priest over there. Judging from the strength of his magic, it must be level 10. There are also 2 high-level trolls protecting it nearby. If we let it continue bombarding us like this, we will all be killed sooner or later. Plop. A black shadow flew from the air between the 2 of them, opened its mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. When Rodney recognized Mavis, a bad thought came to his mind. I failed, but I killed a troll guard. Mavis got up from the ground, took out a bottle of medicine from the package, uncorked it, and poured it into her mouth. Healing potion. Sharp's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the bottle thrown away by Mavis. The effect of healing potions is the same as that of healing magic. They can heal injuries and even save lives at critical moments. Although it is the least effective healing potion, it is also very expensive, costing 1 gold coin per bottle. This kind of stuff is used to save lives, and he also has a bottle in his package. Now Mavis has reached the point where she has to drink medicine, which shows that the 2 trolls are also very powerful. Sharp grabbed a level 6 goblin's neck with his hands, lifted it up, and looked around. No, if you keep fighting like this, I might lose my life here. In fact, when Sharp arrived at the town of Grul and learned that the number of monsters had doubled to 100, he already regretted it. But he didn't dare to leave with his team. If they were followed by the monsters and surrounded him halfway, he would be dead for sure. Moreover, at that time, there were only 30 level 6 monsters, but with their strength, they were not impossible to defeat. But the true number of monsters only became apparent after the attack tonight. Not counting the slimes, the number of monsters reached 200. Not only are the number of monsters above level 6 equal to theirs, there is also a goblin priest. Captain Sharp, Albert is dead. We can't hold on any longer. A mercenary from the Bloodstained mercenary group ran over here in a panic, and when he saw Sharp, he started crying. Albert is the team leader who came with Sharp and is a level 9 fighter. Just now, he was first shot in the chest by a ratman with a crossbow, and then hit by a fireball thrown by a goblin priest. Sharp's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the news of Albert's death. Crack. Sharp exerted force on his hands and strangled the goblin's throat. He looked at the backs of Rodney and Mavis who were fighting, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Since the mission intelligence is wrong, don't blame me for being disloyal. Sharp, holding a big knife, kept retreating and finally disappeared on the battlefield. As Rodney and Mavis were fighting, they suddenly felt a lot more pressure. After turning their heads and not seeing Sharp, the 2 couldn't help but curse. Damn it, where is this guy? On the battlefield, the disadvantage of human professionals is getting bigger and bigger, while the monsters are getting braver and braver. Finally, when there were less than 20 people left, Rodney ordered to fight and retreat. The monsters are closing in. The goblin priest looked at the shifting battlefield, put away his staff, and walked forward. The guard troll followed closely beside the goblin priest, looking around blankly. Ahem. An injured goblin struggled to get up at the edge of the battlefield. When he saw the goblin priest, he immediately picked up a dagger from nearby and used it to protect the goblin priest. The goblin priest looked at the blood-soaked goblin in front of him, tapped the latter's shoulder with his wooden staff, and said in the language of the demons, "Brave warrior, well done. After the battle, the great Goblin King and Lady Liz Christiana will reward you. Now you stay with me." As he spoke, the goblin priest passed by the injured goblin. Chapter 74 Talent Skill Disguise. The troll guard followed on the right, looking around cautiously. Be careful of enemies coming from all around. Just now, a human woman tried to assassinate the high priest. Although it was discovered in advance, the woman killed its brother. The troll who was watching the surroundings carefully suddenly heard a scream from nearby. Then he looked down and saw a scene that puzzled him. The little goblin just now stabbed the dagger into the priest's left chest. Not only could the trolls and the goblin priest who was stabbed in the heart not understand, even the succubus who had been observing the battle from the rear had her smile frozen on her face. Success. On the other side, Anno, who was besieging the Slime King with his summoned creatures, clenched his fist tightly after successfully assassinating the goblin priest with his summoned goblins. Killing the level 10 goblin priest gave Anno 1,000 experience points. Annuo's level was directly upgraded to level 7, and his current experience value is 805/2000. The stronger the individual, the more experience points they will be given. After Annuo felt his body being upgraded, he suddenly felt a surge of vitality. The power has increased again. The corners of Annuo's mouth rose slightly. After reaching level 7, as long as he finds the corpses of the flame slime and the poisonous slime, he can summon 2 special slimes of level 7. Before, even though Annuo was beaten so badly here, he did not recall the 4 level 5 summon goblins that had infiltrated the monster army, because he saw a level 10 goblin priest among the monster army. Goblin priests pose a great threat to Rodney's troops. Annuo used the vision of the summoned goblins to see nearly 10 guards or mercenaries being killed by fireballs from the goblin priest. But it is not easy to get close to the goblin priest. The 2 troll guards can even detect Mavis, who is stealthing. So Anno let the summoned goblin hurt itself, and then the scene just now happened. The only pity is that the distance is too far and Annuo cannot obtain the soul of the goblin priest. After the joy of killing the goblin priest, the smile on Annuo's face faded. Rodney's defeat was not good news for him. The remaining 3 summoned goblins should also be able to play a role. As Anno continued to rush to the location of the 2 special slime corpses, He saw a new enemy by assassinating the goblin priest summoned Goblin. This is a flying monster. After assassinating the goblin priest, he turned around and ran to summon the goblins, and saw a black shadow flying in front. Then it was caught and taken to the sky. After a dizzy spell, the summoned goblin was sent by the harpy to a cloaked man. Damn you, little devil, do you know what you just did? The voice trembled a little with anger. In the eyes of the succubus Liz Christiana, goblins are not stupid in intelligence and are even more cunning than some humans. They will not attack their own people during combat. They would never attack a prestigious goblin priest. When Anno summoned goblins and saw the cloaked man for the first time, he knew that this guy was the leader of the demons who were attacking the town of Grul tonight. But when he saw the devil horns on the cloaked man's head, Annuo also saw the information of this demon. Name, Liz Christiana. Race, Succubus. Level, 10-7. Occupation, none. Health, 2100/2100. Mana, 1800/1800. Talent, disguise. Skills, charm, whip, soothing kiss, commander, night vision. Succubus? She actually is talent. And Nuwa didn't expect that the person under the cloak was actually a succubus from the demon clan. In Annuo's impression, succubi are sexy, charming, and enchanting demons. Unexpectedly, the suspected leader of the monster army in front of him turned out to be a succubus. Moreover, talent is such a rare thing, but Annuo actually saw it in the succubus in front of him. Disguise? And her level? Could it be that her talent can change her level? Nuwa guessed in his heart. So here comes the key. Is it level 10 or level 7 that is the real level? After Anno's sacrificial spirit is upgraded, it can forcibly contract a monster/monster that does not exceed its own level as a summoned creature. If it was level 7, with Annuo's current level, he would be able to take down the succubus. By turning the leader of the monster army into your own summon, you will have more ways to win the battle. But what if level 7 is just a disguised level and level 10 is the real level? If Annuo dares to approach rashly, he will be courting death. Damn it, if only 5 Visions All Power could tell which one is real and which one is fake. While Anno was thinking, Liz saw that the goblin in front of her ignored her, so she pulled out a whip from her waist. Bang! The whip hit the goblin's face, leaving a red whip mark on his face. When Liz was about to continue the interrogation, she suddenly found that the goblin in front of her had disappeared. Liz looked around nervously, thinking that an enemy had appeared. The shadow banshee immediately flew into the air, searching for the enemy. Come out, I've seen you. After battling wits with the air for half a minute, Liz finally discovered something was wrong. What happened to that goblin just now? The sudden disappearance of the goblin made Liz feel uneasy. She glanced in the direction of the town center, considering whether to follow. Finally, Liz looked at the shadowy banshee beside her and felt more confident. There must be no humans above level 10 in this town, otherwise they would have come out long ago. And I have a level 10 harpy, so no one can stop me if I want to run. Liz came out of the AAE mountains this time just to collect enough career stamps. A professional seal exclusive to human professionals. As long as she gets enough professional stamps, she can prove that succubus are also capable of leading troops into battle and winning. There are Slime King and Goblin archers at the North Gate. They shouldn't have any problem dealing with a group of low-level human professionals. They should have killed all of them by now. Liz knew that there was a professional at the North Gate who could command windwolves, and she left the Goblin archers behind to deal with this human. In her opinion, Anno's level was just level 6, and he would never be a match for the Goblin archer. Even if you retreat to the north, you will encounter my troops. After the two sides merge, even if you have some special means, with less than 20 people, you won't be able to make any waves. Grabbing the Shadow Banshee's claws, Liz flew into the air and chased after Rodney and his group. What Liz didn't know was that at the North Gate, which she thought had been conquered, there was only one King Slime left. Everyone, pay attention. A new enemy is coming. We must kill the Slime King within 5 minutes. After Anno found the special slime's corpse and successfully summoned it, he rushed back to the battlefield. Released the flame slime and the toxic slime together with the goblin summoned by Anno. The goblin, with whip marks on his face, screamed and attacked the Slime King. At this time, the Slime King's health has dropped below 1,000 points due to the continuous attacks of several level 6 summoned monsters. Chapter 75 Boom. Several of Annuo's level 6 summons approached the Slime King, and their weapons kept cutting wounds on the latter, and a large amount of slime splashed out from the wounds. Roar. The Slime King jumped up, trying to crush the enemies around him. But these summoned creatures ran very fast and scattered when the Slime King jumped. Although the level 5 summons were a little slow and couldn't avoid the attacks of the Slime King, Annuo, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, recalled them in time. After a few seconds of summoning interval, summoned them again. Not far away, the level 7 summoned Flame Slime and Toxic Slime jumped near the Slime King, and immediately transformed into turrets, attacking the Slime King who had no time to react. Balls of flames and venom sprayed onto King Slime's body, burning several large holes in it. The health of the Slime King dropped a lot, but under the healing of advanced healing, the wound recovered quickly and the health was slowly rising. After being attacked, the Slime King immediately attacked the two former guards, spraying several acid guns at the two special slimes. Anno's other summons took advantage of the Slime King's shift in target and quickly dealt a wave of damage. All the ranged adventurers around who were still able to fight launched an attack on the Slime King. Almost there. Almost there. Inua stood on a roof, muttering to himself. When Inua saw King Slime use acid rain again to launch a large-scale attack, his body was shocked, and he shouted to Bai, who had been waiting beside him. King Slime has run out of magic power and can't start devouring, and there is no way to recover. Start close combat. I've been waiting for a long time. A smile appeared on Bai's face, and he rushed towards the Slime King with a dagger in his hand. Ouch. The figure of the summoned wind wolf with its tongue sticking out came in front of Annuo. After fighting for such a long time, the summoner of wind wolf's physical strength has been greatly consumed and has almost reached its limit. There were wounds all over his body, and his hair was stuck together with blood, completely losing his original beauty. However, time was running out, and the defeated guards had already reached the center of the town. The residents of the town of Grul have begun to retreat towards the north gate. It won't be long before they retreat here. Go. At this time, Anno had used world-devouring reincarnation to recover some of his injuries and magic power. He rode on the wind wolf and rushed towards the Slime King. Before rushing over with the summoned fire slimes, Annuo first let them spit a few fireballs at him, and then used world-devouring reincarnation to devour the fireballs. After activating world-devouring reincarnation, it can devour the magic power from the outside world and slowly transform it into its own magic power. It can also be transformed into vitality to heal injuries. The upper limit of the magic power consumed is 600 points. The conversion rate is 100 points per minute. Now Anno has recovered 200 points of magic power and his injuries have stabilized, so he can fight again. With his magic power exhausted, the Slime King was unable to activate the devouring skill, and his own threat was reduced to the lowest level. That's why Inua and Bai can attack the Slime King without any scruples. Puff, puff. Inua brought several summons and besieged the Slime King together with Bai. After a fierce attack, Inua and Bai retreated a distance to rest, and summoned the fire slime and poisonous slime to attack from a distance. Afterwards, the two men stepped forward again, and their weapons left dense wounds on the Slime King's body. Amid the stunned expressions of the surrounding adventurers, the Slime King roared in anger as he was beaten, but no one had any means of counterattack. Brother Bai, it's almost dying. Seeing that the Slime King only had a little over 100 HP left, Annuo yelled at Bai on the side. I see. Bai looked at the Slime King that had almost shrunk in front of him and said excitedly, then let's finish it off quickly and end this battle. High-pressure acid burst. Several balls of acid the size of a human head shot out from Annuo's palm towards the Slime King. Bai, the summoned ogre warriors, and the goblin warriors all rushed forward and launched the final attack on the Slime King. Go to hell. Anno rode the wind wolf to the vicinity of the Slime King, raised the dagger in his hand, jumped into the air, and stabbed it hard into the top of the Slime King's head. The sword was completely immersed, and under the influence of Annuo's own gravity, the dagger cut from the top of the Slime King all the way to the bottom. Roar. King Slime's health suddenly dropped, and he let out a roar. At the last moment of its life, it activated the non-consumption skill power of the king. Anno, who had just gotten off the Slime King, suddenly felt the concentration of magical elements around him increase. Normally, world-devouring reincarnation absorbs very little magic power from nature, only a few points of magic power per minute. But now, world-devouring reincarnation absorbed nearly 100 points of magic power in just a few seconds. This is... Seeing the Slime King's body in front of him gradually glowing with white light, Annuo's eyes widened in vain. He quickly turned around on his windwolf and pulled Bai, who was also stunned, to evacuate into the distance. The white light on King Slime became brighter and brighter. 2 seconds later, several white beams of light shot out from the body of the Slime King. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the surroundings were instantly illuminated as if it were daytime. The houses within a radius of 20 meters collapsed and turned into ashes in the earthquake. Whether it was the townspeople who were fleeing towards the north gate, Rodney and others who were desperately trying to stop the monster troops in the rear, or the harpies who were chasing the fleeing sharp in the air, they all looked in the direction of the huge explosion. North gate? What happened over there? Mavis, covered in blood, looked at the huge explosion not far away in shock. This scene is several times more powerful than the fireball fired by the goblin priest. This is simply not the kind of noise that a group of low-level adventurers could create. But if the explosion was caused by a monster, doesn't it mean that there is a being at the North Gate that is more powerful than the Goblin Priest? It seems that Manhwa and his men have been wiped out. There was a hint of sadness in Rodney's eyes. Not only was he sad for Anno and the 200 adventurers who died in the battle at the North Gate, but he was also sad that their retreat was cut off. But the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and he rushed towards the monster army with a roar. As a guard, as a knight, Rodney, will fight to the last moment to protect the people. Cough, cough. Near a collapsed house, a group of adventurers were frantically moving pieces of rubble and wood. Annuo, Fei Bai, I hope nothing happens to you. Gongqing Shui kept calling out the names of Annuo and Shui Fei Bai towards the ruins and dug with the adventurers. She was standing on a high place just now and saw clearly that although the two people were far away from the center of the explosion, they were still blown away by the aftermath of the explosion and smashed into the building. Found it. The president and Captain Shui are here. An adventurer shouted in surprise to the crowd around him. Dig quickly. A group of people spent some time clearing away the rubble and wood, revealing two people covered in blood and in coma. Hiss. After Anno was carefully carried out by a group of adventurers, he woke up from his coma. He touched the blood on his head, and after a while, his vision gradually recovered. Anno, how are you? After hearing Gongqing Shui's anxious question, Manhwa waved his hands weakly and said, It's okay for now. Thanks to world-devouring reincarnation, nearly 200 points of magic power were absorbed before the explosion. When Manhwa fell into a coma, world-devouring reincarnation had been converting the magic power absorbed by the world-devouring into vitality to heal Manhwa's injuries. Compared with Manhwa, Shui Fei Bai's situation is a little worse. He is still unconscious, and the clothes on his back have been torn, revealing his burned back. At the last moment, he stood behind Anno and took the damage from the explosion. Seeing that Shui Fei Bai's chest was still heaving, Annuo breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up with the help of the people around him. Just as he was about to ask everyone to search and rescue the adventurers injured in the previous battle and evacuate them, a figure suddenly appeared on the ruins in front of him. It's you, kid. Sharp, who was chased by the harpy, saw Anno covered in wounds. The expression on his face changed from shock to confusion, and then to viciousness. Since I've met you, I'll just take care of you. Chapter 76 Liz, Danger. The adventurers looked at Sharp Carl, who was a few meters away. Before they could even smile, they heard the latter's hostile remarks. The furious knight actually attacked his own people while fighting monsters. Seeing Sharp coming forward, the adventurers around him looked tense. The opponent is a level 10 knight, and they are just level 3 professionals. They are no match at all. And Manhwa didn't expect to meet Sharp at this time. The death of the Slime King gave Anno 1,200 experience points, which was more than what the Goblin Priest gave him, just enough to bring him up to level 8. But even at level 8, Anno may not be able to beat Sharp now. The highest level of summoned creatures is only level 7, those two special slimes, and the rest are all level 6. And now Anno has no other green level souls except the soul of the Slime King. Even so, Annuo couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Seeing Sharp coming over, Anno immediately summoned his creatures to his front. Seeing the kobolds, goblin archers, and warriors blocking Anno, as well as the two huge slimes beside them, Sharp paused. Monsters? So many. Sharp suddenly remembered the rumors about Anno and frowned. Summoner. These monsters can only hold him back for a while at best. But now he was targeted by the harpy. Taking advantage of the explosion just now, Sharp temporarily got rid of the harpy. But once the battle begins, it is very likely that the harpies in the sky will notice this place. The monsters summoned by Anno made Sharp even more convinced that his brother was harmed by Anno. I'll get rid of Anno before the harpy notices me. After making the decision to avenge his brother, Sharp tightly grasped the spear in his hand and stabbed at Anno. Spread. Anno ordered his summoned creatures to stop Sharp while asking the surrounding adventurers to disperse. He took out a set of materials for summoning a wind wolf from the package, sacrificed the wind wolf soul, white, and summoned a level 5 wind wolf. Annuo still had 2 wind wolf souls, white. During the Slime King's self-explosion, Anno did not have time to recall the level 6 wind wolf. Now it was dying and was sent to the summoning space by Anno. After riding on the wind wolf, Annuo ran away. The place he was going was exactly where Sharp came from. That is the direction of the town center. Sharp, whose steps were stopped by the summoned creature, saw Anno riding away on the wind wolf, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Do you think you can survive by going to find Rodney? Humph, Rodney can't even protect himself. Since you are going to die yourself, it will save me from having to do anything. Sharp will not return to hunt down Anno. It was difficult to escape. However, just as he was about to leave, a dark shadow suddenly swooped down from the sky. Swish! The harpy's sharp claws collided with sharp spear, creating a few sparks. After the former landed, it spread its wings and slowly flapped them into the air, making continuous screams that sounded like a mixture of the voices of a woman and a bird. The harpy looks like a combination of a woman and a bird of prey. Its body shape is about the same as that of an ordinary human, and its wingspan is about 5 meters wide. Although her appearance is similar to that of a human, her intelligence is not high, and she is almost the same as an ordinary bird. In terms of IQ, they are far inferior to goblins, or even trolls. Their attack method is also simple, mainly diving from the air and using their strong wings. Hoo-hoo! As the harpy flapped its wings, whirlwinds flew towards Sharp. Damn monster, why are you chasing me? Sharp dodged the tornado and escaped using the surrounding terrain. But the harpy seemed to have determined Sharp and kept following him closely. Enno did not turn around because of Sharp's departure. The place he was going to now was exactly the battlefield where Rodney had been before. There are also goblin priests and a large number of high-level monster corpses. It has been less than half an hour since the goblin priest died, and Annuo hurried over to collect souls and sacrificial materials. Based on past experience, it is impossible to obtain souls from corpses that have been dead for more than an hour. Not long after walking, Annuo saw several townspeople fleeing in panic towards the north gate. Behind them was a large group of fleeing townspeople. There were constant cries for help, children's cries and prayers from the crowd. Annuo was in no mood to pay attention to these people. He rode the wind wolf to the path, bypassing Rodney and others who were fighting in the town center, and ran towards the south gate. The succubus was standing on top of a church near the town center, watching the monster troops killing guards and mercenaries, when she suddenly saw a figure passing by below. A human riding a magical wind wolf? A hunter. Liz turned her head and looked towards the north gate, frowning and saying, "The banshee is off to deal with that human knight, so she probably won't be here for a while." Although the fighting power of the escaping human knights is not as good as that of the guard knights who are still fighting in the field, their strength is also very good. Liz was worried that he would cause heavy casualties to the monster troops at the north gate, so she sent the harpies to contain him. Now, she didn't know that the monster troops at the north gate, including the Slime King, had been killed. She didn't know that the Slime King possessed the self-destruct skill of Power of the King, and she thought that the explosion just now was caused by Sharp. There are only a few human professionals left here who are still holding on. Victory is already decided. Liz jumped from the top of the church to a nearby rooftop, then chased Anno from above. Judging from the size of the wind wolf, it should not have reached level 6 yet, and this hunter looks quite injured. Perfect, let me play with you. Liz stuck out her tongue and licked her rosy lips. Although Annuo had activated Advanced Perception, Liz was more than 30 meters away from him and was out of his perception range. Continuing south from the town center, Annuo began to discover the corpses of humans and monsters on the road. Where Annuo passed, white souls rose from the monsters' corpses and merged into Annuo. They are all white souls, not a single green soul. After running for a while, he finally arrived at the south gate. This is the main battlefield, and there are corpses everywhere. 3 of the 4 summoned goblins that infiltrated the monster team were killed in the melee. Fortunately, the battle was fierce at the time, and no one was in the mood to think about why the bodies of the dead goblins disappeared. As Anno approached, demon souls rose up. In addition to the goblin priest soul that Annuo has been thinking about, there are also high-level troll souls, goblin warrior souls, kobold warrior souls, ratman souls, etc. Looking at more than a dozen green souls merging into his body, Annuo couldn't help but smile. A great harvest. Drawing his dagger, Anu began to collect sacrificial materials from the corpses. Anno is now level 8, and has nearly 200 points of magic power. He can completely replace all of his summons with level 8 summons. Bang! Anno, who had just cut off the goblin priest's ear, suddenly heard a sound of breaking air. Annuo quickly dodged to the side and avoided the unknown attack. There are still enemies. After arriving at the south gate, Annuo turned off Advanced Perception in order to save magic power. Now that he was attacked, he immediately activated Advanced Perception. It's that succubus. When he sensed a cloaked man holding a long whip appearing in the perception area, Annuo quickly sacrificed the several materials he had just collected. The succubus held a whip in her hand, walked in a cat-like manner, and a smile appeared on her face. She was about to torture the little hunter in front of her when suddenly a shocking scene happened. No one knew what the hunter did, but suddenly a goblin warrior, a kobold warrior, and a goblin priest appeared in front of him. Anno handed the goblin priest's wooden staff that he had just picked up to the goblin priest who summoned him. Then, The level 7 goblin archer that Anno had taken back after Sharp left, a level 6 goblin warrior, and a kobold warrior that had survived to this day, and 2 special slimes were also summoned out, plus the level 5 wind wolf. In addition to the seriously injured level 6 wind wolf, Annuo directly summoned 9 creatures. Liz looked at the monster that suddenly appeared and protected Anno, and her brain froze for a moment. Chapter 77 Preparation for Signing. Under Anno's command, a group of summoned creatures began to attack the succubus. Liz's face suddenly changed, and she quickly dodged to the side. This hunter can actually control monsters. Liz, who mistook Anno for a hunter, was filled with shock. She had never heard that hunters could control monsters. Roar! The level 8 summoned ogre warrior roared and quickly rushed towards Liz, with his 2 huge fists wrapped in fist wind slamming towards Liz's face. Summon goblin warriors to follow closely behind and attack from the front and back with the ogres. Asshole! Liz was entangled by them and soon fell into the encirclement of the summoned creatures. Snap! Snap! The slender black whip was waving in Liz's hand, and the air was full of whip shadows. The summoned creature was beaten to pieces, blood splattered everywhere, but it still rushed to Liz. Liz's face hidden under the cloak showed a trace of panic. Bang! The dog-headed man's sandbag-sized fist hit Liz on the head, and the latter's body flew out like a sandbag. It has high attack power and fast speed, but its overall strength is not strong. Anno, who was hiding behind with the goblin priest, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Liz being knocked away. So, level 7 is her real level. If she was level 10, she wouldn't have been beaten so badly by the summons. He took the time to use world-devouring reincarnation to swallow a magic of the goblin priest to further recover his injuries and magic power. Under the siege of the summoned creatures, Liz couldn't hold on for more than 2 minutes. Although I have many questions to ask you, once you become my summon, you will tell me everything. Anno looked at Liz, who was being held by the kobolds and goblins, and prepared to use sacrificial spirit to transform her into his own summoned creature. Sacrificial spirit. After forcibly signing a monster to become a summoned creature, everything else can be retained except for the mark of loyalty to Annuo. However, Annuo now only has 1 chance. If Liz is signed, after the latter dies, Annuo will not be able to sign other monsters/monsters. The reason why Anno chose to sign Liz was mainly because she was talented. In Vacuum, apart from Shue Feibai and others, Annuo had not seen any talented professionals. Don't worry, it shouldn't hurt. Liz, who was carried in front of Anno, couldn't help but shudder when she saw the smile on the human youth in front of her. If this human wanted to kill her, he should have directly ordered the dog-headed man who was controlling her to do it. Why did he bring her to him? Liz was a little nervous. She didn't want to die yet. In order to survive, she used her disguise talent to its fullest. Her aura increased dramatically, and the oppressive feeling made Annuo pause for a moment. Seeing that disguise had taken effect, Liz quickly shouted in her broken human language, "You lowly human, I was only suppressing my strength to fight you. Now that you have angered me, accept my punishment." At this time, Liz's aura had even exceeded level 10. If it were an ordinary person, even if he was not intimidated by Liz, he would have already distanced himself from Liz. After a moment of silence, Anno saw from the panel that Liz's level had become 11-7. Sure enough, the previous level is fake. The real level is only level 7. Anno didn't expect that Liz could speak human language. However, the more things Liz knows, the more money Annuo makes. Ignoring Liz's screaming, Annuo followed the method in his mind and used the dagger to cut the tip of his right index finger. Just draw a hexagram on the target's forehead. Liz became even more panicked when she saw that Annuo showed no sign of fear. She tried her best to make her voice sound powerful and majestic, and said with bluffing, "Human, if you don't let me go, you will become my food. Your head will become my..." "Shut up, Liz." Anno let the summoned creature hold Liz firmly, and lifted up his cloak amid the latter's confusion and exclamations. "How does this human know my name? How is this possible?" When Anno suddenly called her name, Liz was shocked and her resistance was much weaker. Liz is tall, about 1.75 meters tall, only a few centimeters shorter than Anno. Under the cloak, a pair of extremely charming eyes were looking at Annuo in confusion. Below the tall and graceful nose, a pair of rosy lips that made one want to bite one were slightly open, exhaling hot air from time to time. There were several purple magic patterns on both sides of the succubus's delicate face, gazing at the neck and extending to the chest. After the cloak fell, Liz's complete body was revealed. The towering chest was protected by 2 pieces of purple breastplate, revealing half of the snow-white peak. Further down is the waist and abdomen that have been trained to have a 6-pack. Two purple magic patterns extended from both sides of the chest, intersected at the navel, and continued downward, entering deep into a sexy lace underwear. There was a ring on the back of the defenseless bra. Liz's tail passed through the ring. Liz, who has an extremely sexy and hot body, is only wearing 2 pieces of clothing under her cloak. If she were a human, she would definitely be able to attract 99% of men, including Inua. But this is a monster. When Anno saw the devil horns on Liz's head, the small wings behind her, and the beast-like feet, he couldn't help but grin. So this is what a succubus looks like. Inua glanced up and down and pressed his finger on Liz's smooth forehead. Although Liz didn't know what Inua did, she knew that if she let Inua continue doing it, it would definitely not be a good thing for her. Seeing that Liz was shaking her head and refusing to cooperate, Anuo stabbed her in the thigh with his dagger. Liz couldn't help but cry out in pain. Move, stab with a sword. After Inua finished speaking, he pinched the horn on Liz's head with his left hand and began to draw the hexagram formation again with the bleeding index finger of his right hand. Seeing Inua's cold-blooded look, Liz endured the pain in her thigh and tried her best to stand straight without shaking. Just when Anuo had finished half of the painting, the sound of a bird chirping reached Anuo's ears. The next moment, a whirlwind hit the place where Inua was standing. Plop. A dark shadow swooped down from the sky and blew away the ogre warrior who was restraining Liz. Anno, who had dodged in time just now, looked up and saw a harpy flying above Liz and was about to take Liz away. He quickly asked the summoned creature to stop it and asked the goblin priest to release magic. Whoosh. The first to attack were the goblin archers who had collected some usable arrows from the surrounding area. However, all the arrows shot were blown away by the harpy's wings. However, the attacks of the fire slime and the poison slime arrived at the same time, forcing the harpy to give up Liz and dodge. Race, harpy. Level, 10. Occupation, none. Life, 1366/2000. Mana, for 20/1000. Skills, Banshee Claws, Spellbreaking Scream, Air Dive, Whirlwind. Although I'm only level 10, I have enough troops now, so I can definitely tie her up for a while. Sign Liz first, then run. Anuo grabbed the tail of Liz who was trying to escape, pulled her down in front of him, and pressed her under him. He placed the dagger across Liz's neck and continued to draw a magic circle with his other hand. Liz naturally wanted to struggle and used the charm skill on Anno. Chapter 78 buy 1 get 1 free. To activate the skill charm, you need to look directly into the opponent's eyes. Just as Liz was about to use her skills on Anno, she found that the latter simply closed his eyes. If you want to use charm on me, I advise you to save your energy. As for the charm skill, Anuo also had a general understanding based on his memories from his previous life. Inua guessed in his mind that charm was most likely an eye contact or mind control type. He didn't know if his world-devouring reincarnation could withstand this kind of attack. However, if the Wind Wolf and Goblin Priest next to him did not receive new orders from his mind every 2 seconds, they would immediately attack Liz. As long as you are hit, the summoned creatures will attack. This is also the reason why Inua had the confidence to approach Liz closely. Liz really lost her temper this time. The other party even knew her skills. She felt like she was exposed naked in front of Anuo, without any privacy at all. And she could see that Inua had no intention of killing her yet. So she gave up resisting for the time being. However, if Liz knew that once the formation on her forehead took shape, she would become Anuo's summoned creature, she would definitely fight back at the risk of her life. Not necessarily, Liz doesn't want to die yet. With the help of the Wind Wolf's vision, Inua quickly completed the formation between Liz's eyebrows. The summons signed by Sacrificial Spirit are additional summons and do not occupy Anuo's 10 summoning slots. After the hexagram array drawn by blood took shape, it flashed a few times and then formed a hexagram magic pattern on Liz's forehead. Before Liz could react to what was happening, the contract had already ended. Inua felt a mysterious connection between him and Liz as a master and servant. Liz would do anything for her as long as he wanted. After standing up from Liz, Anno finally breathed a sigh of relief. The current Liz panel information has changed. Name, Liz Christiana. Race, Succubus. Level, 7. Occupation, none. Health, 1526/2100. Mana, 1109/1800. Talent, Disguise. Skills, Charm, Whip, Soothing Kiss, Commander, Night Vision. Note, Anno's summon. At this time, Anuo also knew all the information about Liz's skills. Charm is similar to what Anuo guessed. It is activated after looking directly at the target, which can make the target fall into a state of confusion for a short time. Whiplash is a skill of Liz's weapon, which can make the whip cause additional damage. Kiss of Comfort can heal the target's minor injuries. The effect of Night Vision goes without saying, but what surprised Anuo was the Commander skill. Commander, during the battle, you can increase the morale of your own units by 50% and increase the overall combat effectiveness of your own soldiers by 10%. This skill really scared Anno. No wonder the monster troops are so fierce. They can continue to attack even when their damage is more than half. That's why. After checking Liz's talent, Disguise, Anno felt that Commander should be the talent. Disguise can change its own momentum and magic fluctuations to disguise itself as a high-level or low-level existence. The highest level of Disguise is usually level 10, and it can be disguised as a super level 10 existence for a short time. This skill has only one function, to act pretentiously. Compared with the role of Commander-in-Chief, it is far inferior. You know, Annuo has 10 summoning positions. Although the summoned creatures only obey Annuo's orders and are not afraid of life or death, the 10% increase in combat power cannot be underestimated. Moreover, that 50% morale boost is not useless. Annuo is the president of the guild and has more than 100 people under him. If a war breaks out in the future, the role of the commander-in-chief will be very important. Let's get rid of the harpy first. Shaking off the thoughts in his mind, Anno turned his attention to the harpy. Liz got up from the ground and looked at Anua's back with a complicated look in her eyes. I clearly wanted to kill him just now. Why can't I even think of killing him now? On the contrary, there is also an idea of getting close to the master and being closer to the master. Wait, I subconsciously called him master? But he is my master, so it is only right for me to call him master. Liz covered her chest and looked at Anua with gradually gentle eyes. Liz, who was forced by this sacrificial spirit to become a summoned creature, has undergone a major change in her thinking. At this moment on the battlefield, because the harpies had air superiority and a level advantage, Anuo's summons were badly beaten. Although the time was short, the 2 level 6 summons and the level 7 goblin archer were all killed by the harpy. But Anuo didn't feel bad and summoned 2 level 8 goblin warriors. When Liz saw this scene, she covered her mouth in surprise. Master, you can actually create monsters out of thin air. This is incredible. Anua looked back at Liz and asked, is there any way to get the harpy down? Except for 2 special slimes and the goblin priest who can threaten the harpy with magic, other summons can only try to trap the harpy when it swoops down to attack. But every time it ended in failure. In addition to sharp claws and whirlwind magic, the harpy also knows a kind of control magic, the spellbreaking scream. It will emit a noise that will confuse the target within 10 meters who hears the sound. The effect is the same as Liz's charm, but spellbreaking scream is a group control. My sister assigned the harpy to me as a bodyguard. It listens to me very well. However, it actually dared to attack its master. I will let it come down and let my master deal with it. Liz twisted her waist, walked in front of Anno, and responded to the meaningless cry of the harpy flying low in the sky. When the harpy heard the cry, it flapped its wings and flew right above Liz. But after seeing Anno and the goblin priest beside Liz, he was reluctant to land. The harpy's low IQ made her wonder why Liz stood with the enemy. Seeing that the harpy didn't come down, Liz glanced at Anno out of the corner of her eye, fearing that her master would be angry. Then she called out to the harpy several times in a row, and the latter slowly landed next to Liz. Master, I told you, it listens to me the most. Of course, I listen to you, so it will listen to you too. Liz came to Anno's side and said in a flattering manner. Anno stared at the harpy for a while, making the latter feel creepy all over. If it weren't for Liz's look, the harpy would have attacked Anno or flown into the air. It doesn't look very obedient. Let me tell you how to make it obedient. Anno murmured in a low voice and walked a distance away with the goblin priest, out of the attack range of the harpy. The next moment, the level 8 goblin warrior and the kobold warrior who came over pounced on the harpy's wings from the left and right. Then, before the harpy could escape, more summons pounced. Puff, puff. The sound of the knife entering flesh was accompanied by the harpy's screams. The harpy, which had several bloody holes in it, immediately launched a spellbreaking scream, then broke free from the summoned creatures that were standing there in a daze and tried to fly away by flapping its equally injured wings. But the fireball of the goblin priest flew over just as the harpy rose. Boom. The flames blew the harpy to the ground and the feathers on her wings were also ignited. But the harpy was not dead yet and was struggling to get up. However, the summoned creatures that were in a confused state have now woken up. They rushed towards the harpies, carrying weapons picked up from the battlefield. Amidst the terrifying screams, the harpy was torn into pieces by the summoned creatures. Obtain harpy soul, green, X1. Under Anno's command, a goblin warrior brought the harpy's burnt wings, claws, and heart to Anno. After offering the sacrifice, a harpy of only level 8 appeared in front of Annuo. Only after becoming a summoned creature will you be absolutely obedient. Anua said to Liz without turning his head. Then he took back the summoned creatures, leaving only the level 5 windwolf, the harpy, and Liz. Liz could not be put back into the summoning space. Liz, next, you have to deal with your other subordinates. ride the wind wolf, and catch up quickly. After saying that, Enno grabbed the harpy's claws and flew towards the center of the town. There are dozens of monsters there. Chapter 79 end. Hanging below the harpy, Enno looked at the houses around him rapidly receding and felt the thrill of flying. Unfortunately, the harpy is too small. If it were bigger, Enno could ride on it. Below Enno was Liz riding on the summoned windwolf. One person and 3 summoned creatures quickly rushed towards the town center. In the central square of the town, the only 8 remaining guards had torn armor, were covered in blood, and staggered, looking like they might fall down at any moment. Faced with the monsters that surrounded them, the guards could only stand back to back and form a small circle. Hee. A rat man rushing in the front was licking his dagger and looking at the seriously injured guards with a sly smile on his face. Suddenly, it paused. Looking at the large number of monster corpses around the human guards in front of him, and the stone slabs covered with blood all around them, the rat man couldn't help but take a few steps back. The rat assassin was a little confused. According to its character, it will not rush to the other party even if the human is injured. Let them charge. The rat man murmured something under his breath, then quietly retreated to the back. The other monsters all felt dazed at the same time. It was as if she had suddenly lost some of her courage, and she was not as fearless in battle as before. In fact, it was because Liz had become Anno's contract object, and her commander, skill, had been released. The few surviving guards clearly felt that the monster's offensive had decreased a little. But despite this, facing more than 30 monsters above level 6, including several level 8 monsters, it was only a matter of time before these guards fell. Captain Rodney, it looks like this is the end for us. Brooke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Rodney, who had a broken arm behind him. As the strongest guard in the field, Rodney had always been the focus of attention of the monsters in previous battles. In addition to his left arm being chopped off, Rodney had dozens of wounds of varying sizes on his body. There was an arrow stuck in the back. Rodney was able to stand without falling down entirely because of his indomitable will. After hearing Brooke's words, Rodney, who was in a trance, murmured, "Hold on, a little longer. Give the townspeople some more time to escape." Plop. As soon as Rodney finished speaking, a seriously injured guard beside him could not hold on any longer, fell to the ground, and died. The guards who were still standing had no time to mourn the fallen, because the monsters began to attack again. When Anno was brought to the battlefield by the harpy, only Rodney and Brooke were still struggling. Judging from the situation, both of them are already at the end of their strength. 36 monsters. One is level 9, 7 are level 8, and the rest are level 6 or 7. Annuo let the harpy circle twice in the low sky. After seeing the information of the monsters below, it landed next to Rodney and the others, summoned the goblin priest and other summons, and then took off again. Anno, who appeared with the harpy, attracted the attention of the monsters. They naturally knew the harpies. But shouldn't the latter be following the succubus? Why is he here with humans? Also, why did the goblin priest and other monsters suddenly appear? When the goblin priest raised the magic wand in his hand, and the huge fireball did not hit the humans but flew towards the monster team instead, all the monsters were stunned. Especially the goblins. They could never have imagined that the priest's magic would fall upon them. Boom. As the fireball exploded, several monsters in the center of the explosion were blown into pieces. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the remaining monsters glared at the goblin priest, especially the highest level 9 gnolls. It rushed towards the goblin priest with an axe in hand. However, the goblin priest is protected by several summoned creatures. They took up their weapons and faced the charging monsters. After the harpy placed Anno on a high point, she swooped down towards the monster below. Ouch. Liz, who came riding on a windwolf, shouted a retreat order to the fighting monsters and asked the level 9 kobold to lead a few monsters to cover the rear. This order confused the monsters for a while again. Humanity is clearly in trouble, so why are they retreating now? But even if they don't understand the leader's orders, they have to obey them. Except for a group of monsters that stayed behind to guard the rear, the other monsters followed Liz and left. Seeing that the plan was going well, Inua breathed a sigh of relief. Although Anno is now level 8, he has also collected some summoning materials and green level souls. But facing more than 30 elite monsters at the same time, he didn't dare to say that he would win. Using Liz, we can separate the monster troops bit by bit, which will reduce the difficulty a lot. He ordered the summoned creatures to attack the remaining monsters, while Annuo watched the battle on the roof. Including the level 9 kobold, there are a total of 6 monsters, which is not as many as Annuo's summons. In addition, there were harpies in the sky attacking from time to time. In just 1 minute, all the monsters around the kobold were killed. Now, the kobolds have to face the attacks of summoned goblin warriors, avoid the attacks of summoned slimes and goblin priests, and guard against sneak attacks from harpies. Soon, it was covered with scars. Boom. The goblin priest cast a spell that blew away the kobold and the summoned goblins. Then the harpy swooped down from the sky, and its sharp claws tore several claw marks of more than 10 centimeters long on the kobold's body, and blood splattered everywhere. Taking advantage of the kobold's bad condition, the harpy let out another, breaking scream, flapping its wings and sending wind blades hitting the kobold continuously. Afterwards, under another fireball attack from the goblin priest, the constantly tortured kobold finally fell down. Get kobold soul, green. X1. After Anno asked the summoned creatures to take the necessary summoning materials from the monster's corpse, he grabbed the harpy's claws and chased in the direction of Liz. There are more than 30 monsters on Liz's side, and Annuo doesn't want to let them go. As for the seriously injured Rodney and Brooke, although Annuo noticed them, he could do nothing about it. Even if we stay, we won't be able to heal their injuries. Liz learned through her mind that Anno was heading towards her, so she divided the 30 monsters into 5 more. Although her order was to send these monsters to scout nearby, in reality, she was sending them to Anno to die. Annuo quickly caught up with the 5 monsters that had left the team. Under the treatment of a group of summoned creatures, these monsters quickly turned into corpses. The remaining monsters, led by Liz, kept wandering around the town. The number of monsters continued to decrease, and soon only the last 5 were left. Succubus, why did your harpy attack us just now? Also, what are we looking for while circling around here? A goblin looked at Liz in front of him and asked with courage. Liz turned around and glared at the goblin, and said sharply, "Why, are you questioning my decision?" Under the effect of disguise, Liz's aura frightened the level 7 goblin. The goblin replied in fear, "No, Succubus, please spare my life. Please spare my life." It was afraid that the succubus whip would hit it. "Mercy." Liz rode on the windwolf, looked up at the man walking out of the alley ahead, and smiled. "I don't think my master will spare your lives." What? The monsters, who were originally in a fighting stance because of Anno's appearance, were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out when they heard Liz say the word master. Several summoned creatures that had been lying in ambush appeared from the surroundings and surrounded the only 5 remaining monsters. Kill. Under Anno's command, the summoned creatures attacked the monsters. Liz jumped off the windwolf and trotted to Inua's side. She hugged Inua's arm, pouted her lips, and said in a coquettish voice, "Master, I have completed the task you assigned me very well." Liz's tone and expression at this moment were like a pet waiting for praise. Very good, very good. Inua touched Liz's head with satisfaction. If it weren't for Liz, these dozens of monsters would have been difficult to deal with. Kiki. Liz had an expression of enjoyment on her face and leaned on Anno's shoulder. When the last monster fell to the ground and died, Annuo couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The battle is finally over. Chapter 80 Return. After collecting sacrificial materials from the corpses, Annuo's backpack was already bulging. You can get dozens of summoning materials at one time, and you will never be able to use them up unless you go through another large-scale battle. What Anno should be worried about now is how to preserve summoning materials such as the goblin left ear, which are easy to corrupt. Returning to the town center, Anno took back all the summoned creatures, leaving only Liz in her cloak. When Annuo walked to Rodney, the captain of the guard was lying on his back, staring at the night sky motionlessly. Brooke was squatting on the side. Although he was seriously injured, at least he was still conscious. Looking up at Inua, who was walking in front of him, Brooke asked expectantly, "Where did they go? Did they leave?" Brooke didn't think Anno could kill so many monsters. But it was indeed strange that the monsters left suddenly just now. Compared to other answers, Brooke hoped to hear the information about the monsters leaving from Anno. "I solved them all. The bodies of those monsters are still in the town and will be discovered sooner or later. There is no point in hiding them." Annuo's answer made Brooke unable to believe his ears. However, before Inua could ask again, he opened his mouth and asked, "Captain Rodney." "Team leader." Brooke glanced at Rodney lying next to him and said with a sad face, "The captain was seriously injured in the effort to stop the monster. He couldn't hold on long after you left." "Dead?" Anno looked at Rodney's body and sighed. When Rodney asked Annuo to lead the men on alert, he had a lot of opinions about the captain. But now, Rodney was staying behind for the townspeople, fighting bravely and even sacrificing his life, which made Annuo admire him a little. "Anno, what do you mean by you solved all the monsters? Also, why does that goblin priest you just summoned look familiar to me?" Brooke was deeply impressed by the goblin priest. During the battle at the south gate, if the goblin priest hadn't used fireballs in the back to cause heavy damage to the guards, they would not have been defeated so early. "Solved means I killed all the monsters. As for the goblin priest, it's my summon, level 8. I explained it to Brooke because I was worried that he might misunderstand. As the only surviving guard, Annuo still needs Brooke to report the battle situation to the Viscount. Otherwise, based only on the words of Annuo and the adventurers, without even a single person he trusted, the Viscount would definitely have doubts about the course of the battle. And if Brooke misunderstands and thinks that the goblin priest attacking everyone at the south gate is the goblin priest summoned by Annuo, there will be trouble. However, Anno would not tell Brooke the information that he could summon monsters by killing them. Level 8. Brooke breathed a sigh of relief. He had also felt it just now. The aura of the goblin priest summoned by Annuo was much weaker than that of the goblin priest at the south gate. They should not be the same one. Anno. A slightly surprised voice sounded, and Annuo turned around and saw a figure running towards him from the darkness. Meng Xian? Why are you here? After seeing the person coming, Inua asked in confusion. Inua, it's really you. Meng Xian hugged Inua excitedly. She just saw Inua's figure with the help of the surrounding firelight, but she was not sure. Everyone is worried about you, so I came to see what's going on. Brooke was stunned again when she saw the two people hugging each other. He and Rodney had previously believed that everyone at the North Gate had died. Unexpectedly, not only was Inua okay, but the people around Inua were also still alive. Inua put Meng Xian down from his body and asked, "What's the situation over there?" After you left, the Sharp that attacked you was attacked by a flying monster. Then the flying monster left again, and Sharp ran away. During this period, all the townspeople ran to the North Gate. They also said that the monsters had attacked the town center from the South Gate, and the guards suffered heavy losses. Everyone is worried about you, so I came to check on you. Speaking of Sharp, Anno turned around and looked at Brooke, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Brooke, why did Captain Sharp run to the North Gate during the battle and even attack me?" "Sharp attacked you?" Brooke gnashed his teeth and said, "This bastard. I didn't expect that he would not only flee during the battle, but also attack his own people. I will report this matter to the Viscount, and he will not let him off." Inua nodded and said to Meng Xian, "The crisis in the town has been resolved. Go tell everyone and let the townspeople return in an orderly manner." "Really? That's great." Meng Xian nodded, turned and left. Not long after, Lu Yin, Xue Feibai and others arrived. Lu Yin told Inua that the news of victory had been passed on and everyone was being mobilized to rescue the wounded. After Inua handed Brooke over to Xue Feibai, he returned to the North Gate to command everyone. After a night battle, only one guard was left, and Sharp of the Bloodstained mercenary group escaped. When Anno arrived at the North Gate, Mavis from the Black Widow mercenaries took the initiative to find Anno and explained that the reason she was there was that she had accepted the task of escorting the townspeople away under Rodney's orders. "We were already showing signs of defeat. When we retreated to the center of town, Rodney was worried that the townspeople would be slaughtered by monsters, so he asked me to take a few people with him and lead the townspeople to try to retreat from the North Gate." Mavis was also seriously injured and looked shaky. Annuo handed Mavis over to an adventurer and continued to lead people to clean up the battlefield. After working for several hours until dawn, everyone finally got everything ready. According to statistics, 46 adventurers died, 91 were seriously injured, and the rest were also injured. But after this battle, everyone's level has been greatly improved. The adventurers who participated in the battle were all at least level 3, and some had broken through to level 4 or 5. Those adventurers who remained at level 1 or 2, without any breakthrough and not seriously injured, basically deserted. Among Inua's confidants, Xue Feibai killed a lot of enemies in the night battle and has broken through to level 6. Except for the two healers Lu Rongrong and Ningwen, everyone else has also reached level 5. The overall strength has increased significantly. Although there were heavy casualties, the results were also significant. Not counting the slimes, more than 200 monsters were killed in this battle, including more than 50 monsters above level 6. This result can be described as a great victory. Anno gained even more. Not only did his level rise to level 8, he also gained a large amount of green souls and sacrificial materials, and even obtained powerful summons such as the Goblin Priest and the Harpy. The most important thing is to contract a Succubus with the skill of Commander. It looks like Anno is level 8, but with 10 summons, including mages, meat shields, and flying control, plus the enhancement of Liz's Commander, even a level 10 creature may not be able to escape if it is surrounded. With the help of the townspeople, the bodies of those killed in the battle were sorted out and put into body bags. After resting in the town for a day and a night, everyone started their return journey. Everyone noticed the cloaked man who appeared next to Anno. However, since Inua did not take the initiative to introduce himself, Xue Feibai and others did not ask. When everyone rushed back to Vaucom, it was already afternoon. Yesterday, the mayor sent another letter to the Viscount by carrier pigeon. This time, there was no Harpy to intercept it, and the pigeon successfully delivered the letter to the Viscount. Therefore, when Annuo and others came back, they saw from afar the Viscount and guards welcoming them at the city gate, as well as a large crowd of onlookers. When Viscount Renaud saw Anno, he shouted to the crowd around him, "Everyone, the heroes are back. Let us welcome our heroes who protect the town with the warmest applause." Looking at Viscount Renaud walking out from the applauding crowd, Anno's eyes froze, but soon replaced with a smile. He led Brooke to greet them and said loudly, "Your Excellency, we are flattered that you are here to greet us in person." Chapter 81, Making Trouble for Viscount Renault in Public. When the monsters attacked the town of Grul, President Anno led people to assist in the battle and eventually killed hundreds of monsters, thus preventing the tragedy in the town of Grul from happening. With such an achievement, why can't I personally welcome you as a hero? Viscount Renault held Anno's hand and explained to the people around him. The people who were unaware of the situation only realized at this time that Annuo and his group had actually gone to fight the monsters that attacked the villages and towns, and they had killed hundreds of monsters. The crowd immediately started talking. "I know this group of people, the Adventurers Guild. I heard that the people in the Adventurers Guild are all level 1 or 2 professionals. How could such rookies kill hundreds of monsters? How could the Viscount's words be false? And judging from their injuries, they must have gone through a great battle. Yes. I heard yesterday that the city is now looking for Captain Sharp of the Bloodscar mercenary group. The reason is that he fled during the battle in the town of Grul." "What? The furious knight Sharp deserted the battlefield? He was a level 10 knight. Doesn't this mean that the monsters that attacked Grul town are very powerful? It's hard to imagine how the Adventurers Guild won." Hearing the discussions around him, Viscount Renault winked at Brooke. The latter immediately stepped forward, half-knelt in front of Viscount Renault, and said loudly, "My Lord Viscount, the Battle of Grul town took place from the night before yesterday to the early morning of yesterday. There were more than 200 monsters attacking the town, including 56 monsters above level 6, including kobold warriors, goblin priests, harpies, and other high-level monsters. In addition, the adventurers also killed more than 5,000 slimes and a slime king. The Adventurers Guild President in Nuwa single-handedly killed more than 30 monsters above level 6, including some level 8 and 9 monsters, and changed the situation of the battle with his own strength." Every word Brooke said made everyone present couldn't help but be surprised. Many people suspected that the guard had lied about his battle record. But when a group of adventurers unloaded the broken bodies of monsters such as goblin priests and harpies from several carriages and placed them in front of everyone realized that all this was true. Monsters like the goblin priest and the harpy have never been seen by most professionals, let alone ordinary people. Those who have seen them will definitely not have a chance of survival. But now, the bodies are still in front of everyone. Especially the harpy, whose body was torn into several pieces and placed on the ground, coupled with its appearance as a human female, made many timid people close their eyes. The professionals in the field all turned their eyes to the young man standing with Viscount Renault. If the guards didn't lie, how powerful must this man be to have killed more than 30 high-level monsters alone, including level 9 monsters? Facing the admiring gazes of some people, Annuo not only did not show any pride, but instead a sad expression appeared on his face. He looked at the crowd around him and said sadly, "It's not my credit to defeat the monsters alone. It's the work of the guards who guard the town, the Black Widow mercenaries, and all the adventurers. Although our Adventurers Guild was urgently recruited, we were also on the front lines in the battle. During the battle, adventurers one after another fought desperately with the monsters without fear of life and death, and finally fell. 46 adventurers died in the town of Grul, more than 90 were seriously injured or disabled, and everyone was injured. The mercenaries of the Black Widow mercenary group suffered heavy casualties in their efforts to resist the main force of monsters. The guards fought until the last man, and Captain Rodney was killed in order to buy time for the people to retreat. In the face of monsters, we united as one, disregarding life and death, and bravely killed the enemy. Being able to defeat the monster is definitely not the credit of one person, but the result of everyone's joint efforts." The adventurers behind Anno straightened their backs unconsciously when Anno was speaking. In previous battles, the adventurers mostly dealt with slimes and low-level monsters. But for them, it was also a battle in which their lives were at stake. Moreover, they encountered King Slime. When the people around heard about the casualties of the adventurers, their eyes all turned to respect. Even those who previously sneered at the Adventurers Guild for being full of low-level professionals now admired the adventurers from the bottom of their hearts. In this world where monsters are powerful, a group of people who have fought bloody battles with monsters and suffered heavy casualties deserve the respect of others. And Nuwa sensed the change in the atmosphere among the people around him, and suddenly changed the subject, bringing up another matter. But what I didn't expect was that when we were fighting desperately, Sharp Carl from the Bloodstained mercenary group not only fled from the battlefield, but also attacked and killed me. If I didn't have some strength, I would not have died at the hands of the monster, but at the hands of Captain Sharp, who was also a human. Annuo's words were like throwing a stone into a calm lake, and the crowd immediately erupted in discussion. What? This is actually true. The Bloodcar mercenary group is the second largest mercenary group in Vacum, and its captain would actually do such a thing. I've long felt that the Bloodstained mercenary group has a bad atmosphere. We must catch this traitor Sharp. Catch the traitor. The voices in the crowd grew louder and louder, gradually turning into uniform slogans. Viscount Renault looked at the crowd, pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said, President Anno's words have basically been confirmed. The wanted notice for Sharp Carl has already started yesterday. Upon hearing that a wanted warrant had been launched for Sharp, many people cheered secretly. Renault had long wanted to take action against the bloodstained mercenaries, but he never had the chance. What happened to Anno this time gave Renault an excuse to take action. Renault looked at Anno in front of him, his joy beyond words. Then President Anno, as the greatest contributor to this battle, what reward do you want? Facing Renault's question, everyone looked at Inua quietly, ready to hear what reward he wanted. I think Inua should have enough gold coins to live a worry-free life for the rest of his life. I think Inua should accumulate merits. With the recommendation of Viscount Renault in the future, it is not impossible for him to be awarded a noble title in the kingdom. The title of nobility is not so easy to obtain. A hero like Inua should be equipped with a sword and armor. You're being narrow-minded. I think since any conditions are acceptable, then Inua can have Miss Lola. Woo-woo. Let me go. Let me finish. Woo-woo. When Viscount Renault asked the question, Inua asked Shuefei to take people to move the body bag off the carriage. 46 body bags mean 46 lost lives. The crowd gradually fell silent when the body bag was opened. Anno walked between the injured adventurers and the body bags and made his request to Viscount Renault. I know it's easy to say the word hero, but as a title, it must be worthy of someone who has done great deeds. However, Lord Viscount, I hope you can award the title of Grul Town Defender Battle Hero to the dead and disabled adventurers, recorded in the book, and their families can also be treated well. If the term hero is just a title, the threshold is much lower. When Viscount Renault greeted everyone, he used the title heroes. But if a hero is recorded in the books as a titled hero, it is not something that can be canonized casually. If he saved a city like Vaucom, it wouldn't be a big deal if he was canonized as a hero and the news spread widely. But isn't it funny that he was given so many heroic titles just for saving a small town? If Viscount Renault really agreed, it would be a joke. But these adventurers who died in battle did make contributions and even lost their lives. Although everyone knew that it was unlikely to be awarded the title of hero, once the words of refusal came out of Viscount Renault's mouth, it would make those who heard it, especially the surviving adventurers, feel uncomfortable. This kid deliberately gave me a difficult problem. Viscount Renault's expression remained unchanged, but he began to grumble inwardly. Chapter 82 Grul Guardian Hero. Before, Viscount Renault still thought of Anno as a young talent with ideas. The Adventurers Guild was established to allow low-level professionals in the city to play a role, while also allowing adventurers to practice during missions. Anyone who has such an idea is worthy of Viscount Renault's attention. Unfortunately, the strength that Annuo had shown before was too weak. Although through a ring fight, Annuo proved that he was not a Forsaken One but a summoner, the goblin he summoned was only level 5. However, in the battle in the town of Grul, the strength displayed by Anno shocked Viscount Renault. According to his estimation, even if Innua's level was not 10, it would be 8 or 9. Therefore, Renault is now really preparing to win over Annuo. However, the conditions proposed by Annuo really gave Renault a headache. The people around were still waiting for Viscount Renault's reply. Annuo and a group of adventurers also stared at Renault. Viscount Renault was silent for a moment, then said solemnly, "Since the winter of this year, several towns have been attacked by monsters, and thousands of people have suffered. Now, the members of the Adventurers Guild and the Black Widow mercenaries are guarding the town of Grul together. They are not afraid of sacrifice and have successfully killed all the invading monsters, saving an entire village and thousands of people. All the warriors who participated in the battle, in the name of Viscount Raynor, the Lord of Vaucom in the southern border of the kingdom, I will confer upon you the collective title of Grul Guardian Heroes. You will enjoy heroic treatment in Vaucom City, and I will report this to the kingdom to highlight your achievements." When the people around heard that Viscount Renault had really been conferred the title of hero, they calmed down for a moment, then cheered enthusiastically, and looked at the adventurer with passionate eyes. Becoming an adventurer can actually give you the chance to become a hero. The oldest mercenary group in Vaucom, the Fongling Mercenary Group, has been established for nearly 5 years, and no hero has been canonized. Many professionals have already started asking how to join the Adventurers Guild. The canonized adventurers never thought that they were actually heroes. Grul's guardian hero, Xiao and Khan, were both wrapped tightly in bandages, but at this moment they wanted to jump a few times on the spot to show their excitement. Before joining the Adventurers Guild, they were just down-and-out professionals. Now, not only did they have the opportunity to improve their strength, but they also got the title of hero. This was unthinkable before. The other adventurers, like the two, tried to express their excitement with body language. But remembering that I am a hero now, I need to have a mature and stable image. All the adventurers raised their heads and looked towards their leader. Anno did not expect Viscount Renaud to be so decisive and courageous. The entire thinking process took less than half a minute. If the news reached other nobles or the king, Viscount Renaud would inevitably be criticized by a group of people. Canonizing so many heroes at one time simply lowers the threshold for becoming a hero. But Viscount Renaud's agreement was a good thing for Annuo and the Adventurers Guild. First of all, the title of hero can be regarded as an explanation to the families of adventurers who died in the mission. The pension for the sacrificed hero is also enough for the hero's family to live a worry-free life. And an Adventurers Guild with so many heroes will be the best billboard when it expands to other cities in the future. As for what Viscount Renaud would face after the news was reported to the kingdom's capital, that was not something Annuo had to consider. Thank you, Lord Viscount. Anno bowed to Viscount Renaud to express his gratitude. The adventurers behind him also followed suit and thanked Viscount Renaud in unison. Now, welcome our hero, triumphant. Following Viscount Renaud's order, the crowd made way for a passage. Anno and Viscount Renaud walked into the city together, followed by guards and adventurers. Before long, what happened at the city gates spread quickly throughout the city through word of mouth. The Adventurers Guild officially entered the vision of everyone in Vocum. Whether they are professionals, street vendors, or ordinary people, they all know that the Adventurers Guild has been conferred a collective hero title. After discussing the next meeting time with Viscount Renaud, Anno took the adventurers to deal with the follow-up matters. This includes finding pastors to treat the wounded and contacting the families of the fallen. After arranging everything, it was already evening, and Annuo took Liz back to their residence on the 3rd floor. Master, is this the human city? It's much more beautiful than the city built in the Iron Mountains. Liz opened the window and looked around at the buildings, exclaiming in amazement. On the way back, Annuo heard Liz talk about the city of Nasi where Liz lived after coming out of the Iron Mountains several times. However, because there were so many people in the convoy, Annuo did not ask in detail. Now that he finally has time, Annuo can also learn about the situation in the Ai Mountains in detail. Liz, tell me about the details of the Iron Mountains. Annuo sat at the table, spread out a piece of paper under the light, picked up a pen, and started writing and drawing. Master wants to know about the Iron Mountains. Liz stepped back from the window, took off her cloak, revealing her slim and sexy figure. She sat next to Anno, shaking her tail, and said, "The Iron Mountains are more than 30 kilometers long and are the southernmost area of the Angamlos continent. Further south is the Storm Sea. The mountains are about 70 kilometers away from the Goblin Forest." Goblin Forest. It's the forest next to the town of Grul. Forbidden Forest? Annuo nodded, realizing that the Goblin Forest that Liz mentioned was the Forbidden Forest that humans called. Why is it called Goblin Forest? Liz thought for a moment before saying, "It seems that they sent a group of goblins to that forest as a current outpost a few years ago, and then everyone started calling it that." A few years ago? Annuo stopped writing, recalled the information he had read, and said, "Was it the time when the Demon King's 7th Army was defeated by the coalition forces of the Kingdom of Nigel and the Roland Empire?" "Uh-huh," Liz nodded and said, "In the Great War 10 years ago, the Demon King's 7th Army, led by Truman, one of the 8 demon generals, had tens of thousands of monsters invade the Nigger Kingdom and directly penetrated the Nigger Kingdom, all the way to the southern border of Nigger. But later, in the southern border of Nigger, they were besieged by troops coming to support from the Roland Empire. The demon general Truman was killed by the young swordsmen who came to support from the Roland Empire, and the top leaders of the 7th Army were also slaughtered. The Demon King's army at the front line intensified their offensive after learning that the Sword Master had appeared in the Kingdom of Nigger. The Sword Master could only hurriedly lead the Roland Empire's army back to the front line. We, the surviving remnants of the 7th Army, numbered no more than 1,000 and retreated to the Ai Mountains. In order to prevent being surrounded by the army sent by the Kingdom of Nigel, the remnants of the 7th Army sent dozens of goblins to the forest to monitor Vocum's movements. However, Vocum's army has never come before. Chapter 83 Different World Strategy Manual. That's because the frontline troops fighting against the Demon King's army suffered a defeat, and the kingdom is unable to take care of itself, let alone deal with your remnants. Annuo told the news he had received before and sighed. The 7th Army hidden in the Ai Mountains has regained its vitality. Even people like Liz have come out of the mountains and joined forces with the Goblin King to attack human villages and towns. However, Vocum did not even take any action to clear out the Forbidden Forest goblins. Instead, it allowed them to develop to the point where many mercenary groups were wary of them. Liz shrugged and said, Any powerful leaders of the 7th Army were killed by the Sword Saint, and the rest are weaker monsters. After we entered the Iron Mountains, we were unable to get in touch with the Demon King's army. After so many years, the Demon King's army probably has already eliminated the 7th Army. What is the current situation in Nasai City? The city of Nasai was built in the central part of the Iha Mountains. The city is relatively simple, just a stockade made of wood. There are now nearly 5,000 demons from all the tribes in it. However, this does not mean that there are only 5,000 monsters in Nasai City. In a subdivision like the Goblin Forest, the total number of monsters is about 1 or 2,000. Hiss. When Anua heard this number, he couldn't help but gasp. There are only more than 5,000 professionals in Vacum now. If the monsters of the Ai Mountains plan to attack Vacum one day, the latter will be in danger. Liz, I remember you said before that you came out this time just to prove that Succubi can also lead troops to fight, right? This is not a test of Nasai City on Vacum, right? And Anua turned around and looked at Liz, asking nervously. Liz nodded seriously and said, yes, I came out to prove that although my fighting ability is not as good as my sister's, I can lead the troops in battle. Your sister? Well, Ella Christiana, the soul-eating succubus of Nasai City, is level 15. Plop. Hey, master, how did you fall under the table? Liz hurriedly pulled Anno up. Liz, did your sister leave any marks on you when you left? No, she only gave me a harpy to protect me, and then told me to go to the Goblin Forest to ask the Goblin King for soldiers. Liz brushed the dust off Anuo's clothes, pulled him to a chair, and explained, actually, my sister told me to attack only one village. But I wanted to prove myself, so I attacked a few more villages. I led my troops to attack the mere village that had the iron mine. I also asked my men to smelt weapons and equipment to increase their strength. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still defeated by his master. The master is the best. Looking at Liz hugging his arm and acting coquettishly, Anua didn't feel happy at all. A level 15 succubus sister. He is only level 8 now, and in a head-on battle the best he can do is use the numerical advantage of his summons to besiege a level 9 monster. I hope I don't meet your sister before I grow up. Ai Mountains. Deep in the dense jungle, in a city called Nasai built of wood, a large number of monsters live there. In the center of the city, there are several buildings that are more than 10 meters high. In the building facing the south, there lives a group of succubi who are only wearing bikinis, have hot bodies, and are very alluring. In a house deep in the building, a slim black figure lying on the bed woke up from her sleep. Unconsciously, Liz has been out for more than half a month. I will teach such a disobedient sister a lesson when she comes back. I will let her warm my bed for 10 days. Ella licked her purple lips, turned over, and lifted her legs up a little, revealing her calves that were as smooth and white as those of humans. As her level increased, the succubus could transform into more and more parts of a human. She had no concerns about Liz's safety. The few villages and towns on the edge did not pose any threat to Liz's existence. Plus the Goblin King's troops, and the harpies she sent out. Unless Liz goes to attack Vacum, the chances of encountering danger are extremely small. Early morning. The first moment Anua opened his eyes, he felt something different from usual. Ha-ho, ha-ho. Listening to the even breathing sounds coming from the side, Anua remembered Liz's request to warm his bed after taking a bath yesterday. According to Liz, her sister often asked Liz to warm the bed before going to bed. She didn't want to warm her sister's bed, but warming the bed for her master is what she should do. Anuo naturally rejected this request with all his might. Anua took his hand off Liz, then pushed away Liz's arm that was on his chest, lifted the quilt, and sat up. Feeling the remaining warmth in his palm, Anuo's eyes narrowed. He took out a small notebook from under the pillow, walked to the table, and picked up a pen. Opening the book with Otherworld Strategy Manual written on the cover, Anua turned to the latest page and wrote, "The succubus is such an annoying little goblin." Anua stopped writing, put his hands behind his head, made sure that he had not done anything out of the ordinary last night, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Whoosh. A breeze blew. The Otherworld Strategy Manual turned a page, and it said, "Miss Maggie is like a ripe peach, while Miss Samantha is more like warm sake that needs to be savored carefully. Keep flipping. Miss Lola, cross this out. The maid's costume design is very bold, and the Viscount is a man of taste." After washing up, Anua wanted to put the strategy manual for Another World back under the pillow. But after looking at Liz, he turned around and stuffed the small notebook into a wooden box in the corner. Shui Bai, Lu Yin and others have already gotten up and left the guild. Only Anno has slept until now. There are still many things to deal with today. Anna walked down the stairs and saw Maggie and Samantha, who had come to work at the guild. It was only 7:30 in the morning, and the guild had not officially opened yet. Two women were cleaning the lobby on the first floor. Maggie threw a wink at Anua and said in a long tone, "Hero President, good morning." "Good morning." Samantha greeted her efficiently and then lowered her head to wipe the table. "Oh, good morning." Anua sat down at the table where breakfast was placed. This should have been prepared by Lu Rongrong and the others. With his eyes focused on the two slim figures working, Anua finished a pleasant breakfast. After returning to his residence on the third floor with breakfast, Anna woke up Liz, told her not to run around for the time being, picked up a pile of papers on the table, and left the Adventurers Guild. In a printing shop in the city, Anua found the boss and said, "I am Anua, the president of the Adventurers Guild. What happened yesterday afternoon has already spread." The printing shop owner had naturally heard of Anuo's name. After hearing Anua's self-introduction, the boss immediately greeted him with a smile. "Hero President Anua, welcome. May I ask how I can help you?" "Make 5,000 copies of these first." Anua took out the monster atlas he compiled last night and said to his boss, "These are all confidential. I think you should know how to do it, right?" "Don't worry." The boss wiped the sweat off his face and said to Anua, "Except for the original and the 5,000 copies you requested, I guarantee that there won't be a single extra copy. I'll do the printing myself." "Very good. If there is another one outside, I will tell the Viscount and have you thrown into jail." These are all the monster information compiled by Anuo, including the skills and specialties of monsters such as slimes, goblins, ogres, ratmen, trolls, etc., which are prepared for adventurers to use. Anua didn't want the information he compiled to appear in the hands of the mercenaries of the Bloodstained Mercenary Group. Understood. The boss was about to cry. He met Anua so early in the morning and thought it was a happy event, but he didn't expect it to be a trouble. Chapter 84 Old Fox. Only after making the printing shop owner understand the seriousness of leaking the contents of the monster encyclopedia did Anua walk out with satisfaction. "Remember, print the things I give you first. I'm going to meet the Viscount now, and we'll be back in a while. I hope you can deliver the goods by then." "Don't worry, Lord Anua. 5,000 copies will only take 2 hours." Anua walked to the street and summoned a level 6 wind wolf. Ouch! After the wind wolf appeared, it howled with its neck raised, then lay down beside Anua meekly. It had been badly injured in the battle in the town of Grul. After returning yesterday, Anuo asked the city's senior priest to treat it several times before it recovered from its injuries. Riding on a level 6 wind wolf, Anno rushed towards where Viscount Renault lived. The speed of the wind wolf is much faster than the carriages in the city. However, the wind wolves running on the street made pedestrians on both sides a little frightened. If there wasn't a person sitting on it, proving that the wind wolf had an owner, they would have prepared to report the case to the guards. This is why Anuo did not release the harpy. Otherwise, someone might think that monsters are attacking the city. When he came to Viscount Renault's castle again, the guards guarding both sides of the castle already knew Anno. "Lord Anno, please leave your pet outside." A guard stepped forward, ready to lead the wind wolf away. Although they knew Anno, the guards would never let Anno bring the ferocious monster into the Viscount's castle. "No." Anua got off the wind wolf and waved his hand gently, and the wind wolf disappeared in public. "This." The guard who was halfway there looked back at his companions, feeling a little at a loss. They had heard that Anua was a summoner, but this was the first time they saw a summoner's methods. If a magical beast like the wind wolf can disappear and reappear next to Anuo at any time, doesn't that mean Anuo can also summon the wind wolf in the castle? "Please wait a moment. I will go and inform you." The guard bowed to Anno and turned to go into the castle. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Anno saw the figure of Viscount's butler Scott walking out quickly. "Anuo has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me." After saying that, Scott made a pleased gesture. Arriving at the reception room, Anno saw Viscount Renault, who was already waiting there. "Hello, Lord Anno." When Anua stepped into the reception room, the blonde maid standing on both sides bowed to him. When he saw the faces of the two women, Anua felt somewhat familiar. When the two women bent down and bowed, revealing half of their snow-capped peaks, Anuo suddenly remembered. "Maria, Athena, long time no see." "Oh, I didn't expect you knew the names of the two servants." Viscount Renault, who was sitting in the main seat, asked with a smile while motioning Anno to take a seat. After Anua sat down, he chuckled and said, "They both work diligently and attentively, and their service is thoughtful. They left a deep impression on me. When I left last time, I specifically asked the housekeeper for their names. When she had a nosebleed, Maria was considerate enough to wipe the blood for Anuo, and let Annuo feast his eyes. Annuo would naturally not forget such a careful and attentive maid. He even wrote about maids in the Otherworld strategy manual. Viscount Renault smiled a smile that all men understand, pointed at the two women and said, I heard that your Adventurers Guild hired 2 women to be in charge of the front desk. Now that I have conferred heroic titles on many adventurers, there will surely be a large number of people following suit and going to the Adventurers Guild to register as adventurers. The 2 front desk staff may be overwhelmed. Do you need me to ask them to come over and help you? Annuo's smile froze for a moment, but then returned to normal. He looked directly at the Viscount's gaze and said with a smile, Thank you for your concern, Viscount. Although my people are a little bit stupid, they can still handle the work. Excellent people like Maria and Athena should naturally serve you, Viscount. I see. Viscount Renault picked up a piece of cake from the table and put it into his mouth, saying casually, Then if you need them in the future, just tell me. Of course. While Annuo agreed, he secretly cursed Viscount Renault as an old fox. Are you sending 2 maids? According to the information Scott had obtained before, the 2 maids were only 5 years older than Laura, had received a good education since childhood, and grew up with Laura. This is to be cultivated as a confidant. Let them both join the Adventurers Guild? Even if it's not what I'm going to eat in the evening, you can always know the menu first. Although Annuo is a football fan, he would not put 2 other people's cameras at home. However, when Anno saw that Viscount Renault did not force it, he also understood that the latter still wanted to cooperate more for the time being. This is just a small test. Viscount Renault felt very comfortable when he saw Anno's standard smile. He just wanted to give Annuo a warning, and he didn't really want to attack the Adventurers Guild right now. Yesterday at the city gate, Annuo forced him to be crowned a hero, which made him extremely unhappy. Viscount Renault knew that Anno was somewhat dissatisfied with him because of the events in the town of Grul. But he wanted Annuo to understand that the Adventurers Guild could only develop slowly with the support of the Viscount. If it weren't for the Viscount, Annuo might have been kicked out by mercenary groups of all sizes in the city on the first day of its opening. Let's talk about business. Viscount Renault waved his hand to let the 2 maids go down and said to Anno, Do you have anything to add about the battle in Grul? Although Viscount Renault learned about the situation of the battle in Grul town from Mayor Leah, Brooke, and Mavis. But Mayor Rhea has always been with the townspeople, either staying in the town center or running away with the townspeople. Apart from the final cleaning of the battlefield, when he and his men were busy doing some work, there was basically no useful intelligence. As participants in the war, Brooke and Mavis knew more about the situation. For example, the number and quality of monsters. When Viscount Renault learned from the news bulletin the day before yesterday that the number of monsters that attacked the town of Grul was not only over 200, but also a quarter of them were above level 6, he thought it was a false report. It was impossible for the professionals in Grul town at that time to repel such a monster army. However, both Brooke and Mavis insisted on saying so. When Anno came back, the monster corpses unloaded from the carriage also proved this. Renault learned from the 2 people's reports that the key to this victory lies in Annuo. This summoner was initially considered dispensable by Rodney and the other 2. Not only did he lead a group of low-level professionals to guard the North Gate, but he also killed the Slime King. At the critical moment, he killed more than 30 monsters above level 6. Based on his intuition, Viscount Renault believed that Anno, who had exterminated the monsters, might have different discoveries from Brooke and the others. For example, the whereabouts of the monster leader of this night attack or other information. Chapter 85 Second Negotiation. When Anno heard Viscount Renault ask this question, he became excited. Annuo came to see Viscount Renault this time because he wanted to see the other party's current attitude towards him. When he went to the town of Grul, he was considered to be betrayed by Viscount Renault, but he also semi-forced the title of hero from Viscount Renault. However, this would not cause the 2 to turn against each other directly. Annuo currently did not have the strength to do so, and the Viscount believed that there was no need to do so. Just now, Anno also learned from Viscount Renault's words that although the latter was dissatisfied, it would not affect the relationship between the 2 parties. Viscount Renault should still want Annuo to continue to train and expand the Adventurers Guild. After understanding this, Anno prepared to discuss the next matter with Viscount Renault, the relevant information about the Forbidden Forest and the Ai Mountains. This is exactly the additional information that Viscount Renault wants to know. When Anno learned from Liz yesterday that there were thousands of monsters in the Ai Mountains, he felt a sense of urgency. What if one day, the monsters in the Ai Mountains suddenly realized that Vacum was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and that a city of 300,000 people only had 5,000 professionals? They are likely to launch an attack on Vacum. By then, even if Anno could escape to other cities, the adventurers guild he established in Vacum would be destroyed. My lord Viscount, the monsters in this operation are actually all from the Forbidden Forest. Annuo picked out some simple information and told Renault. These include the Goblin King of the Forbidden Forest, and the monsters that attacked Mere Village are also related to the Forbidden Forest. At the same time, Anno also suggested that the Goblin King might be related to the monsters in the AIE Mountains. Renault was shocked when he heard the news. He never imagined that the monsters in the Forbidden Forest would have grown to thousands in number, and there was also the Goblin King. Even the monster that attacked Mere Village was sent by the Goblin King, plus the monsters in the AIE Mountains. Upon learning that there were so many monsters around the territory, Viscount Renault became a little restless. Annuo, where did you get this information? My profession is a summoner. I can summon monsters through special means. The Viscount should already know this. Seeing Viscount Renault nod, Anno continued to explain. In the battle in Grul town, I summoned a monster that understands both human and demon languages. This is all the information she got by sneaking into the monster's army. Moreover, my summoned creature also got a piece of news. The monsters in the AIE Mountains are the remnants of the Demon King's 7th army that defeated the Nurgle Kingdom 10 years ago. And Nuwa concealed the fact that he got the information directly from Liz and made up a reason. Renault stood up from his chair and walked back and forth in front of his seat. He stayed in the east before being exiled to Vacum by the king. But he also knew about what had happened near Vacum. 10 years ago, after the Demon King's 7th army broke through the kingdom of Nigger, it encountered the combined forces of the Empire and the kingdom near Vacum, and was then surrounded and suppressed by the Empire's swordmaster. Who among the nobles of the kingdom of Nigger didn't know? However, no one knew that a part of the remnant troops had escaped to the AIE Mountains. Damn it, didn't the battle report at that time say that the Demon King's 7th army was completely annihilated? How come there are still remnants? Renault picked up a cup of black tea from the table and took a big sip. However, he quickly composed himself and continued to maintain his previous calm image. Annuo, the information you mentioned is important, but its authenticity needs to be verified. In this way, I will assign someone to verify the authenticity of this information and investigate the situation in the Forbidden Forest and the AIE Mountains. At the same time, I will also entrust these tasks to the Adventurers Guild. See if you can find the right people to do these tasks. I will post the quest on the Adventurers Guild, but I can't guarantee whether anyone will take it. After all, the levels of these 2 tasks are at least bronze level, and there are no strong people in the current Adventurer Guild. Enno's main purpose is to remind Viscount Renault. Seeing that Viscount Renault had already taken the AIE Mountains and the Forbidden Forest to heart, he had achieved his goal. If we verify the authenticity of these 2 pieces of information and report them to the kingdom should send troops to encircle and suppress them. And Nuwa thought so in his heart. With Viscount Renault's army of several hundred men, he would need the help of the mercenary group even for the Forbidden Forest, let alone the AIE Mountains. When Viscount Renault heard Anno say that there were few strong people in the Adventurers Guild, he frowned. Although you lost many people when you returned from the battle this time, I see that the strength of those who survived has greatly improved. This shows that your original idea of letting adventurers take on commissions and allowing low-level adventurers to become stronger through continuous adventures was correct. Adventurers can gain benefits and become stronger, which will attract more people willing to become professionals and adventurers. Viscount Renault looked at Anno and said with determination, "From today on, I will send all suitable commissions inside and outside the city to the Adventurers Guild. And Nuwa, you need to expand the Adventurers Guild as soon as possible and train more outstanding adventurers." Compared to the operating model of a mercenary group, the Adventurers Guild does have more opportunities. Ordinary people who were unwilling to take a gamble before may now be willing to spend 5 silver coins, work hard to become a professional, and then choose to register as an adventurer. As long as the Adventurers Guild has enough commissions, more adventurers will join. This is also a disguised way of increasing the number of Vacum professionals. Improving the adventurer's strength is related to the number of commissions. Viscount Renault has planned to assign as many commission tasks as possible to the Adventurers Guild. As for the mission reward, adventurers are basically lone wolves, and most of the bounty they receive will be used to improve their own strength, and the rest will be used to improve their quality of life. No matter how the money is spent, as long as they live in Vacum and keep the coins circulating, it will eventually return to Viscount Renault. Viscount Renault is well versed in economics. This is also the reason why he can make Vacum, a place that should not be inhabited by 300,000 people, still function normally. After some negotiations with Viscount Renault, Annuo received a large number of mission assignments from the former. Afterwards, Viscount Renault ordered them to leave, claiming he had something else to do. After Anno walked out of the Viscount's castle, he immediately returned to the printing shop. I stayed at the Viscount's place for 2 hours, plus the time spent going back and forth. It was almost 2.5 hours. By the time Annuo met the printing shop owner, he had already loaded 5,000 volumes of monster encyclopedias onto the carriage. The boss wiped his sweat and said, "Master Annuo, everything has been prepared. I did it all myself, even loading it into the car myself. Good job." After taking out a few monster encyclopedias from the box on the carriage and taking a look at them, Annuo patted his boss on the shoulder with satisfaction and paid the balance. A single illustrated book currently has a small number of pages, but the paper is still quite expensive, costing 10 coppers per piece. 5,000 copies equals 50,000 coppers. It translates to hardware. Annuo had just received a lot of tasks and task rewards from the Viscount, so he could use this money first. Anyway, these illustrated books are to be sold to adventurers, and we can make a profit. Chapter 86. One more thing. The printing shop owner asked an apprentice to drive the cart and follow behind Anno. When Anno rushed back to the Adventurers Guild, he found that the hall on the first floor was crowded with people. The 500 square meter first floor lobby couldn't even accommodate the crowds, and some people had to line up to the door. At a glance, there were at least 400 or 500 people. Except for the opening and mobilizing adventurers to go to the town of Grul, the Adventurers Guild has never been so lively. However, when there are too many people, the environment becomes a bit noisy. Annuo could hear the sounds from here from a distance, just like those in a vegetable market. The one in front, at least move. You just registered as an adventurer. Why haven't you moved for so long? Hey, kid over there, no cutting in line. I've been waiting in line for almost an hour. Go to the back. Haha, I finally became an adventurer. Let me set a small goal first, to become a titled hero. Fuck. Why do I have to complete 3 basic tasks with satisfactory evaluations before I can access the entry-level tasks? Don't steal my mission, I got it first. Asshole, I was the one who tore it off first. When Annuo saw the scene in front of him, his face was full of black lines. It had only been a short time since he left. Were these newcomers planning to overthrow his Adventurers Guild? The wind wolf under his seat howled loudly behind the crowd, causing the professionals in the back row to turn around. When most people saw Annuo, their eyes lit up. Grul's guardian hero, Aenir. President Aenir is back. The president is back. With someone shouting, not only did the people outside know that Annuo was back, but even the professionals in the hall knew about it. Many people who have never seen Annuo want to squeeze out and see what he looks like. Annuo got off the wind wolf and walked towards the guild. The crowd automatically made way for Annuo to pass. When he walked into the hall, Annuo saw many familiar faces in front of the mission exhibition wall. Hello, President Annuo. Seeing Anno looking over, Xiao, Khan and other senior adventurers who had returned from the battle in Grul town with Anno all greeted Anno. It is worth mentioning that Annuo saw that Zhao's panel was already level 6. Annuo remembered that he hadn't upgraded before he left yesterday. It seems that I had a breakthrough when I went back last night. Anno nodded to the two of them, then walked to the center of the hall and summoned a kobold warrior in front of everyone. Although the quality of the professions present is better than before, most of them are still level 3 or 4. There are not many people at level 5, and only a dozen or so above level 6. High-level people are mainly in mercenary groups. When the tall body of the level 8 kobold appeared, some professionals who were closer were frightened and quickly stepped back. An area immediately cleared around the kobold warrior. Is this the creature summoned by President Annuo? It has such a strong aura. I feel like it can kill me with one punch. The clever people have guessed that the ogre who suddenly appeared is Annuo's creature summoned. They laughed as they watched those who didn't understand hurriedly draw their weapons. After the dog-headed man appeared, he scanned the surrounding situation with his dog eyes, then knelt in front of Anno, supported himself on the ground with his hands, and arched his back. Anno stepped on the kobold and stood on its back. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you can see. At this time, Annuo could see everyone in the hall and be seen by others. Everyone was stunned. Summoning a monster that could kill them with ease, but was only used to step on? After brewing his emotions for a while, Annuo said loudly to the people around him, I'm President Annuo, and I welcome everyone to the Adventurers Guild and become an adventurer. I believe everyone knows how adventurers operate. Here, as long as you meet the conditions, you can choose the task on the task exhibition wall. You don't have to worry about not having enough task delegations. I brought hundreds of quests from the Viscount, ranging from basic to bronze levels. As long as you have the ability, you can take the mission bounty. Currently, some adventurers from the Adventurers Guild have been named Grul Guardian Heroes by the Viscount for saving the town of Grul. But this is just the beginning. As you continue to take risks and your strength grows, you will definitely receive higher-level commissions in the future. Your name will also be praised by others as the commission is completed. Every adventurer has the potential to become a hero. I am looking forward to the day in the future when I can walk in a strange place and listen to the people there telling stories about you. Oh, the adventurers in the arena were so excited that their blood boiled and they roared with excitement. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. While we have goals to strive for, we must also take one step at a time. You guys can't even queue up to register as an adventurer. How can you possibly become a hero that others talk about? After hearing what Annuo said, some people who wanted to cut in line just now couldn't help but blush. The crooked rows of people slowly moved to align with the front. After a while, the situation in the hall looked much better. Although it was crowded, it was not as chaotic as before. One more thing. Anua looked at everyone and continued. There are many opportunities in Vaucom now, and the Adventurers Guild is willing to provide professionals in the city with opportunities to become stronger. However, fighting monsters is also dangerous. In order to take care of adventurers, the Adventurers Guild will organize and sell monster illustrations. As soon as Anua finished speaking, Ragiel in the crowd raised his hand and asked, "President, what is a monster encyclopedia?" Anua glanced at the other party, nodded and said, "The monster encyclopedia is naturally information about various monsters, including their approximate skills and points to pay attention to when fighting them." What? The Adventurers Guild actually sells this kind of information? The crowd around was boiling with excitement. In the past, professionals fought monsters based on experience. But experience needs to be accumulated continuously. If a new professional has no one to teach him, he can easily fall into danger when facing monsters. However, most of the independent professionals have no one to teach them this knowledge. Needless to say, low-level monsters basically have very few skills. However, monsters above level 5 have a variety of skills. Monsters won't tell humans about their skills in detail. Every exploration of monster skill intelligence by professionals is accompanied by high risks. Who knows, the person might be gone. This results in some very experienced high-level professionals only having a vague understanding of the skills of some monsters. This is when the role of the monster encyclopedia comes into play. If you know in advance what skills the other party may have and what the skills do, as long as you are well prepared, your chances of winning will be greatly increased. As for the authenticity of the monster encyclopedia sold by the Adventurers Guild, the guild leader who can summon monsters must have a more detailed understanding of monsters than others. Chapter 87 Guild's Level 10 Adventurer. The current price of the monster encyclopedia is 50 copper coins, and it now includes information on slimes, goblins, ratmen, kobolds, and trolls. Unless there are special circumstances, the information will be updated every month. After the update, the price of the monster encyclopedia will be adjusted upwards according to the situation. However, any professional who purchases the Monster Illustrated book within these 3 days can receive the updated Monster Illustrated book within 6 months for free with the first edition of the Monster Illustrated book. Anua had considered before that showing off these skills would allow some people with ulterior motives to use them against him. But then this idea was abandoned by Annuo. Anno's only apparent enemy now is the wanted sharp. If he met Anua might not be afraid of him with his current strength. Moreover, Annuo also had a backup plan. The monsters listed in the Monster Encyclopedia are all common monsters. Annuo did not write about characters such as the Harpy and the Succubus. Anyway, adventurers at this stage don't need it. The adventurers around had no objection to charging for the Monster Encyclopedia. On the contrary, they felt that the fee for an illustrated book containing information on 5 common monsters was too low. The reward for a basic level task is around 50 copper coins. And if you purchase within these 3 days, you can also update for free for half a year. Conscience. Many people in the crowd began to ask when it would be sold and where to buy it. Annuo asked a few people at the door to go out and move several large book boxes from the carriage to the front desk of the guild, and then told everyone that they could buy them at the front desk with the adventurer's nameplate. Afterwards, Annuo posted a large number of tasks on the task exhibition wall for adventurers to screen. Most of the basic level tasks provided by the Viscount can be selected repeatedly, and there are also a large number of entry-level tasks. The Black Iron level is mainly for exploring Mere Village and checking the movements of monsters. According to the Viscount's idea, he was preparing to recapture the village of Mere. It is even said that they will recapture the villages and towns that were previously occupied by monsters one by one. This can not only reduce the number of monsters, but also improve the level of professionals in the city. Among these tasks, there is also a special Black Iron level task, which is the bounty for Sharp Carl. The bounty is as high as 5 gold. This is already the reward for a bronze level mission, and it is worth the time for professionals above level 11 to take action. To be honest, Sharp's head is not worth that much money. The Viscount set such a high price just to show his determination to get rid of Sharp. Sharp's first crime was deserting the army during the war, and his second crime was attacking people who were fighting while escaping. For these 2 crimes combined, Sharp will not only be sentenced to death, but his body will also be tied to a car and paraded for public display. Next to this mission, there is a submission that provides clues to Sharp's whereabouts, but the reward is much less. But many of the adventurers in the venue kept it in mind. In a head-on battle, they would definitely not be Sharp's match. But if you happen to come across Sharp's trace, you can still come to the Adventurers Guild to provide some clues. After everything was settled, Annuo took the adventurers above level 6 on site to the 2nd floor. Before leaving, Annuo told all adventurers that there were higher-level quests on the 2nd floor, but only those who had reached level 6 were eligible to receive them. The highest level of tasks on the 1st floor is currently Black Iron level. According to the task level system that President Annuo had told them before, everyone knew that the task upstairs was a bronze level task. Looking at the dozen or so figures following Anno upstairs, Ragel's eyes were filled with envy. The gray-haired boy who seemed a little immature a few days ago has now become a level 3 warrior who has experienced war. Uncle Xiao, President, I will definitely work hard to qualify to go to the 2nd floor soon. Ragel held the first edition of the Monster Atlas he bought from Maggie, registered for the entry-level task he had taken on, and prepared to go to the blacksmith shop in the city to pick up the weapons and equipment he had customized yesterday. After returning yesterday, the Viscount not only awarded everyone the title of hero, but later gave each person who participated in the battle a reward of 20 silver coins. Those who died in the battle were given more, and all of them were sent to their families. In addition, valuable parts of monster corpses, broken weapons and armor, and monsters' pockets all become spoils of adventurers. Although Ragel's level was not high, he performed very well in the battle. He dared to fight and kill, and gained a lot of spoils. After returning yesterday, he took his spoils to the shop and sold them for about 30 silver coins. In total, Ragel obtained 50 silver coins. This was the first time Ragel had seen so much money. His parents were worried and proud of Ragel. After getting so much money, the first thing Ragel thought of was what Anno said about making himself stronger. He had experienced bloody battles and knew how difficult it was to kill the goblins wearing armor that night. After getting so much money, the first thing Ragel thought of was to buy himself a helmet and a small breastplate to protect his head and heart. Although these 2 pieces of equipment cost him almost 40 silver, he felt it was worth it. As for weapons, Ragel had a dagger that was seized at that time, and there was also a long sword that was also seized at home, weighing 8 kilograms. He planned to change it after he became stronger. Other adventurers who participated in the battle also gained a lot of spoils. The least is a few silvers, the most is dozens of silvers. Like Xiao and Khan, they won nearly 1 gold medal. For example, Anno killed more than 30 monsters above level 6, and the materials from their corpses alone sold for nearly 10 gold. According to statistics, more than 200 monsters and thousands of slimes brought nearly 30 gold in revenue to the adventurers who participated in the battle. The bulk of this was mainly from the monsters' equipment, which sold for a lot of money. Many adventurers made a fortune. The reason why the Adventurers Guild is so crowded today is because everyone knows that adventurers can not only improve their strength, but also make money. Many people are even looking forward to the start of the next guild mission. 2nd floor. Compared with the lobby-style 1st floor, the 2nd floor has only a large conference room, and the rest are small rooms. Annuo led a dozen people behind him into the conference room. After sitting down, Annuo asked everyone to introduce themselves first. Although Annuo had learned everyone's names and information through 5 visions, all-powerful, they actually did not have many interactions, and some of them could not even remember each other's names. Of the 15 people in front of him, except for Xiao who had just reached level 6 and was an old adventurer, the others had joined the Adventurers Guild today. Most of the others are level 6. There are 3 level 7s, 1 level 8, no level 9s, but there is 1 level 10 adventurer. Moreover, Annuo knew this level 10 hunter, or rather, almost everyone in the venue knew this level 10 hunter. Hello everyone, my name is Mark. I joined the Adventurers Guild mainly because it is more convenient to accept commissions here, and I am not restricted. I can still be alone. Secondly, I actually have a heart to become a hero. When Mark finished speaking, everyone else smiled knowingly. Professionals at this level are loners and do not want to be bound by the various rules of mercenary groups or guards. The Adventurers Guild has no restrictions. Even for guild group missions, adventurers can choose whether to participate based on their own wishes, without being forced. Chapter 88 Target, Forbidden Forest. Welcome everyone. And Nual led the applause. Annuo naturally welcomes these people to join, especially with Mark joining us. Moreover, none of these people lied about their names. Although they were not familiar with each other, they had heard of each other. This also ruled out the possibility of forces within the city planting spies. Of course, the fact that there are no spies now does not mean that there will be no spies in the future, nor does it mean that there are no spies among the group of people downstairs. With these people, the exploration mission of the Goblin Forest can be completed. And Nual said to everyone with a serious face. Everyone, just like what I said downstairs just now, the mission levels on the second floor are at least bronze level. This level of mission is itself considered a kind of intelligence or secret, so only people who have reached your level can access it. At the same time, we must also sign an agreement that you must not disclose the information to anyone after reviewing the task. If there is such an example, the Adventurers Guild will permanently cancel the person's adventurer status and investigate to the end. Seeing that Annuo was speaking so seriously, the adventurers present also became serious. And Nual took out the contract that he had prepared in advance and asked everyone to sign their names. The contract is just a written contract and does not have any special powers. However, with their names on file, if there is a leak of information in the future, the Viscount can help to arrest the person who leaked the information according to the contract. After everyone signed their names, Annuo discussed the information about the Forbidden Forest with everyone. Annuo did not show the bronze-level tasks right away, but instead showed everyone a few iron-level tasks. Mission 1. Kill 10 monsters above level 6 in the Forbidden Forest. Reward: 50 silver to 1 gold. The specific amount depends on the level of the monster. Note: you can collect it repeatedly. Be careful of the Goblin King. Mission 2. Destroy some low-level monster bases in the periphery. Reward: 50 silver to 1 gold. The specific amount depends on the number of monsters killed. The number of monsters is calculated based on the number of monster ears or other monster features brought back. Note: you can collect it repeatedly. Be careful of the Goblin King. Mission 3. Explore the outer area of the Forbidden Forest. Draw a map. Mark the types of monsters and gathering points. Reward: 50 silver, 2 gold. The more detailed the map, the higher the reward. Note: be careful of the Goblin King. The rewards for the 3 tasks are several times, or even 10 times, higher than the black iron level tasks downstairs. When everyone saw these tasks, they frowned. The reason why the Forbidden Forest is called the Forbidden Forest is because there are too many monsters in it. If Xiao, who is level 6, went deep into the Forbidden Forest, he would probably be eaten by an unknown monster before he could go far. Even Mark didn't dare to go deep into the Forbidden Forest. Although the contents of these tasks are all peripheral activities, they do meet the standards of black iron level tasks, and everyone can take them on given their abilities. But the last note caught everyone's attention. Mark frowned, looked at Nual and asked, "President, is there a Goblin King in the Forbidden Forest? What level?" The others also pricked up their ears and listened. You don't have to doubt the authenticity of the information. As for the level of the Goblin King, level 11. The adventurers, including Mark, gasped. I've only heard that there are monsters above level 10 in the Forbidden Forest, but it's never been confirmed. Now Annuo told everyone that there was definitely an 11th level Goblin King inside. If that word gets out, who would dare to live in the villages and towns near the Forbidden Forest? In addition to the town of Grul, there are 3 other villages and towns scattered near the Forbidden Forest. The highest level of guards in villages and towns is usually around level 8. Don't worry, although the level 11 Goblin King does exist, it basically only moves around in the core area of the forest. I've called it out in the mission description so you know exactly what the main dangers in the Forbidden Forest are. At the same time, it also prevents you from rushing into the core area to find out what's going on when you're on a mission. After saying this, Annuo took out another bronze level task. Mission 1. Assassinate the Goblin King. Reward: 10 gold. Mission 2. Explore the Iron Mountains. Rewards start from 2 gold. When people saw the so-called bronze level mission, everyone in the venue could be heard swallowing their saliva. These tasks are simply not something they can accept. Level 5 is a hurdle, and the level 11 Goblin King will definitely have a second level skill. Everyone present only knew first order skills, and Xiao, who had just reached level 6, only knew zero order skills. Facing the Goblin King, he would definitely be killed in seconds. Everyone, rest assured, the bronze level missions are definitely not for you to complete right now. They are just to let you get in touch with the next goal of the Adventurers Guild and urge you to make progress. The black iron level missions are not the end. For them, the black iron level mission is the most suitable mission for them. But if the highest level of mission is only iron level, some people will lose their sense of crisis and become lax. These are Annuo's future subordinates, and Annuo naturally hopes that they can become stronger and stronger. After seeing off everyone with heavy hearts, Annuo happened to see Xue Feibai coming back with his men. President, I brought several of my mentor's disciples here to register as adventurers. When there are many people around, Xue Feibai usually doesn't call Annuo's name directly. Behind Xue Feibai stood a dozen armored warriors. Annuo took a quick look and found that except for 6 fighters below level 5, the others were all fighters above level 6, and there was also a level 10 fighter. Annuo pulled Xue Feibai aside and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Xue Feibai explained with a smile on his face, "I have reached level 6, and I went to see my instructor this morning to learn the first level skills of a warrior. During the break, I talked to my mentor's apprentices about the Adventurers Guild and tried to invite them to join. Who knows, they might all be happy to join." After the mentor learned about it, he even personally persuaded Hansen to join the Adventurers Guild. The Hansen that Xue Feibai mentioned was the level 10 warrior who was 2 meters tall. Standing in front of him, one could clearly feel a sense of oppression. Anno speculated that his strength might be stronger than sharp. Xue Feibai told Annuo that although Hansen looked as strong as a bear and had a wrinkled face, he was actually only 22 years old this year. Moreover, Hansen is a high-level warrior talent. Hansen walked up to Anno and explained, "The mentor said that the guild can quickly train us and help us improve our strength quickly." Xue Feibai is a living example. It's only been a few days, but he has already reached level 6. It's really terrifying. That's why we are all here. That's great. After listening to this, Annuo smiled and greeted Hansen and others, then asked Xue Feibai to take them to queue up for registration. The disciples of these mentors are much stronger than ordinary professionals. Becoming an adventurer can also speed up the exploration of the Forbidden Forest. They probably don't care about low-level tasks. What Annuo didn't expect was that in addition to Xue Feibai bringing people back, Geng Qingxue and others who also went to learn skills also came back with their respective mentors' apprentices. It's no wonder that the instructors pushed their disciples into the Adventurers Guild. It's just that Xue Feibai and the others' strength increased too quickly. It was so fast that these instructors began to doubt whether there was something wrong with their teaching methods. With the joining of mentors and disciples, many professionals who registered as adventurers were convinced that their choice was the right one. Including the people brought back by Xue Feibai and his team, there are more than 30 people above level 6 in the Adventurers Guild. As the sun sets, the Adventurers Guild gradually becomes quiet. Anno sat at the table, while Samantha reported on today's situation. Today, there are 422 newly registered adventurers. The registration fee is 10 copper per person, for a total of 42 silver and 20 copper. 530 copies of the Monster Encyclopedia are sold, each costing 50 bronze, for a total of 2 gold and 65 silver. A total of 3 gold, 7 silver, and 20 bronze. The Viscount issued 163 commissions, and the townspeople issued 112 commissions. 407 adventurers accepted the commission, and most of these tasks were tasks that could be done by multiple people and repeatedly. Among them, 308 adventurers accepted basic level tasks, 69 were at the entry level, and 30 were at the black iron level. After listening to the report, Annuo laughed happily. Now the Adventurers Guild finally took shape and started to make a lot of money for Annuo. Including the previous adventurers, there are now nearly 600 adventurers in the Adventurers Guild. There are more than 30 adventurers above level 6. In terms of scale, it has surpassed most medium-sized adventure groups. Moreover, the townspeople have begun to entrust the Adventurers Guild with tasks because of its reputation and low remuneration. Everything is going in the right direction. After today, Annuo can finally get rid of these trivial matters and start preparing to upgrade and become stronger. The monsters in Mir Village and other occupied towns and villages will be left to the adventurers to deal with. The Forbidden Forest is Anno's main location. It's not that Anno is arrogant. It's because he needs a lot of green-level souls to learn the skills of summoning creatures. Name, Anno. Race, human. Level, 8. Experience, 355 of 3000. Occupation, summoner. Magic power, 1000. Increases by 200 points per level after level 6. Talents, sacrifice spirit, green level. 5 visions universal, green level. Skills, world devouring reincarnation 0 of 1000. Low level healing. High level perception, high pressure acid explosion. During the battle with Grul, Anno discovered that after reaching level 6, the experience points gained from killing monsters of the same level would not necessarily be 5 points. Each monster provides different experience. Goblins, who are at the same level as Aner, may provide 10 to 20 points. Trolls provide more experience. Skaven have less experience than goblins overall. In short, the stronger you are, the more experience you will have. However, killing monsters below level 6 will not gain any experience. Besides experience, there is skill. There are many skills available for Anno to learn now, including slimes, advanced healing, intermediate healing, acid gun, acid rain, flame spray, venom spray, and power of the king. Goblin archers, night vision, eagle eye, accuracy. Goblin warriors, chop, bite, and vertical slash. Goblin priests, fireball, big fireball, exploding fireball. There are also many skills of kobolds, ratmen, and trolls, which basically require 50 souls of green level monsters. However, due to the limited number, many skills cannot be learned. For example, king slimes, power of the king. Where can Annuo find 50 king slime to kill? Of course, even if there are 50 king slimes, he will not learn this self-destruction skill. Anno now has more than 50 green level souls, of which green level goblin souls account for more than half. It just so happened that Annuo was quite envious of the goblin priest's skills, and he was only less than 20 green level goblin souls away from learning fireball. He urgently needs to hunt goblins above level 6. Whether considering experience gain or quickly obtaining green level souls, the Forbidden Forest is a better choice. Chapter 89 Escort Mission. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. And Nua also went to the blacksmith shop yesterday to buy himself a set of equipment, and now he is ready to pick it up. This set of equipment includes combat boots made of warcraft fur, leather armor, knee pads, elbow pads, a helmet, a small round shield with a diameter of 40 centimeters, and a fine steel sword. The fact that Sacrificial Spirit can learn the skills of summoned creatures provides Anno with countless possibilities for development. Whether it's melee or ranged combat, as long as he has enough souls, Anno can easily get started. In his spare time, Annuo also planned his future. Because of the existence of 10 summons and Liz, Anno is a team by himself. In the current team, there is the Goblin Priest for powerful attacks, the Kobolds and Goblin Warriors for close combat, 2 special slimes for long-range combat, the Wind Wolves for speed, and the Harpies for attacks from the air. Liz's Commander skill can enhance the strength of summoned creatures. Therefore, Anno's goal is very clear. Try to survive on the battlefield. Therefore, Annuo developed himself in the direction of a knight. Most warriors do not carry shields, but have protective gear such as armor. After coming out of the blacksmith shop and putting on his equipment, Anno looked completely different. This is how you'll feel like an adventurer in another world. And Nua touched the sword at his waist and put the shield behind him. These equipments do not currently provide much bonus to Annuo's strength. After all, he has not learned sword and shield skills. However, Annuo's defense is much stronger than before. With the shield and advanced perception, Annuo even felt that he could defend against the attacks of a full-attack warrior of the same level in close combat. Moreover, the combination of longsword plus shield is somewhat confusing, making the enemy mistakenly believe that Anno is a pure melee fighter. But Annuo doesn't need a magic wand to cast magic. Now Anno only knows one skill, high-pressure acid blast. Once Anno learns the Goblin Priest's fireball skill, he will be considered a powerful wizard. According to the information Anno had recently learned, the power of high-pressure acid blast was at most the lowest level first-order magic. But fireball is also a very powerful magic among the first-level magic. If the enemy sees the long sword equipped by Annuo and really regards him as a melee fighter, he will be in trouble. These pieces of equipment cost a total of 3 gold. Among them, the fine steel sword and helmet accounted for the bulk of the price, one for 50 silver and the other for 80 silver. In the past, Annuo would definitely not have been able to come up with that much money. But after returning from the small town of Grul, they sold various loot. Adding on the fees collected by the Adventurers Guild for the missions in the past few days and the original assets, he now has 16 gold. As long as it can improve his strength, Annuo is willing to spend the money, let alone 3 gold, or even more. Back then, Anno and his companions came to Vaucom with only 1 gold coin. In just half a month, Annuo's assets have increased to 16 gold. Not only that, Annuo's own strength has also greatly improved, and the Adventurers Guild has also begun to develop. In such a short period of time, it would be incredible for others to be able to accomplish just one thing, but Annuo accomplished them all. And Nua looked up at the morning sky and felt a sigh. It's been less than a month since I came to this other world, but I feel like I've already experienced a lot. After returning to the Adventurers Guild, he said hello to Xue Feibai, who happened to be in the guild. Let him manage the Adventurers Guild temporarily, and asked him to tell Lu Yin and others who were not present to make use of the Black Iron level tasks in Mirror Village to upgrade themselves recently, and to raise the levels of the two priests, Lu Rongrong and Ning Wan. After giving some instructions on trivial matters, Annuo took Liz, who was covered in a loose black robe, and a letter of authorization and walked towards the city gate. It is now around 8:30 in the morning. There are few pedestrians on the street, but a large number of carriages have gathered at the city gate. When Annuo and Liz appeared near the city gate riding on wind wolves, the team leader's eyes lit up, and he hurried over to greet them. I didn't expect that it was President Annuo who took on the escort mission. It's such an honor. Just as Annuo asked Feng Lang to stop, he saw a fat middle-aged man with a big belly walking up. Name: Croft Bruno. Race: human. Level 1. Experience: 2 out of 100. Occupation: knight. Magic: 100 out of 100. Talent: none. Skills: basic swordsmanship. This person is the owner of the convoy and the person who commissioned the escort mission at the Adventurers Guild. What Annuo didn't expect was that this fat man who looked to weigh about 200 pounds was actually a professional. I can't imagine how he dances with a sword. After saying hello to Croft, Annuo took a quick look at the convoy and saw more than 30 large carriages. This convoy was transporting supplies to support the construction of the small town of Grul. The supporting materials are of various kinds, and the price is unknown, but it should not be less than 100 gold coins. In the battle a few days ago, a lot of the town of Grul was destroyed. Viscount Renault intended to use the town of Grul as an outpost to monitor the Forbidden Forest, so he purchased support supplies. Croft was naturally very happy when he received the Viscount's order. This is a big deal. The road to the small town of Grul is 40 kilometers. An escort team is definitely needed just in case. So Croft posted a Black Iron level mission in the Adventurers Guild, hiring 2 adventurers above level 6. After observing, Annuo took out the letter of authorization and asked, "With so much cargo, you only hired 2 adventurers?" The quest book only said to transport supplies to the town of Grul, and indicated that only 2 adventurers above level 6 would be hired, and the reward was 10 silver each. This reward is not small even for a Black Iron level mission. Although the danger is much less if they escort the goods during the day, it is still a large amount of cargo, so for the sake of safety, we should not hire only 2 people. Annuo just looked and saw that the people next to the convoy were all ordinary people, probably rickshaw drivers and laborers. Well, Croft wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stammered. He also didn't expect that the person who took the task would be the president of the Adventurers Guild, Anno himself. Logically speaking, he should be happy that Aner, the guardian hero of Grul, accepted his commission. This money is worth it. However, when I thought that I was just giving it a try, I posted a quest in the Adventurers Guild. When it came to the fact that they were hiring a mercenary group, Croft was a little worried. Hey, President Annuo, we meet again so soon. Just when Croft was in trouble, a group of professionals came over. The woman in the lead greeted Annuo with a look of surprise. Mavis. Anno turned around and glanced at Mavis, who was walking over, then looked back at Croft, who looked a little embarrassed and instantly understood. Croft pulled Anno aside and explained nervously, "President Anno, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not looking down on the Adventurers Guild. It's just that we have always had a cooperation agreement with the mercenary group." He didn't lie. The reputation of the Adventurers Guild has risen in Vaucom, and the agreements signed between Croft and several mercenary groups are about to expire. So Croft wanted to take advantage of this mission to find out the situation of the Adventurers Guild. If feasible, Croft would naturally be willing to entrust the task to a more affordable Adventurers Guild. Chapter 90. Mavis wants to cling to someone. Originally, Annuo thought that there were only mercenaries from the Black Widow mercenary group. But unexpectedly, while he was talking to Mavis, 2 more groups of people came over. Judging from their uniforms, they are members of the Bloodstain mercenary group and the Foglang mercenary group. They're here too. Mavis curled her lips and explained to Annuo, the Adventurers Guild has been in the spotlight too much recently, and the interests of many people have been involved. The 2 families may very well cause trouble for you without knowing the situation. Looking for trouble with me? Annuo smiled nonchalantly, turned his head to look at Mavis, and said with a smile, "If we talk about touching interests, your Black Widow mercenary group should also be affected, right? Don't you plan to cause trouble for me?" Tisk. Mavis rolled her eyes at Annuo in a coquettish way and said unhappily, "You are pretending to be confused." When the 2 met for the first time, Mavis hinted to Anno that the Black Widow mercenaries were related to Viscount Renault. In the subsequent battles, Mavis's men fought side by side with the guards and never retreated. The Black Widow mercenaries are clearly on the Viscount's side. And Nuwa clearly knew that both parties were now involved with Viscount Renault and belonged to the same camp, but he still deliberately said such words to tease her. Besides, with Anno's strength, Mavis wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him. Mavis didn't even bother to pay attention to this person. So bad. The leader of the bloodstained mercenary group is Freeman, a level 10 warrior, a sturdy middle-aged man with red hair. When Freeman saw Anno, his face instantly darkened. Because of Sharp's incident, the reputation of the bloodstained mercenary group has greatly declined. Many clients are no longer willing to entrust the bloodstained mercenary group. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to the bloodstained mercenary group. In contrast to the bloodstained mercenaries is the Adventurers Guild, which is gaining popularity. Now some of the reserve members in the mercenary group have expressed their intention to quit the group and register as adventurers. Now that he sees Anua, it's not like they're enemies meeting, and they are extremely jealous of each other, but it's not far from it. Snort. After Freeman came over, he snorted coldly, indicating that he didn't want to communicate with Anno, and continued to lead his men to the front of the convoy. The captain of the Garo mercenary group is a level 10 hunter, Charlie, a gray-haired, bearded uncle. As the top-ranked mercenary group in Vaucom, there are 150 professionals above level 6 in the group. The strength of Charlie's team is ranked 5th among the 15 teams of Garo. Although they were in competition with the Adventurers Guild, Charlie did not show it like Freeman did. Instead, he smiled and greeted Anno. President Anua, I finally get to meet you in person today. Captain Charlie is here, so I guess I'll just be a bystander in this mission. Although Anua doesn't know Charlie, he has the 5 Visions universal power. Charlie was stunned when Anno called his name. He also thought that Anua had investigated him privately. After chatting for a few meaningless words, the two separated. Croft's fleet was also ready at this time. After the whole team was integrated, they set off. In addition to Anno, Liz and 30 mercenaries, the convoy also included dozens of Croft's men, all of whom were ordinary people. Anno compared the 3 mercenary teams and found that Charlie's team was the strongest. Except for Charlie, the lowest level of the team members is 8. There are 2 at level 9, and Charlie himself is at level 10. Mavis' team, besides herself who is level 10, has 1 level 9, 2 level 8s, and the rest are level 6 and 7. As for Freeman's team, its strength is even stronger than Mavis's team. 2 are level 9, 3 are level 8, and the rest are level 7. Such a team configuration is indeed luxurious for an escort mission. On the road, Anno and Liz rode the same Windwolf and walked in the middle of the caravan. Liz hugged Annuo's waist and rubbed her face against his back. Because Liz's wings are now small and thin and have not yet fully developed, they are tucked behind her back with only a slight bulge, which does not make people think that they are wings at all. As for the pair of hooves, they were wrapped tightly before going out, and outsiders could not see them at all. As long as Liz doesn't take off her hood and reveal her demon horns, no one will know that she is a demon. While Liz was enjoying herself, someone suddenly interrupted her happy moment. It's that woman. Liz looked at Mavis who was approaching, her eyes full of resentment. Mavis inexplicably felt a sense of hostility. She looked at Liz, who was wearing a huge hood, in confusion, not understanding what she had done wrong. Inua also looked at Mavis with some confusion and asked, "What's the matter?" Mavis rode up to Inua and asked, "Inua, you should have realized that there are so many of us here. It can't be for an escort mission." Hearing this, Inua raised his eyebrows and asked, "Any special mission?" "It's not a special mission, but don't tell me you're here just for an escort mission." After Mavis said this, Anno understood. Forbidden Forest? Mavis nodded and said softly, "Yes, the Viscount commissioned our mercenary group to investigate the Forbidden Forest as detailed as possible. Freeman and Charlie should have also received such a task. Since you were also planning to go to Grul Town, the Adventurers Guild must have received it." Inua nodded in affirmation. "I don't need to tell you how dangerous the Forbidden Forest is. A mercenary team entered it before, but only one escaped." Mavis said solemnly, "It must be dangerous to explore the Forbidden Forest with the strength of a small team." As she spoke, Mavis glanced at the man in black robe who had been standing behind Anno. The aura fluctuation of this man in black robe is at level 10. Not only does he work on missions with Anua, but the two of them also seem to have a very close relationship. The most important thing is that this man in black robe has been following Annuo since the town of Grul. Anua pinched his chin and said thoughtfully, "So? Joint." Mavis pointed at the other 2 mercenary groups that were approaching and said, "I'm a thief. I can explore the way. If we encounter an enemy, we can all work together to solve it. If we explore together, our safety can be greatly improved." Mavis made this suggestion because she actually wanted to curry favor with Anno. When Annuo was named a hero for his achievements, the top leaders of the 3 major mercenary groups began to doubt Annuo's achievements. Although everyone who returned from the town of Grul testified for Anno, many people just didn't believe it. Although Anua's strength has improved, he was only level 8 when the battle ended. If someone with such strength can kill dozens of monsters above level 6, including those at levels 8 and 9, doesn't this mean that the others are trash? Or does this so-called summoner profession not only allow one to kill monsters above their own level, but also allow one to fight against dozens of high-level monsters alone? Therefore, they suspected that Anua's record of killing monsters in the town of Grul was greatly exaggerated. But as a person who had experienced it, Mavis had personally experienced how powerful those monsters were when they attacked, and how powerless she felt as her teammates fell one by one. Although Anua's breath fluctuations only seemed to be level 8. But Mavis knew that this was definitely a big shot. Moreover, Mavis had another guess. If Anua's strength is really not as strong as the rumors say, then the man in black robe behind him may be the one who truly changed the situation of the battle that night. In Mavis's opinion, the combination of Ano and the man in black robes is no weaker than any of the 3 mercenary teams. It may even be stronger. It feels more reassuring to go on the Forbidden Forest mission with Anua. Chapter 91 Magic Butterfly. Ano didn't expect Mavis to make this request. However, he had no intention of joining forces. Although there is strength in numbers, the risk of exposure is also greater. Besides, Anuo is a team by himself, and with summoned creatures as cover, he is safer than a thief who is exploring the way. There is basically no benefit for Anuo to join forces. Not to mention the involvement of 2 other mercenary groups. Before Anua could open his mouth to refuse, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from the side. President of the Adventurers Guild, Grul's guardian hero, President Ano, does he still need to join forces with us? He is a summoner who can kill dozens of high-level monsters. Mavis, aren't you holding him back by teaming up with President Ano? Ano and Mavis turned around and saw that it was Freeman who had followed and was talking. Charlie was there too. Ano and Mavis did not avoid other people when talking, so their conversation was heard by the other 2. This bastard. Hearing Freeman's words, Mavis wanted to pull out the poison dagger and scratch his neck. She thought that the alliance was everyone's business, so she didn't avoid the 2 of them. I didn't expect that Freeman, as a captain, had no sense of the overall situation. Mavis frowned and said, Freeman, would it be good for us to invite President Ano to explore the Forbidden Forest together? Freeman spread his hands and looked at Charlie. Charlie coughed and interrupted, Mavis, this alliance is the result of our 3 companies' advanced discussion. We have had experience in carrying out missions together before, and we have a tacit understanding. Suddenly adding an outsider may not be a good thing for the whole team. Of course, I am not excluding President Anua. It's just that everyone lives on the edge of a knife, and we must always be responsible for the lives of our brothers. Mavis slapped her forehead with her hand, feeling a little helpless. Judging from the attitudes of these 2 people, it is impossible to let Anua join the team. If it wasn't for the advanced discussion and the fact that they didn't want to breach the contract, Mavis would have wanted to withdraw from their 3-party alliance and work with Ano alone. Compared to Mavis's anger, Ano himself had nothing to be angry about. He didn't want to unite anyway. Moreover, from the tone and attitude of Freeman and Charlie, it can be seen that they don't take Ano seriously in their hearts. Anua also understood that these people were doubting the battle records he had previously reported. However, Anua also hoped that these 2 people would look down on him. Being an old bitch is pretty good, isn't it? This time, Anuo carried in his backpack all the sacrificial materials from monsters above level 6 that he had collected from the last battle. In other words, although Anuo only has 10 summons on the surface, he actually has more than 30 level 8 reserve troops. The key point is that Freeman and others don't even know what the 10 summons on Ano's surface are. If Freeman has bad intentions towards Anuo, Anuo has enough strength to deal with it. Captain Mavis, I think what Captain Charlie said is right. You have had experience working together before. If I suddenly join in, it will affect the team. I will not participate in this cooperation. After saying that, Anua ordered the Windwolf to speed up and walk to the front. TSK, this guy is quite a coward. Freeman spat on the ground and said disdainfully, I thought he would shamelessly join us and ask for asylum with a level 6 burden. I was waiting to humiliate him, but I didn't expect that he would be scared away by me. There was an inexplicable emotion in Charlie's eyes. He always felt that things were different from what Freeman said. The main thing was the black-robed man behind Anua, who originally had a level 10 aura fluctuation. But when they got closer, it turned into level 6. Could it be that he sensed it wrongly? Ano. Mavis looked at Ano's back as he left, turned her head and glared at Freeman, calling him an idiot in her heart. For the rest of the journey, Anuo avoided the mercenaries and took Liz to move around in the area he was responsible for. The convoy of nearly 100 people was on the road and encountered no problems throughout the morning. In order to reach the destination before dark, everyone had lunch while walking. No mercenary would care about this. Even Charlie didn't want to waste time traveling at night. Although their strength would make most monsters wary, If a monster really attacked the convoy and caused unnecessary damage, it would not be a good thing for anyone, especially the bloodstained mercenaries who are in urgent need of restoring their reputation. However, at around 1 p.m., the convoy encountered a small group of flying monsters. It was a group of magical butterflies about 50 centimeters in size, with more than 20 of them. Race, magic butterfly. Level, 6. Health, 600/600. Mana, 600/600. Skills, sleeping powder, paralysis powder. The panel information of the magic butterfly is not strong, but it can fly. However, they seemed uninterested in the humans below and continued to fly forward. Just as they were about to fly over the convoy, a hunter shot an arrow at the flock of butterflies. The magic butterfly that happened to be shot in the wing fell from the sky. Then he was hacked to death by the mercenaries who rushed over. The wings of the magic butterfly can be used to make anesthetic potions. Perhaps these mercenaries want to hunt a magic butterfly to make some extra money. When Anua saw this scene, his brows frowned slightly. Killing the magic butterfly now is not a good option. Sure enough, after the magic butterfly discovered that it was attacked, it spun in the air and flew back. Hoo-hoo. Large pieces of dust-like substances fell from the wings of the magic butterfly and were blown towards the crowd under the influence of the wind. Everyone be careful, don't breathe in the dust. Mavis and Charlie's voices came from a distance. The magic butterfly's combat power is not strong. But if you accidentally inhale the dust, you will either fall asleep for a few hours or become paralyzed and unable to move. The coachmen who were driving the carriages were now hiding in the carriages in fear. The mercenaries covered their mouths and noses with clothes, silently cursing the group of people who had just acted so rudely. Anua looked up at the magic butterfly flying more than 10 meters in the air and narrowed his eyes. Although this is an open area, not much dust can be blown accurately into the convoy by the wind. But the horses pulling the carts would not hide, and no one took any protective measures for them. If these sleeping powder or paralysis powder fly onto the horses, the convoy will definitely be delayed for a lot of time. At that time, it would be a bit difficult to reach the town of Grul before dark. Croft also thought of this. He wrapped his whole body up, poked his head out of the carriage, and shouted to the outside, "Captains, think of a way to drive these monsters away." Mavis and the other two had already been organizing a team of hunters and magicians. After integrating the team, the hunter's bow and arrow and the magician's magic flew into the sky at the same time. Chapter 92. Suddenly, I wanted to kill. Whoosh. Boom. The sounds of flying arrows and magic explosions continued to ring out, and 5 magic butterflies in the air were killed in an instant. However, after being attacked, the magic butterfly not only increased its flying altitude, but also began to fly around in a disorderly manner. Even though there were 4 hunters and 6 magicians in the 3 teams, they were able to form a firepower network. But most of the attacks failed. This is the difficulty of dealing with flying monsters. If they don't swoop down, the mercenaries on the ground will be basically helpless given their level. Plop. The 2 horses, having inhaled the paralyzing powder, fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and then fell into a deep sleep. Charlie and others who saw this scene looked extremely ugly. Nearly 20 magic butterflies were constantly scattering gold powder above their heads, and the wind around them coincidentally became weaker, and large amounts of paralysis powder and sleeping powder fell from above the convoy. Freeman, look at what your people have done. Mavis turned around and glared at Freeman, cursing, "Don't your people know how difficult the magic butterfly is?" The hunter from the bloodstained mercenary group was the one who shot the first arrow at the magic butterfly. Freeman had a gloomy face at this time. He glanced at his subordinates who were shooting arrows at the sky and said through gritted teeth, "It's no use talking about this now. Either find a way to drive them away, or kill them all. It's easy for you to say, but how do you kill them? So what do you say we should do?" Croft, who was in the carriage, heard the quarrel outside and thought to himself that he was unlucky. Because of what the magic butterfly did, the convoy will definitely have to travel at night. Croft could only comfort himself in his heart. With 3 mercenary groups here, there shouldn't be any problem walking at night. When the magic butterfly spread powder over a large area, Anua rode the wind wolf away from the convoy to prevent accidental inhalation. When Anno saw that the lineup of hunters and magicians could not threaten the magical butterfly in the air, he quietly summoned the harpy. "Master, didn't you say you didn't want to be exposed? If we release the harpy now, will they guess that it was us who did it?" Liz was a little confused when she saw this scene. The master had just asked her to disguise her level as level 6. "Ah, I didn't expect these people to be so useless." Anno sighed. The only one who knew that Anno had a harpy during the last battle was Brooke. Brooke would definitely report to the Viscount, but Annuo had no idea whether the Viscount had told the Black Widow mercenaries. However, we cannot just leave the current situation alone. Although no casualties will be caused, the progress of the convoy will be affected. This escort mission was just a side mission, and Annuo didn't want to waste time. But it would not be a good thing for him to let these people know too much of his information and let it spread out. No matter how you look at it, these people seem to be more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Will it affect me if I enter the Forbidden Forest at the same time as them? Annuo looked at Freeman and others in the distance and murmured in a low voice, "Why not wait until they enter the Forbidden Forest and find a chance to kill them all? They are hostile to me anyway." After the harpy appeared, she flew into the air. After a while, they arrived around the magic butterfly. When the magic butterflies noticed the harpy flying over, they stopped spreading powder and stared at the harpy, looking as if asking, "What are you going to do?" The harpy immediately launched Breaking Scream, and several magic discs that were closer stopped flapping their wings instantly and fell from the sky. Then, the harpy waved its sharp claws and pounced on the magic butterfly. The fighting power of the magic butterflies was definitely not as good as that of the harpies, and more than a dozen of them were killed in a short while. The mercenaries below also noticed something strange. Charlie tugged at his beard and said in confusion, "Magic butterflies are rare to begin with, and now there are even rarer harpies. And they're fighting each other. It's really weird." "What a weird thing. This is a good thing." Freeman showed an excited smile on his face and said, "After the harpy helps us deal with the magic butterfly, we will find a chance to lure the harpy down and kill it. I heard that the harpy corpse that Annuo brought back last time was sold for 1 gold coin. This harpy has only a level 8 aura, and once it lands, it will definitely not be our opponent. That has to wait until it lands." Charlie glanced at Freeman and thought to himself, "No wonder the hunter took action just now. It turns out his Captain Freeman is like this." Among the three, only Mavis thought of Anno when she looked at the harpy fighting the magic butterfly. This harpy is definitely Anno's summon. Mavis looked at Anno riding a wind wolf in the distance and felt very sure in her heart. Although she knew very little about the summoner profession, she had been collecting information about Anno in the past few days. When Anno first appeared in public, he summoned 2 monsters, Slime and Goblin. But later, Anno summoned the wind wolf again. During the battle in the town of Grul, many adventurers saw Anno summoning the fire slime and the poisonous slime to fight. Mavis found out that these 2 slimes were killed in front of many people. From the last bit of information, Mavis deduced that Anno should be able to summon dead monsters and make them his own summons. Among the monsters hunted by Annuo, there was a harpy. According to the above speculation, Anno must have a summoned harpy. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? Just when everyone was being harassed by the magic butterfly, a harpy appeared and started fighting with the magic butterfly. No, I must find a way to unite with Annuo, even if it means falling out with Charlie. Mavis now feels more and more that she will be safer with Annuo in the Forbidden Forest. Compared with Anno, Freeman is a useless teammate even though he is level 10. A group of magical butterflies, which had basically no fighting power except for spreading powder, were killed without a trace in a short time under the destruction of the harpy. A few tried to escape, but were chased far away by the harpies and then torn to pieces. After killing all the magic butterflies, the harpy flew away, and was then taken back by Annuo where Charlie and others could not see. Although we have decided to get rid of these people, we have to keep it secret for as long as possible. What if they didn't guess that the harpy was related to me? What a pity. Freeman looked at the direction where the harpy left, licked his lips and said, "But these spoils belong to us." A pair of magic butterfly wings can be sold for 2 silver coins, and there are a total of 25 magic butterfly corpses on the ground. Mavis's expression changed slightly when she heard Freeman's words. Strictly speaking, these are all Annuo's spoils of war. If Freeman took these things away, it would definitely offend Annuo. But what Mavis didn't expect was that Anno, who came back from a distance riding a wind wolf, didn't even look at Freeman who was collecting the magic butterfly wings, but walked straight towards the horses that were lying on the ground and sleeping. Mavis, who was about to stop Freeman, was stunned. Is Anno not interested in the spoils, or does Anno not want to expose the harpy? After thinking for a while, Mavis felt that the latter might be more likely. Since she has decided to be on good terms with Annuo, Mavis will naturally not expose the latter when Annuo wants to hide something. Ignoring Freeman and Charlie, Mavis called Croft off the carriage and then caught up with Anno. Liz tapped Annuo's back and asked quietly, "Master, why don't you take the spoils?" Annuo chuckled and said, "The wings are quite big. Let them help hold them first." Liz's eyes under her cloak flashed red, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing 2 magic teeth. Chapter 93 Perfecting the Adventurers Guild. 3 horses in the entire convoy inhaled the sleeping powder and fell asleep. No matter how hard the mercenaries kicked and hit the 3 horses, they couldn't wake them up. In order to continue their journey normally, the mercenaries had to give up their horses to pull the carts. As for the person who gave the horse, it was naturally Freeman's man. After giving up their horses, they squeezed into the small carriage along with the cargo. The convoy continued on its journey, and not long after they encountered another swift leopard. The swift leopard did not attack the convoy. It watched the convoy from a distance for a while and then left. Not only that, they also encountered groups of scavengers later. Scavengers are a common ground-dwelling social monster in the wild. They look like large dogs, are very aggressive, and particularly like to eat the rotten corpses of other creatures. Because they eat rotten bodies all year round, their teeth contain a lot of toxins. If a bite is not treated promptly, it is likely to cause the wound to fester and the body to be poisoned and die. However, the scavenger is only level 5. With the strength of the 3 major mercenary groups, they are not afraid at all. More than 40 scavengers attacked the convoy, but they were mostly killed in just 10 minutes. Seeing that the situation was not good, the few remaining scavengers fled in all directions. What bad luck. There was no valuable part on the scavenger beast's body, and Freeman, who was attacked, couldn't help but curse. Because killing level 5 monsters no longer gains experience, Annuo did not show much enthusiasm in the battle. He just stayed by Croft's side, and only when he encountered a scavenger beast that rushed over without any eyes would Annuo draw out his sword and kill it. Croft was a little nervous at first, but when he saw that no scavenger beast could break through Annuo's defense, he gradually grew bolder and even discussed with the coachman next to him who was stronger. Although there were some minor incidents along the way, no accidents happened in the end. When it was about to get dark, the convoy finally arrived at the small town of Grul. After several days of renovation, the town's north gate has been rebuilt. As soon as you walk in, you can see the broken walls and ruins inside, a desolate scene, as if you can still see the battle that took place a few nights ago. Mayor Rhea, who was guarding the town gate, had been looking forward to it. When the convoy entered the town, he hurried forward to greet Anno and Croft. Lord Croft, I have been waiting since I heard that you were coming, and you were finally here. Lord Anno, you are here too. Thank you for bringing the adventurers to save us last time. After greeting Croft, Leah walked up to Anno with an excited look on her face. The town was able to escape disaster last time thanks to the help of Annuo and the adventurers. Charlie and Freeman, who were left aside, felt a little embarrassed. Especially the latter. The bloodstained mercenaries clearly participated in the battle last time, but because Sharp took the lead in retreating, others followed suit, causing Sharp to be nailed to the pillar of shame and the reputation of the bloodstained mercenaries to plummet. When Freeman saw the mayor thanking Annuo, he felt furious. After Anno exchanged a few pleasantries with Mayor Rhea, he asked Croft to sign the commission form to prove that the mission was completed. Because when encountering scavengers, Annuo basically protected Croft closely, so he gave an excellent evaluation of this mission. Annuo put away the commission form, said goodbye to everyone, and went to find Old John, the blacksmith in the town. Old John's shop was not affected in the last battle. And because he provided weapons last time, he was also rewarded by the Viscount. Anno took off his helmet, walked into the blacksmith shop, and saw Old John leaning behind the counter sorting things. Uncle John, let's go to the Guangyue Tavern for a drink together? Old John paused when he heard the familiar voice, then dropped the things on his hands, turned around and walked out of the counter, saying in a muffled voice, "It's your treat." That's a must. The two of them walked out of the blacksmith shop together and led Liz, who was waiting at the door, to the Guangyue Tavern. Although the Kazuki Tavern was not destroyed, its business was very bad. When Anno walked in with Old John, Lin and his wife were sitting at the counter with sad faces. "Welcome, Light." Lord Anno. When he saw the guests coming, Lun smiled. When he saw it was Inua, his expression turned into surprise. "Master Inua, why are you here? Please take a seat. Have you eaten yet? I will go and make you some dishes." Inua waved his hand and said, "Uncle Lewin, you don't have to be so polite. We just come here for a simple meal. Look at what you said. When the monsters attacked a few days ago, if you and the others hadn't fought hard to resist, we would have become their food." Lewin said as he took out a bottle of sake from behind the counter and placed it on the table in front of Anno. Inua glanced at Liz behind him and said to Lewin, "Uncle Lewin, please find me a room first. My companion needs to rest first. I will cook a separate meal for her later." "Oh." Lun bowed to Liz, who was wrapped in a black robe, and said, "So you were Lord Anno's companion." "Hello." "Hello." Liz's voice came from the cloak. When Lewin and Old John heard a woman's voice, their eyes wandered between Anno and Liz for a while, and a smile of, "I see," appeared on their faces. "Mary, take Lord Anno's companion to the room quickly," Lun shouted to his wife. Then he went to the back of the kitchen and started working. Soon, several dishes were served on the table. The three of them talked while eating. Old John and Lin mainly talked about the impact of the monster attack on the town. For example, someone in some town broke his leg while fleeing that night. The crops outside were mostly destroyed by the slimes, and the town is likely to have no harvest this year. Many merchants have already packed up their belongings and are preparing to move to other towns or villages, or directly settle in Vakum. In short, the monster's attack not only brought loss of life and property, but also made the people in the town feel very insecure, fearing that the monster would come again next time. After listening to them, Inua told them the purpose of his visit. With the development of the Adventurers Guild, the demand for weapons and equipment naturally increased. Now adventurers go to the blacksmith shop to change their equipment. Now Anno wants to hire old John to go to Vaucom to build equipment for the guild. The crafted equipment can be sold directly within the guild, and the price can be slightly cheaper. This is not only beneficial to the adventurers, but also brings old John a lot more orders. As for Lun, Inua wanted to give him the Adventurers Guild's catering package. In this way, the Adventurers Guild is not only a place to accept quests, but also a place for everyone to eat, entertain, share information, and even purchase equipment. It not only facilitates adventurers, but also increases the income of the guild. And the next step is that Annual plans to launch the Adventurer Team mode. Allowing adventurers to get to know each other while eating in the guild will help form a team. Since we are opening an Adventurers Guild, we will naturally use the full set. Chapter 94 Missed. Old John and Lynn were both tempted by Anne's suggestion. Annuo's proposal perfectly solved their worries after moving to Vaucom. As long as there is business to do, you can slowly gain a foothold, and it is not impossible to settle down in Vaucom. However, this matter cannot be decided immediately, so the two decided to discuss it with their families. Inua was not in a hurry for them to reply. Anyway, even if they agreed, he would have to wait until he briefly explored the Forbidden Forest and returned to the town of Grul before he could take them back. After having a good meal and a drink, Annual returned to the room arranged by Lewin and brought a meal for Liz. Liz's stomach had been growling with hunger for a long time. When she saw Inua coming back with food, she immediately pounced on him. "Ah, Master, do you want to starve Liz to death? If I starve Liz to death, then there will be no one to warm your bed." Inua patted Liz on the back and chuckled, "Then eat slowly. If you choke by accident, there will be no one to warm my bed. If you choke, I won't warm your bed." Humph. Liz swallowed the food in her mouth and turned her back angrily. "That's perfect. You sleep on the floor tonight." Inua stood up nonchalantly and walked towards the bathroom. Liz glanced at Annuo out of the corner of her eye and found that he had actually walked away. She stomped her feet in anger. The wooden floor made a thumping sound as Liz stomped on it. Mr. and Mrs. Lund downstairs looked up at the same time, with smiles on their faces. It's good to be young, but Lord Inua is too impatient. Didn't you just serve the food? At least let them finish their meal. Squeak. The door of the tavern was pushed open and a group of mercenaries walked in. "Welcome to Guangyue Tavern." Lund saw that the leader was a familiar and charming woman and hurried over to ask, "Are you planning to eat or stay overnight?" This was not the first time Mavis came to the Guangyue Tavern. The last time she came, she stayed here. However, this time she refused the accommodation arranged by the mayor and still chose here, not because of how good the service here was, but because Inua also lived here. "Serve some good dishes and arrange some rooms." Mavis listened to the banging sound coming from upstairs and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. This time she went to the Forbidden Forest with Ding Annual. The next day, it was just dawn. Inua woke up feeling uncomfortable. Then he saw Liz, curled up on his chest, still sleeping soundly. "Wake up." Inua pinched Liz's face to wake her up. Liz was still a little confused when she woke up. She yawned, rubbed her eyes with her right hand, and sat down on the bed. The loose pajamas provided by the tavern slipped from her left shoulder, revealing the purple magic patterns on her body and half a ball of snow white. It's not even bright yet. Liz feels so sleepy. "Master, let's sleep a little longer." Inua looked at Liz unhappily, pointed at the floor next to the bed and said, "Liz, didn't I spread the quilt on the floor for you yesterday? Why did you come to my bed again? The floor is cold." "Nonsense. There are 2 layers of bedding. It's scary to sleep alone. You are a succubus, yet you are afraid of sleeping alone?" Wow, the master doesn't love Liz anymore. In the past, the master would always let Liz warm the bed before going to bed. Isn't that the role you assigned to yourself? When did I ever say that? Inua stroked his forehead and said helplessly, "Hey, Liz, do you know that every time you sleep, you will squeeze into my arms?" "Really?" Liz had a puzzled expression on her face, and then she said with joy, "It must be because I love my master too much." "But do you know?" Inua grabbed the devil horns on Liz's head with both hands and said through gritted teeth, "You have horns on your head. It hurts so much when you hit me." Although Liz's magic horns were bent backwards, they still hit Anno when she curled up in Anno's arms. No wonder Inua felt like he was possessed by a ghost and couldn't breathe when he went to sleep in the second half of the night. Liz, who was being shaken by Anno's horns, made a whimpering sound. Tisk. After Inua bullied Liz, he actually felt extremely comfortable. Ignoring Liz, who was holding her mouth shut, Anno began to dress. Judging from the weather at this time of year, it should be less than 6 o'clock now. When going downstairs, Anno saw that Lewin had also gotten up. So many people checked in yesterday, and Lewin was worried that these mercenaries would have needs, so he got up very early. After buying a few pieces of bread from Lun for breakfast, Anno, dressed neatly, carried a backpack full of summoning materials, and left the town with the aggrieved Liz. The guards on night duty at the town gate were two people whom Anno did not know. On the second day after the monster attack, Viscount Renault learned the news and sent a team of 30 guards to the town of Grul. On the one hand, it was to strengthen the guard, and on the other hand, it was to calm people's hearts. Standing outside the forbidden forest, Annual looked at the deep forest and thought of a question. What is the purpose of the person who summoned us to this world? What summons? Liz asked confusedly as she poked her head out from the side. It's okay. Go in first. As Anua thought about it, several summon creatures appeared in front of him. Anno's current 10 summons are a level 6 wind wolf that serves as a mount, a level 5 wind wolf for Liz, a level 8 harpy and goblin priest, 2 level 7 special slimes fire and poison, a level 8 goblin warrior, a level 8 kobold warrior, a level 8 goblin archer, and a level 8 ratman assassin. The reason why goblins and ogres are both level 8 is because Annuo canceled the previous low-level summons and summoned them again. Harpy and goblin priest are special among monsters and are not suitable for exploration. It's not good for special slimes to appear in the forbidden forest. All that was left were the kobolds and goblins. The goblin warriors are in front, and the kobold warriors are behind. The rat assassin wandered around and observed. The goblin archer followed Anno and Liz. If in danger, Anno will immediately summon the goblin priest and other summons. With this lineup, does Anno still need to join forces with Mavis, Freeman, and others? Judging from the performance of the bloodstained mercenaries along the way, they would be lucky not to cause any trouble in the forbidden forest. They cannot be expected to help at all. After checking his equipment, Annuo walked into the forbidden forest with a group of summons. About 10 minutes after Annuo entered, a figure ran all the way out of the forbidden forest. After finding no trace of Anua, Mavis sighed. We're still late. She had wanted to say hello to Anua yesterday, but she didn't want to interfere with Anua's good deeds, so she could only postpone talking to Anua about the alliance until this morning. Who would have thought that when she woke up this morning, she found that Anua was gone? After asking the tavern owner, I found out that Anno had left. The two have missed each other. Damn it, Anua, why did he get up so early? Chapter 95 Return to the Ruined Church. After a short scream, the short goblin fell heavily to the grass. The summoned goblin pulled out the dagger from the corpse, then skillfully took out a small bag from the corpse and handed it to Anno who had followed. Anua opened the bag and took a look, only to find that it was full of junk and there was nothing valuable. The goblins in the outer area are not only of low level, but also have nothing to gain. Anua smacked his lips and threw the small bag away. The goblin that was killed was only level 4, and Annuo got nothing except a white-level goblin soul. However, the number of goblins seems to be increasing. Could it be because of the follow-up caused by Liz? Anno's current route is towards the abandoned church. Just a few minutes into the forest, we encountered 3 goblins. Anno was not sure whether these goblins were the troops sent by the Goblin King to find Liz. The abandoned church was originally located on the edge of the forbidden forest. Under the cover of the summoned creatures, Annuo walked for a few more minutes and saw the familiar church again. However, compared to before, this place has now become a goblin stronghold. Groups of monsters sat around the church. There are about 50 monsters outside. Except for a few goblins on guard, the others were chatting and laughing from time to time. There were a few trolls dozing off against the short wall. The levels are all around level 5, with only a few level 6 monsters. There must be monsters in the ruins, but Annuo's vision is blocked. The last time Annuo rescued Meng Xin and others, the highest level goblin here was the short axe goblin. Now not only the quantity has increased, but the quality has also increased. Master, although there seem to be a lot of them, they're all low-level scum. Let's go. Liz had no mercy on these demons, and instead encouraged Anno to start a fight. With the strength of Annuo's summons, if everyone moves together, these 50 monsters will soon become dead. Don't worry, there might be a big guy in there. I'll ask my summon to investigate. Anno stared in the direction of the church and asked the goblin warrior to leave. When the level 8 goblin warrior walked out of the trees where he was hiding and approached the church, he was immediately noticed by the goblin archers who were on guard on the broken wall. Then, he was seen by the monsters nearby. Although they did not know this goblin, the high-level aura emanating from the goblin warrior made them dare not ask. The summoned goblin warrior swaggered into the ruined church. With the help of shared vision, Annuo immediately locked his sights on the center of the church, on a goblin sitting on a stone facing the gate. This goblin is very different from the other goblins in the church. Not only is his skin grayish-green, but he is also quite tall. Although it was sitting on a rock, according to Annuo's estimation, it would be at least 1.7 meters tall when standing up. It was wearing armor and a helmet, and at its side was a sickle-shaped weapon that was shining with a cold light. At this time, its left foot was on the stone, its left elbow was against its thigh, and its palm was supporting its chin. In his right hand he holds a chess piece, and in front of him is a chessboard. Judging from its expression, it seems to be thinking about how to make its move. Oh my god, this goblin can actually play chess? When Anua saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out of his head in shock. He had only heard of this thing before he traveled through time, but had never played it. And the goblin in front of me was actually playing chess. Race, goblin. Level, 10. Occupation, warrior. Health, 3000/3000. Mana, 1000/1000. Skills, tenacity, chopping, flying sickle, chain strangulation. At this time, the goblin with extremely high health also raised his head and looked at the summoned goblin warrior at the door with a frown. In the church, besides it, there are more than a dozen monsters ranging from level 6 to 9. Why haven't I seen you before? Where are you from? The leading level 10 goblin dropped the chess piece in his hand and asked with a puzzled look on his face. The other monsters around now turned their attention to the summoned goblin warrior. All the monsters had the same thought in their minds. This guy looks unfamiliar. Where did he come from? Although there was confusion in their expressions, there was no hostility. After all, they would not have thought that the goblins in front of them were from the enemy camp. Anno couldn't understand the demon language, but his summoned creatures could understand it, and the language was then fed back to Anno's consciousness. So Anno could be considered to have his own translator. Inua's mind raced, and he immediately summoned the goblin warrior and said, "We found the target." Found it? Where? The scythe goblin showed joy on his face. He picked up the sickle beside him and stood up. Only then did Annuo see that there was a piece of chain at the end of the sickle handle. There has been no news for so many days, and the human village is fine. I thought Lady Liz had already. Take me to find Lady Liz. The scythe goblin was a little excited. It had originally planned that if it couldn't find Liz, it would attack the town to look for any trace of her. Over the years, the Goblin King generally did not allow high-level goblins to go out and harm villages and towns for fear of attracting the attention of the Kingdom of Nigger. But this time, Lady Liz came out from the Ai Mountains. And she is also the sister of the rumored soul-eating Succubus. Seeing that she wanted to borrow troops to attack the human village, the Goblin King thought it was a sign from the Ai Mountains. Unable to refuse, it sent its right-hand man, the Goblin Priest, over there, while it itself stayed in the nest. Originally, the Goblin King was a little worried that the Kingdom of Nigger would send out experts. Unexpectedly, Liz not only captured several villages, but also took over an iron mine. After these iron ores were made into equipment, the strength of the Goblin King's subordinates was greatly enhanced. Although these equipment were first equipped to the soldiers borrowed by Liz, those soldiers were also the Goblin King's subordinates. But 2 days ago, Liz and all her troops suddenly disappeared. This made the Goblin King very anxious, as he thought that the kingdom had sent experts. In the battle 10 years ago, the evil General Truman was killed. High-level monsters fell one after another. The Goblin King, who was just a little goblin at the time, was frightened by the Sword Master. Therefore, although it was worried that something had happened to Liz, it did not dare to go out and look for her by itself, so it let the Scythe Goblin take charge of this matter. The Scythe Goblin had just received the order, but couldn't find any trace of Liz. It is now hesitating whether to attack the human town outside to see if it can get any intelligence. Now, after hearing the news about Liz, the Scythe Goblin no longer cared about the identity of the summoning goblin and quickly let the latter lead the way. Anno breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the Scythe Goblin's answer. It looks like he got away with it. And these monsters are indeed here to look for Liz. Lady Liz said she had something urgent to discuss with you, so she asked you to hurry over first. You want to discuss something with me? The Scythe Goblin frowned and stared at the summoning goblin and said, "Lead the way." Chapter 96. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. The monsters outside saw the Scythe Goblin and the other goblin leave, looked at each other, and then resumed what they were doing before. Chat when you need to chat, and sleep when you need to sleep. In this world, attacking human towns can keep you eating and drinking for a long time. But if you accidentally encounter a tough problem, you will suffer heavy losses. They are now likely to go to war with the human town outside, so they are enjoying the time before the war. Just not long after the Scythe Goblin left, the alert goblin suddenly discovered a goblin priest walking towards him. There is also a kobold and a goblin archer beside the goblin priest. It quickly shouted to the monster below. All the monsters nearby, including those inside the church, came out. There is only one goblin priest in the entire forest, and he is the right-hand man of the Goblin King. Therefore, although some high-level monsters sensed that the aura of the goblin priest was weaker than before, they did not dare to ask anything. As soon as the goblin priest arrived, he took away the dozen monsters above level 6, leaving only a group of low-level monsters behind. Those taken away by the goblin priest included 1 level 9, 2 level 8s, 4 level 7s, and 9 level SIXS. In confusion, they were taken by the goblin priest to a place far away from the ruined church. The kobold warrior and goblin archer following the goblin priest quietly walked behind the level 9 goblin. Suddenly, they attacked at the same time. The dagger and short knife pierced through the chest of the defenseless level 9 goblin, killing him instantly. The monsters following behind were stunned by this scene, but he quickly retreated to create some distance. One goblin was still shouting at the goblin priest to be careful. However, what greeted them was a fireball thrown by the goblin priest, who turned around. At the same time, 2 special slimes and a windwolf suddenly appeared nearby. Anno also walked out from the darkness and summoned the remaining creatures to surround the monsters that were attracted. The attacks of the goblin priests have made these monsters feel that this world is a little crazy. But a human and other monsters appeared together and attacked them together, making them feel that this world was too magical. Extremely untrue. As the strongest among them had been killed immediately, the remaining monsters, seeing the goblin priests and harpies, lost their will to fight and wanted to escape. The harpy flew directly above the monster and called out. While most of the monsters were confused by the spell-breaking scream, the goblin priest threw the condensed, explosive fireball into the middle of the monsters. Boom. The captured monsters died in the flames and explosions. The 5 monsters that were not controlled by Break Scream were also found by other summoned creatures. Anno also faced the only lucky level 6 goblin on the field. Advanced Perception open. Swish. Anno, who is already level 8, has greatly improved his physical fitness, and the speed of swinging the sword is no longer something that a level 6 goblin can keep up with. After just one encounter, the goblin's throat was cut by Annuo, and he fell down and twitched, holding his throat. Instant kill. Annuo retracted his sword and sighed. I am invincible. As for the remaining 4 monsters, let the summoned creatures deal with them first. Among the monsters that are still alive, 2 are level 8 and 2 are level 7, so they are actually quite powerful. Not only did they evade the control of the harpy and the magic of the goblin priest, they also fought back and forth with the summoned creatures that intercepted them. However, with the bonus of Liz's commander, Anno's summons were improved by 10% in all aspects. In addition, Anno kept harassing him with high-pressure acid blast, and Liz kept whipping him with a whip. In less than a minute, they fell down with unwilling expressions on their faces. The 2 special slimes didn't even come into play. Get Goblin Soul, green, x10. Get Kobold Soul, green, x6. Including the green-level Goblin Souls he already had, Annuo was only 7 green-level Goblin Souls away from learning the Goblin Priest's Explosive Fireball. The fireball that the Goblin Priest usually uses to attack has average power and flying speed. Great Fireball is more powerful than Fireball, but it is only fire element magic. Exploding Fireball not only causes burning flames, but also explosion damage. Even among first-level magic, its power is quite good. Picking up the backpack on the ground and stuffing the summoning materials collected from the corpses into it, Annuo summoned the goblin warrior who led the sickle goblin away. On the other side, the scythe goblin was running behind the summoning goblin, constantly asking how far it was. Summon the goblin warrior to bring the scythe goblin to a place, then stop and walk to the scythe goblin. Are we there yet? The scythe goblin looked around, but didn't see Liz, so he asked, Where is Lady Liz? The summoning goblin suddenly pointed in the direction behind the scythe goblin and said, Over there. While the scythe goblin was turning around, the summoning goblin quickly drew out his dagger and stabbed the scythe goblin in the back. Crash. When? In front of him was the sound of chains colliding, and behind him was the sound of sickles blocking daggers. The scythe goblin said angrily, Do you really have a problem? When the goblin was summoned to go see Liz alone, it became suspicious of the former's identity. It's just that it didn't think of it as an enemy. But the scythe goblin was always paying attention to the summoning goblin. Therefore, the sneak attack of summoned goblins will fail. Sure enough, this goblin is very vigilant. It was only after the assassination failed that Anno took the goblin warrior back to the summoning space. When Annuo saw the scythe goblin playing chess, he knew that this guy would be difficult to deal with. Considering its array of skills and 3,000 HP, Annuo decided to try to lure this special goblin away first. The latter was probably very confident in his own strength, so he really left with the summoned goblin. Hurry back and get rid of those low-level goblins. Annuo took back the summoned creature and rode the wind wolf with Liz to the ruined church. The remaining low-level monsters all saw the goblin priest appear. If it's not dealt with, the scythe goblins will get the news. Given its intelligence, Annuo was really afraid of what conclusions it would draw. As for the process of killing these low-level monsters, it is relatively simple. Just let Liz come forward and order them to huddle together. Then let the harpy and goblin priest cooperate again. Spell-breaking scream and exploding fireball, one set of procedures to take it away directly. Those who were less seriously injured at the edge of the explosion were also killed by Anno and other summons. When the scythe goblin ran back, he saw only charred corpses on the ground. Chapter 97 Discovery in the Church. The scythe goblin looked around vigilantly, and when he found no enemies, he retreated into the depths of the forbidden forest. Annuo sent a goblin to chase the scythe goblin in the direction of its retreat for a while. After finding that it had indeed left, he walked out from his hiding place. "Master, why don't we leave here?" Liz tilted her head and looked at Anno, asking in confusion. "Since you don't plan to fight the scythe goblins now, why don't you leave here after killing those low-level monsters? Search here for a while." Anno looked at the ruined church and moved closer. Almost a month has passed, and the dilapidated church has not changed except that it is dirtier and more messy. The tall statue in the church that had lost its head now had even one of its arms broken off. It is probably the work of a monster. Annuo searched the church carefully several times, but found nothing unusual. Logically speaking, there must be a special place here that can teleport so many people here. It's strange. Although this is a different world, we can come here. There must be a teleportation array or a magic array. Otherwise, there is no way to explain it. Anno stood in front of the broken statue, frowning and looking up. When he was choosing his profession, he worshipped the statues of the 6 professional gods. Although the statue in front of him was incomplete, Annuo was sure that it was not any of the 6 statues. Perhaps, this is the god of summoning. Anno recalled that when he sacrificed his first green-level soul, he received a gift from the god of summoning. After pondering for a moment, Annuo bowed to the dilapidated statue. It's a pity that Annuo didn't know the name of the god of summoning, otherwise he would have called out in his heart right now. No movement. Anno prayed for a few minutes, and when he found that nothing happened, he sighed. Perhaps this statue has nothing to do with the god of summoning at all. Or perhaps this statue is the god of summoning, but the god of summoning is still very weak and unable to respond to Anno. It seems that only when I sacrifice higher-level souls, the god of summoning will regain more divinity, and then it will be fed back to me. Ever since Anno learned about the existence of the god of summoning, he has been thinking about communicating with him. Coming here is just an attempt. It's okay even if you fail. Calling Liz, who was waiting on the side and feeling a little bored, Annuo prepared to leave here and go deeper. Just as he stepped out of the church, Annuo suddenly stopped and looked back at the broken stone pillar next to him. If you look closely, you will find that the stone pillars are engraved with complicated runes. Anno squinted his eyes and looked for a while, then summoned the harpy and let the ladder carry him up. As the body continues to rise, the field of vision continues to expand. Soon, Anno had a clear view of the entire church and its surroundings. When Annuo saw the 6 stone pillars inside and outside the church, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. It is indeed so. The 6 stone pillars inside are actually an equal hexagon. Each side is connected to the 6 stone pillars outside, forming a hexagram array. When Annuo made a contract with Liz, he also drew a hexagram array. This is certainly not a coincidence. After landing, Anno asked Liz to check the runes on the pillar. Unfortunately, Liz couldn't understand it either. At this moment, Annuo felt as if he was about to touch something, but he was just missing one last clue. This made him a little irritated, and he kept walking back and forth in the church. Suddenly, Anno stopped and kicked the hanging pot in the middle of the church away. It was just the pot that the monsters used to boil water and make soup. Then the harpy flapped its wings continuously, blowing away the bonfire and ashes below, revealing the dark floor. Huh! Annuo blew away the remaining dust and found a regular hexagonal pit underneath. The pit is only the size of a palm and only about 5 centimeters deep. It is located right in the center of the entire church. It is obvious that there must have been something inlaid here before. Only now, this thing is lost. I don't know what's going on here. The clues ended here, but hope ignited in Annuo's heart. Perhaps if we continue investigating, we can find out why they came here. Furthermore, they may even find a way to return to their original world. Just as Annuo was recording this discovery in his notebook, the goblin archer on guard outside suddenly issued a warning. Anno quickly covered the pit with the rubble nearby, then climbed out of the church and ran into the forest. Soon, a group of human professionals appeared in the open space near the ruined church. When they saw the charred corpses in front of the church ruins, everyone looked a little unnatural. Charlie said to the red-haired man beside him, "There are also corpses here, and there are a lot of them. It seems that we are a step too late again." Red-haired Freeman squatted on the ground, patted the goblin's body with his hands, turned around, and said, "It's still warm. This battle just happened not long ago, and Newell must not have gone far." The people who came were Charlie, Freeman, and their men. A mercenary shrouded in a black robe behind Freeman said, then chase them quickly. Wait a moment. Charlie frowned and stopped everyone. He pointed at the scorch marks on the ground and said, this is definitely caused by magic, and it's quite powerful magic. According to the information previously obtained, Anno can not only use summons to fight, but also use magic, and his melee ability is also quite good. If this magic was cast by Anno, I would have to consider our cooperation. Charlie, are you scared? The mercenary, who was covered in a black robe, snorted coldly and said, the rapid rise of the Adventurers Guild not only affects the Bloodstained Mercenary Group, but also your #1 ranked Fonglang Mercenary Group. Killing a Nuwa is for the common good of all. No, I'm not trying to back out. If I have the chance, I will certainly kill a Nuwa without hesitation. But, don't you think we know too little about a Nuwa? If the magic in front of us is caused by Anno, we must reformulate our plan against Anno to prevent unnecessary losses. Sharp, do you think I am right? Humph, maybe this was caused by the black-robed man next to a Nuwa? Sharp lifted up his hood, revealing a sinister expression. However, as long as a Nuwa can be killed, you can make any plan. Sharp Carr, who was wanted by the Viscount, unexpectedly appeared in the Forbidden Forest with Freeman. He also reached a consensus with Charlie and prepared to take action against Anno. When Anno saw all this through the goblin warriors hiding in the ruins, he was also shocked. He didn't know how Sharp got here. Chapter 98, There is an ambush. Anno had sensed Freeman's malice before, so he also had the intention to kill the latter. But I didn't expect that Sharp would come over as well. But if you think about it, all this makes sense. Sharp is one of the 2 captains of the Bloodstained Mercenary Group, and Freeman can only be considered as Sharp's subordinate. When Sharp was wanted, the top leaders of the Bloodstained Mercenary Group would not actually turn Sharp over. Instead, they would facilitate Sharp's hiding. In fact, when Freeman learned yesterday that Anno was also involved in the escort mission, he sent his confidant back to inform the other captain. The captain naturally knew that Freeman was passing the message on to Sharp. When Sharp heard the news, he came out of his hiding place without saying a word and rushed towards the town of Grul. However, due to the mission of the Adventurers Guild and the Viscount's wanted order, the professionals in Vaucom City were looking for Sharp intentionally or unintentionally. The guards were also very strict, so it took Sharp a lot of time to leave the city. When he came out, it was already afternoon. Freeman, who didn't know this, had not waited for Sharp for a long time, so he thought of delaying a little on the road. The appearance of the magic butterfly happened to give Freeman an opportunity. Have your subordinates actively disturb the passing magic butterflies, and then let the latter attack the convoy. According to Freeman's idea, under the attack of the magic butterflies, sleeping powder, and paralysis powder, the convoy will definitely have to stop here for a while. As long as Sharp arrives, Freeman will find an opportunity to attack Anno together with Sharp. However, the appearance of the harpy disrupted Freeman's plan. This resulted in that when Sharp caught up with the convoy was almost reaching the town of Grul, and he could not find any chance at all. If I had known this would happen, I would have pretended to join forces with Anno, and then killed him in the Forbidden Forest. Freeman felt a little regretful at this time. He did not expect Sharp to stay in the city for so long before coming out. Charlie stroked his beard and said with a smile, I didn't expect that the Rage Knight would appear in the town of Grul. If I report your information, you can get a lot of rewards. Sharp looked at Charlie and said with a fake smile, Charlie, don't forget that you still owe me a favor. Charlie spread his hands and said, I was just joking, otherwise I wouldn't have left Mavis's people and come with you. By the way, Annuo's Wind Wolf runs very fast. The person who was monitoring him discovered him as soon as he went out and came back to tell us immediately. We immediately set out to catch up with him after we got the news, but he still ran into the forest. No matter what, he must die. Sharp is hiding from place to place now, all thanks to Annuo. Report, we found a trace that may have been left by the target. An assassin mercenary ran up to Sharp and the other 2, half knelt on the ground, and reported his findings. Very good, Chase. Sharp's face lit up with joy, and he let the assassin lead the way, with everyone following closely behind. Because the assassin was searching for traces everywhere, Annuo recalled the eavesdropping goblin. Anno himself hid on the branch of a big tree, observing the movements of Sharp and others from afar. Looking at the mercenaries rushing into the forest, Annuo wanted to laugh. Because the direction they were chasing was exactly the direction the scythe goblin left. I always feel like something wonderful is going to happen. Let's go and see. Anno had been planning to leave, but now he didn't dare to jump out and fight with Sharp and the others. After all, there are 3 level 10 strong men. The others are also above level 7. Can't beat. At this time, Annuo was eager for the mercenaries and the sickle goblins to create sparks. Whoosh. Anno and Liz jumped down from the tree and followed them. Only about 10 minutes after Annuo left, Mavis came here again with the Black Widow mercenaries. Have they fought the monsters yet? Mavis looked at the charred corpses on the ground, not sure whether it was Anno or Charlie and the others who were fighting the monsters. After hesitating for a while, Mavis led her men to chase after them. In any case, with someone leading the way in front and them following behind, their safety was greatly improved. The scythe goblin ran all the way into the depths of the forbidden forest and stopped only when he came across a medium-sized gathering point. In this gathering point, there lives a goblin tribe with hundreds of goblins. Of its subordinates that were killed by Annuo before, except for the level 9 confidant who was brought out from the deepest part, all other monsters were brought out from this stronghold. The scythe goblin arrived at the gathering point and immediately summoned all the goblins. There are only about 20 level 6 to 9 goblins left because one of them was transferred away before. No, the enemy behind that goblin can easily wipe out the subordinates I brought with me. I may not be able to defeat them with just these guys. The scythe goblin looked at the monster in front of him with a heavy expression. Sir, all the goblins are here. What do you need us to do? The leader of this gathering point is a level 9 goblin. It rubbed its hands and walked up to the scythe goblin, but was stopped by the latter with his weapon. The scythe goblin said seriously, "Don't get close to me, especially don't get within the attack range of my weapon, otherwise I will chop off your head." The goblin leader thought he had done something wrong and immediately knelt on the ground begging for mercy. "Please spare my life, sir. I won't dare to do it again." Little did it know that the scythe goblin was just worried that more enemies would sneak in and take the opportunity to assassinate it. "No, these goblins cannot be trusted. I have to find my own tribe and tell the king about this." The scythe goblin thought so in his mind, and then ordered the group of goblins to set traps, preparing to face the unknown enemies that might chase after them. Hearing that an enemy might attack, the goblins at the gathering point immediately took action. Some dug holes, some buried noose, some hid under leaves, some took refuge in tree holes. The goblin leader even took out the poison he had seized earlier and smeared it on the arrowhead. This poison was found on the human professional who broke in here before. At that time, a goblin thought it was a drink, so he took a sip and fell to the ground and died soon after. The goblin leader thought it was a good thing and kept it as a collection. Sharp and his group followed the traces left by the scythe goblin. But as they chased, they found something was wrong. At their speed, they should have caught up with Anno, who was exploring ahead. But after chasing for nearly half an hour, apart from encountering a few monsters here and there was no sight of even the shadow of Anno. Charlie frowned and said, "That's strange. This guy seems to be running in very fast. He doesn't seem to be worried about encountering enemies at all." "Yes," Freeman agreed. "Isn't it usually a matter of taking one step at a time and going deeper little by little? How come we haven't seen Nua yet? Could it be that we are chasing the wrong person?" As soon as these words were spoken, a layer of sweat immediately appeared on the forehead of the assassin mercenary leading the way. Now that he had come all the way here, how could he dare to tell the captains that he was chasing the wrong person? At this moment, he saw a goblin lying next to a big tree not far ahead. From his perspective, the goblin had a knife stuck in its body and its head was lowered, and it looked like it was dead. "You're not chasing the wrong person. You're not chasing the wrong person." The assassin pointed at the goblin lying on the ground in front of him and said excitedly, "There is a corpse. And Nua must have fought with the monster." At this time, everyone else also saw the goblin nailed to the tree, and a hint of joy flashed in their eyes. "Go check out the situation." "Yes." Several people ran to the front, looking for signs of fighting. The assassin mercenary licked his lips and ran to the corpse with a smile on his face. He thought he had chased the wrong person before, but now it seems that everything is right. Soon, his smile froze. Just as he came nearby, a blowgun emerged from a pile of fallen leaves, and a poisoned arrow shot into the assassin mercenary's back. The poison instantly invaded the assassin mercenary's body. At this time, he discovered another thing. The knife did not pierce the goblin, but stabbed into its armpit. Due to a visual error, he felt as if the goblin was nailed to a tree. But he discovered it too late. Finally, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "There's an ambush!" Chapter 99. It must be in Nua. Phew. The goblin who was leaning against the tree pretending to be dead stood up, pulled out the knife stuck in the tree trunk, and stabbed the assassin mercenary who was already poisoned and foaming at the mouth and the abdomen, directly piercing him. At the same time, when the assassin mercenary was ambushed, several other mercenaries who came forward to check were also ambushed by goblins hiding in the dark. They were lucky enough not to be attacked by weapons coated with poison and only suffered minor injuries. However, a large number of goblins emerged from everywhere and attacked the mercenaries. There were also many goblin archers hiding in the trees, constantly shooting arrows downwards. Don't panic, prepare to fight. Melee fighters stand in front, and ranged hunters and magicians stand back. Knight raises shield. After all, Sharp and his men were experienced mercenaries. After the initial panic, they immediately formed a battle array to meet the enemy. Boom boom. When the goblins' arrows shot down, the knights in the team raised their shields to block. Some strong warriors also swung their swords to knock away the arrows. Then, the mercenaries counterattacked. Arrows shot by hunters flew over the heads of the melee mercenaries in front and hit the goblins rushing over. There are also a few magic blooming among the goblins. Each first-level magic can make a group of goblins lose their combat effectiveness. However, in a dense forest, long-range attacks are not very effective. It takes a while for hunters and magicians to find the right time to strike. Therefore, the main battle is still to be fought close to each other. The mercenaries drew their weapons and began to fight the incoming goblins. The moment the two sides came into contact, casualties occurred. For Sharp, Charlie, and Freeman, facing these low-level goblins was more like a massacre. Even if a goblin above level 6 encounters them, they can only last a few more seconds. Go to hell, you damn goblins. A mercenary killed the goblin in front of him with a single blow, then rolled over to avoid the attack from behind, raised his knife with his backhand, and cut a hole in the chest of the goblin behind him. After killing 2 goblins in a row, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he was hit in the back by the goblin leader who came over with a poisoned weapon and fell to the ground. When the goblin leader first saw only about 20 humans coming, he thought it was a great harvest. But when it saw its own people falling at the hands of Sharp and his 2 companions, and their numbers rapidly decreasing, it realized that these humans were very powerful and were not something its tribe could handle at all. If it continues to fight, its tribe will be exterminated. Retreat. The goblin leader stabbed the poisoned human's heart with a knife and shouted to the goblins around him. When the goblins heard the order, they retreated as quickly as they had when they came out. There were more than 100 goblins when they came, but less than 50 when they retreated. In such a short period of time, more than half of the staff were reduced. But the mercenaries would never let the goblins retreat so easily. In such a short while, 2 mercenaries were also surrounded and killed by the goblins. Including the assassin mercenary who died first, they have lost 3 people. Seeing the goblins retreat, all the mercenaries immediately chased after them. A level 8 mercenary running in the front was about to catch up with the goblin in front, but suddenly he missed a step and fell into a big pit. The pit was 2 meters deep, with sharp thorns buried underneath. As the mercenary fell, a thorn happened to pierce his eye socket, and he died on the spot. Another person stepped on the noose and was hung in the air, then was shot to death by the goblins in the tree. This sudden change caused the mercenaries to immediately stop their pursuit and dare not move forward. The goblin leader looked back at the stopped mercenaries and laughed triumphantly. Fortunately, we had made preparations in advance, and these traps were enough to slow down the mercenaries. Once it escapes, it will not be easy for these people to catch up with it. Whoosh! An arrow passed through several large trees and pierced the goblin leader's chest. The goblin leader staggered for a moment, then ran faster. Charlie aimed for a while with his second arrow, but couldn't find the right angle to shoot it. Damn it, it actually escaped. Sharp looked up at the mercenary's body hanging on the tree with several arrows stuck in it and shaking constantly, and his eyes were filled with anger. It was hit by an arrow and can't run far. Charlie put away his longbow, drew the hatchet from his waist, and led 2 of his men to the front to clear the way. Under the inspection of Charlie, the old hunter, many crude traps were discovered and destroyed. In fact, if you are prepared, these traps can basically be discovered. But no one had thought of this just now. They always thought that Annuo was walking in front, but they never expected that there were goblins who had set a trap waiting for them. The goblin leader who was fleeing in front felt his steps becoming heavier and heavier. Its right chest was hit by an arrow and blood was flowing continuously. A goblin nearby saw that something was wrong with the goblin leader and quickly came over. The goblin leader thought it was coming to support him and put an arm on its shoulder. Strange, why haven't I seen you before? There are only so many goblins in the tribe, and the goblin leader has completely forgotten about the existence of this goblin. Just as he finished speaking, a dagger struck him through the heart. The summoned goblin drew out his dagger, expertly cut off the summoning materials, and then disappeared into the jungle. The goblins around were busy fleeing and did not notice this scene. When Sharp and others chased here and saw the goblin's body with an arrow stuck in its chest on the ground, a relieved smile appeared on their faces. Freeman even stepped forward and chopped off the goblin's head. Strange, where are its ears and paws? When they saw the mutilated parts of the goblin leader's body, Sharp and the other two's expressions changed. This neat cut must have been made with a weapon. Several people had sensed in the previous battle that this goblin was of the highest level and should be the leader of this goblin tribe. These wounds could not have been caused by other goblins. If we infer this, it means that besides them, there is a third party around. Freeman looked at Sharp and said uncertainly, "Could it be Mavis?" "Impossible." Charlie shook his head and analyzed. "When we met her outside, she was still waiting for her subordinates. We left her behind and entered the Forbidden Forest ahead of time because her subordinates had not arrived yet. We hardly stopped along the way, so it is impossible for her to run ahead of us." "It's Anno." Sharp looked around and said to the two of them, "It must be Anno. He is right next to us. The goblin attack just now must have been planned by him." Upon hearing this, Charlie quickly climbed up a big tree nearby and carefully observed the surrounding situation. Soon, he found Anno's trace in a nearby tree. That is where Anno collects the soul of the goblin leader. "Found it, follow me." Charlie originally wanted to get rid of Anno, but now Anno has tricked him. One of the mercenaries who died just now was his subordinate, so he is even more determined to kill Anno. Chapter 100 Goblin Village. On the other side, Anno, after evacuating the battlefield, immediately returned to Liz, who was waiting in the distance, and ran in the other direction. "Hey, I harvested 7 green-level goblin souls, which makes a total of 50. And Nuaw couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Just now, when Sharp and the mercenaries were fighting the goblins, Anno was hiding within a few dozen meters nearby. The purpose is naturally to collect the goblin souls. Anno activated his advanced perception throughout the whole process, avoiding the sight of all mercenaries. After fighting for a few minutes, the mercenaries, including Sharp and his 3 companions, did not notice Anno. It's just that when he collected the soul of the goblin leader at the end, he left in a hurry and didn't erase any traces. But Annuo didn't care. They should have caught up by now. Anno came to Liz, summoned the wind wolf, and continued to run deep into the forest. Next, he planned to lead the mercenaries behind him to other goblin strongholds. Liz had also stayed in the Forbidden Forest for some time before, so she had some understanding of the situation there. She only knew about a few places, and she had not been to many places in the Forbidden Forest. The area where Anno is now is very close to the central area of the Forbidden Forest, and the probability of encountering a goblin stronghold is very high. According to Liz's memory, if they go a few kilometers deeper, they will reach the core area where the Goblin King is located, the Goblin Mine. On the edge of the core area, there live many goblin tribes that surround the Goblin King's lair. Liz had picked a goblin warrior from one of the groups before. Liz didn't know much about the other ethnic groups. "I remember a village with a level 10 goblin and a lot of goblins above level 6. That's it. If the goblin tribe is too weak, they may not be able to defeat Sharp and others. The battle just now has made it very clear. The goblin stronghold that Liz mentioned just had the capital to fight against the mercenaries. But what if they don't catch up? If we don't catch up, then we can upgrade stealthily nearby and explore the locations of other tribes at the same time. The monsters in this area are of high level, which is just right for leveling up. Learn the explosive fireball first." During the journey, Annuo sacrificed 50 green-level goblin souls and learned the goblin priest's explosive fireball. With a feeling of comfort spreading through his body, Annuo had already learned this first-level magic. Name, Anno. Race, human. Level, 8. Experience, 603 of 3000. Occupation, summoner. Mana, 1000 of 1000. Talents, sacrifice spirit, green level. 5 visions universal, green level. Skills, world devouring reincarnation 0 of 1000. Low level healing, high level perception, high pressure acid burst, explosive fireball. There are 2 kobolds ahead. Liz next to her reminded Anno. Anno looked up and found 2 level 6 gnolls 50 meters away, with their weapons drawn and ready to fight. The level of the monsters here is indeed much higher than those outside. Just as Annuo was about to try out the magic he had just learned, the target appeared. Annuo raised his right hand, and with an idea in his mind, a fireball as big as a human head took shape in his palm and continued to grow larger. The wind wolf ran to a stop not far from the knoll, and Anno threw out, exploding fireball, at the same time. Boom! A fireball with a diameter of 1 meter exploded under the kobold's feet. The 2 ogres were blown away. Snap! A dog leg flew to Annuo's feet and was bitten by the wind wolf. Powerful! Annuo nodded with satisfaction. Although the goblin priest had used it several times before, this time it was performed by Annuo himself, and its nature was different. After taking a look at the magic power consumption, Annuo's eyes couldn't help but twitch. Each shot consumes 400 magic points. No wonder it is so powerful. The bodies were blown to pieces and the materials could not be collected. However, Anno is not short of summoning materials now. After collecting the souls of the two gnolls, Annuo rode on the Wind Wolf and continued to run deeper. Less than 2 minutes after Anno left, Sharp and others appeared here. Looking at the familiar movement caused by magic in front of him, Charlie said, "It seems that the black-robed man next to Annuo is indeed a magician, and he has learned very powerful magic." He did not suspect that the noise was caused by other monsters because Annuo had not concealed anything along the way. They followed the traces left by the Wind Wolves all the way. "Didn't you say before that the magician next to Annuo was only level 6? Sharp looked at the broken body of the dog-headed man on the ground and said, "A level 6 magician can't sustain this level of magic for more than a few times. She has already released it twice in a short period of time. Even if she still has magic power, there won't be much left." Freeman and Charlie nodded after listening. Although they are not wizards, they have wizard subordinates. Although a level 6 magician has more magic power than other professions, it is generally only around 1,000. "Keep chasing." The group continued to follow the Wind Wolf's trail and ran forward. Annuo hid behind a tree, observing the goblin stronghold that had been built into a village in front of him. The village is not big, and there are 2 goblins leaning against wooden stakes at the entrance, staring blankly. The 2 guarding goblins are both level 6. If Sharp discovered this goblin stronghold, he would definitely not take the initiative to attack. In order to get the 2 sides to fight, Annuo needs to perform. First summon a goblin, then have it run towards the village in panic. While running, he summoned goblins and shouted, "Humans are coming! Humans are coming!" When the 2 goblins who were guarding the gate heard the sound, they immediately picked up their weapons and went on alert. Then they saw another of their kind running towards them. Behind the fleeing fellows, there was another human condensing a large fireball. A huge fireball was thrown out by the humans and hit their fleeing counterparts. All of our kind were killed in the explosion. The 2 goblins guarding the gate immediately let out strange cries, calling out all the goblins in the village. When he saw dozens of goblins above level 6 rushing out of the village from afar, Annuo swallowed and quickly retreated. How could a goblin let a human go when he saw one? They are restrained by the Goblin King and basically never step out of the forest. They are always fighting with the monsters in the forest. Now a human suddenly appears, and all the goblins become excited. Especially a level 10 goblin. It rushed to the front holding a mace. After running back for a while, Anno made sure that the goblins behind him didn't see him, and then he quickly climbed onto the branch of a tree. Summon the goblin that was called back at the last minute, and keep him here to monitor. Anno continued to climb up, and then waited for the harpy to return after carrying Liz to a safe place, and then let the harpy take him away from this troubled place. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of figures quickly passed through the woods. Suddenly, Charlie, who was leading the group, stopped. "What's wrong?" Sharp was a little confused. Charlie didn't answer, but looked ahead intently. Then, he saw a goblin holding a mace and looking for something. At the same time, the goblin also saw Charlie and smiled widely.